Chapter 1. The Primal Chaos, the Innate Yin-Yang Jiao. In the boundless ocean, deep within the eastern sea, a solitary island emerges, surrounded by an ethereal blend of spiritual essence and the forces of creation, enveloped in a rich atmosphere of yin and yang, yet tinged with an ominous aura that weaves through the mist. A young Taoist sits cross-legged upon the cliff, surrounded by the symbols of the Tao, with the energies of yin and yang swirling around him. His robe, adorned with black patterns, billows without wind, exuding an air of ferocity and menace. Behind him looms a colossal divine form, partially hidden yet imposing, its 1,000-foot frame encircling the island. Resplendent in golden light, its armored scales glisten, while its fearsome head, crowned with a singular horn, exhales clouds and mist. Its golden, eerie eyes resemble two blazing suns suspended in the sky. This is a golden Jiao dragon, born of the energies of yin and yang. As the true form of the Jiao dragon dissipates, the young Taoist opens his eyes, revealing a commanding yet otherworldly golden gaze that flickers with crimson. After a prolonged moment, his clarity returns, and the tempestuous aura surrounding him calms to a state of tranquility. The convergence of yin and yang is termed yuan, while their transformations are known as yi. Thus, he adopts the name Yuan, suppressing the restlessness that originates from his essence. Yuan exhales deeply. The malevolent energy, fully integrated into his being, proves impossible to expel, often influencing his emotions, giving rise to uncontrollable fury. Not long ago, he had been unable to restrain his violent impulses and had slain several dragons that had sought to provoke him. Remarkably, the flesh was exquisite. The reputation of dragon meat is indeed well-deserved. It also provided him with certain benefits, specifically the amalgamated energies of yin and yang, infused with malevolence, possess significantly greater offensive power than their pure counterparts, embodying formidable destructive capabilities. This is indeed the primal chaos. What misfortune! Yuan muses, his gaze piercing through the mist towards the expanse beyond the island. It has only recently dawned upon him that he has traversed into the world of the primal chaos, becoming an innate being, a Jiao born from the fusion of yin and yang energies. Although he lacks any extraordinary treasures or companions, his inherent foundation is still commendable. Naturally nurtured and birthed from the essence of the world, he stands a tier below the innate deities, yet above countless other beings. Among the myriad of innate beings, his essence is relatively potent, albeit tainted by the malevolent energies of heaven and earth, which pose a complication. However, upon discerning a situation, Yuan recognizes an even greater dilemma, his own fate of slaughter. Indeed, having slain several dragons that dared to oppress him is a concern, albeit a lesser one. The era of the three clans has long passed. The dragon race has declined, and despite their heritage, they have significantly tempered their ambitions. Nevertheless, even in their diminished state, Yuan, as a golden immortal, is not one who can provoke them lightly. Thus, he resolves to flee, to escape this eastern sea and seek refuge elsewhere. What truly plagues Yuan, however, is the ominous fate that looms over Hema calamity stemming from a future saint, the revered leader of the Jiao, Tongtian saint. While the concept of the yin-yang Jiao may sound obscure, the mention of another identity, namely the infamous golden Jiao scissors, renders him instantly recognizable. Indeed, that is the very corpse of the yin-yang Jiao. It is said that the Tongtian saint, outside the eastern sea, slew the dual yin-yang Jiao, taking their corpses and essence to forge the unparalleled golden Jiao scissors, a supreme offensive spiritual treasure, which he later bestowed upon the three Shao immortals. The three Shao, known for their formidable prowess, even wielded it against the Taiqing saint during the Fengshan War, a testament to its prestige. The mere thought of the golden Jiao scissors being his own corpse instills a sense of dread within Yuan. How can he evade this impending doom? Fleeing seems futile. Seeking a protector appears feasible, yet is fraught with uncertainty. Currently, the Tao ancestor Hongjun is delivering teachings at the Zhixiao Palace, having concluded the second round. The innate deities have ascended to the realm of the Luo golden immortals. Many circumstances are already set in stone, such as the positions of the three purities amongst the saints. How many would safeguard Yuan, Yi's existence? Why should they? Yuan Yi counts on his fingers, starting with Hong Jun, the mightiest figure in the primal chaos. Alas, he lacks the qualifications to even approach the Zhixiao Palace, let alone grasp the opportunity to ally with such a powerful entity. He then considers other future saints, only to realize that none of them represent a viable avenue for support. Setting aside the fact that these future saints have yet to establish their own sects, even if they were to do so, would he be able to join them? The prospect of seeking Neza is futile. She does not establish a sect, and thus accepts no disciples. The same holds true for Tai Ching, where hope is equally absent. As for Yuqing Yuanshi, if possible, Yuan would indeed wish to align with this powerful figure, for it is said that although Yuanshi has numerous regulations, he is protective of his own, a boon for those who can become part of his circle. However, can one with such a malevolent aura as Yuan truly gain entry? Then there is the West, which seems to offer a glimmer of hope, though as a mere golden immortal, he faces a greater likelihood of demise along the way. Here in the depths of the Eastern Sea, traversing east to west, how long would it take to arrive? By then, the opportunity would have long since faded. Furthermore, he is a Jiao, an embodiment of the energies of Yin and Yang. Could he ever aspire to become a joyous Buddha? Well, it appears not entirely impossible. Further consideration reveals that there are three major forces that might provide him sanctuary, though they are not individual entities. Yet, reflecting on this reveals the slim prospects of success and the unpredictable consequences. Firstly, there's the witch clan, which might offer protection, but seeking them out would be akin to delivering one's self as a tribute. Then, there are the Sunto-established heavenly courts of the immortals, and the demons infiltrating as a mere pawn should not be excessively difficult, yet could result in an even swifter demise. It is hopeless after much contemplation. He finds that he has no viable escape routes. Is he destined to succumb to the fate of being slain and his essence refined into treasures? He harbors no malice. Perhaps if he refrains from wrongdoing, Tong Tian would spare him from his fate. Such aspirations, however, are beyond Yuan Yi's reach. The concepts of cause and effect elude his comprehension. Rising to adjust his robe, he transforms into a beam of light, landing upon the shore, where he adeptly begins to slice the dragon meat for preparation, igniting the Tao fire for roasting. The aroma wafts enticing Liturgon meat, truly delectable. He ponders whether his own flesh might possess a similar flavor. Yuan Yi's thoughts swirl as he contemplates his path to survival. Although he has existed in this world, somewhat aimlessly, for several millennia, he feels he has yet to truly live. Despite being an immortal golden immortal with an inexhaustible lifespan, the specter of a violent death looms over him. How can he accept such a fate? He yearns to survive, and if possible, to thrive. This encapsulates Yuan Yi's current desires. But how can he escape the destiny of being slain and refined into treasures by the future Saint Tong Tian? Confrontation? Such notions have never crossed his mind. They are utterly implausible. He lacks the capacity for such endeavors, especially as Yuan Yi realizes a critical fact. As an immortal golden immortal, he is utterly in the dark regarding his future path of cultivation, devoid of any clarity. Even the subsequent journey of cultivation itself has become a conundrum. The dragon race may possess the legacy of the ancestral dragon, yet he is a Jiao. Not a dragon. Transformation into one is fundamentally misguided. After all, he differs from those beings that elevate their life essence by transforming into dragons. He is a Jiao, born from the heavens and the earth, the most perfect form of his existence. To become a dragon would not only fail to replace the ancestral dragon, but would yield him no benefits whatsoever. Recently, a group of self-proclaimed true dragons, foolishly arrogant, dared to belittle him, an innate yin-yang Jiao, viewing him as a mere hybrid offshoot of dragons, and descended upon his lair to challenge him. The audacity reached new heights when a female dragon among them attempted to abduct him, seeking to make him a slave. This infuriated Yuan Yi, causing him to unleash his pent-up malevolence and slaughter them all, feasting upon their flesh. Did they truly believe that this innate Jiao, steeped in malevolence, was of gentle disposition? He had yet to engage in any acts of predation, yet here they were brazenly attempting to prey upon him. Preposterous. Ah, Why am I being so obstinate? Since my tribulations stem from this future sage, he himself must be the one most capable of resolving my fated calamities. Who could possibly prevent Tong Tian from killing and refining treasures if he himself does not act to restrain his own impulses? Ultimately, I have not offended him for him. Slay me would merely be a trivial matter devoid of necessity. Given this, there exists an opportunity to cultivate thoughts that dissuade him from acting against me. As I ponder the robust allies within the primordial realm, I momentarily forget that Tong Tian is also among the most formidable of these. To thrive in the primordial era, one must possess not only profound cultivation, but also powerful backing. In this regard, securing Tongshan's support appears to be a more feasible endeavor. If I were to gain a disciple status, with a lineage to uphold, he would likely refrain from harming his own disciple for the sake of treasure refinement, as such occurrences are unheard of in the primordial realm. Perhaps this would dissipate my impending calamities. As for the subsequent enshrinement of deities, which may become my new tribulation, at present, Yuan Yi cannot afford to contemplate such matters excessively. He must first navigate through the immediate challenges. In the worst-case scenario, if fortune does not favor him, he could secure a position within the heavenly court, thus ensuring a stable existence. The opportunity to strive for more awaits. After all, the stakes are not insurmountably, certainly cannot perish. What if I meet my end upon our first encounter? Yuan Yi, just rising to his feet, furrows his brow momentarily. Yet, he resolves, I cannot dwell on such uncertainties. I shall take a gamble should I win. I could revel in 1,000,000 years of freedom. If I lose, so be it. It is merely a life that was handed to me. There is no room for cowardice. At the very least, I still possess the chance to wager. With this determination, Yuan Yi excavates his birthplace thoroughly, packing away everything. He then transforms into a radiant golden light, swiftly departing. Lacking innate treasures or roots, Yuan Yi recognizes that such privileges are reserved for the truly fortunate. His most formidable asset lies in the dual forces of yin and yang, infused with the essence of the world's malevolencia, a potent combination that, if properly harnessed, holds great promise for the future. Some old habits are hard to break, and while I strive to improve, the results may not always reflect such efforts. This is not a conspiracy theory. I am not adept at crafting intricate plots, and my narrative construction remains a weakness. To mitigate certain conspiratorial elements for the sake of advancing the plot, some settings have been modified, which may diverge from established norms in the primordial narratives. However, there is no need to worry about the logical framework of the world. Additionally, the protagonist's role becomes more pronounced following the conflict between the Wu and the Yao. Chapter 2. The Weaving of Fate. Despite my mental preparations, the vastness of the primordial realm exceeds Yuan Yi's expectations. After traveling for several centuries, he finds himself still within the confines of the Eastern Sea. The horizon remains an endless expanse of ocean, with no sight of the primordial land's boundaries. The sole comforting news is that the Dragon Clan has not pursued him. He has successfully fled his former lair. Immortal by nature, having attained the status of a golden immortal, and burdened by the primordial duality of yin and yang, Yuan Yi is intertwined with the world's malevolence. He possesses ample time and is gradually adapting to the temporal perceptions of the primordial realm, seeking to explore the path of cultivation amid his journey. Though uncertain about the road ahead, Yuan Yi has never ceased to explore how to wield the foundational powers of his current realm. Strength is the ultimate foundation of existence. Lacking it, one must seek alternatives. Yuan Yi understands that his greatest asset is the primordial duality steeped in malevolence. Hence, he dedicates his research to this very force. This duality excels in offensive capabilities, and thus Yuan Yi endeavors to maximize its destructive potential. Beyond offensive techniques, he invests considerable effort into the art of evasion. While it is ideal to confront adversaries, retreating is a prudent choice when necessary. According to legends, the art of yin and yang evasion is rarer than that of the 5 elements. With his inherent advantages, he aspires to develop in this direction. Uncertain whether it is a lack of comprehension or the inherent difficulties of cultivation, Yuan Yi has made some progress in his evasion techniques, achieving speeds several times greater than before, yet he has not managed to grasp the true essence of evasion. leaving him somewhat disheartened. Throughout his journey, he has also pondered the possibility of discovering treasures, as it is said that the primordial realm is replete with riches. Should fortune favor him, acquiring a few innate treasures would surely be delightful. However, he has been overly optimistic, lacking the status of an innate sage and having emerged into this world rather late. The prospect of treasure hunting seems beyond his reach after several centuries. He has yet to encounter anything of value, only gathering a collection of inferior items and some herbs that do not possess the innate quality he seeks. Moreover, this eastern sea is not a desolate land. It is home to the dragon clan, which, although diminished, is now occupied by numerous innate sages. Based on the information Yuan Yi has gathered, it appears that a faction led by the male sage Dongmu has claimed this territory, establishing themselves upon the renowned three immortal islands. Yuan Yi dares not approach, for he knows Dongmu to be a pioneer of grand endeavors, yet also one of the first to meet his demise. Even if captured to serve as cannon fodder, he would prefer to avoid being ensnared by this faction, as falling too soon would deny him any enjoyment of fortune. As for his intended destination, it is, of course, the Kunlun Sacred Mountain, where the third sermon of the Zixiao Palace has yet to commence, and the sages have not yet taken their places. The three pure ones remain united, residing to the east of Kunlun. Whether he will achieve his desires remains uncertain, yet he must at least attempt it. His own malevolent aura is genuinely troublesome. Although he is an innate being, he has faced several encounters where others nearly mistook him for a source of merit. How unfortunate. This era is a stage for innate sages, yet there are many innate beings like him who bear similar roots. Many among the innate beings have already formed their own clans, and Yuan Yi has witnessed such a sight on an island. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi is fairly confident that his strength among the innate beings is not weak. Many possess lower cultivation levels than his own. As a divine rainbow streaks through the sky, he halts abruptly, revealing a young man clad in a simple robe. Yuan Yi's golden eyes gaze toward a particular direction, his brow furrowing slightly. He senses formidable fluctuations of magical power emanating from that direction. Someone is engaged in a battle of spells. Although Yuan Yi finds such conflicts intriguing, he does not feel compelled to join every commotion. What truly piques his interest is the inexplicable sensation that there lies something intertwined with his own fate. He cannot disregard this sudden intuition. Could it be that fortune has finally smiled upon him, perhaps drawing the attention of a treasure? As he senses the distant energy fluctuations, he assesses the cultivators involved in the duel. Resolute, Yuan Yi decides to investigate further based on the magical energies. He estimates that all present are at the realm of fellow practitioners, with no seniors among them, rendering his concerns negligible. What if he truly stumbles upon a treasure? He has never seen an innate treasure before. Yuan Yi conceals his own aura, shrouding himself with the dual forces of yin and yang, and stealthily approaches the site of the duel. Soon enough, he nears the battleground, only to be met with profound disappointment. There seems to be no innate treasures or roots enticing him. Hiding within the void, he observes the duel between the two parties, a dozen or so transformed mountain spirits, each embodying the essence of innate beings, and a singular innate being radiating a primal aura. To Yuan Yi's surprise, this innate being possesses a higher cultivation level than his own. Even more astonishing are the non-innate beings. Their cultivation levels are alarmingly close to that of golden immortals, with several truly embodying the golden immortal realm. Soon, Yuan Yi comprehended the situation. It was evident that these individuals had received profound teachings and embarked on the path of cultivation, rather than merely possessing innate abilities. He pondered whether these fellows had some powerful backing. Meanwhile, the group of over a dozen was relentlessly pursuing their target, which appeared quite peculiar. One was a fluffy white mass, another a yellowish cluster, and yet another a vibrant green entity, all seemingly pure, innate beings. The trio of strange forms darted about in a frantic escape, besieged by the group. Yuan Yi's gaze fell upon them, and a sense of instinctive recognition washed over him, as if these were the three exquisite entities he sensed. They resembled cotton candy. Could consuming them enhance one's cultivation? A fleeting glimmer of sanguine intent flickered in Yuan Yi's eyes. However, in an instant, he suppressed that thought, regaining clarity. The notion of consumption was indeed influenced by his darker impulses. His first instinct was to devour them. If he allowed such instincts to run rampant, calamity would surely follow. Intelligence regained the upper hand. In Yuan, he began to speculate about the identities of these three cotton candy-like beings. Their shapes, numbers, and colors were too easy to guess. Given his limited understanding of the primordial world, the possibilities were few. Strangely coincident, these three corresponded precisely to the unmanifested forms of the three sisters of the heavens Yunxiao, Qiangxiao, and Bixiao. Yuan, he felt a wave of disappointment. It was not his fortune that had arrived, nor was there any innate treasure vying for his attention. Rather, these three were entities that ought to have a karmic connection with him, more accurately, with his deceased form, the masters of the golden cockroach scissors. Indeed, this was rather unfortunate. His luck seemed to be lacking. He mused. Yuan scanned the surroundings, but did not see the legendary elder brother, Zhao Gongming of the three sisters. Had they yet to cross paths? Yuan calmly observed the pursuit and contemplated remaining a bystander. However, the thought of turning away to watch from a distance was abruptly halted as he turned his gaze towards the three unmanifested clouds, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He was uncertain how he had encountered Tong Tian, yet these three were almost destined to meet him. Were they not? Could they serve as his navigators? Moreover, if he cultivated a good relationship with them, might his chances of success significantly increase? Could he secure his identity and evade the fate of being hunted down for his treasures? Yet, he pondered, he was merely an innate being, while Tong Tian was on the verge of the saintly path. What reason would compel him to venture into the depths of the eastern sea to slay him? Casting a glance at the fleeing three sisters, he wondered if the original yin-yang twin dragons had bullied them at this juncture. He was uncertain, yet there were tales that Zhao Gongming had sacrificed his own foundation to protect them before they took form, which had woven the fabric of their bond. Could it truly be the work of the yin-yang twin dragons? Had he become the unwitting antagonist in Zhao Gongming's heroic tale? Perhaps, in the aftermath, Tong Tian had sought vengeance against the yin-yang twin dragons, transforming them into the golden cockroach scissors to bestow upon the three sisters. Thoughts whirled in Yuan's mind, yet he arrived at a decision. Regardless of the circumstances, he would take on this role. He was ever eager to assist, especially if there were rewards in return. Do not fear, esteemed friends. I shall aid your escape. His voice resonated, reaching the beleaguered trio. With innate yin and yang energies entwined around him, he raised a hand, transforming the energies into two celestial swords, one black, one white, striking down upon the pursuers. Who dares meddle here? The golden immortal among the innate beings turned to him with a fierce shout, power surging forth. Yuan paid no heed, unleashing the yin-yang energies as swords, entwined with the malevolent aura of the heavens, radiating pure destructive force. In the blink of an eye, he repelled the remaining foes, sending them reeling and heavily injuring them. Even the golden immortals were not exempt. Disparities existed even among those of the same rank. At present, Yuan was unable to fuse the yin and yang energies into a single entity. He could only coalesce them into swords. Yet their might was not to be underestimated. With his strike successful, Yuan did not pause. His thoughts compelled the twin swords to advance towards the sole remaining golden immortal. Boom! An explosive sound echoed, the shockwave ravaging the area for miles, leaving a chasm-like scar on the sea's surface as his opponent was hurled into the depths. I shall lead you to safety. Do not resist. He continued to communicate telepathically. In a flash, he appeared beside the three sisters, enveloping them within his sleeve. They hesitated briefly, yet soon acquiesced, allowing him to gather them into his garment. Without a moment's delay, Yuan harnessed the retrieved yin and yang energies, breaking through the void to flee. He altered his course several times, wary of pursuit. It seemed that they had a formidable backing, possibly an innate deity, which deterred him from employing lethal force. His sole intention was to escape. Given the fortuitous destiny of the three sisters, he believed they would not lead him to a dead end. Though he harbored doubts about his own fortune, he had faith in the luck of the three sisters. Meanwhile, those who had failed to capture the trio were left fuming after their fruitless search. They soon discovered a new target, a primordial being born of a gentle breeze, and they hastened in pursuit towards another direction. Chapter 3. The Three Clouds. Speculation upon an inconspicuous isle. Yuan concealed his presence with an intricate barrier, from which three ethereal clouds emerged. The yellow and green clouds discreetly lingered behind the white one, maintaining a slight distance from Yuan Yi. "Thank you immensely for your assistance, dear friend." Yin Xiao expressed her profound gratitude, her voice melodious and sincere. "The kindness shown to us shall not be forgotten. My sisters and I will repay you in due time. Think nothing of it. It is only right to aid those in need, especially among our kind. There is no need for concern," Yuan Yi replied casually, his gaze appraising the three clouds. Indeed, one can hardly deny the allure of innate beings, even before they take form. They possess an appetizing quality. Yuan Yi redirected his focus, his mind sweeping across the surroundings, and he exhaled in relief. His ambush had been successful, and given that his adversaries were merely fellow seekers, his escape had been rather effortless. It seemed his ability to flee was commendable. Yet, he pondered whether feigning exhaustion might deepen their sense of obligation towards him. His current objective was to accompany the three clouds to encounter the future sage, Tong Tian, thereby securing an identity, gaining profound knowledge, and evading a deadly calamity. With a life debt established, growing closer would become significantly easier. The archetype of a hero rescuing a maiden is timeless and undeniably effective. Seated upon a verdant stone, Yuan Yi savored a spirit fruit he had gathered, relishing its delightful flavor. Meanwhile, the trio of colorful clouds floated nearby. The white cloud exuded a gentle grace. Dignified and amiable, Qiong Xiao, the quietest, seemed reserved but possessed an aura that hinted at hidden depths. The youngest, Bai Xiao, chattered incessantly, her words tumbling forth without restraint. This openness allowed Yuan Yi to swiftly grasp the context of their predicament. The three sisters had attained the realm of Golden Immortal, a feat that permitted their escape from pursuers. However, they wished to reach their optimal state before manifesting their forms, which led to a delay. Unfortunately, as they approached this transformation, their sanctuary was discovered, prompting a hasty flight from those intent on capturing them. From the sisters' accounts, it appeared their plight was not unique. Beings across this realm had also been sought after, particularly those like them, born of primordial essence. They were promised teachings of the Tao. Yet such offers came with an uncompromising demand for compliance, bordering on tyranny. The three clouds suspected that multiple primordial deities were orchestrating this, aiming to consolidate all beings of this realm for obscure purposes. Though Yin Xiao refrained from naming her suspicions, Yuan Yi formed his own conjecture. This was the EC, and the orchestrators of such grand schemes were likely the likes of Dongmu and other primordial saints. Were they preparing to establish a celestial court, seeking to cultivate a cadre of followers? It was difficult to fathom why they would go to such lengths to impart education to beings like themselves. Yuan Yi was skeptical. Even primordial saints should not be so idly engaged. It seemed prudent to vacate the EC. "May I inquire where you intend to go?" he asked. After a brief hesitation, Yin Xiao replied, "My sisters and I seek a tranquil place to complete our transformation. As you have rightly stated, we can no longer remain in the East Sea. Thus, we shall head westward to the vast wilderness to evade our pursuers." Yuan Yi nodded in understanding. While Yin Xiao sensed ulterior motives behind the teachings being offered, she was determined to distance herself from the situation. A wise choice indeed. Those who instigate trouble often meet their demise first. "What are your plans, kind sir?" Yin Xiao inquired. "Given my recent troubles, including conflicts with those individuals and prior annoyances from the Dragon Clan, I find it necessary to relocate. If you do not mind, might we travel together for mutual support?" Yuan Yi proposed logically. Fleeing was imperative, especially with the looming prospect of a great conflict likely to erupt in the East Sea, where even residual chaos could spell his end. "Then we shall be in your debt," Yun Xiao agreed without hesitation. Yuan Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. He was now one significant step closer to evading his impending doom. "By the way, have you encountered any other allies?" Yuan Yi probed further, eager to ascertain the status of Zhao Gongming. However, his indirect inquiry confirmed his initial suspicions. The three had yet to meet the tempestuous Zhao Gongming. Nevertheless, he found sufficient guidance in the presence of these three. "You appear formidable, yet you are quite the good-hearted individual," quipped Bai Xiao. her demeanor light and playful as she floated nearby, assessing him. "Do I seem fearsome?" Yuan E retorted, slightly displeased by the characterization. He had endeavored to project an approachable persona, yet this green cloud deemed him untrustworthy. "Indeed, your aura is markedly intense and intimidating," she stated with a laugh. Yuan E found himself at a loss for words, frustration bubbling within him as his carefully crafted image began to crumble. "That aura is not born of malice, but rather a consequence of circumstance," he explained, though his words fell on ears that chuckled in familiarity. It was only when Yun Xiao called by Xiao away that Yuan Yi found a moment's peace. His interaction with the three sisters had not only enlightened him regarding the EC's dynamics, but also enriched his understanding of the Tao's practice. Is this the essence of a companion on the path? Engaging in discourse can indeed foster mutual growth, illuminating the way forward, which explains the prevalent culture of philosophical exchange among friends in the primordial wilderness. Yet, time was of the essence. Their conversation had been brief and hardly constituted a thorough discourse. Should they truly engage in a profound exchange, the benefits would undoubtedly be manifold. Yuan Yi felt a growing anxiety stemming from his slow progress in cultivation and the elusive path ahead, despite his diligent efforts to comprehend the Tao and accumulate understanding. His advancement felt painstakingly gradual, akin to the crawl of a tortoise, often leading to stagnation. It was said that primordial saints are born with innate wisdom, emerging into the world as great Luo, their existence intertwined with the Tao. Such a fate was enviable, particularly now with the Tao ancestor imparting teachings. The knowledge of a path ahead, obscured from his view, weighed heavily on him, creating an unsettling sensation. He lacked a guiding light to illuminate his journey. It was clear he needed to seek a mentor or ally who could provide direction and enlightenment. Relying solely on himself proved an insurmountable challenge. After all, he lacked the innate talent to forge a path in the Tao from thin air, still grappling with foundational concepts. Fortunately, he was not alone in his predicament. Many souls shared this struggle. Reclining on the azure stone, Yuan Yi closed his eyes, allowing the subtle currents of Tao to flow around him, enveloped by the primordial yin and yang energies, entering a meditative state of cultivation. Not far off, the three colorful clouds mirrored his actions, their forms shifting and coalescing, revealing glimpses of their primordial bodies swiftly taking shape. Only the final step of transformation remained, though they may not possess the same status as the primordial saints. As children of heaven and earth, their metamorphosis would not prove to be a daunting task. Chapter 4. Listening to the Tao, the sound of the Tao resonated, accompanied by celestial music, as auspicious clouds billowed and extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Did my own emergence into the world once command such grandeur? Surely it must have, Yuan Yi mused, gazing at the three clouds of transformation before him. He vaguely recalled that when he first manifested, it was amidst a purple aura stretching 3,000 miles. A spectacle vivid enough to rival that of great demons emerging from the tales of old. Even Yuan Yi had once thought he was destined to play the role of the villain, born to become a formidable Dark Lord. How foolish he had been. In truth, he was a benevolent spirit, his appearance a reflection of his heart. Aside from being entwined with malevolent energy, his visage was beyond reproach, enough to attract even a mother dragon's gaze. Engaging in indulgences and vices, he had merely partaken in feasting and revelry. By all accounts, he could be considered a model youth. Despite the aura of malice surrounding him, he was still a fine dragon, and surely there were more than just dead ends awaiting him. Yuan Yi reassured himself. Now, primarily subsisting on vegetarian fare, how could he possibly be a malevolent dragon? He took a bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand. It was crisp and delicious, causing his golden eyes to narrow in delight. The phenomena of transformation did not persist for long. If the commotion were too great, Yuan Yi could not conceal his aura, which might attract unwanted attention. Moreover, the transformations of the three celestial beings were distinctly different from his own. They chose to become entirely innate Tao bodies, which to Yuan Yi resembled human forms. In contrast, while reshaping his innate Tao body, he retained his primordial yin-yang dragon form, for his natural Tao body was inherently powerful, unlike the three fluffy clouds that merely evoked curiosity about their flavor. As the mist swirled, vague figures shifted in and out of clarity, their auras subtly transforming. When the fog dissipated, three figures emerged, the three fluffy clouds having vanished. Yuan Yi's gaze brightened, only to be followed by an internal scolding for the damned malevolent energy that clouded his judgment, making him find the three figures appealing in every sense. As innate beings manifesting, they retained the purity of their original nature, and thus their appearances could not be deemed unattractive. Their exquisite beauty needed no further elaboration, especially with the three resembling each other, enhancing one another's allure. Now he understood why so many flocked to become disciples. With the three celestial beings possessing such beauty and grace, those of comparable renown must be equally remarkable. Among the 4 outer and 4 inner sects, there were no less than 6 female disciples, who wouldn't he wish to join. The 3 sisters shared a resemblance in appearance and form, yet their auras were distinctly unique, allowing one to discern each individual at a glance without confusion. Yun Xiao, clad in white celestial robes, possessed a poetic countenance, exuding a gentle yet dignified aura. Her presence seemingly soft, yet harboring an undercurrent of formidable strength. Like water, she could nourish all silently, yet could also topple cities and shake mountains without restraint. The second sister, Qiong Xiao, donned yellow attire, her aura more piercing than Yun Zhao's. She appeared less approachable, embodying an air of assertiveness. The third sister, Bai Xiao, dressed in green, her large eyes sparkling with vitality, seemed particularly pure and serene. Perhaps her previous chattiness, even as a lively green cloud, made her restless, fluttering about like one with hyperactivity, leading Yuan Yi to perceive the lively glimmer in her eyes as filled with clear wisdom. At this moment, the youngest sister was touching her face, glancing between her 2 elder sisters and herself, seemingly searching for similarities or differences. Congratulations to the 3 fellow Taoists on your successful transformation. The path of the Tao now lies ever wider before you. Yuan Yi rose and spoke to offer his congratulations. The 3 sisters exchanged glances, and Yun Xiao stepped forward with a smile, solemnly bowing. We are grateful to you, Tao brother, for protecting our path. This kindness will be eternally etched in our hearts. Behind her, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao also bowed, their expressions serious. Gratitude and reciprocity is a virtue. If you claim to remember my kindness, then I shall take it to heart, Yuan Yi replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He desired for the 3 celestial beings to remember his kindness, guiding him and providing assurance. Should the need arise, they might even intercede on his behalf. After all, his good will was genuine, and even if it were to be reciprocated, it would be a case of kindness bestowed first. Yuan Yi felt justified in this. It was not a conspiracy. He was neither skilled in such affairs nor dared to employ petty tactics in matters concerning future saints. At this stage, fostering a good relationship with the 3 sisters was beneficial rather than detrimental. As for the future, he would address that when the time came. The 3 sisters did not have a favorable fate in the investiture of the gods. However, they had been entangled with Zhao Gongming. Currently, they had yet to encounter him, let alone find a big brother. Whether their destinies would change, because of this remained beyond his concern. Let's not dwell on such matters. We should depart swiftly to avoid attracting attention, he suggested. The 3 sisters readily agreed and promptly set off, continuing their journey towards the vast western wilderness. Lacking strength and support, surviving in this primordial realm felt precarious. Yuan Yi felt exasperated. This wilderness was truly difficult to navigate, with far too many powerful figures above him, leaving him with a sense of helplessness that was quite unsatisfactory. Yet he knew that some matters could not be evaded or avoided. Living was, after all, about continuing to live, with at least a glimmer of hope for the future. Yuan Yi couldn't resign himself to being complacent. He often found himself contemplating a bold gamble, perhaps a consequence of his inherent malevolent energy. In his past life, he might not have been a gambler. After countless years, Yuan Yi and his companions finally glimpsed the coastline of the primordial land, the day of disembarkation drawing near. The thought that it had taken nearly 20,000 years just to travel from the eastern sea left him with complex emotions. The vastness of the primordial world was indeed cumbersome, and time seemed utterly worthless. He could only wonder how long it would take to reach Kunlun. 1 yuan meeting? Or perhaps 10. Yuan Yi began to doubt whether he would even make it there. Throughout the journey, he simply followed along, as the route was not one he dictated. He firmly believed that the chance of the three sisters encountering Tong Tian was far greater than his own. He would simply benefit from their auspicious fate. Any attempt on his part might lead to misdirection, prolonging their journey by several yuan meetings. Speaking of fate, Yuan Yi had come to a realization. It was not that he lacked fortune. Rather, the current primordial realm was impoverished, devoid of innate spiritual treasures or roots for them to claim. Perhaps after the relentless plundering by the three clans and the innate divine beings, everything had been thoroughly divided, leaving nothing for them. This batch of innate beings was born well enough, not too late, yet they were neither exceptional nor early enough to contend for anything. They could only rely on the elders of the previous realms to drop a few precious coins or share some remnants of their bounty. In truth, Yuan Yi was rather fortunate, possessing the innate yin and yang energies tainted with malevolence, which he could refine into formidable offensive powers. In terms of cultivation level, the three sisters were not his match. Growth in cultivation was slow and perplexing. He was unsure how best to practice, although he could still accumulate magical power, albeit at a sluggish pace. However, when it came to comprehending the Tao, he was reminded of the moment he perused advanced mathematics textbooks, clear to see, yet incomprehensible. The Tao does not deceive. It will not be lenient simply because one is incapable. His self-study efficiency was alarmingly low. Yuan even began to suspect that his cultivation level was stagnating, showing no signs of progress. Certainly, while my cultivation may not have significantly advanced, my strength has indeed improved, as my understanding and application of my own cultivation realm have become remarkably more profound. Yuan Yi idly played with the innate yin and yang energies swirling around his fingertips, gazing vacantly at the sky. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao sat at a distance, with Bai Xiao chattering incessantly, seemingly engrossed in conversation with Qiong Xiao. Having spent considerable time together, their camaraderie had grown quite deep. However, Yuan Yi maintained a degree of restraint. He did not wish to be driven by malevolent energy. Dragons are inherently, well, Yuan Yi was not a dragon, but a jiao, and perhaps being a jiao was not much better. Thankfully, his rationality had not plunged into despair. He desired to maintain a cordial relationship with the three sisters, yet deep within, he was reluctant to forge overly close bonds with anyone. Too cumbersome. He was still young and did not wish to entomb himself prematurely in the grave of a jiao's existence. The path of yin and yang is vast and profound. How could one become fixated on a mere fragment? Yuan Yi continually suppressed the tumultuous impulses surging from his essence. This was a true torment for both body and mind. Yet it served to refine him. He realized that this struggle allowed him to sense his growing strength. The malevolent energy inherent in his essence felt like another version of himself, perpetually battling against him, acting as a whetstone for his growth. It could not merely be an illusion. His Tao body and primordial spirit were indeed becoming increasingly robust. After wrestling with himself for so long, he remained unchanged. Yet it seemed he had embarked on his own path. Yuan Yi retrieved 3 spiritual fruits, reserving the largest for himself and tossing the other 2 to the sisters. They were not fond of eating, and giving them the largest would be wasteful. Frugality is a virtue. Yuan Yi, shall we exchange? Bai Xiao, adorned in vibrant green, approached with a playful grin. Yuan Yi cast a sidelong glance at her and took a bite of his fruit. All right, let us exchange. Though these spiritual fruits were not innate spiritual roots, they contained pure celestial energy. While their benefits to them might be minimal, the taste was delightful, at least to Yuan Yi, as it satisfied his cravings and helped suppress other negative impulses. Bai Xiao glanced at the fruit in Yuan Yi's hand, marked by his bite, and indignantly took a bite of her own. Her cheeks puffed, rendering her words unintelligible. All right, let us swap. Yuan Yi turned away, no longer wishing to look at her. A fairy, yet she sullied the fruit. Who would want to eat it now? It was indeed the fruit I picked. And the eldest sister insisted I give you the largest, yet you always pass me the smallest. Bai Xiao glared at the one, pretending to be oblivious. You're the smallest. So, of course, you should eat the smallest. You don't even like them. Yuan Yi replied without turning around. Who says? She retorted. I do. Enduring hardship is a blessing, and this is to help you accumulate virtue. By the way, has Yin Xiao returned? After this banter, Yuan Yi shifted the topic. He was well aware of Bai Xiao's nature. She was simply too idle and had come looking for trouble, not genuinely interested in a fruit exchange. Yin Xiao went ahead to scout. She has been gone for a while. Just as they spoke, a radiant light pierced through the air. As it drew near, the light dissipated, revealing a gentle woman in white, none other than the returning Yin Xiao. She brought with her a message that piqued Yuan Yi's interest. Not far from where they were, a powerful being was expounding profound truths. To be referred to as a powerful being must imply an innate sanctity, perhaps even a Delua-level existence. Who could it be? Could it be one of the legendary figures whose name had been left behind? Regardless of whether it was the individual he hoped for, the opportunity to listen to such teachings was not to be missed. If he continued his self-study, he would soon find himself outpaced by similarly talented peers. The three sisters unanimously agreed to attend the lecture, their hearts filled with a mix of trepidation and eagerness as they stood at the precipice of the unknown. What do you think, Dao brother? Yin Xiao inquired, directing her gaze at Yuan Yi for his opinion. Excellent, Yuan Yi replied without hesitation, his tone earnest. Speaking in such a manner seemed to imbue him with an air of sophistication, adding a touch of authenticity to his cultivation. Alas, distance breeds beauty. Familiarity often breeds contempt, leading to a perception of pretentiousness, especially since Yuan Yi himself was a rather casual individual. This demeanor elicited an eye roll from one of the younger sisters, who mimicked him with a cheeky excellent. The corner of Yuan Yi's eye twitched. He felt an urge to retaliate. Yin Xiao, please discipline your sister. She is becoming insufferably mischievous. Yin Xiao shot a glare at Bai Xiao, yet merely shook her head in response. What Yuan did not realize was that, in Yin Xiao's eyes, he was the restless one, while his sister had merely been influenced by him. Days later, the four of them found themselves at the foot of a mountain. Atop the mountain, a sage sat cross-legged, articulating the profound principles of the Tao, expounding truths that were both enigmatic and ineffable. Below, a multitude of beings listened enraptured, entranced by the discourse, unable to extricate themselves from its depths. The lecture had begun some time ago. Yuan Yi glanced at Yin Xiao, who had gallantly resisted temptation and returned to summon them. For had they listened for several more days, they might have saved themselves countless years of arduous cultivation, a rare opportunity indeed. Yuan Yi's gaze shifted from the gathered crowd below to the figure seated atop the mountain. Who could this sage possibly be? Chapter 5. What does one seek on the great path? Before him sat a youthful figure, adorned with a radiant golden aura that shimmered in 5 colors, clad in celestial garments of the 8 trigrams. Beside him lay a peculiar bull, seemingly another primordial being. There was a sense of familiarity, yet uncertainty lingered upon a second glance. Yuan Yi's gaze swept across the 3 heavens. Regardless of their identities, he would simply follow their lead. Words were unnecessary. He trusted that the fate of the 3 heavens would guide them, and he would await the outcome. As the 3 heavens settled to listen to the teachings, Yuan Yi joined them, quickly casting aside the myriad distractions that plagued his mind. This was his first genuine experience of listening to a discourse on the Tao. To him, it felt as though a long dark chamber had suddenly been illuminated by a flickering flame. In that moment, he grasped the essence of enlightenment, understanding the meaning of profound insight and sudden clarity. He awakened to a state of refreshing clarity, a blissful satisfaction emanating from the depths of his being, which he thoroughly enjoyed. The primordial energies of yin and yang manifested and danced around him, constantly transforming and evolving into various mysteries, cascading down as symbols of the great Tao. A golden serpent-like shadow flickered in and out of sight, its aura rapidly intensifying surpassing millennia of arduous cultivation in mere moments. It was as if he had finally found an outlet for his pent-up energy. For the first time, Yuan sensed his own burgeoning strength. Time seemed inconsequential in his pursuit of the Tao. When he regained his senses, he realized that 3,000 years had passed, and his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. The discourse had concluded, leaving him with a lingering sense of desire. However, he understood that such fortuitous opportunities to elevate his realm through a single lecture would be rare in the future. His prior accumulations had been sufficient. He had merely been constrained by uncertainty regarding the path ahead. With guidance, he had shattered his limitations and solidified his foundation in just 3,000 years. As Yuan opened his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback, his body stiffening. The primordial sage who had delivered the teachings was seated not far from him, gazing directly at him. Many of the other attendees had departed, and the three heavens stood at the sides of this sage. Yin Xiao subtly nodded in his direction. Bai Xiao smiled from behind, while Qiong Xiao remained impassive. Despite his initial suspicions, Yuan was still shocked. Was it truly such a coincidence that the first powerful being they encountered was destined to become a future sage of heaven? They had only just disembarked from the Eastern Sea, and yet they encountered him on their journey to Kunlun, the distance remaining uncertain. Moreover, it seemed that the three heavens had already established a rapport with him before he regained consciousness. Must you all move so quickly? I find myself struggling to keep pace. Yuan thought anxiously, aware that this moment could determine his fate. Having passed this trial, he believed he would not face a dire end as a victim of treasure refining. Observing the current situation, it appeared promising. Since the sage waited there and the three heavens were present, Yuan surmised that the sisters remembered his kindness and had not forgotten to bring him along. The primordial energies of yin and yang intertwined within him, mingling with the malevolent aura of the world, yet he strived to maintain his essence, resisting the influence of that sinister energy and remaining true to the Tao. The sage casually remarked, "Your eyes are calm, yet they seem to penetrate all truths, reflecting the essence of existence. Under your gaze, nothing can hide." Yuan felt a flicker of anxiety. Would his abnormality be discovered? Fortunately, nothing of the sort occurred, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He hastily rose to pay his respects, acknowledging the great kindness of the teachings received. The sage continued with a gentle smile. "I am the Taoist of the upper purity, and these three wish to take me as their master, which indeed signifies a connection between us. However, they express that you have shown them kindness and wish to share in both fortune and misfortune." As the sage pointed to the three heavens, Yuan felt a fleeting sense of gratitude. The sage's words implied consent to accept the three heavens as disciples. In such a moment, proposing to share both fortune and misfortune seemed a risky move, potentially incurring the sage's displeasure and jeopardizing their newfound blessing. The current opportunity was extraordinary. So many had sought to become disciples, yet the outcome was clear. None had been accepted. After all, at this time, the sage had yet to attain the status of a saint, and the timing was not yet right for establishing a teaching. To see virtue and profit, especially when faced with such fateful benefits, stirred a sense of guilt within Yuan. He understood that his intentions were never pure. It was not an exaggeration to say he intended to repay favors, while the sage's sincerity was unquestionable. "I have calculated, and indeed, there is a connection between us, though the nature of this bond is somewhat peculiar. Allow me to inquire, what do you seek on the great Tao?" The sage's tone was neither harsh nor severe, yet it resonated deeply within Yuan, instilling a sense of immense authority akin to a soul-searching inquiry. "What do I seek on the great Tao? What do I truly desire?" Junior merely wishes to seek a thread of survival amidst the tumultuous tides of this primordial world, to find a place to establish himself and uphold his existence. Yuan responded sincerely, meeting the sage's scrutinizing gaze. The sage observed him in silence, gesturing with one hand, his brow furrowing slightly. A thread of survival? He released his hand and regarded Yuan once more, nodding gently. "Very well. From what I perceive, your aspirations align with our connection. Thus, do you wish to enter my fold?" A surge of joy filled Yuan Yi's heart. Had he truly transcended the trial of life and death? While he knew he would inevitably become entangled in the immense web of fate, at least the immediate crisis had been averted, allowing him to enjoy a prolonged period of tranquility. I am endlessly grateful, Master. At this juncture, there was no choice but to accept. Rejecting such an opportunity was inconceivable. In this primordial realm, finding a powerful ally was no easy feat. Merely encountering one required tremendous fortune. The sky in this primordial world was exceedingly high, and the earth was vast beyond measure. A mere golden immortal was as insignificant as a speck of dust. The act of becoming a disciple was straightforward. It was not a mere formality, but a genuine acceptance into the fold. Yuan Yi soon realized that the three heavens had not yet pledged their allegiance. They followed shortly after him in their own act of discipleship. He had anticipated calling them senior sisters, yet they were actually his junior sisters, leaving him with mixed emotions. He felt fortunate to have made the right bet, yet he remained silent due to the imbalance of sincerity between them, unable to feel wholly satisfied by his desires. Please, you need not repay me to such an extent. A modest gesture of gratitude suffices, lest I feel embarrassed by your overwhelming kindness. Is it simply because you have just emerged into the world that you are so easily swayed? Then, Yuan Yi recalled another matter. Where was Zhao Gongming, his elder brother? It seemed he had lost his position as the outer sect as senior brother. Had he inadvertently usurped what rightfully belonged to Zhao Gongming? After some contemplation, Yuan Yi dismissed such thoughts, for he knew his own nature well. No matter what, he could never follow the same path as Zhao Gongming. His inclination towards righteousness did not align with his character, and he was not adept at social interactions, with his introverted and calculating demeanor. How could he ever become a figure like Zhao Gongming, let alone engage in physical confrontations on behalf of others? Master has been traveling for some time now. As the third lecture of Zixiao Palace approaches, it is fitting to return to the sanctuary and gather with my two elder brothers. You may accompany me back to Kunlun for cultivation, the Taoist of upper purity remarked, seated upon the bowl of Kuai, gazing eastward towards the domain of the primordial beings. Disciples shall obey. Yuan Yi, along with the three heavens and the bowl of Kuai, formed a quintet of primordial beings. Yuan Yi harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding how Kuei Nio ascended to become the steed of Tong Tian. Given Tong Tian's profound cultivation level, it seemed implausible that Kuei Nio could fulfill the role of mount. Moreover, Tong Tian was merely one among the ranks of innate deities, albeit at the pinnacle of this echelon. The forthcoming third sermon at Zixiao Palace was poised to catalyze significant transformations in many aspects. Additionally, Yuan Yi had heard Tong Tian mention that there were already individuals who had pledged allegiance to him within the Tong Tian Taoist Hall, some of whom were even beings he had personally enlightened. Yuan Yi had a notion of who these individuals might be, perhaps the Taoist of many treasures, and possibly the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits, along with the enigmatic Wudong. As for Gue Ling, he was likely the youngest and had yet to make his appearance. Among them, Yuan Yi possessed the least knowledge of the mysterious Wudong Holy Mother, about whom he had heard nothing prior. With a graceful motion, Tong Tian swept his sleeve, casually gesturing towards the void, and a rift in space emerged before them. A surge of energy enveloped them, guiding them directly into the spatial chasm. Traversing the void, each step they took covered a distance that would have taken them eons of flight to achieve. Yuan Yi was unable to discern the depths of Tong Tian's cultivation. Whether he had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal or had already stepped into the quasi-saint domain remained a mystery. As a mere Golden Immortal, Yuan Yi found himself incapable of comprehending such immense personal power. With the sword that loomed overhead vanished, Yuan Yi felt a sense of lightness and elation, resolving to indulge in several millennia of restful slumber upon his return. The notion of becoming a deity felt distant. Overthinking such matters was exhausting. Life as it unfolded would be embraced as it came. Contemplating future plans would be prudent once he had regained his composure. Lacking sufficient cultivation rendered any discourse futile. Was cultivation merely an affair of human relations? No, indeed, strength was the essence. Without power, one lacked the standing to engage in matters of human sentiment. Such circles would have no room for one without merit. When one possesses formidable strength, the need for social niceties becomes redundant. Yuan, he had little fondness for the intricacies of human relations, as he was not particularly adept in such matters. Chapter 6. The Kunlun Divine Mountain. The time consumed in traversing the void proved to be longer than Yuan he had anticipated. It appeared that even with their current cultivation levels as innate divine beings, they could not materialize instantaneously in any location within the vast expanse of the primordial world. On this day, they stepped out from the spatial rift to behold one of the most extraordinary paradises within the primordial realm, the ancestral roots of the myriad veins, Kunlun. To the east lay the Taoist sanctum of the Three Pure Ones, while to the west was another sanctum belonging to a prominent, innate divine being, the foremost among female immortals. The majestic Kunlun, a sight to behold in all its grandeur, left Yuan utterly speechless. The overwhelming pressure and the ancient, ethereal aura sent shivers through his soul, while the potent essence of creation ignited an insatiable yearning within him. It was as if the sounds of Tao reverberated in his ears, the endless traces of the Tao elucidating the principles of the universe. This was indeed a supreme cultivation site, incomparable to the desolate and impoverished places he had previously encountered. When Yuan, he turned his gaze backward, words escaped him entirely. For there, towering against the horizon, even separated by vast distances, stood the unparalleled divine mountain of the primordial world, Mount Buzhou, the pillar that supports the heavens. It was the very center of the primordial realm. Kunlun Mountain lay to the west of Mount Buzhou, with a boundary between the east and west delineated further westward from Kunlun. In this hierarchy, Mount Buzhou reigned supreme, followed by Kunlun. The once comparable Mount Shumi in the west had been utterly destroyed in a past cataclysm and had yet to recover. The spiritual veins were irreparably damaged, leaving only barrenness in its wake. Much like Yuan Yi, the three celestial sisters and their companion, the Kuei Nyo, stood in awe before the Kunlun Divine Mountain, momentarily lost in reverie. Tong Tian smiled as he stood beside them, patiently awaiting their return to reality. Soon after, Tong Tian led them into the domain of Kunlun Mountain. Upon truly setting foot in this sacred place, the pure and rich essence of the innate spirit enveloped them, providing unmatched comfort. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian gestured toward the undulating peaks below. You may seek a cave dwelling here to rest, and I shall return to impart the profound mysteries of the Tao to you later. With that, he vanished without a trace. The disciples respectfully bid farewell to their master. As Tong Tian's figure disappeared, only the four of them remained, along with the Kuei Nyo, which had not been taken to the main peak, but left in this area, already considered the heart of Kunlun Mountain. Ahead, the main peak was clearly the domain of the Three Pure Ones. At that moment, a divine rainbow streaked through the sky, revealing the true form of its bearer, a plump Taoist with a somewhat lewd demeanor. I am Du Bao, your senior brother, he announced with a smile, holding a floating dust whisk and performing the customary greeting. The master has instructed me to guide you around this region to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Upon seeing him, Yuan almost immediately recognized his identity, the foremost disciple of Tong Tian, the future master of the Jie sect, Du Bao Taoist. Among the disciples, his reputation was particularly distinguished, as he was the one most trusted by Tong Tian, entrusted with the management of significant matters, including the Four Sword of Extermination. In the legend of the investiture of the gods, he had even withstood the formidable attack of the Saint Guangchengzi and emerged unscathed, a formidable feat indeed. Yuan Yi and the others returned the greeting, introducing themselves and exchanging pleasantries. Despite his somewhat comical appearance, Du Bao was affable and easy to converse with. Prior to their arrival, three others had already accompanied Tong Tian, all enlightened beings, comprising Du Bao, Jin Ling, and Wu Dang. Yuan Yi and his companions were the first among the unenlightened beings to successfully take on disciples. Jin Ling and Wu Dang were currently in seclusion. In Yuan, he had not had the pleasure of meeting them. It was evident to Yuan Yi that Du Bao's aura was impenetrable to him, indicating a cultivation level significantly superior to his own. Someone with such profound understanding of the Tao had already taken a considerable lead over them. If the tales were to be believed, Jinling's prowess during the investiture of the gods was supreme, even surpassing Du Bao's abilities. Wu Dang, too, seemed to be an enigmatic figure, remaining excessively low-key. Shortly thereafter, they selected 2 neighboring spiritual mountains to establish their cave dwellings and settled themselves. The Kuei Nyo wandered off elsewhere, not being particularly familiar with them. Yuan Yi declined the invitation from the 3 sisters, preferring to choose a solitary mountain. It was sufficient that the 3 of them stayed together. He saw no need to intrude. They were truly oblivious to the boundaries of camaraderie, inviting him so readily. Yuan Yi found their innocence rather amusing. The 3 sisters were still too naive, unlike the innate divine beings born with wisdom and awareness of the world's intricacies. These pure innate beings were blissfully unaware of the dangers hidden within human hearts and were thus rather innocent. The establishment of a cave dwelling was not particularly difficult, although creating one suitable for his massive golden jiao form posed a challenge. Yuan Yi was accustomed to his human form, and he could take his time in selecting the perfect location for his cave. With the Kuei Nyo having departed and Du Bao also leaving, only Yuan Yi and the 3 sisters remained. "Thank you, sisters," he said earnestly, expressing his gratitude for the opportunity to take on a master. It must be noted that Yun Xiao appeared gentle, yet her character was far from timid. She was quite resolute. She had boldly approached Tong Tian to seek apprenticeship, and he had readily acquiesced. The seemingly unremarkable yet smooth process left Yuan Yi at a loss for words, as he had envisioned various scenarios. After securing such a fortuitous opportunity, Yun Xiao audaciously requested that he be the first to take on a master, showing no fear of incurring the wrath of a great power. "Indeed, your master's willingness to accept you signifies your potential to be initiated. What is there to thank?" interjected Bi Xiao. Xiong Xiao nodded in agreement, her stance clear. Yuan Yi did not feign modesty. Niceties often indicated a lack of familiarity. Although he preferred solitude, he was not entirely unapproachable. "Younger sister, let me hear you call me brother," he teased, lightening the mood as the weight on his heart began to lift. The green-clad girl behind Yun Xiao halted, her lively eyes darting about. She half-heartedly called out brother, before adding, "You should have been the last to enter. You should address us as sisters." Yuan Yi feigned ignorance, accepting their goodwill. After a few more simple exchanges, he settled on the spiritual mountain he had chosen, scouting for a suitable location to establish his cave. The 3 sisters then departed to prepare their own cave dwellings on a nearby mountain. Deep within the Kunlun mountain paradise, every inch could be deemed a treasure trove, truly deserving of its exalted reputation as the foremost divine mountain of the primordial realm. Chapter 7. The Great Tao and the Heavenly Tao. Yuan Yi once again profoundly experienced the insignificance of time within the primordial chaos, particularly for those of immense power. Tong Tian instructed them to settle down first, promising to return shortly to impart teachings. However, when they encountered Tong Tian again, thousands of years had already passed. The youthful Taoist casually sat in the void, expounding on the profound mysteries of the Great Tao and demonstrating marvelous divine techniques. Yuan Yi, along with the 3 celestial maidens and Duo Bao, listened intently, immersed in the realm of the Tao. At present, Yuan Yi had gained a substantial understanding of the current state of the world. The historical rivalry of the 3 clans had concluded. The conflict between the demon ancestor and the immortal ancestor had reached its end, and the heavenly Tao had emerged. The 3rd sermon at the Zixiao Palace was not far off. Following the 2nd sermon, the gourd vine on Mount Buzhou had been completely divided among the 3 pure ones. Moreover, after the decline of the 3 clans, the group of iron-headed youths from the Witch clan occupied the southern part of Mount Buzhou. While the foundations of the Heavenly Court and the Immortal Court were beginning to take shape, representing the 2 largest innate sacred factions in the current primordial chaos, albeit not yet firmly established. Once Tong Tian concluded the teachings, he turned his gaze toward them, asking if they had any questions. As soon as he finished speaking, someone stood up to inquire. Yuan Yi glanced beside him. The individual rising was none other than Yun Xiao, who had been seated next to him. Yun Xiao's questioning persisted for quite some time, as she had numerous inquiries and a penchant for nitpicking. Particularly bold, in Yuan Yi's eyes, she was a diligent spokesperson, her questions addressing nearly all the confusions that lingered in their minds. After Yun Xiao finished questioning, it seemed that the others had little left to ask. Do you have any further inquiries? At this moment, Yuan Yi also rose to his feet, still harboring uncertainties. The teacher mentioned the concepts of merit and karma, which perplexes me. I hope for clarification. The others refer to him as teacher, and Yuan Yi, too, would not seek any special treatment. For him, the term teacher felt more fitting. Tong Tian nodded casually, signaling his consent for the question. He had little fondness for formality and was rather relaxed, without excessive constraint. When a teacher spoke of merit, he included the term heavenly Tao. As far as the disciple knew, the heavenly Tao only awakened after the conclusion of the 3 clan wars. Therefore, prior to that, was it the merit of the great Tao? Upon hearing this, Tong Tian regarded Yuan Yi with a peculiar gaze, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Had he erred in his question? Yet, his curiosity remained. For the acquisition of merit was a fundamental lesson for traversers. According to Yuan Yi's understanding, merit was divided into heavenly Tao merit and great Tao merit, with the latter appearing to be loftier than the former. Naturally, Yuan Yi sought to glean insights into the relationship between the great Tao and the heavenly Tao, to speculate upon the essence of the heavenly Tao and even the Tao ancestor. After all, the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hongjun had practically become the perennial antagonists within the primordial world, the quintessential schemers behind any misdeed. Yuan Yi could not ascertain this point and felt the need to acquire more knowledge before forming a judgment. Why do you believe the great Tao possesses merit? Tong Tian inquired. Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. What did he mean? Did the great Tao not have merit? Your understanding of the great Tao is flawed. What constitutes the great Tao? It is the utmost, the most impartial, the grandest. Tong Tian shook his head and continued. All things are the Tao. All affairs are the Tao. Everything is encompassed within the Tao. All that you comprehend, both within and beyond your perception, resides within the great Tao, which embraces all. Yuan Yi, allow me to ask you, what is the prerequisite for generating merit and karma? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation. The prerequisite for generating merit and karma? Before he could respond, Tong Tian elaborated, the prerequisite lies in the distinction between good and evil, right and wrong. Only then can merit and karma exist. Yuan Yi considered this and realized it seemed accurate. Merit is a reward, while karma is a punishment, necessitating a differentiation between good and evil. Yet, how is this distinction between good and evil, right and wrong, determined? Your understanding of the great Tao is overly narrow, confined to a standpoint that differentiates. You even presume that the great Tao would delineate good and evil from the perspective of conscious beings. This is your misconception. The great Tao is impartial, devoid of bias, neither joyful nor resentful. The great Tao is vast and all-encompassing. Your notions of good and evil, right and wrong, all reside within the great Tao. The great Tao knows no distinction between good and evil, no differentiation between right and wrong. All is the Tao. Therefore, how can there be merit in karma? If one possesses a standpoint to delineate good from evil, that is not the great Tao. That is the heavenly Tao. At this juncture, Tong Tian exhibited a rare sense of wistfulness. You have not witnessed the primordial chaos prior to the awakening of the heavenly Tao. Thus, it is difficult for you to comprehend the utter chaos of that world. In that era, for the weaker beings, there was no avenue for survival. The strong plundered everything, acting with impunity, heedless of consequences. Today, although the hierarchy still exists based on the principles of the Tao, and the weak are still devoured by the strong, the powerful have become more cautious, much more restrained. They no longer dare to indiscriminately commit acts of slaughter, for the heavens are watching, and the heavenly Tao brings order. Valuing life. As Yuan Yi listened to Tong Tian recount the primordial chaos of Ur, his own questions deepened. It seemed to diverge from what he had previously understood. Was there truly no concept of great Tao merit? Then what precisely is the heavenly Tao? Moreover, from Tong Tian's words, it appeared that the great Tao lacked a standpoint. while the heavenly Tao did possess one. What then is that standpoint? Does the heavenly Tao possess consciousness? Yuan did not doubt Tong Tian's words. There was no necessity for the teacher to deceive them. As for whether his teacher had been misled, Yuan deemed that unlikely. These innate sacred beings had survived from that era. They were born with knowledge, and their consciousness must have awakened prior to the resurgence of the heavenly Tao. Surely, even the Tao ancestor Hong Jun could not deceive them in such a manner. However, Yuan refrained from further inquiries. Firstly, his cultivation was still shallow, and such matters were not his immediate concern. Secondly, what else could he possibly ask? To continue would render him peculiar. Yun Xiao and the others seemed unfazed by this issue. His doubts were fundamentally influenced by conspiratorial rumors, casting the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hong Jun as objects of suspicion, a preconceived bias greatly affecting his perspective. This represented a subconscious prejudice, and prejudice often leads one's gaze astray from the truth. Yuan introspected, reminding himself not to draw conclusions hastily. He fancied himself knowledgeable about the primordial chaos. Yet in reality, his understanding of the world's intricacies was exceedingly superficial. His so-called insights could not compare to those who had lived through countless epochs. Whether in the elevation of understanding or the breadth of vision, he could not rival them. Who in the current primordial realm could be older than these innate sacred beings? One should never underestimate their wisdom. More importantly, he must not overestimate his own capabilities. Otherwise, why would he seek guidance from them? This itself indicated a problem. His mindset required adjustment. At this moment, Yuan contemplated the essence of the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor as the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace approached. If what he knew was accurate, the positions of the six saints should soon be established, and Yuan pondered whether those positions were truly a trap. However, he chose not to dwell on this matter. He lacked the qualifications to voice his opinions. As he was utterly ignorant of the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, whom he had yet to meet, his teacher Tong Tian and these innate sacred beings, with their profound understanding of the great Tao and the cosmos, were far more capable of making sound judgments. Only by standing at greater heights could one perceive more and see with greater clarity. Cultivation was what he urgently needed at present. Having received the teachings, their path to cultivation had become apparent. With time on their side, their journey would surely proceed smoothly. As Yuan Yi's cultivation deepened, he perceived a diminishing influence of the malevolent aura that had once tainted his essence. This was indeed a fortunate development, for he had no desire to be swayed by such dark forces. After the cessation of inquiries, Tong Tian advised them to diligently pursue their cultivation before departing with an air of tranquility. At this moment, less than 10,000 years remained until the commencement of the third sermon at the Zixiao Palace by the Tao ancestor. Chapter 8. The Golden Light Cave and the Golden Mist Cave. Yuan sat outside his cave abode on a slab of bluish stone, nibbling on a spiritual fruit while casting his gaze towards his dwelling. There, in emerald attire, Bai Xiao was inscribing characters for his cave, claiming she was bestowing upon it a splendid name. Yuan himself was indifferent to the act of naming his abode, as he believed he would most likely depart from Kunlun in the future. This place was merely a temporary refuge. Bai Xiao, possessing an inherently restless spirit, often sought refuge with him, especially since Yin Xiao enforced strict discipline upon her sisters. However, as Yuan observed her, he began to feel that something was amiss. What sort of name is this? Golden Light Cave? Sitting up straight, he stared at the three grand characters Bai Xiao had etched in divine script, momentarily at a loss for words. How do you find it, senior brother? Bai Xiao inquired eagerly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she settled beside him. You ask me how I feel? It is difficult to assess. It is not a matter of whether the name is good or bad, but rather why it feels so eerily familiar. Senior brother, your true form is that of the golden flood dragon, resplendent with golden scales. Is it not fitting to name it thus? Yuan fell silent, recalling that the Golden Light Cave of Qinyuan Mountain was indeed the abode of the esteemed Taier Junren. And what do you call your sister's abode? He asked Bai Xiao. Golden Mist Cave, she replied. Yuan Yi's expression turned peculiar. That name, too, rang a bell. Was it not the dwelling of Yu Dingzhenren at Yuling Mountain? But your sisters, Yin Xiao is white, and Xiong Xiao is not golden. You are green. How is it that you adopt the term golden mist? Yuan, he was at a loss for words. Moreover, you three sisters are clouds, not mist. While they are similar, there is a fundamental difference. But senior brother, you have named your cave the Golden Light Cave, and ours is adjacent. Golden light, golden mist, it seems fitting, does it not? Yuan Yi found himself speechless, feeling an overwhelming sense of strangeness. In the current Kunlun, there was no talk of the 12 immortals. Their second master had not yet taken disciples, with only the South Pole immortal present. Moreover, Yuan Yi sensed that his encounter with the three Xiaos might have occurred sooner than anticipated. While Tong Tian roamed the world preaching, he had shown no inclination to take on disciples, apart from a few he had enlightened. In light of this, Bai Zhao's naming abilities were truly remarkable, having concocted such two names. As she awaited his critique, Yuan Yi could only nod in agreement. Bai Zhao, do you not practice? You spend all your time here. Are you growing weary of my company, senior brother? Bai Zhao feigned a look of grievance. Well, I asked a pointless question, he conceded. He understood that she was merely evading Yun Zhao's supervision. Yun Zhao urges you to cultivate for your own good, Yuan Yi remarked. Because Yun Zhao treated him with courtesy and respect, his abode had become a haven for her to escape. Yuan Yi did not mind their occasional visits. He simply found it peculiar. To be honest, the first time we met, I felt an instant connection with you, senior brother, and so did my elder and second sisters. Bai Zhao added. Yuan Yi heard her, but merely smiled, remaining silent, feeling a tinge of discomfort instead of joy. Did he share a bond with the three Xiaos? Indeed, with the spiritual treasures forged from his own remains, but not with the living version of himself. Thus, Bai Zhao's words did not fill him with delight. Rather, they felt somewhat unsettling, as if the fate tied to the golden flood dragon awaited him, leaving him in a state of unease. As for whether the golden flood dragon's ultimate offensive spiritual treasure had vanished due to his continued existence, he could not definitively say. Yuan Yi was currently focused on refining his innate yin and yang energies, drawing closer to the essence of the golden flood dragon. Following the methods of refinement imparted by his teacher Tong Tian, he aimed to transform these energies into his own innate divine power. Yuan Yi was confident that in the future, his yin-yang divine power would rival that of the legendary Kong Xian's five-color divine light. However, at present, he could not merge the yin and yang energies into one. He could only refine them separately into a dual sword of yin and yang. He would have to wait until his cultivation level increased and his comprehension of the path of yin and yang deepened before attempting to unify them. As an innate being born of the yin and yang energies, he embodied the transformations of their convergence. Yet, he was not a being of pure yin and yang. His subconscious dictated his gender form. He chose to embody yang as the primary aspect, while the yin side bore a greater amount of malevolent energy, becoming his antithesis. What should have birthed dual flood dragons instead resulted in his singular existence as an innate being. Now, Yuan Yi was certain of one thing. His origin was indeed stronger than that of most innate beings, with a robust essence granting him commendable aptitude. Taking another bite of the spiritual fruit in his hand, he savored the pure essence of the spiritual fruits found in Kunlun, which surpassed those of the outside world. He had heard tales of his second master's innate spiritual root, the immortal apricot, regarded as one of the most extraordinary creations of the primordial world. He wondered what the taste of the immortal apricot might be. The taste is undoubtedly exquisite, incomparable to ordinary spiritual fruits, a voice responded. You have never tasted it. How would you know? Yuan Yi was startled, realizing that this was not Bai Zhao's voice. The unfamiliar tone was one he had not heard before. At that moment, Bai Zhao tugged at his sleeve and turned to see a middle-aged Taoist standing not far away, scrutinizing them with keen eyes. How long had this person been there? Neither he nor Bai Zhao had sensed their presence, nor did they know how long the individual had been observing them. The Taoist had an ancient and imposing visage, donned in a neatly arranged Taoist robe, and his hair was meticulously styled, projecting an aura of solemnity. In an instant, Yuan Yi formed a conjecture and quickly pulled Bai Zhao to her feet, bowing respectfully to the Taoist. Disciple Yuan Yi, "Greetings to the second master," he said. Bai Xiao hurriedly followed suit, offering her respects as well. While they had never encountered their teacher's two elder brothers, the esteemed Taiqing Taishang and Yuqing Yuanshi, they had heard many tales of these masters. The identity of the newcomer was easily deduced, as it was evident he was not their peer. A sense of unease fluttered within Yuan Yi. It was said that the primordial sage Yuanshi detested those who donned armor and bore malevolent origins. He was an innate being, yet also one who bore armor. Moreover, his essence was tainted with malevolent energy, precisely the type the sage loathed. Though he had addressed the man as master, which would likely spare him from retribution, it would still leave a negative impression. Yuan Yi was generally indifferent to others' opinions, provided that their views did not impact him. However, the three purities were evidently an exception, especially since he had just mused about the taste of the sage and Appo's immortal apricot, which could only further incite disdain. At that moment, another thought struck him. His Taoist name was Yuan Yi. Would this also provoke animosity? Yuanshi's gaze swept over Yuan Yi and Bai Xiao before finally resting on Yuan Yi. The innate yin and yang energies give rise to a unique being. Yet it is unfortunate that malevolent energy intertwines with your essence. Knowing my identity, you address me as master. Yet why do you tremble in my presence? Yuan Yi hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to be forthright, as deceit would only yield adverse consequences. He understood that lying to such beings could be perilous, a conclusion drawn from his profound understanding of innate divinities. I am tainted by malevolent energy and possess shallow fortunes. I fear I may offend Master, Yuan Yi replied sincerely. Chapter 9. The Second Master and the Celestial Apricot. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's response, Yu Qing merely cast a deep glance at him and calmly remarked, "You are tainted by malevolence, yet it is not a result of your own slaughters. This I can discern. Your fortune is shallow, but the essence lies in self-awareness. Those who are unaware yet seek recklessly are foolish and laughable. Those who are cognizant yet fall into depravity are pitiful and tragic. You are neither of the former nor the latter, which is commendable." Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback. Instead of disdain, he received a few words of praise. Though it was likely mere courtesy extended due to his teacher Tong Tian's reputation, it was still a rarity. However, it was indeed surprising that this second master would appear here, leaving Yuan Yi puzzled about the circumstances. He found it hard to believe that the master simply happened upon this place while wandering about. While they had not met this master before, it was certain that he was aware of their presence, eliminating the notion of coincidence. Thus, the second master had intentionally come to see them. Yet, Yuan Yi could not fathom the reason behind this visit, especially since he had come alone rather than with his teacher, Tong Tian. It couldn't be that the second master was there to assess them on behalf of Tong Tian. Could it? Yuan Yi dared not dwell on it further, feeling it was a fortunate occurrence to not invoke disdain. In truth, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, avoiding the spotlight. At present, Yuan Yi had not accumulated much malevolence, as his time in the world was still early, having only slain a few dragons. The dragons, burdened by their own karmic debts, were not deemed significant transgressions in his eyes. Pleased with Yuan Yi's respectful demeanor, Yuanshi offered additional guidance. "Your teacher excels in imparting skills, yet is remiss in sharing the path. I observe your efforts to restrain the influence of malevolence upon you, which is commendable. However, you must discern what constitutes your true self and what is merely the influence of malevolence. If you are unable to unravel this, it will be difficult to enter the realm of Tai Yi and encounter your singular true self. The path will remain flawed. What you restrain is either the malevolence or your own inherent evil. Failing to clarify this and merely suppressing or indulging will only lead to self-reproach." "Thank you, Master, for your guidance," Yuan Yi replied respectfully. "Now, let me also enlighten you on the taste of the celestial apricot," Yuanshi added with a hint of amusement in his voice. Two celestial fruits soared towards Yuan Yi and Bai Xiao, radiating an intense aura of primordial spirit, infused with the essence of grand loss. The two exchanged glances, and Yuan Yi's astonishment deepened, while Bai Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. They could hardly refuse such a rare gift, especially from an elder, To do so would be to show disrespect. After bestowing the celestial apricots, Yuan Shi departed. Vanishing from sight, Yuan Yi gently caressed the apricot in his hand, sensing the profound essence within. Was this second master truly so affable? Furthermore, his generosity was quite unexpected, contradicting Yuan Yi's prior impressions. Perhaps it was due to the three pure ones still being united, treating them as kin, or perhaps it was simply a customary greeting. Yuan Yi pondered when he might meet the great master, wishing fervently for some guidance from him. After all, Yuan Yi's pursuit of the duality of yin and yang placed him among the elite practitioners of this path, with the great master undoubtedly being one of the foremost experts, if not the foremost. Of course, such hopes were mere fantasies, considering the great master's elusive nature, as described by Duo Bao. He rarely ventured out and was the most difficult to encounter. "What are you doing?" Yuan Yi glanced at Bai Xiao, raising an eyebrow as he noticed her shifting her gaze between their celestial fruits. "Just comparing sizes," she replied innocently. "Even if you look, I won't trade. Unless yours is larger," Yuan Yi retorted dismissively. Bai Xiao, undeterred, scampered back, only to return shortly, excitedly announcing that her two sisters had also received gifts from the second master. After Bai Xiao departed, Yuan Yi observed the 3 grand runes inscribed upon his cave, shaking his head before retreating inside to prepare for seclusion. While ordinary spiritual fruits merely satisfied one's palate, these primordial fruits were different, especially since this was his first consumption. He needed to refine it thoroughly to potentially elevate his cultivation significantly. Inadequate cultivation left him feeling insecure, and with nothing of substance, he yearned for some treasures. Now that he had a foundation, he could strive for treasures that might fall from the heavens, hoping to uncover some in the vicinity of Kunlun. Additionally, he had considered accumulating merit through the heavenly Tao, yet the results were disheartening. Attempts to generate merit and receive rewards had proven futile. As the heavenly Tao paid him no heed, this avenue was closed. Yuan Yi savored the celestial apricot, relishing its exquisite flavor, before plunging into profound meditation and enlightenment. Similarly, the 3 sisters, San Xiao, also entered their own states of seclusion. Time was inconsequential in the primordial world, and Yuan Yi gradually adapted to the notion that seclusion could span thousands of years. Before the 3rd sermon at Zixiao Palace commenced, Tong Tian visited once, imparting teachings before departing Kunlun for Zixiao Palace to attend sermons. Yuan Yi had refined over half of the celestial apricot, experiencing substantial growth in his cultivation. He estimated that upon fully refining the fruit, he could attain the latter stages of the golden immortal realm, thus elevating his standing by a small tier. In terms of cultivation, he consistently surpassed the 3 sisters by a slight margin, yet he had not managed to widen the gap. Conversely, the disparity in cultivation levels with Duo Bao and others was diminishing, though their rapid growth phase was nearing its end, making it challenging for him to catch up in the short term. The days of cultivation passed serenely. The Kunlun sanctuary was their ivory tower. Here, they encountered little danger, needing neither to act nor to engage in any strenuous activities. The tranquility of seclusion and occasional discussions among brothers was harmonious. With fewer individuals, disputes were scarce. Even the Nanji Xianwen comprised merely 8 members, with the yin prevailing over the yang. Yuan Yi was not adept at forging friendships. He maintained amicable relations with everyone, but lacked deep connections. Among the 3 male disciples, Nanji Xianwen was taciturn. Duo Bao was preoccupied with treasures, often wandering the Kunlun Mountains, while Yuan Yi initially explored but eventually confined himself to his own sanctuary. Duo Bao possessed an innate talent for sensing treasures, rendering the likelihood of finding any in the vicinity slim. Thus, he relinquished the pursuit. The relationships among the female immortals, however, were much closer. They frequently gathered, sipping tea and discussing the path, occasionally inviting Yuan Yi and the others to join. Unbeknownst to them, over 10 millennia had passed since their arrival at Kunlun, yet the time spent with the 3 sisters felt markedly different, as actual interactions were considerably fewer. Perhaps this was why they remained slightly closer to him than the others. In Yuan, he felt similarly. It seemed that nothing had changed. Yin Xiao would periodically visit, offering greetings, while the second sister Qiong Xiao and the third sister Bai Xiao were regular guests. One was reticent, while the other was loquacious. The commonality was that neither could be considered docile, both fearing their elder sister Yin Xiao. The two often sought refuge with him, especially after inciting Yin Xiao's ire. However, what the two sisters did not realize was that on occasion, when Yin Xiao came to retrieve them, it was Yuan Yi who had signaled her. Why'd he do this? It was simply because their pitiful expressions when being admonished by Yin Xiao amused him, adding a touch of color to his otherwise mundane cultivation life. Regardless, Yin Xiao would not lecture him. She always maintained a dignified and graceful demeanor, a seldom-seen aspect of her character. Once the Xinxing was fully refined, Yuan Yi, as anticipated, ascended to the late golden immortal stage. At this moment, nearly 10 millennia had passed since the three purities departed Kunlun to attend the teachings at Zhixiao Palace. Yuan Yi was unaware of the precise conclusion of the discourse at Zhixiao Palace. He was merely awaiting the arrival of that pivotal moment. Senior brother, what are you gazing at? I am observing whether any spiritual treasures might fall from the heavens. Senior brother, have you lost your wits in your cultivation? How could treasures possibly descend from the sky? Yuan Yi turned to see the two sisters approaching, their purpose unclear, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. You both appear rather displeased. Pray tell, what have you done to provoke Yin Xiao's ire? Do share, so that I might find some amusement. Qiong Xiao stared at him intently, while Bai Xiao shot him a reproachful glare, clearly expressing her discontent with his apparent mirth. In the next moment, however, Yuan Yi, who had been casually reclining, suddenly stood up, his eyes sparkling with divine light as he gazed upwards into the void. Hurry back and summon your elder sister. Treasures are indeed falling from the heavens. He had seen it, a flash of spiritual light soaring high above, plummeting towards the primordial earth. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, he was certain he had not mistaken it, having observed it for quite some time. Senior brother, such a tale may fool Bai Xiao, for she is easily deceived. Qiong Xiao began softly, her disbelief evident, yet her words remained unfinished. This was due to her witnessing the fleeting glimmer in the sky, as it indeed seemed that something was falling from above. Bai Xiao, already displeased with her sister's remarks, was about to retort when she saw Qiong Xiao seize her hand, leading her towards the golden cloud cave to seek out their elder sister, Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi, too, vanished from sight, intent on seeking his fortune elsewhere. Of course, his search would be confined to the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Venturing too far would invite peril. They lacked the ability to genuinely compete for opportunities. They were merely relying on their advantageous connections to collect fortunes that fell at their doorstep. Beyond this realm, their influence would not hold as much weight. As long as they remained within this territory, others would be compelled to consider the three purities' authority. The three purities themselves represented the pinnacle of innate sanctity. And with the conclusion of their third discourse, their status had likely ascended to an even more transcendent level. It was unlikely that anyone would audaciously intrude upon their domain at Kunlun to seize treasures. This opportunity, if contested, might allow them to shed the identity of the three no-Taoists. Given Kunlun's vastness and its status as one of the most prestigious blessed lands of the primordial realm, it was only reasonable that at least a few treasures would manifest within its bounds. Chapter 10. The crown of common dust. Yuan Yi, in a state of patient waiting, akin to guarding a tree for a hare or a mountain for treasure, had stood still for centuries. He witnessed the radiant light of spiritual treasures slicing through the void, vanishing into the distance, and observed mighty beings tearing the fabric of space in pursuit of those treasures, traversing beyond Kunlun. Yet, he saw nothing descend into Kunlun itself. Yuan Yi was uncertain about how much of Hongjuan's collection remained after the bestowal of treasures among the myriad innate divine beings, nor how much had fallen into the vast wilderness. One thing he did know: if he could not seize an opportunity now, he would have to await the elder generation's release of spiritual treasures, a chance that seemed increasingly rare. Innate artifacts were governed by fate, hard to come by, and even some divine beings were merely destitute, devoid of any matching spiritual treasures. Perhaps when his master, Tong Tian formally established his teachings. He might bestow some spiritual treasures upon his disciples, but who would ever complain of an excess of treasures? Moreover, it was said that the Tao ancestors' method of severing the three corpses required innate spiritual treasures. Whether this path to sanctification would ensnare Yuan Yi, he could not tell, but it was prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Without the favor of a lineage that could casually draw upon Penga's blood, his future remained uncertain. If he found himself with no path forward, severing the three corpses could provide a viable route. Yuan Yi stifled a yawn, his gaze lost in the expanse of the heavens, his golden pupils momentarily vacant. In the next instant, a spark of brilliance illuminated his golden irises, joy blossoming upon his face as he leaped into the void. Was it not said that fortune favors the prepared? After all, a diligent heart shall not be forsaken. And here it was, an opportunity presenting itself. Yuan Yi fixed his eyes on the horizon as a strand of spiritual light pierced the void, suddenly appearing and racing towards Kunlun. He focused his vision and discerned that within the divine light was a shaped object emanating an extraordinary aura. What treasure was this? Yuan Yi transformed into a streak of rainbow light, propelling himself forward to meet it. However, he soon found himself frozen in place as a hand emerged from the void, seizing the treasure effortlessly. The spiritual artifact struggled and trembled, but was quickly subdued, falling silent before it could enter Kunlun. A Taoist revealed himself, holding a spiritual lamp, surveying the treasure with a smile. After securing the shaped artifact within his robe, the Taoist glanced at Yuan Yi, assessing him briefly before turning to depart. Witnessing fortune slip past him, Yuan Yi could not help but feel a pang of frustration. Who was this Taoist with the spiritual lamp? Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, he resolved not to dwell further, for such musings only deepened his discontent. This place was indeed unfortunate. He chose to relocate. Soon after, Yuan Yi beheld another flash of spiritual light streaking across the void, descending into Kunlun. He hurried towards it and discovered a white jade crown, suffused with the essence of the five elements. Though its aura did not match that of the previously seen, it was undeniably a genuine, innate spiritual treasure. Alongside Yuan Yi, other creatures of Kunlun also raced towards the divine artifact, equally aware of its descent. However, this innate treasure was not easily obtained. Those creatures could not catch up or obstruct its path. Yuan Yi, revealing his cultivation at the late stage of the Golden Immortal, showed no hesitation. It was an unclaimed object, and there was no reason not to vie for it. Considering these beings were the spirits of Kunlun, he refrained from attacking them directly, instead competing for the treasure. Those who dared to strike at him were swiftly sent flying with a casual wave of his hand, though he did not resort to lethality. Behind him, the manifestation of the golden flood dragon loomed, stretching across the expanse, imposing and fearsome, entwined with the dual forces of yin and yang, emanating an overwhelming pressure that subdued many. Yuan Yi channeled the energies of yin and yang towards the glimmering light, attempting to seize the treasure. Yet, the artifact fled at remarkable speed. Despite his repeated efforts, he could not lock onto its essence, as it seemed to possess an innate ability to conceal itself. Mingling within the five elements, detectable only by sight, Yuan Yi pursued the fleeing light through Kunlun, even revealing his true form as a golden flood dragon, maximizing his speed to avoid being outpaced. Eventually, when he captured the elusive light, he exerted his yin and yang energies to suppress it, expending considerable effort to bring it to rest. Shouldn't capturing a treasure be a matter of its seeking its master? Why must he exert such force? Yuan Yi sighed, relieved that his efforts proved effective. It seemed his malevolent aura was not favored by the innate spiritual treasure, which appeared to recoil from it. As he wielded the powers of the laws, the innate energies of yin and yang swirled, revealing the diminutive white jade crown, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure known as the crown of common dust. This treasure, unfamiliar to Yuan Yi, leaned towards defensive and auxiliary capabilities. It inherently masked one's aura, making it difficult for others to perceive him through spiritual senses. Additionally, when activated, It offered defensive abilities, harnessing the powers of the five elements to shield its bearer, merging with the void and drawing strength from the cosmos. As Yuan Yi toyed with the crown of common dust, he felt a sense of ambivalence. While he had indeed gained something, he could not claim complete satisfaction. In truth, he lacked defensive artifacts, and although his celestial garment of golden scales provided some protection, it paled in comparison to a true defensive treasure, especially given his insufficient cultivation. Moreover, he found solace in its ability to obscure his aura, potentially concealing his dark purple energy to prevent being misjudged as a villain. As for offensive capabilities, he did not lack. His innate energies of yin and yang served as formidable means of attack, rivaling any innate treasure. Once his cultivation advanced, he could evolve them into personal divine abilities, ensuring a powerful offensive force. Yuan Yi stored the crown of common dust and wandered within Kunlun for several centuries, yet heard nothing of interest. Even after he preliminarily refined the crown and concealed his malevolent aura, no discerning innate treasures or spiritual roots sought him out. At this juncture, his master and uncle finally returned, prompting Yuan Yi to return to the Taoist temple. However, Tong Tian did not summon them immediately. Instead, the three Shaos arrived first, bringing news. Upon discovering treasures descending from the heavens, others had ventured out in search of opportunities, and indeed, some had found success. The Taoist Du Bao, through his innate talents, had located two innate treasures, a common low-grade innate treasure and a superior one, a jewel from the essence of the five elements, the golden spirit pearl, which elicited a twinge of envy from Yuan Yi. Yet, others had not fared as well. In comparison, Yuan Yi's fortune appeared quite favorable. Thus, what treasures had you acquired? Yuan Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards the three Shaos. Observing the expressions of Qiong Shao and Bai Shao, it seemed they too had obtained something noteworthy, particularly Bai Shao, who wore a countenance that was easily interpreted. From their demeanor, it appeared that the three sisters had made significant gains, perhaps even rivaling the golden spirit pearl found by Du Bao. P.S. In the setting, innate beings do not possess inherent knowledge. They are simply pure and thus closer to the Tao, lacking much divinity. There are numerous innate beings that reproduce and form clans. This implies that the protagonist possesses little divinity and is not entirely pure. He embodies yin and yang, dragon lineage, etc. He merely refuses to acknowledge this, attributing it to the influence of his malevolent aura. Therefore, the female leads are numerous, and there is no intent to separate the three sisters, which may not be appealing and falls outside his expertise. Additionally, there is no conspiracy. He is not adept at such matters. Although saints may not always be virtuous, they are certainly not mere opportunists. Lastly, it is a recurring issue that the narrative develops slowly, with the protagonist not engaging deeply in many affairs early on, often overthinking conspiracies. I kindly request continued support and sincerely thank you. Chapter 11. The Binding Dragon Rope. San Shao did not conceal anything from Yuan Yi. She was aware of their gains and had personally experienced the formidable power of that spiritual treasure. Before Yuan, he could fully comprehend the situation. The silent Qiong Shao suddenly summoned a spiritual treasure. Caught off guard and unprepared, Yuan Yi never anticipated that Qiong Shao would use him to test the efficacy of the treasure. What truly vexed him, however, was that the acquired broken spiritual treasure seemed to possess some restraining power over him. Even as he realized the predicament, he could not evade it, and found himself ensnared by the golden rope. In that instant, his primordial spirit was suppressed, his magical energy stagnated, and even his formidable physical form was targeted, rendering his corporeal strength ineffective and unable to break free. Yuan Yi grimaced as he regarded the object binding him. It was indeed a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. Though not fully refined, its might was not to be underestimated, especially given the aura it emitted, which he found exceedingly displeasing, even repulsive. How do you like this spiritual treasure, senior brother? Could you take a look? Bai Shao approached with a mischievous smile, her face radiating pride. However, her moment of triumph was fleeting. In the next instant, Yun Xiao raised her hand and delivered a gentle tap to Bai Zhao's forehead, causing her to clutch her head in surprise. As the principal instigator, Xiong Xiao was not spared either. The two sisters retreated, covering their foreheads, their demeanor subdued and submissive. Yun Xiao promptly released Yuan Yi from his bindings, repeatedly apologizing while handing the spiritual treasure over to him. Yuan Yi cast a glare at the two sisters before inspecting the treasure they had obtained. What was this? The binding immortal rope? It didn't appear to be a weapon of offense, yet its capability to bind was impressive, with a formidable restraining force. This object is known as the Binding Dragon Rope, an unexpected acquisition for us three sisters. The youngest is still Navi. Please do not hold it against her. Senior brother, I assure you I will teach them well upon our return, Yin Xiao explained. Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged stiff glances, subtly signaling for assistance from their victim, hoping he would intercede on their behalf. Yuan Yi offered them a friendly, yet puzzled smile, indicating his confusion over their expressions, and chose not to engage further. How presumptuous of them to use him as a test subject. Yuan Yi rifled through his memories. The Binding Dragon Rope. He seemed to recall having heard of this name before. Anything he recognized by name was unlikely to be commonplace. Yet he was astonished to discover it was a top-tier, innate spiritual treasure. It was evident that comparisons among individuals were futile. After all, they were three sisters, interconnected by fate, sharing their fortunes, while he stood alone. If truth be told, Yuan Yi considered his own fortune to be decent, having encountered two innate treasures. However, the malevolent aura he harbored slightly diminished his luck, causing him to miss opportunities. Yuan Yi was now perplexed. Why did the Binding Dragon Rope seem to target him specifically? Was it not absurd? He was a Yinyang Jiao, an innate being, not a dragon. People often referred to him as a Jiao, associating it with the transformation into a dragon, a lower tier of the dragon lineage. Yet he was distinct from those transformed Jiao. He belonged to a unique lineage. Ordinary Jiao were mixed blood dragons, while he was a pure Jiao. Was this flawed, treasure-blind, mistaking him for a dragon? Yuan Yi was thoroughly exasperated. It was no wonder that Xiong Xiao, lacking proper decorum, would use him as a test subject. Why did the items obtained by the Sanshao sisters seem to target him? Yet upon reflection, perhaps it was not entirely a bad thing. In their hands, it was certainly preferable to it falling into the possession of others. Despite their playful antics, it was unlikely that the Sanshao would genuinely turn against him. The targeting effect of the Binding Dragon Rope was considerably diminished, effectively neutralizing a potential threat. Moreover, it seemed this treasure rightfully belonged to the Sanshao. Even in his absence, they would have acquired it, which meant it could not be considered a personal affront. With their candor, Yuan Yi felt no need to conceal his thoughts. He raised his hand, tapping the jade crown that bound his hair, and the Tongchun crown descended, radiating the light of the five elements. The energies circulating, nurturing his being, and manifesting profound mysteries. The interplay of the five elements and yin-yang held many similarities in their great principles. Thus, deeply contemplating the traces of Tao within them would greatly benefit Yuan Yi's cultivation. Although his path of yin-yang was extreme due to the mingling of malevolent energy, it was indeed rooted in yin-yang. Observing the Sanshao, Yuan Yi pondered a pressing question. Would he truly be unable to contend against the combined forces of these three sisters? That seemed unlikely. His cultivation level was higher, and the innate yin-yang energies accompanying him were not without merit. Furthermore, the three of them together could easily have Yun Xiao discipline the two younger ones, sparing him the effort. In the future, he would need to borrow the Binding Dragon Rope from them for further contemplation, hoping to uncover a method to counteract its effects. He presumed they would not refuse. Such a targeted spiritual treasure was indeed irksome. Afterward, the Sanshao returned to their abode in the Golden Mist Cave, commencing their retreat to refine the spiritual treasure and delve into the grand Tao contained within. Yuan Yi, too, resolved to enter seclusion to refine the Tongchun crown, a middle-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Only through its refinement could he truly master its powers, and only by thoroughly comprehending its Tao could he unleash its full potential. The affinity between a spiritual treasure and one's own Tao was far more crucial than the treasure's grade. although the grade of the treasure was paramount, especially for supreme treasures. The three pure ones had recently returned, each wielding innate supreme treasures. The Grandmaster, Taishang, had obtained the Taiji diagram. The second master had acquired the Panga banner, while his own teacher had secured the Zhuzhen sword array. Now, they all began seclusion to refine their supreme treasures and comprehend the Tao, leaving no time to summon him. Aside from these three supreme treasures, the three pure ones had also acquired a plethora of innate spiritual treasures and roots, a fact He was well aware of. In truth, he felt a twinge of envy towards one particular treasure wielded by the second master, the yin-yang mirror, as it likely resonated more harmoniously with his own Tao. Yet, he lacked the audacity to covet it and dared not indulge in such thoughts, uncertain if his teacher possessed any treasures aligned with the yin-yang path. Yuan-Yi currently wielded the innate yin-yang energies for offense and the middle grade innate Tongshan crown for defense. He sat cross-legged within his cave abode, clad in a plain Taoist robe, his hair bound by the jade crown. The light of the five elements flickered, the yin-yang energies flowed, and his golden jiao form concealed within the clouds loomed in the void, exuding a potent pressure that suppressed any violent impulses beneath a serene facade. The interplay of the five elements and the cyclical nature of yin-yang evolved into myriad profound mysteries as time passed, while Kunlun Mountain remained tranquil and harmonious. The outside world was anything but peaceful. The three clans had withdrawn from the tumultuous stage of the primordial era, resulting in a prolonged period of calm between heaven and earth. Compared to the chaotic times of yore, this era could be described as one of recuperation and rejuvenation. The innate deities embarked upon the path of sagehood, while ordinary innate beings had long since emerged to traverse the world, giving rise to diverse clans. Creatures and spirits of the mountains and wilds imparted teachings and paths, leading many onto the path of cultivation. Life flourished, presenting a scene of prosperity. However, with this increase in life came a surge in disputes, which began to erupt with increasing frequency and greater scale. Tao ancestor Hong Jun sealed the Zhixiao Palace, merging with the heavenly Tao, remaining hidden from the world. The positions of the sages were established, yet the sages had yet to make their presence known. The innate deities, born of the Tao, could hardly be content to remain stagnant in light of the clear path ahead. Unlike the few designated sages who sat securely, the primordial realm began to stir with hidden currents. It was evident to discerning eyes that among the innate deities, two significant factions had emerged: the brothers Jin Wu, Di Jun and Tai Yi, born of the Sun Star, and the faction led by Dongmu Gong, the foremost of the male immortals. Dongmu Gong received the Tao ancestors' endorsement and recognition as the foremost male immortal, known as Dongwang Gong, while the female immortal residing in the western Yao Pool of Kunlun was referred to as the West Queen Mother. Although the West Queen Mother maintained a low profile, few dared to underestimate her. Even as the foremost female celestial being, she remains ensconced within her sanctum, shunning the limelight, in stark contrast to the ambitious Dongwang Gong, who seeks to forge alliances for grand endeavors. Their relationship appears rather distant. On the other hand, Tai of the Emperor Jun faction wields the primordial treasure, the Chaos Bell, asserting himself as the pinnacle of innate divinity. In the past, only Taiji of the three pure ones could contend with him using the postnatal treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, but no one else could rival the potency of the Chaos Bell. Moreover, while Taiji remains undefeated, his defensive prowess does not extend to offensive strategies, making victory elusive. Tai's influence is unmatched, and his brother, Emperor Jun, is equally formidable, possessing the river diagram and the Luo book. Together, they face their only rivals, the three pure ones. However, the three pure ones have no intentions of establishing a power base, and currently show no desire to engage in conflict with them. Beyond Tai's extraordinary strength, it is noteworthy that within Emperor Jun's faction, there exists a designated sage, Niwa. No one anticipated that this female deity, who had been solicited into their ranks before the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, would subsequently be accepted as a disciple by the Tao ancestor. She was granted the primordial purple aura and numerous spiritual treasures, positioning her as one of the future sages firmly in her place. Perhaps even she did not foresee this outcome. Otherwise, her willingness to align with the June brothers would be in question. Both factions have amassed a considerable number of innate divine beings. On one side, Dong Wanggong holds the title of the male, celestial leader recognized by the Tao ancestor. While on the other, there is the disciple Niuhua, acknowledged by the Tao ancestor himself. This complicates matters. Many are attempting to gauge the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's stance. Yet he seems disinterested in their affairs, showing no inclination to intervene. In addition to these two factions of innate divine beings, another formidable force cannot be overlooked, the Witch Clan. Under the leadership of the 12 ancestor witches, the Witch Clan has rapidly expanded its dominion south of Mount Buzhou. Although these 12 ancestor witches do not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, they inherently command the power of the Tao. Their formidable forms are impervious, and their fierce nature compels even the most elite, innate divine beings to retreat. The 12 ancestor witches, along with numerous great witches and countless members of the Witch Clan, have fostered an atmosphere where no one dares to extend favors, and innate divine beings are equally reluctant to engage with them. The dynamics of the primordial world have become increasingly intricate. Chapter 12. The Visit of Dong Wanggong, the Emergence of the Celestial Court I. The Taoists of Dong Wanggong have come to pay my respects to the three esteemed friends. On this day, a sound transcended the space beyond Kunlun, heralding the arrival of Dong Wanggong. Yuan Yi stepped out of his cave dwelling, gazing towards the expanse beyond Kunlun Mountain, pondering the purpose of Dong Wanggong's visit. Could it be an attempt to win over the three pure ones? This was the only explanation he could conjure. As for the notion of a provocation, Yuan Yi doubted that Dong Wanggong possessed such audacity. "Dear friends, please." A voice responded from the summit of Kunlun Mountain, revealing three figures in the void. The three pure ones. This was Yuan Yi's first encounter with the eldest among them, the venerable Tai Ching. With a visage marked by age, hair and beard as white as snow, he emanated a tranquil aura. Standing there, he seemed less imposing than his two brothers, Yuqing and Shanqing, exuding an air of ancient simplicity. Yet Yuan Yi understood that this seemingly unassuming elder was an unparalleled existence in the primordial chaos, both in the past and present. It was hard for him to conceive anyone in the primordial realm, aside from the Tao ancestor Hongjun, who could breach his defenses, possessing a postnatal treasure of immense virtue. Proclaimed to be invincible and impervious to all laws, and now protected by the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, his cultivation was unfathomable. Perhaps the legendary 12 ancestors of sorcery's 12 heavenly divine array could serve as a test. Beyond Kunlun, a figure stepped forward, entering the realm of Kunlun. Imbued with the vitality of all living things, adorned with a crown of 9 dimensions, and draped in clouds and mist, exuding extraordinary grace, Dong Wanggong. The four exchanged courtesies, then ascended Kunlun, vanishing from sight. Was this the esteemed Dong Wanggong, the foremost among male immortals? What business could he have with the master and uncle? At some point, Bai Xiao had joined them, her gaze directed towards the Kunlun summit, curiously inquiring. Yin Xiao glanced at Yuan Yi, who remained silent. Perhaps he is inviting the master and others, Yin Xiao speculated. She seemed astute, displaying awareness of the primordial situation, leading to such conjecture. However, this matter bore little relevance to them. Their current cultivation was still shallow. It was paramount to focus on their training. Bi Xiao, do refrain from constantly interrupting your senior brother's practice. She chided Bai Xiao, for among the three sisters, her cultivation was indeed the weakest. Yuan Yi found himself in agreement with Yun Zhao's words. Presently, their involvement in the affairs of the primordial world was limited to observation and listening. To cultivate peacefully within Kunlun, shielded from the tumult of fate, was a rare blessing, something many sentient beings could only dream of. Without such protection, they would struggle to control their own destinies, let alone engage in the events of the primordial realm. Lacking sufficient vision and understanding, they were destined to be mere cannon fodder. Even a mere ripple could lead to their demise. This was not their era. It belonged to the innate sanctities. Yuan Yi's interest in the primordial matters was limited to observation and listening. He lacked the strength to participate and had little desire to do so. His sole aim was to preserve himself, with ample time still before him. Particularly, he harbored numerous doubts. The complexities of the primordial world eluded his comprehension, leaving him hesitant to speak or act recklessly. There was no need for haste. Time was on his side. He would observe the innate sanctities engage, awaiting the moment when the elders would reveal their treasures, allowing him to scrutinize the true state of the primordial realm. Hundreds of years later, Dong Wang Gong departed from Kunlun, having conferred with the three Pure Ones about matters unknown to Yuan Yi and the others, who could only speculate without concern. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao shared the same conjecture. Dong Wang Gong likely sought to conspire with the three Pure Ones regarding significant affairs of the primordial realm. However, it was highly probable that his request was declined. They would never agree to be subservient, and perhaps they would not even wish to be mentioned in the same breath as Dong Wang Gong. Yuan Yi vaguely observed that after leaving Kunlun Mountain, Dong Wang Gong did not head towards the eastern dojo, but rather towards the west, suggesting that his master and uncle were not his sole targets for visitation. The visit of Dong Wang Gong did not alter the status quo of Kunlun. Everything remained as it was. The three Pure Ones continued their secluded cultivation, engaging in discussions of the Tao. Yuan Yi and the others occasionally listened to their teachings, then returned to their own cultivation. Yuan Yi had the fortune of ascending the main peak of Kunlun a few times. It was magnificent yet somewhat austere. There were no grand palaces or opulent caves, merely an unassuming small courtyard shared by the three brothers of the three Pure Ones. In terms of the essence of the Tao, the external grandeur and comfort could not compare to the cave he had constructed himself. In this regard, Yuan Yi had higher aspirations, harboring more worldly desires. Yuan Yi had preliminarily refined the middle-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tongshan crown, and gained insights into the 5 elemental techniques. His self-cultivated innate yin and yang energies had also progressed, steadily improving in all aspects. In fact, his speed of advancement surpassed that of his contemporaries among the three Xiaos, even outpacing Yun Xiao, who was the most diligent in her practice. In the pursuit of the Tao, time was inconsequential. Yuan Yi gradually acclimated to the temporal concepts of the primordial realm, where even superficial secluded cultivation could span thousands or tens of thousands of years. As for deep-seated seclusions, there were no limits to their duration. Yuan Yi had contemplated venturing out into the world, but his current strength did not permit it. The renown of the three Pure Ones was sufficient to protect them within Kunlun, yet did not enable them to roam freely in the primordial realm. Secluded cultivation and enlightenment. Wandering within Kunlun, he could at most tease the often visiting sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Yun Xiao, being too earnest, was less entertaining. The pursuit of the Tao had unexpectedly become his greatest joy. However, the malevolent energy he had forcibly suppressed was proving difficult to dispel, escalating in intensity, which led him to keep Bai Xiao and the others at bay for an extended period. Though he had not formed deep connections with Duo Bao and the others, he had grown somewhat familiar with them. Duo Bao was a treasure enthusiast. Jin Ling possessed a fiery temper and strong capabilities but lacked eloquence, while Wu Dang seemed like a transparent figure, appearing placid. Among the three, Jin Ling was the strongest, while Wu Dang appeared the weakest. Nevertheless, Yuan Yi suspected that Duo Bao, the eldest senior brother, might actually be the weakest. Of course, with his collection of treasures, his strength could reach another level if he wielded them in combat. Duo Bao, however, preferred the thrill of treasure hunting, akin to how a fisherman enjoys the act of fishing more than the fish itself, resulting in somewhat less mastery over his own treasures, plentiful but lacking finesse. Nanji Xianwang, under the tutelage of the second master uncle, was of a cultivation level that Yuan Yi could not discern, but he surmised it was comparable to Jin Ling's, nearing the threshold of the Tai realm. His combat abilities were not lacking, yet he was not overly combative, heavily influenced by the second master uncle's demeanor, adhering to propriety and rarely engaging in disputes over the Tao. Unbeknownst to them, nearly a Yuan meeting had passed. Yuan Yi was awakened from a secluded state by a momentous event that shook the primordial heavens and earth. Above the East Sea, Dong Wang Gong established the celestial court on the three immortal islands, proclaiming to all beings of the primordial realm his intent to establish order among the myriad lives and lead the path of immortality. A voice of formidable authority reverberated throughout the primordial realm, resonating within the hearts and minds of all beings. By virtue of the Tao ancestor's endorsement, he was recognized as the foremost among male immortals, garnering the allegiance of many innate sanctities. With the three immortal islands as his foundation, he gathered immense fortune. At that moment, golden lotuses blossomed throughout the void, auspicious clouds spread across thousands of miles, and the sound of the Tao resonated endlessly, accompanied by myriad miraculous phenomena. Additionally, a torrent of celestial merit descended, engulfing the world and coalescing into an ocean of power. Yuan Yi and his companions emerged from their cave dwelling. Gazing towards the East Sea, countless beings throughout the primordial realm engaged in similar actions, though their responses varied immensely. Among the three pure ones, only two revealed themselves, standing in the void, while the venerable Tai Ching remained hidden, seemingly indifferent. Regardless, the establishment of the celestial court was a significant event for all beings in the primordial realm, destined to leave an indelible mark in the annals of primordial history. Is this the prologue to a new era of prosperity? Time will reveal the truth. The objective of the celestial court is to guide the path of immortality, to establish order and rules for the myriad beings of the vast cosmos. A task that is far from simple. Even with the title of the foremost male immortal recognized by the Tao ancestor, not everyone will acknowledge his identity. The Eastern King is not an ordinary innate divine being, yet his personal prestige is insufficient to command respect. His strength is equally lacking. True cultivation is the foundation of one's existence. Yuan Yi lazily reclined in the pavilion before his cave dwelling, his golden eyes gazing eastward, where the first individual to ascend to the stage of this era had appeared. Unfortunately, the strategy of accumulating resources and delaying ascension may suit him better. No, Yuan Yi shook his head. It is not merely a matter of time. The Eastern King perhaps never had a genuine opportunity. The further the timeline extends, the less advantageous it becomes for him, gradually eroding the prestige of the foremost male immortal. The Eastern King should have embarked on this endeavor much earlier, perhaps when the Tao ancestor was still manifesting in the world. Otherwise, he must concede defeat, for he lacks the requisite foundation and strength. Evidently, the Eastern King is unwilling to resign himself to mediocrity. His previous visit to Kunlun was not solely an invitation, but may also have been an attempt to gauge the situation. If the celestial court were to fall and the Eastern King be ousted, would there be any benefit to be gained? Yuan Yi pondered this, only to quickly abandon his thoughts. Lacking sufficient strength, he is unworthy of even scavenging. What is he thinking? As for relying on his master Tong Tian, Yuan Yi increasingly perceives the depths of the vast cosmos. Certain matters are not as superficial as he once believed. His limited understanding offers no substantial reference for the quasi-saints. Furthermore, Tong Tian does not place unwavering trust in the words of his disciples. Which quasi-saint would heed the words of a golden immortal? For Yuan Yi, possessing a rough awareness of the prevailing trends is his only advantage. Should circumstances change, he would lose control of the direction and forfeit this advantage, resulting in a complete loss and potentially inviting disaster. He is curious to see what the Hoodoo ancestor which is like, or perhaps to gain some familiarity. But does he dare? If he were to go, it is likely he would merely serve as a mere offering, and even if he became familiar, it might be as a roasted one, unworthy of being presented before the Hutu ancestor witch. Adjusting his disheveled hair, he stretched lazily and decided to lie down. Reclining is far more comfortable than sitting. Matters of the world can be classified into two categories, those that concern me and those that do not. At present, the latter applies. Rather than fretting over the quasi-saint's contention for the Tao, it would be more meaningful to devise a way to persuade Bi Xiao to seek a reprimanding meal from Yin Xiao. However, Qiang Xiao is rather difficult to deceive, as this individual is quite cunning, always making Bi Xiao bear the brunt. Yet, in the end, Xiong Xiao cannot escape unscathed either. Fooling Yun Xiao is futile. With a wave of his hand, a spiritual fruit flew from the cave and landed in his palm. Just as Yuan Yi was about to take a bite, he suddenly paused, looking down at the fruit in his hand, his eyelid twitching. Which mischievous rascal placed a half-eaten fruit into his platter, complete with clear bite marks? Has a mouse become sentient? Soon, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Every single fruit on the platter bore a bite mark. This is not the work of a mouse. It must be the doing of a monkey. Such extravagant wastefulness is something only certain great sages have indulged in at the Peach Garden. Was it Xiong Xiao who did this? Or was it Xiong Xiao who incited Bi Xiao to do it? When did this occur? It's utterly unethical. Looking at the fruit with bite marks, Yuan Yi's eyes brimmed with disdain, and he casually buried it in the ground. Chapter 13. The Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court. The Eastern King established the Celestial Court, aiming to define the order of the primordial world and guide its myriad beings. The Tao ancestor created the immortal path and disseminated it throughout the world. And the name of the Celestial Court somewhat borrowed the connotation of the Tao ancestor's orthodoxy. Numerous divine beings answered the call of the Eastern King. Although their own foundations were lacking, the title of the foremost male immortal, recognized by the Tao ancestor, indeed held significance. Yuan Yi and Appo's access to information was severely limited, and the number of innate divine beings he could identify was even fewer. Among the many innate divine beings, Yuan Yi only recognized two familiar names, Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. It was said that Hong Yun had a friendship with the Eastern King and readily accepted the invitation, bringing along his friend Zhen Yuanzi. With a broad network and considerable strength, Hong Yun wielded a premier innate spiritual treasure, a gourd refined from the exceptional innate gourd vines of Mount Buzhou, which possessed formidable offensive power. His close friend Zhen Yuanzi, of extraordinary lineage, possessed a top-tier innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree, and a premier innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. Although neither directly joined the Celestial Court, their support was nonetheless evident. However, compared to the responding innate divine beings, there were evidently more who observed with indifference. Notably, the foremost female immortal, the Western Queen Mother, declined the invitation from the Eastern King and did not join the Celestial Court, the reasons for which remained shrouded in mystery. The Celestial Court occupied the blessed land of the three immortal islands overseas, gathering a multitude of beings, including innate beings and ordinary spiritual entities. In this era, even the most commonplace of beings would be deemed extraordinary in the future, particularly in a time when beings were ignorant and the great Tao had no clear path. Encountering a powerful entity to impart teachings was a supreme opportunity. The Celestial Court commenced its teachings, creating quite a stir. Grateful beings congregated beneath the Celestial Court, and boundless fortune began to flow in. The influence of the Celestial Court captured much attention. After countless years, the primordial world trembled once again as the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, born of the Sun Star, established the heavenly court atop Mount Buzhou, declaring their dominion over the primordial realm and illuminating the hearts of all beings. Mount Buzhou, the first divine mountain of the primordial world, served as a pillar supporting the heavens and had produced the gourd vine and the 24-petal creation blue lotus. As the pressure of its might gradually waned, Mount Buzhou became less insurmountable. The brothers Di Jun gathered numerous innate divine beings, occupying Mount Buzhou, and now stood alongside the Celestial Court as the Heavenly Court. Though differing in name, both courts pursued the same purpose. While there are distinctions between the immortal path and the heavenly path, tracing their roots reveals an inseparable connection. The establishment of the Heavenly Court generated a more significant commotion than that of the Celestial Court, for its foundation was far more robust, especially with the presence of Tai, Yi, and the future sage Nuwa. Additionally, Di Jun's extraordinary capabilities attracted more innate divine beings than those who followed the Eastern King, leading to a burgeoning dominance of the Heavenly Court over the Celestial Court. This situation naturally displeased the Eastern King, with both courts coexisting, who held the true orthodoxy. who possessed the authority to dictate the order for the beings of the primordial world. This had devolved into a conflict of Tao orthodoxy and a struggle for the great Tao. The two factions were at odds even before their establishment, and their disputes had escalated into direct confrontations. However, both sides remained relatively restrained, each aware of the underlying reasons. They were testing the stance of a certain entity, one capable of decisively influencing the trajectory of the primordial world. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun Yuan, he was equally observant, keen to discern the Tao ancestor's reaction. As he yearned to understand the ancestor's position, he had heard many conspiracy theories from future legends, and it seemed that the Tao ancestor Hong Jun always lurked behind the scenes, leaving Yuan uncertain. Yet he recognized the importance of clarifying this matter. The primordial world he now beheld instilled doubts within him, and he ardently sought clues. Yet, Yuan, he was met with disappointment. The Tao ancestor Hong Jun remained indifferent, with a purple cloud palace hidden beyond the ninth heaven, never revealing itself to the world. As winds of change stirred and currents of intrigue surged, the primordial realm remained tumultuous, while within Kunlun, all remained unchanged. However, it appeared that their master, Tongtian, and their uncle, Yuqing, had engaged in a quarrel. Even the disciples sensed this dispute, though they were unaware of its origins and felt powerless to intervene. Yuan found this situation quite frustrating. He certainly did not wish for the three purities to split, for such a division would mean losing the support of three revered sages in the future. Yet, what could he do? Among the disciples, only Duo Bao could slightly influence Master Tongtian, and even that influence was minimal. Despite Tongtian's casual demeanor, the disciples dared not speak recklessly or instruct him on matters. Yuan often pondered how those born as great Luo golden immortals perceived them. Did they view them as one might regard ants? He remained oblivious, as his perspective had always been limited, accustomed to viewing these deities through the lens of a mortal. After delivering a sermon, Tongtian departed Kunlun, embarking on a journey through the primordial world to pursue his own path to sanctification. Not only Tongtian, but also his other two uncles ventured out for their own explorations. Cultivation and meditation were the only pursuits available, for even if they wished to engage in activities, they lacked the strength. Yuan, he was unable to step beyond the protective confines of Kunlun. Like Yuan, others found themselves in similar circumstances. Duo Bao toiled in the fields within Kunlun, while Jinling enjoyed debating with others, having sought out Yuan for discussions on several occasions. Fortunately, Yuan Yi's low cultivation spared him from being drawn into debates. Jinling had indeed been the first to ascend to the Tai realm, outpacing both Duo Bao and Wudong. As for the southern polar immortal, he rarely made an appearance, leaving Yuan uncertain about his cultivation level. Following a multi-dimensional conference, Jinling broke through to Tai and entered seclusion, bringing a period of tranquility. During this time, Yuan solidified his own late-stage golden immortal cultivation. When he finally emerged from seclusion, he was taken aback by the unexpected news of a recent great battle over the Eastern Sea, the clash between the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court. As he had anticipated, the Celestial Court was vanquished, and the Eastern King perished beneath Tai Yi's chaotic bell. This conflict over Tao orthodoxy concluded hastily before it even began. Drawing the curtain on the matter, Di Jun acted decisively. Before the conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court escalated into a full-blown confrontation, he opted for a decisive battle, swiftly annihilating the Celestial Court. This outcome surprised many and earned admiration for his audacity and resolve. After all, the Eastern King was recognized by the Tao ancestor as the foremost male immortal. Even the Eastern King himself could not have anticipated that Di Jun would execute such a clean and ruthless strike, igniting direct warfare between the Heavenly Court and the Celestial Court. The Eastern King had invited numerous allies and set up his self-created 10,000 immortals grand array, yet ultimately, he was no match for Tai Yi and fell beneath his hand, his true spirit silenced, leaving uncertainty about his return. The ever-kind-hearted Hong Yun rushed to the scene, hoping to mediate, but nearly found himself ensnared in the conflict. Ultimately, he was shielded by Zhun Yuanzi, allowing him to escape unscathed. In the span of a mere multi-dimensional conference, The celestial court was obliterated in a single battle, and the quasi-saint Eastern king perished on the spot, along with several dozen other innate divine beings meeting the same fate. The disparity in foundation between the two sides exceeded everyone's expectations. The celestial court became a relic of history, while the heavenly court cleared this obstacle and commenced plans to establish order among the beings. Such an ending elicited deep reflection. Simultaneously, the downfall of the celestial court led all to gradually realize a singular truth. The Tao ancestor Hongjun seemed truly to have ceased intervening in the affairs of the primordial world. Was this ultimately a blessing or a curse? Chapter 14. The Demon Clan. The battle at the celestial court resulted in the annihilation of the Demon Clan. In adherence to the principles of the heavenly way, the celestial court, claiming to be the rightful authority, commenced the establishment of order among the myriad beings of the wilderness. Less than 20,000 years later, Emperor Jun, the sovereign of the celestial court, proclaimed the emergence of the Demon Clan, asserting that all sentient beings in the world were to be regarded as demons, with the intention of unifying the myriad creatures of the wilderness. Within the confines of Kunlun resided the Taoist sanctuary of Yuan-Yi. A woman clad in green stood aloft, fingers deftly forming seals, her large eyes darting with mischief. Demon, witness my celestial prowess. With a gleeful shout, Bai Xiao unleashed her magical arts, summoning a verdant celestial sword that shimmered with an overwhelming force, transforming into multitudes that blotted out the sun, descending with destructive intent upon her target. Yuan-Yi, who donned a pure white Taoist robe. Yuan-Yi cast a disapproving glare at this audacious individual who dared to label him a demon, a clear invitation for reprimand. As beams of sword light cascaded down, he raised a hand to lightly tap the jade crown binding his hair, manifesting the essence of the 5 elements, their colors swirling around him in protection. The onslaught of sword light descended, yet his defenses remained unshaken. With a deft hand, Yuan-Yi executed a Taoist seal, the energies of yin and yang swirling in tandem. As he pointed, these energies coalesced into black and white swords, which clashed with a glimmering beam hidden among the myriad sword lights, briefly halting its advance. In that instant, Yuan-Yi's form vanished from sight. Having mastered the art of evasion, he drew upon the wisdom of the 5 elements, seamlessly blending into the fabric of the void. Simultaneously, his essence, rooted in the duality of yin and yang, made the use of this evasion technique even more harmonious, allowing him to elude Bai Zhao's mental grasp. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind her, his finger poised like a blade, effortlessly dispelling her protective magic. Bai Zhao, realizing the peril too late, froze, her previous cunning expression replaced by shock. Before she could react further, Yuan-Yi touched her, the summoned yin and yang energies entwining at his fingertips, forming shackles that bound her immobile. With her magic support severed, the exquisite innate treasure, the binding dragon rope, could not exert its true power against him, as he seized it, forcefully suppressing any resistance. Demon, I shall teach you the meaning of that term. How dare you address your senior brother as a demon and attempt to ambush me? Yuan-Yi chastised as he playfully tapped Bai Zhao's head with his fist. This individual had schemed to ensnare him with the binding dragon rope, concealing her true intentions beneath her magical arts, all while wearing a smug grin. Once immobilized, Bai Zhao's earlier bravado transformed into a pitiful demeanor. Senior brother, I was wrong. Does admitting fault hold any weight? You will surely repeat your mistakes. Yuan-Yi replied, delivering 2 more playful taps before retracting the yin and yang energies. Bai Zhao, cradling her head in a dejected manner, received no further attention from him. The binding dragon rope, having been released from suppression, returned to her grasp, coiling around her waist. Though Yuan-Yi had previously borrowed the exquisite innate treasure for his own enlightenment, its aura was one he found quite distasteful. However, he had gleaned valuable insights on countering the binding dragon rope, particularly in evading bondage techniques. He mused that if he could escape even such a targeted method, there would be few who could ensnare him under similar circumstances. Moreover, he had developed a keen understanding of techniques for sealing and suppression, as demonstrated by his method of immobilizing Bai Zhao, which bore resemblance to the binding dragon rope's capabilities. This imitation carried a certain implication towards dragonkind, leaving Yuan with complex feelings. The binding dragon rope had classified his golden serpent form as a dragon, yet he had derived methods of defense from it. In a swift change, Bai Zhao's earlier sorrow vanished, her face brightening with a smile. Senior brother, according to the Celestial Court's definition, you are indeed a demon. Bai Zhao brought up the topic again. And what of you? Yuan replied dismissively. Are you a demon? Bai Zhao shook her head. We share the same origins. If you are not, how could I be a demon? The Celestial Court and Appo's definitions concern me not. By their standards, nearly all beings in the world fall under this classification, even those primordial celestial beings like our teachers. Indeed, even the Tao ancestor Hongjun has been labeled a demon, born of primordial essence. Yuan had inquired about the origins of the Tao ancestor from his teacher, Tongtian, out of curiosity regarding the rumors of the Tao ancestor achieving enlightenment as a cricket. However, Tongtian had clarified that the Tao ancestor was born of primordial essence, the first pure breath of the wilderness, akin to the fallen demon ancestor. Do you think Emperor Jun would dare to declare the Tao ancestor a demon? Yuan continued. And among the other primordial celestial beings, aside from those aligned with the Celestial Court, who would self-identify as demons, many clans would reject such a label. The definition of demons is far too expansive. As a primordial being, how could Yuan possibly categorize himself among the demons? With the Celestial Court flourishing, basking in glory, numerous primordial celestial beings had joined, alongside countless clans eager to ally themselves. These beings included primordial entities as well as awakened creatures of the wilderness, born of divine influence, reminiscent of the once great clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants. Many beings willingly identified as demons to align themselves with the demon clan, each seeking a powerful patron, much like Yuan himself. For their lives were as fragile as grass, driven by the instinct for survival, craving order amidst chaos. For the suffering of countless beings lost to uncertainty was immeasurable. Only within an ordered realm could the weaker find a semblance of existence. Indeed, does the Celestial Court not fear opposition from other primordial celestial beings? Yuan pondered. The Tao ancestor had not made an appearance, whether in tacit approval or indifference, and thus other primordial celestial beings likely shared a similar stance. Moreover, given the current strength of the Celestial Court, ordinary entities would scarcely dare to confront them. Maintaining peace was the most prudent choice. The formidable presence of Tai silenced dissent. Yuan speculated that aside from the Wu clan, who were preoccupied with their own affairs, only the three pure ones, armed with innate treasures, could stand against the Celestial Court. Even the designated future saints lacked such strength. The Wu clan remained indifferent to the Celestial Court, while the three pure ones observed from the sidelines. Who else would dare to intervene? The broader the definition of demons, the greater Emperor Jun's ambition appeared. He truly sought to establish order among the myriad beings of the wilderness. While such an endeavor held significant advantages, every benefit carries potential drawbacks. Should he falter, the repercussions could be dire. Yuan believed Emperor Jun was digging his own grave, failing to consider the Wu clan's role. By classifying all beings as demons, he had made the Wu clan's insatiable appetite for hunting demons an inherent conflict. This contradiction was destined to ensnare the Celestial Court. If he proclaimed himself the sovereign of the demon clan, he could not escape the consequences of the Wu clan's hunts. To claim the title of demon sovereign and ruler of the Celestial Court, while failing to protect his subjects, was a contradiction. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed that Emperor Jun's desire to establish order among the myriad beings necessitated such a course. He aimed to unify them under a singular banner to establish rules. However, to declare a demon clan meant that no group could be excluded, inevitably encompassing all beings, a conundrum without resolution. By embarking on this path, he would have to confront the Wu clan. Even if the victor were not the Celestial Court, but the Immortal Court, the outcome would remain unchanged. The dynamic between hunter and prey was intrinsically adversarial and irreconcilable. By pursuing this path, Emperor Jun had accepted the weight of such consequences. Yuan sighed. pondering when he might possess the strength to traverse the primordial wilderness. He yearned to ascertain the state of the witch clan. Presently, he aspired to attain sanctity through his master, for relying solely on himself felt unreliable. As he nibbled on a spiritual fruit, he gazed towards the direction of Mount Buzhou, wondering when the great goddess Nuwa might achieve her own sanctification. Chapter 15. Aspiration to Ascendance. Yuan Yi, in his quest for ascendance, recognized that the presence of a sage endowed sufficient deterrent power. The identity of a sage's disciple could indeed compensate for his own deficiencies in strength. Although the primordial wilderness remained perilous, the risk had reached an acceptable threshold. Yuan Yi harbored little interest in the path of mere survival, for to ardently seek such an identity would render his efforts futile. Similarly, he was not particularly invested in altering the fates of others. His curiosity was merely to discern certain truths, ultimately motivated by his own self-interest. After nearly 3 Yuan meetings, Yuan Yi's cultivation had attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. The path to the Tai stage lay before him. Yet at this juncture, the journey required him to forge his own way. While they lingered at the golden immortal's peak, the intent was to accumulate sufficient foundation. Upon entering the Tai realm, one must carve out their unique path, for in the pursuit of the great Tao, there exists no return. There are no regrets in the way. Yuan Yi contemplated the direction he should take. Merely sensing the laws of the universe could no longer propel him forward. He needed to establish a solid foundation for his own great Tao. During these 3 Yuan meetings, the situation within the primordial wilderness was undergoing profound transformations. The heavenly court, wielding unparalleled might, swept across the wilderness, drawing countless tribes to converge beneath Mount Buzhou. The innate celestial beings of the heavenly court collaborated to develop a method of cultivation for the demon tribe, imprinting it upon the world and disseminating the teachings for the benefit of all living beings. The innate celestial beings, born of the great Luo, lacked specific cultivation techniques and esoteric practices, instead directly comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yuan Yi and his companions received insights from Tong Tian, who guided them to grasp the mysteries of the universe and the principles of existence without imparting any concrete cultivation methods. Thus, the path they traversed was fundamentally an endeavor to draw closer to the innate celestial beings, to comprehend and enter the Tao. The teachings of the innate celestial beings were, quite literally, the direct transmission of the profundities of the great Tao, while the specific methods were those they themselves had realized and developed. The cultivation method of the demon tribe, however, could indeed be termed a technique, representing a more streamlined approach. Naturally, this also implied a narrower path, quicker yet offering fewer choices. A shortcut often comes with its limitations. To gain something, one must relinquish another. Yuan Yi discerned the fundamental principles of the demon tribe's cultivation method imprinted within the cosmos and gained insights from it. He perceived the advantages of this method, akin to an elaborate tutorial for novices, guiding practitioners without necessitating self-exploration. However, Yuan Yi did not consider himself a demon and could not adopt the demon tribe's practices. The heavenly court and Oppos, as fortune was coalescing, immensely powerful, seemingly advancing towards its zenith. Throughout this process, everything unfolded smoothly, with no interference from external forces. Yet, 2 events piqued Yuan Yi's concern. The first was the fate of the venerable Han Yun, who dared to intervene during the conflict between the heavenly court and the celestial court, and was also one of the bearers of the primordial purple energy. Han Yun had fallen. On his return from the sacred place of his close friend, Jin Yuanzi, he was besieged by the innate celestial beings of the heavenly court and ambushed by Kuanpeng, resulting in the destruction of his corporeal form and the dispersal of his essence. A tragic tale indeed. The primordial purple energy vanished without a trace, along with all of Hongyun's supreme, innate spiritual treasures, including the legendary 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. The uproar this incident caused was significant, for Hongyun was a prominent figure in the primordial wilderness, well-connected and having forged numerous benevolent ties. Yet he met such a grim fate. In contrast to Hongyun's demise, another incident incited even greater ire within the heavenly court. The heavenly court had established the demon tribe, drawing myriad beings to pay homage. However, an unexpected development occurred. The area south of Mount Bujo saw scant arrivals to the heavenly court. The reason was not due to the southern lands being barren and sparsely populated. Rather, it was the aftermath of the ancient beast calamity that had ravaged the realms north of Mount Bujo, with the desolation of those lands being second only to the devastation of the Western territories. The situation arose because the region south of Mount Bujo was dominated by the witch tribe. Those demon tribes seeking refuge had essentially become a buffet for the witch tribe, delighting them while infuriating the demon tribe and causing the innate celestial beings of the heavenly court to feel a loss of face. Consequently, the heavenly court dispatched envoys to demand an explanation from the witch tribe, only to find themselves struggling to escape, treated as prey. This enraged the powerful beings of the heavenly court, who were innate celestial beings. How could they tolerate being regarded as quarry? The newly established authority of the heavenly court could not be allowed to dissipate so easily. Thus, war erupted between the heavenly court and the witch tribe. Even more astonishingly, the formidable heavenly court and the demon tribe found themselves unable to contend with the witch tribe, suffering significant losses in multiple confrontations. The casualties among ordinary demons were incalculable, and even several innate celestial beings were hunted as prey by the 12 ancestral witches, resulting in the fall of several great Luo entities. The 12 ancestral witches were indeed powerful, a realization shared by many. Yet few comprehended the extent of their might. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit or comprehend the great Tao, yet their ancestral forms were impervious, immune to all methods, exhibiting extraordinary strength. The heavenly court's champions retreated in defeat, unable to secure a single victory. Though Tai was formidable, he could not withstand the united front of the 12 ancestral witches, for the power of the innate treasures paled in comparison to the ancestral forms. Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches possessed other trump cards, including the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation, which summoned the true form of Pangu. The force of a single strike had already surpassed the level of quasi-saints. A painful reality validated by the heavenly court's tragic losses. It was also the first time Yuan Yi witnessed Tao ancestor Hong Jun manifest within the primordial wilderness, an awe-inspiring figure standing between heaven and earth, illuminating the hearts of all beings. The clash between the heavenly court and the witch tribe unleashed waves of energy from over 20 quasi-saints, sweeping across the primordial wilderness and shaking the very fabric of existence, an intensity far surpassing the earlier conflict between the celestial court and the heavenly court. The brutality was similarly staggering, with the demon tribe and the witch tribe embroiled in a blood-soaked battle, transforming the area beneath Mount Bujo into a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, a scene of utter horror. As the 12 ancestral witches unleashed the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation, summoning the form of Pangu to deliver a blow comparable to that of Saint, it seemed as though the primordial wilderness itself was on the brink of collapse. It was during this tumultuous moment that Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who had not appeared since delivering his third sermon, materialized, intercepting the strike of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation, forcibly halting the conflict. From then on, a semblance of tranquility was enforced between the heavenly court, the demon tribe, and the witch tribe. Minor skirmishes persisted, yet large-scale battles ceased. Concurrently, subtle indications emerged that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had issued a decree forbidding saints from arbitrarily intervening in the affairs of the primordial wilderness. The motivations behind Tao ancestor Hong Jun's intervention in halting the conflict were the subject of much speculation. Some believed he sought to protect the heavenly court, while others disagreed, noting that the celestial court had fallen without his appearance. They posited that the reason for the Tao ancestor's emergence to intervene was the disruptive forces comparable to a saint that had stirred the primordial wilderness, threatening the stability of existence and impacting the harmony of the Tao ancestor. The decree from the Tao ancestor might have been directed at Niuwa. No one could forget that Niuwa was a disciple of the Tao ancestor, having received the opportunity for saintly enlightenment through the primordial purple energy. The thoughts of the Tao ancestor remained inscrutable, with no one truly knowing his intentions. It seemed as though he had never expressed an inclination to explain, with the purple cloud palace still shrouded beyond the nine heavens. Yuan Yi, too, pondered the intentions of Tao ancestor Hongjun, finding them consistent with the facts he was aware of. Could it be that the Tao ancestor was orchestrating everything from the shadows? Was he the hidden mastermind? Such notions easily influenced his original perceptions, leading him to speculate in this direction. Yet the profound respect that his mentor, Tong Tian, held for Tao ancestor Hongjun prevented him from making such rash conclusions. Yuan Yi observed that not only Tong Tian, but also his two uncles exhibited genuine reverence for Tao ancestor Hongjun, a sincerity that was unmistakable. If given the choice, Yuan Yi would prefer that Tao ancestor Hongjun was not a hidden puppet master. It is not so much that he holds a profound reverence for the Tao ancestor, but rather that the primordial wilderness is fraught with peril. Furthermore, he yearns for the opportunity to validate a matter concerning the ancestral shaman, Hutu. Yuan Yi had once posed a question to his teacher, Tong Tian, regarding whether the primordial realm was governed solely by the heavenly Tao, alongside the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, or if there existed a path beyond the heavenly Tao. At that time, Tong Tian regarded him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a fool. Unable to comprehend the nature of such an inquiry, Yuan Yi was momentarily taken aback, and from that point forth, he refrained from casually referencing the legends known to him in his queries. Tong Tian explained that the heavenly Tao is the grand path evolved from the Tao fruit of the primordial deity Pangu. It is a manifestation of the grand path, yet distinct from it. The grand path encompasses everything, and within the context of the primordial realm, the heavenly Tao is synonymous with the grand path. The implication was straightforward. The heavenly Tao is the singular truth of the primordial wilderness. Even the notion of inquiring about the earthly Tao seemed to Tong Tian an incomprehensible question. How could this child formulate such a query? Tong Tian's gaze at that time seemed to convey this sentiment, and Yuan Yi understood. He wished to ascertain whether the earthly Tao, as it pertained to his understanding, truly exists and whether his teacher Tong Tian's assertions were indeed accurate. Validating this matter is of paramount importance. It would serve as a crucial reference for Yuan Yi. Should it be, as his teacher posited, he must further adjust his understanding and mindset, altering his perspective on the primordial realm and strive to eradicate any preconceived notions. Otherwise, he might unwittingly sow the seeds of his own calamity, inviting disaster. For instance, should he mistakenly regard the Tao ancestor Hongjun as the puppet master, flailing about like a jester, what would he ultimately amount to? If calamity were to arise from his own misconceptions, Yuan Yi would find no humor in it. While the primordial wilderness is abundant in time, Yuan Yi finds himself in short supply of it. Some opportunities, once missed, can never be reclaimed, and the truth may forever elude him. Teacher, you must strive diligently, for the hopes of your disciple rest entirely upon you. It should be imminent. The emergence of the first sage following the Tao ancestor and the birth of the human race in the primordial wilderness, Yuan Yi mused, extending his hand towards the fruit platter only to find it empty. No more. That cannot be right. There should still be some of the spirit fruits I gathered from the depths of Kunlun last time. Yuan Yi retracted his hand, somewhat speechless, and rose from his abode, proceeding with familiarity to gather spirit fruits once more. At present, he is rendered incapable of doing anything but spectating. Fortunately, it seems there is no pressing need for action. Chapter 16. Stepping into the wilderness within the Golden Light Cave, Yuan Yi sat cross-legged upon the Tao platform, surrounded by the dual energies of yin and yang, manifesting the profound mysteries of the infinite Tao. The convergence of yin and yang gave rise to a singular essence, from which the five elements emerged through differentiation. Across various laws of the great Tao, Yuan Yi's form coalesced, appearing both ethereal and tangible, suffused with distinct auras. The runes of the great Tao cascaded down, elucidating the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, while Yuan Yi's manifestations seemed to emerge from different dimensions of time and space, each possibility gradually converging into unity. In the realm of Tai, the realization of one's true self began, allowing him to master his existence and embark upon his unique path of the Tao. No longer constrained by superficial celestial laws, but rather starting to establish his own foundational principles. This marked the 9th Yuan meeting since Yuan Yi's consciousness awakened in the primordial wilderness, with the Tai realm now within reach. Following the 8th Yuan meeting of Yuan Yi's era, Nuwa attained sainthood, heralding the emergence of humanity and the dawn of a new chapter in the primordial wilderness. With Nuwa's ascension, the days for other saints to achieve enlightenment could not be far off. Yuan Yi felt a burgeoning confidence to venture forth, wishing to elevate himself to the Tai realm beforehand. Even for a journey within the primordial wilderness, possessing merely the capabilities of a golden immortal would prove challenging. Yuan Yi immersed himself in profound contemplation, wandering through the vast emptiness, oblivious to external matters. Illusory incarnations of the great Tao continuously formed and dissolved, merging with Yuan Yi, culminating in the realization of his singular true self. The golden-scaled Dharma form filled the void, its golden eyes radiating brilliance akin to the sun. Time flowed on, leaving only the final illusory figure standing resolutely in the void. Yuan Yi opened his eyes, piercingly gazing at this figure, which differed from the others in that it appeared almost corporeal, indistinguishable from the ethereal realm. This alternate Yuan Yi was enveloped in the energies of yin and yang, exuding a fierce aura, with blood-red pupils and an air of brutality. Despite sharing similar features, this counterpart exuded an unsettling and sinister vibe. Yuan Yi frowned at this apparition, recognizing it as a thread within the tangled web of his fate, yet it was also the most challenging to assimilate, even contending for dominance in the present moment. No, this presented two divergent paths before him, and he stood at a crossroads, pondering which to tread. Yuan Yi scrutinized this uncanny reflection of himself, finding it increasingly distasteful. He deemed this aspect of himself grotesque, rife with negative emotions, resembling a monstrous demon, exuding an ominous presence akin to a villainous caricature. Could this truly be him? Did he harbor such malevolent thoughts? Yuan Yi felt a profound aversion, attributing this to the influence of the sinister aura, insisting it was not his true self. He raised his hand, summoning a sword of innate yin and yang energy, prepared to sever this aspect of himself, eager to discard it and shield himself from its malign influence. Yet his hand hesitated in midair, pausing before it could strike. Was this truly not part of him? Was it entirely the result of sinister energy? His master, Tong Tian, had never offered guidance on such matters. In that moment, he recalled a remark from his second master, something he had overlooked at the time, but now resurfaced in his mind, making him realize that his issues had been discerned back then. He had forcefully suppressed all negative emotions, blaming the sinister aura for its impact on his essence. But was this truly the case? No. Those malevolent thoughts originated from within him, yet he had refused to confront them, denying that such ugliness was part of his identity. Due to the influence of the sinister aura, this portion of his self had expanded and intensified more severely than in others, giving rise to insatiable desires, even as he contemplated severing ties with it. In contrast, beings like Yun Xiao possessed a simplicity that spared them such complex thoughts, perhaps resulting in a lack of inner conflict, allowing for a more straightforward path to their true essence. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Yuan Yi hesitated, his fingers suspended in the air. Ultimately, he lowered his hand, allowing his furrowed brow to smoothen. He refrained from severing this part of himself. It was indeed a facet of his being, and acknowledging it posed no shame. He was flawed and imperfect, and to deny this would only lead to greater loss. As Yuan Yi's fingertips dissipated the yin and yang energies, he embraced this part of himself. In that instant, the aspect he found so disagreeable merged entirely with him. His golden pupils momentarily clouded, revealing streaks of crimson. The sinister energy surged and then receded. At that moment, all anomalies dissipated, returning to tranquility. Yuan Yi's essence coalesced within him, and his energy underwent a metamorphosis, ascending to the Tai realm, achieving his true self. With a wave of his hand, several communication jade slips flew toward him, sent by Yun Xiao and her sisters. To facilitate deeper meditation, He had sealed the cave to prevent them from visiting uninvited, avoiding the nuisance of their antics. He remained uncertain whether it was Qiong Xiao or Bai Xiao who had nibbled on his spiritual fruit before returning it, as both seemed capable of such mischief. Has a master returned? My retreat caused me to miss many events. Upon reviewing the messages within the jade slips, Yuan Yi grasped what had transpired. Nothing particularly unexpected had occurred, at least not for him. The sisters' messages brimmed with excitement, for their master, Tong Tian, had attained sainthood. Following Yua's ascension, the three pure ones had successively achieved sainthood, establishing the teachings of Run, Xian, and Jian not long ago. Following the three pure ones, the Western figures of Jin and Junti had also established their teachings, marking the return of all 6 saints within this latest Yuan meeting. Yuan Yi rose, adjusting his robes and arranging his crown, before dismantling the cave's protective array and stepping outside. Upon exiting, he spotted 2 figures conversing in the pavilion before his cave. Upon noticing him, they turned their gazes. It was none other than Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, 2 of the 3 Xiao sisters. Senior brother, you have finally emerged from your retreat. Congratulations on attaining the Tai path. Bai Xiao exclaimed with a smile. Qiong Xiao, though less loquacious, also offered her congratulations, her gaze scrutinizing him intently. Yuan Yi couldn't help but wonder if she was contemplating whether the dragon binding rope would still be effective against him. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. The master is returning soon, and senior brother Mao Bao and the others are preparing to welcome him. Eldest sister sent us to invite you. Qiong Xiao explained earnestly. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Let us proceed. Yuan Yi did not hesitate. The 3 teachings had indeed been established. Without further ado, he enveloped the 2 sisters in his light, soaring into the sky. The Tai realm differed greatly from the Golden Immortal, with power that could not be compared. Senior brother, why does your aura feel somewhat different? Qiong Xiao inquired, frowning. Is it? Yuan Yi responded, puzzled. Indeed, it seems more ferocious, Bai Xiao murmured softly. It feels as if there's an increased danger around you. Yuan Yi was bewildered. How could he seem more ferocious? He was no beast of prey, and he had never harbored ill intentions toward the 3 Xiao sisters, whom he knew best. Your gaze has changed, Qiong Xiao remarked. My gaze? Is that so? Yuan Yi pondered. Indeed, when he first laid eyes on Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, an unusual sentiment had stirred within him, and he had not forcibly suppressed it as he had in the past, allowing it to manifest. Yet, while such feelings were natural, he recognized that acknowledging them did not equate to allowing them to dominate his essence. The 3 Xiao sisters shared a close bond with him, yet he did not possess their inherent purity. In his eyes, they remained blissfully innocent beings. In just a few years, Tong Tian, having achieved sainthood, returned to the Kunlun Mountain Dojo, accompanied by several newly accepted disciples. When Yuan Yi beheld the group of individuals, his gaze was immediately drawn to a tall and imposing young man. This person exuded an aura of grace and ethereality, truly embodying the essence of a man akin to the wind. Although it was their first encounter, Yuan Yi felt a sense of intuition regarding his identity. A wisp of pure breeze taking form in the realm of existence, entering under the aegis of Tong Tian. Who else could it be but Zhao Gongming? Yuan Yi glanced at the 3 celestial maidens standing beside him, a peculiar thought flickering in his eyes. Why did it feel as though he had usurped Zhao Gongming's role and identity? Could this potentially alter their fates? The calamity of Fengshen had ensnared the 3 celestial maidens due to their connection with Zhao Gongming, leading to their demise and the obliteration of their paths. Their true spirits enshrined within the Fengshen list. Moreover, it was said that prior to his apprenticeship under the Zhao Gongming had sacrificed a portion of his own origin and foundational Dao in order to protect the 3 maidens, which subsequently affected his future cultivation. From this perspective, their fates seemed inextricably linked. Upon his initial glance, Yuan Yi noted that Zhao Gongming's foundational essence appeared robust and complete, devoid of any sense of deficiency. Was it that the rumors he had heard were erroneous, or had his unwarranted interference before their acquaintance, stealing away the 3 maidens, caused this unforeseen shift? He also recognized that the timing of the three maidens' apprenticeship under Tontian appeared to have been significantly advanced, allowing them to cultivate in Kunlun for an extended period in tranquility. Soon, another thought crossed Yuani's mind. His master had returned from his journey with a multitude of newcomers eager to become disciples, with his two masters also establishing their own lineages. Kunlun Mountain seemed rather small in comparison. Perhaps he should inform his master and embark on a journey through the vast wilderness, with the backing of a sage. As long as he did not offend other sages, he was assuredly in the realm of friendship rather than insignificance, and it was time to explore the world. He had long anticipated this endeavor. Chapter 17. The Celestial Bestowal. Beneath Kunlun Mountain, the Celestial Saint sits atop the Tao platform, while his direct disciples sit below. Among them are only the three from Duobao, alongside Yuan Yi, the three from Yinxiao, and the recently initiated Zhao Gongming. Although the Celestial has brought back numerous disciples, there remains a distinction between them. The direct disciples are always limited in number. Since attaining sainthood, the Celestial exudes an even greater majesty, though his temperament has not undergone significant change. As for the aura of pressure, it is not particularly pronounced for Yuan Yi and the others. Whether a quasi-saint or a saint, both are unfathomable, with little discernible difference. One distinction between direct disciples and regular disciples is that the latter merely listen to teachings, while the former can actively seek guidance from the Celestial. At this moment, the Celestial is elucidating doctrines and addressing their queries, assessing their cultivation. Duobao, Jinling Wudong, and Yuan Yi have all entered the Tai realm, while the three from Yinxiao are likely not far from it. Given their foundational roots, they possess ample potential to advance further. Moreover, their intrinsic origins are not vastly different. Barring any extraordinary opportunities, their early cultivation progress will not vary significantly. It will ultimately depend on who possesses greater momentum and can journey farther. Yuan Yi and the others receive guidance later, thus lagging in cultivation. Even Yinxiao, known for her diligence, must progress steadily. For Yuan Yi, the only notable change is Zhao Gongming, whom he remembers as the senior apprentice from the outer sect, now a junior disciple, at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm and nearing the later stage. Before their teacher, the Celestial, returned. The Grand Master and Second Master had already returned to Kunlun. The Grand Master brought back a disciple, the sole disciple, of innate human lineage, one of the humans created by the Saintess Enhua. The Second Master, Yuqing, has yet to take on disciples, seemingly planning to do so. According to the South Pole Immortal, he is preparing for entrance examinations and setting thresholds. Yuan Yi is somewhat disheartened, as they entered apprenticeship earlier, yet must now address others as senior brothers. Due to the sequential establishment of their sect, the Jiejiao is the last, with the Celestial being the third among the three pure ones. Thus, they must refer to the Grand Master's disciple as senior brother, as the human teaching predates theirs. Furthermore, many matters changed following the establishment of their sect, rendering their current situation akin to being reinitiated as disciples. Now, their master is the leader of the Jiejiao, the Celestial Saint. The three disciples, personally enlightened by the Celestial, have become direct inner disciples, while Yuan Yi has become an outer sect senior brother, which adds to his burdens. The position of senior brother is not easy. It requires management and entails considerable responsibility. Although Duobao is the true senior brother, tasked by the Celestial with overseeing the disciples, after arranging various matters, the Celestial waved his hand, and the surrounding space was instantly engulfed in spiritual light. The eyes of several disciples, including Yuan Yi, gleamed with excitement. What the Celestial presented was none other than spiritual treasures and roots, all of innate origin, radiating with primordial spiritual essence, including several exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Such a scene was unprecedented for them. Their master, having traversed the vast wilderness, collected a few innate treasures and received numerous spiritual treasures at the Purple Cloud Palace. Now that their master has attained sainthood, common treasures hold little value for him. Hence, he bestows them upon you for your protection and future endeavors toward achieving the great Luo perfection, which may also serve in the method of severing the three corpses. The Celestial's gaze swept across Yuan, Yi, and the others, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, the disciples were filled with joy. Innate treasures are exceedingly rare, almost non-existent in the heavens and earth. Their power is one aspect, but more importantly, the principles contained within innate treasures can significantly aid their cultivation. Of course, the primary significance lies in the term innate, as only innate treasures can bear the method of severing the three corpses, a unique function they possess. Although Yuan harbored some reservations regarding the method of severing the three corpses, he was unaware of any other cultivation paths. Having a path is better than having none, and one must be prepared. As Yuan pondered, the Celestial began bestowing treasures. Duobao, you are now the Grand Master Brother of my Jie Jiao, and the disciple who has followed me the longest. You handle the common affairs of the sect. You have a penchant for collecting the rarest treasures of heaven and earth, but lack focus on the path of cultivation. Therefore, I bestow upon you this tower to enhance your self-preservation capabilities. With that, the Celestial presented a tower-shaped, innate spiritual treasure, a defensive-grade, exquisite innate treasure. This pearl is named Qian Kuan Pearl, an upper-grade innate treasure, suitable for offense. Utilize them well in tandem. The Celestial gifted Duobao over a dozen innate treasures, among which the tower-shaped, exquisite innate treasure and the upper-grade Qian Kuan Pearl were the most precious. One must admit that a saint and Appo's collection is extraordinary, and the three pure ones benefited the most from the distribution of treasures by the Tao ancestor. Following Duobao, the Celestial similarly bestowed over a dozen treasures upon the Holy Mother Jinling, which included an upper-grade innate treasure, the Four Symbols Tower, imbued with the powers of earth, fire, wind, and water, and the exquisite innate treasure, the Dragon and Tiger Jade Rui, known for its formidable offensive capabilities, as well as the upper-grade innate treasure, the Flying Golden Sword. Wudong received treasures of comparable caliber. Finally, the Celestial's gaze settled upon Yuan. Yuan, you're different from them, as you possess the innate duality of yin and yang. Although tainted by malevolent energy, this has enhanced the offensive prowess of your yin and yang energies to an extreme degree. I bestow this item upon you to nurture your innate divine abilities, which is most fitting. Saying this, the Celestial retrieved a gourd from his waist. This item, sourced from Mount Buzhou, contains the essence of the nine heavens' mysterious fire and the nine nether mysterious water, embodying the extremes of water and fire, interdependent and conflicting, resonating with the mysteries of your yin and yang energies. You must contemplate and employ it wisely. Yuan was taken aback. The exquisite innate treasure bestowed upon him was this water fire gourd. It is a powerful offensive spiritual treasure, suitable for nurturing his own innate yin and yang energies. Quite fitting indeed. Disciple thanks the master. Yuan graciously accepted the gourd, bowing respectfully. The other treasures were of relatively ordinary rank, but this water fire gourd, even among exquisite innate treasures, was among the most superior. Additionally, Yuan had heard a rumor about three innate treasures of the same origin, if used to sever the three corpses. The likelihood of walking the saint's path increases significantly. It is said that only by such means can one truly achieve the unification of the three corpses and reintegrate oneself. Treasures meeting such criteria are indeed rare, with the most obvious candidates being a few 12th-grade celestial lotuses, followed by these gourds. Next came the three from Yinshao, to whom the Celestial bestowed a multitude of treasures, including two exquisite innate treasures. One of them was the famed Hunyuan Golden Dipper, renowned in later tales. The other, expected to be the most illustrious offensive treasure, the Golden Flood Dragon Scissors, was absent as Yuan transformed into the Golden Flood Dragon, sat beside them as a senior brother. Instead, the Celestial bestowed another exquisite innate treasure, the Golden Phoenix Hairpin, embodying the ultimate offensive power derived from the five elements Tao. It had even absorbed the essence of the Phoenix clan during the Three Races War, showcasing extraordinary power. Despite its name, the Golden Phoenix is not golden, but rather multicolored, corresponding to the five elemental forces, exuding nobility and elegance. Yuan glanced at the three sisters. How curious they were, embodying both dragon and phoenix. With the golden flood dragon binding rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, they had gathered both dragon and phoenix treasures. The treasures bestowed upon the junior disciple Zhao Gongming were the most peculiar, 24 Dinghai divine pearls, classified as exquisite innate treasures capable of suppressing and restraining a realm. This item is a water-type spiritual treasure, harmonizing perfectly with Zhao Gongming's essence, which is derived from the transformation of clear wind, flourishing alongside water. Such is the privilege of a saint and Apos, S disciple. The treasures they possess at this moment may well surpass those of many innate deities. After the distribution of treasures concluded, Tong Tian departed, and Yuan, Yi, and the others returned to their respective abodes. The newly acquired spirit treasures required refinement and contemplation. In addition to obtaining the exquisite innate treasure, the water and fire gourd, Yuan Yi also acquired several inferior innate treasures and 2 inferior innate spirit roots, presumably a gift from his master, Tong Tian. Unlike others who immediately entered seclusion to refine their treasures, the 3 sisters of the celestial heavens gathered once more to redistribute their possessions. Among the various treasures, they possessed 3 exceptional spirit treasures, each remarkable in its own right. The sisters, originally united as one, had little reason to quarrel over ownership. Yet there were moments of contention regarding who would wield which innate treasure. The most extraordinary among the 3 was the primordial golden dipper, which Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao regarded with indifference, allowing their elder sister Yin Xiao to take possession. However, regarding the remaining 2 treasures, the dragon-binding rope and the golden phoenix hairpin, the sisters exchanged glances filled with unspoken intentions. The dragon-binding rope was intended for suppression and confinement, while the golden phoenix hairpin served as a formidable weapon, rendering it difficult to determine superiority between the 2. Yet, the allure of the golden phoenix hairpin ignited a spark of desire in the already restless sisters. Observing her younger sibling's silent standoff, Yun Xiao shook her head and chose to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Bai Xiao, with a bright and innocent smile, turned to Xiong Xiao and said, "Sister, why not let me have it?" "Third sister, it is improper to be fickle," Xiong Xiao replied, disregarding Bai Xiao's radiant expression. With a glance toward their departing elder sister, she leaned closer to Bai Xiao and added, "Moreover, the golden phoenix hairpin holds no restraining effect on our senior brother." Bai Xiao paused, her gaze clouded with confusion. "What do you mean?" Xiong Xiao spoke enigmatically. "I have a nagging suspicion that senior brother wishes to sneak away. Moreover, observe how he seldom interacts with fellow disciple Duobao. His demeanor is quite aloof. With his superior cultivation, he is likely to venture out without us. Consider this. If senior brother is absent, who will deter our elder sister from reprimanding us?" As she spoke, Xiong Xiao gestured towards the dragon-binding rope, mimicking a grasping motion. Bai Xiao, initially bewildered, soon grasped the implication. "We cannot allow senior brother to escape. Otherwise, Kunlun will become exceedingly dull. Senior brother Duobao frequently visits Kunlun Mountain, and sister Jean Ling relishes dueling with others. Eldest sister is preoccupied with her seclusion, yet Yuan Yi sometimes shows willingness to join our playful antics. Besides, if we irk eldest sister, we can always seek refuge with senior brother, who might intercede on our behalf to spare us from punishment." Chapter 18. More useful than the binding dragon rope, a streak of light darted forth from Kunlun, faint and almost negligible. Yuan Yi, clad in a simple Taoist robe adorned with black patterns, had his long hair lightly gathered by a jade crown. At his waist hung a jade talisman, the insignia of the sect, and on the other side was a gourd, imbued with the primordial energies of water and fire. Suddenly, Yuan Yi halted, his golden eyes shifting to the void behind him. "Come out, there is no need to hide. I'm aware you have been following me for some time now." Yet, there was no reply, only an empty silence. It seemed as though it was merely a figment of Yuan Yi's imagination. No one was behind him. "Xiong Xiao, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall send a message to Sister Yun Xiao to come and capture you. You did sneak out, did you not?" Yuan Yi's expression remained calm, yet his words were laced with certainty as he prepared to send a message. At that moment, a figure appeared hastily not far away, clad in a yellow garment, with a fair visage and a five-colored phoenix hairpin nestled in her hair. It was none other than the second of the Sanshao sisters. Xiongxiao, elder brother, please wait. Xiongxiao rushed over, her face adorned with a pleading expression, attempting to prevent Yuan Yi from contacting Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi gazed at Xiongxiao and furrowed his brow. Having secluded himself for countless years to solidify his cultivation at the initial stage of Tai, he had also begun to refine the supreme innate spirit treasure, the gourd of water and fire, to nourish his own primordial yin and yang energies. He was eager to venture forth and explore the vastness of Hongguang, to deepen his understanding and validate certain matters. However, Bai Xiao had stealthily followed him, only to be coaxed back by him. It was unexpected that this second sister was equally restless and, being more astute than Bai Xiao, had managed to trail him all the way to the outskirts of Kunlun before he had taken notice. This clever one was not as easily deceived as Bai Xiao. Perhaps it would be better to directly inform Yin Xiao to come and retrieve her? Yuan Yi pondered seriously. It was not that he looked down upon their lower cultivation levels, nor was it out of annoyance at their fidgety nature. At least he felt they were quite innocent and pure, their antics alleviating much of the tedium. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to take them along, especially in Yun Zhao's absence. Elder brother Xiongxiao tugged at Yuan Yi's sleeve, her gaze yearning, her voice tinged with a hint of supplication, her eyes blinking in a way that evoked sympathy, deepening Yuan Yi's frown. Who taught you this? Yuan Yi asked in exasperation, incredulous that she was resorting to such tactics. Bai Xiao, Xiongxiao replied earnestly. Was this indeed the case? Yuan Yi contemplated, conceding that it seemed to be true. However, her imitation of Bai Xiao was rather excessive. After all, she was supposed to be the younger sister. The three sisters already bore a resemblance, both in appearance and demeanor, and indeed, she had learned quite convincingly. Bai Xiao would likely confront her for mimicking her. Yet, Bai Xiao was often led astray by Xiongxiao, much like how she was frequently misled by Yuan, firmly believing that Bai Xiao could not contend with her second sister. Unlike the dignified and gracious Yun Xiao, these two sisters were akin to mischievous children. Why are you stealthily following me? Even if you wish to sneak out, there is no need to accompany me, is there? By following elder brother, sister will feel reassured. Otherwise, she would never agree to let me out. If I sneak away, she will surely bring me back and scold me, Xiongxiao murmured, her gaze averted. Yuan Yi sighed, recognizing the truth in her words. This was the reason the two sisters often used him as a shield against Yin Xiao. She was quite strict with them, her authority heavy, but Yuan Yi was immune to her admonitions. As he contemplated how to dissuade Xiongxiao and send her back, she spoke softly, I am not Bai Xiao. Seeming to perceive Yuan Yi's intentions, Xiongxiao fixed her gaze upon him. Bai Xiao was easily coaxed, but Xiongxiao was more challenging to mislead. Yuan Yi considered notifying Yin Xiao to take her back forcibly. However, Xiongxiao had grasped the art of pouting from Bai Xiao, her eyes shimmering with an appeal that stirred his compassion. Very well, but you must clarify things with your elder sister, and you must heed my words. No reckless behavior is permitted. Xiongxiao's face lit up with joy, nodding eagerly. I knew you were the best, elder brother. Additionally, you must explain to Bai Xiao later. Yuan Yi added. He had successfully coaxed Bai Xiao back. Yet Xiongxiao was a tougher nut to crack. He believed Bai Xiao would complain about this matter, and thus felt it best to let Xiongxiao bear the blame. After all, he had consented to take her along as a form of exchange. Leave it to me, Xiongxiao readily agreed. Younger sister Bai Xiao was much easier to handle compared to elder sister and the brother. However, this tactic proved remarkably effective on Yuan Yi, Xiongxiao thought, her eyes glinting with cunning. She had discerned Yuan Yi's temperament. It was far more difficult to deceive him than it was with Yin Xiao. Therefore, when faced with him, the best approach was to be forthright and sincere. What did elder brother always say? Sincerity is the greatest weapon. And this adage held true for him. To disclose everything sincerely was essential. Attempting to deceive him would only result in punishment. By feigning sorrow and appealing to him, he was likely to relent, even if he was aware of the ploy. This was far more effective than the supreme, innate spirit treasure, the binding dragon rope. From her younger sister Bai Xiao, she had learned this valuable lesson. Yuan Yi was different from the other seniors, more approachable, which explained why Bai Xiao often clung to him for no particular reason. As they ventured beyond the confines of Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Yi stood at its periphery, surveying the vast expanse of heaven and earth, contemplating which direction he should embark upon. After a moment's thought, his gaze settled on the southeast. To the southeast of Kunlun lay the southern part of Mount Buzhou, the territory of the Wu clan. He touched the jade talisman at his waist. As a disciple of the saint, he should be sufficiently protected, for none would dare to act against them in the expanse of Hongwang. Especially now, as two disciples of the saints, their status bore even greater weight. While the Wu clan was rumored to be full of brash warriors, they were clearly not entirely foolish. Their obedience to the Tao ancestor Hongjun's call for peace attested to their recognition of the saints' might. With the 6 saints newly established and the current relative peace between the Wu and the demon clans, such an opportunity may not present itself again. Xiong Xiao stood quietly behind Yuan Yi, appearing obedient, not inquiring about his intentions, merely wishing to accompany him on a leisurely stroll. Since their arrival in Kunlun, this was their first foray outside. Yuan Yi turned his gaze back toward Kunlun, sensing numerous innate beings and mountain spirits approaching from the direction of Mount Buzhou. He understood the reason behind it. His teacher, the Tongtian saint, along with his second master, had announced to the Hongwang that the sect was establishing itself and would soon begin to accept disciples. Who could resist such an alluring prospect of joining the ranks of the saints? Yuan Yi had subtly broached this topic with his teacher, suggesting that they set certain thresholds for acceptance, akin to his second master, to ensure a discerning selection rather than indiscriminately admitting all. However, the outcome left him feeling helpless. He understood the implications of his teacher's words and recognized that speaking up would be futile, potentially leading to discontent. Ultimately, he refrained from directly voicing his thoughts. At the very least, his reasoning could not be so blunt. There were numerous justifications available. For instance, with all 3 teachings converging in Kunlun, if one sect were to indiscriminately recruit disciples and draw them into Kunlun, could the sacred land accommodate such an influx? With more people comes more discord, particularly without proper vetting. If Kunlun Mountain were to descend into chaos, would it not provoke the displeasure of his 2 esteemed masters? Yet, Yuan Yi knew that voicing his concerns would be pointless. He could not persuade them. He was also perplexed as to why his teacher had established such doctrines, seemingly driven by some form of obsession. Apart from Yuan Yi, it was likely that no one else dared to question the teacher's decisions. Thus, he resolved to refrain from involvement, recognizing its futility and the risk of appearing eccentric. He hoped that, by the time he returned from his travels, the situation within Kunlun Mountain would not have deteriorated into utter disarray. "Brother, what are you staring at?" Noticing Yuan Yi lost in thought and seemingly troubled for an extended period, Xiong Xiao inquired. "Nothing, let us go," Yuan Yi replied, withdrawing his gaze, shaking his head, and then swiftly moving southeast. Chapter 19. An unexpected encounter. 3,000 years have passed, and Yuan Yi has arrived at the southern foot of Mount Buzhou. This place is the stronghold of the witch clan, inhabited by billions of witches, led by the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, divided into 12 major tribes that are widely distributed. As time progresses, the territory of the witch clan continues to expand into the vastness of the world. The land occupied by the witch clan is a nightmare for other races, as they are not to be trifled with. Witnessing the true state of the witch clan left Yuan Yi in silence. With the speed and manner of their expansion, it is simply impossible for the demon clan to engage them in conflict unless the demon clan has no power to resist. One cannot deny the formidable strength of the witch clan. Not only is their top-tier combat capability impressive, but the might of the great witches, aside from the ancestors, should not be underestimated. Meeting the ancestor of Earth, Huitu, seems to be more difficult than anticipated. Even as a disciple of a saint, the witch clan grants only a modicum of respect, ensuring he is not reduced to mere food, but little else in the way of courtesy. It is not only the ancestors he cannot meet, but even ordinary great witches remain beyond his reach. However, if possible, Yuan Yi truly wishes to make contact with Ancestor Hutu. Is there truly no subterranean passage? What if? Moreover, even if he were to confirm the truth of his master Tongtian and Appo's words, that no such passage exists, Hutu and Appo's status is certainly not trivial. Standing atop the mountain, Yuan Yi gazed down at the hunting witches below, lost in thought. Behind him, Xiao sat idly on a stone, swinging her legs, having lingered in this area for quite some time. However, she found little to appreciate about this place, and couldn't comprehend what her senior brother found so intriguing about the witch clan. The witches do not cultivate their essence, nor do they comprehend the great Tao. They rely solely on brute strength, their bodies permeated with a murky aura, most of which is mingled with a strong malevolence, making it difficult for cultivators like them to adapt, especially the way the witches looked at her senior brother, as if he were prey, their hungry gazes making Xiao somewhat irate. Currently, Xiao had already attained the perfection of the Golden Immortal Realm and was attempting to take the next step into the Tai realm. During this period of wandering the primordial world and understanding the ways of heaven and earth, she had gained more than through arduous, solitary cultivation. Perhaps it would not be long before she could ascend to the Tai realm. If she could surpass her elder sister in achieving this advancement, it would be even better, she mused, as that might lead her sister to be less controlling in the future. Yuan Yi, of course, could not fathom the whimsical thoughts of Xiao behind him. He was contemplating whether to abandon his original plan, for the ancestor of witchcraft was not someone he could simply meet at will. Should he perhaps venture eastward to seek the human race, birthed by the Saint Enwa? It was said that his grandmaster had once imparted teachings to the human race, and that area was also safer. As he pondered, the water and fire gourd tied at his waist suddenly stirred, causing Yuan Yi to pause in surprise. What was happening? He grasped the gourd. Although he had only completed initial refinement, fully comprehending the mysteries within it was not an easy task, and he had yet to unleash its full potential. However, controlling the gourd was not difficult. He sensed an unusual disturbance within, seemingly drawn by some aura. This puzzled him. What could elicit a reaction from the water and fire gourd? Could there be some spiritual treasure emerging nearby? Yuan Yi's mind sank into the depths of the gourd, attempting to sense the fluctuations in aura, and his expression changed slightly. The aura he detected actually emanated from deep within the witch clan's territory, and it seemed to be approaching rapidly. This was bad. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and grasped Xiao, summoning the innate yin and yang energies to envelop them both, instantly transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the void. He did not know what the rapidly approaching aura was or its connection to his water and fire gourd, but he did not want to recklessly encounter an unpredictable existence. He was unprepared. Although Xiao was unaware of what was happening, she observed Yuan Yi's expression and refrained from asking questions, allowing him to envelop her in his escape light while discreetly preparing to summon her golden phoenix hairpin. Just as Yuan Yi's escape light ascended, he saw the space ahead shatter like glass struck by a heavy blow, a myriad of cracks suddenly appearing, before it broke apart entirely. The shattered space was not the result of any cultivation technique, nor was it due to the power of the great Tao distorting the space to tear open a rift. Rather, it was pure force that had forcibly broken through the fabric of space. Such feats were difficult even for ordinary Tai beings, at least for Yuan Yi. With his current cultivation level, it was quite a challenge, as the primordial world space was exceedingly robust. Within the broken space, a powerful pressure emanated, suffused with malevolence and ferocity, a gaze piercing through the chaos. Yuan Yi was all too familiar with the way the witches looked at him. However, at this moment, he felt an intense sense of danger. This aura was likely equivalent to that of a great Luo existence. Disciple of the Tongtian saint, Yuan Yi pays respects to the esteemed elder. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi halted his escape light, released Xiao, and bowed respectfully, promptly announcing his identity while signaling to Xiao. Xiao was no fool. In the primordial realm, encountering a being of elder status, presenting their identity was of utmost importance. This could elevate her from the status of a mere aunt to that of a friend, a lesson imparted by her senior brother, and she trusted him. For his reasoning was sound. Disciple of the Tongtian saint, Qiong Shao, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Putting aside everything else, she quickly proclaimed the name of the Tongtian saint without a moment's hesitation. Tongtian saint, you are disciples of the upper clear? A rough male voice resonated, belonging to a tall, robust man adorned with prominent witch patterns etched into his skin. His aura was wild, and even in the form of an innate Tao body, he towered over Yuan Yi and Qiong Shao, exuding a tumultuous power that distorted the air around him, as if thunderous winds were contained within his movements. However, his face did not appear savage. It seemed well-groomed, differing slightly from the typical style of ordinary witches, which surprised Yuan Yi and led him to speculate about his identity. An ancestor? Yuan Yi recalled that among the ancestors, only 2 manifested in female form, Hutu and Xianming, while there were 10 male ancestors, making it challenging to guess. In any case, he could rule out the ancestor Hutu, whom he most wished to meet. The act of shattering space did not resemble the method one would expect from the ancestor Dijiang, who inherently wielded control over spatial powers. Primarily, Yuan Yi was not even certain if the person before him was indeed an ancestor. Who is this before me? I thought it was a friend of Tong Tian, but it seems to be one of his disciples. Another voice chimed in, sounding distinctly unlike that of a witch, as witches rarely refer to innate beings as friends. Yuan Yi turned to follow the voice and saw the witch man swinging a purple-red gourd in his hand, the voice emanating from within it. The source of the aura that had resonated with his water and fire gourd was right before him. Yuan Yi's gaze fell on the purple-red gourd, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What a coincidence! Or was it that by possessing this gourd, he unwittingly attracted this chain of causation? This incident today? The purple-red gourd bore a striking resemblance to the water and fire gourd he possessed, which was to be expected, as they originated from the same primordial gourd vine on Mount Buzhou, refined into their respective forms. There were a total of 7 such gourds. The water and fire gourd he had received was merely one of them. The others were each claimed by different owners and should not have appeared in the hands of a witch. If one were to consider exceptions, it seemed this was the only one. The 99 soul scattering gourd, belonging to the venerable Hongyun ancestor. The primordial deity, Hongyun ancestor, was besieged and slaughtered by the celestial demon clan, resulting in the destruction of both his corporeal form and primordial spirit. Only a fragment of his lingering soul managed to escape with a trace of true essence, vanishing without a trace. Along with him disappeared the primordial purple chi and his most renowned treasure, the exquisite innate spiritual artifact, the 99 soul scattering gourd. Yuan Yi had never anticipated that his first venture into the world would lead him to such an extraordinary encounter, crossing paths with the fallen Hongyun ancestor amidst the witch clan. It was evident that the ancestor had pursued him, drawn by the resonance of his gourd. Could this truly be deemed mere coincidence? A spectral figure emerged from within the gourd, revealing its true form, a kindly Taoist clad in a crimson robe. I am the humble Taoist Hongyun, he reassured. Young friends, do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions and shall not bring harm to either of you. Chapter 20. Red Cloud and Xingtian. A brief excursion intended to engage with the witch clan unexpectedly led Yuan Yi to encounter the illustrious Red Cloud, a preeminent innate deity. This was a turn of events Yuan Yi had never anticipated. He pondered the peculiar association between Red Cloud and a member of the witch clan, particularly since this individual was not just an ordinary witch. Yuan Yi sat alongside Qiong Shao, while across from them rested a crimson gourd, its spectral figure belonging to a man clad in red robes. The towering figure of the witch sat opposite them, his gaze scrutinizing yet soon disinterested, as if he had lost interest in their presence. From Red Cloud, Yuan Yi gleaned the identity of the witch, Xingtian, a formidable figure among the witches. While Qiong Shao was not well acquainted with this name, Yuan Yi felt a deep familiarity, which stirred a complex array of emotions within him. Xingtian, one of the great witches, boasted immense power. In the annals of mythology, he bore an even more renowned identity, particularly in light of a certain rumor regarding the Emperor Yin and Red Cloud. If the Emperor Yin were indeed the reincarnation of Red Cloud, what a curious pairing this was. Had they intertwined their fates so early on? It felt rather incongruous. I sought refuge within the Witch clan after being ambushed by Kuanpung and subsequently besieged by the Celestial Court, nearly facing annihilation with no escape. Thus, I had no choice but to hide among the witches, Red Cloud succinctly explained. At that time, although the Demon Clan had not yet established its dominance, and the Celestial Court had not declared war on the Witch Clan, the region inhabited by the witches was thick with miasma and malevolence. Coupled with the witches' lack of cultivation in primordial spirits, it proved to be a suitable sanctuary for him. The Celestial Court, despite its might, dared not intrude upon the Witch Clan and provoke the 12 ancestor witches, while the witches themselves found it challenging to uncover his presence. Hence, he evaded the wrath of the Celestial Court and Oppos, as powerful beings. Yuan E and Oppos' curiosity was piqued regarding how Red Cloud had formed a connection with Xingtian. What sort of relationship could they possibly share? The revelation came as a surprise. There was no relationship at all. The witches, uninterested in the cultivation of primordial spirits, held no use for innate spiritual treasures, and since Red Cloud possessed no corporeal form, merely a remnant of his soul, the witches found him of little interest. After all, a remnant soul is not sustenance, and even the finest innate treasures would be of no utility to them, allowing him to remain unharmed. Otherwise, his spiritual imprint would likely have been erased, and the treasures would have changed hands. The reason he could still request assistance from Xingtian was amusingly simple. He was a connoisseur of food. His expertise in gourmet cuisine endeared him to the witches, establishing a modicum of rapport. The witches, generally indifferent to innate deities, regarded them as akin to the Demon Clan, categorizing beings into those that could be consumed and those that could not. Thus, they refrained from interactions with other beings, including innate deities, who likewise preferred to keep their distance from the witches. However, the witches were also known for their unblemished simplicity, making the formation of friendships relatively straightforward. This camaraderie, forged through shared culinary experiences, prompted Xingtian to assist him. Red Cloud sensed Yuan Yi's water and fire gourd through the aura of his own gourd, initially believing it to be the presence of the Saint of Heaven nearby, prompting him to ask Xingtian to lead him there. For Red Cloud, his current predicament was irretrievable. Reuniting with his primordial essence was a daunting task. It was a stroke of fortune that his true spirit had not succumbed to the ravages of time. Despite his wide circle of acquaintances, few could offer genuine assistance. Among them was Tian, the Saint of Heaven, with whom he shared no significant conflict. The arrival of Tian, rather than the other two members of the Three Pure Ones, increased the likelihood of assistance. Regrettably, upon their arrival, they discovered not Tian, but rather his disciples, Yuan E and Xiao. Young friends, might I impose upon you for a favor? Red Cloud inquired, his gaze fixed upon Yuan E. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan E responded, "What assistance does the senior seek?" "I wish to meet my dear friend, Zhen Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain. Would you be so kind as to escort me to request an audience with the esteemed Tian?" The implications of such a request weighed heavily on Yuan E. Would this endeavor yield benefits or repercussions? He was acutely aware of the gravity of associating with innate deities, each of whom could bring about significant consequences he was ill-equipped to bear. Tian had accepted him as a disciple, imparted profound teachings, and bestowed treasures upon him. At present, he felt ill-prepared to reciprocate, particularly not in a manner that might invite trouble. The ramifications of Red Cloud's request loomed larger than his own concerns, extending to Tian and the future of the Jie sect. Red Cloud's uniqueness was a double-edged sword, potentially entangling him with the future of humanity. If his assessments were accurate, Red Cloud might very well be the future Emperor Yin of humankind, raising questions about the implications for Jie sect. Yuan E hesitated, pondering the potential fallout of entangling his teacher, Tian, with Red Cloud's affairs. However, the thought of involving the human race did not weigh heavily on him. His current identity was not that of a human, and thus could not serve as his primary allegiance. Why not directly request Xingtian's assistance? Yuan E ventured, but Xingtian shot him a sidelong glance, a grin spreading across his face. prompting Yuan Yi to fall silent. Red Cloud understood the unspoken question. Why not simply ask the great, which Xing Tian to escort him to Wanshou Mountain? With a resigned smile, Red Cloud conveyed his helplessness. Xing Tian was not so easily persuaded. A small favor might be granted, but a request of greater magnitude would be met with reluctance, particularly as it involved a journey to the far west. Moreover, the witches bore a contentious relationship with the demon clan, and entrusting Xing Tian with his safety was a precarious gamble. If the demon clan were to catch wind of Red Cloud's presence, the celestial court's response would be dire. Even the great, which Xing Tian might struggle to conceal such heavenly secrets. In such a scenario, Red Cloud could face the complete extinction of his true spirit, drawing Xing Tian into the fray, potentially vanishing without a trace. Yuan Yi grasped the gravity of the situation and refrained from further inquiries. He was unfamiliar with Xing Tian's temperament. Yet tales suggested that the witches were not known for their amiability, and Xing Tian, in particular, was reputed to be exceptionally proud. Fearing the ire of the witch, he hesitated to provoke a confrontation, mindful that his own essence was far less formidable. This was a crucial moment to forge a connection with the witches, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Casting a glance at Qiong Xiao, he noted her blinking eyes. Clearly, she was of no assistance in formulating a suitable response. Ultimately, Yuan Yi acquiesced, agreeing only to escort Red Cloud to meet Tong Tian, leaving the subsequent decisions to his teacher. Once arrangements were made, Red Cloud engaged in a few more exchanges with the great, which Xing Tian before they did not depart immediately. Instead, Yuan Yi and his companions were invited into the witch clan as guests. It seemed that while Red Cloud did not wield significant influence among the witches, he still possessed a measure of esteem. Yuan Yi had no inclination to refuse. When a great witch extended an invitation, to decline would be unwise, potentially inciting enmity. He welcomed the opportunity to engage further. Yet, he could not help but wonder, would the witches have the inclination to prepare him as a dish? The thought was inconsequential. If they were truly inclined to such an act, escape would be futile. However, upon hearing Xing Tian's inquiry, a shiver ran down Yuan Yi's spine. Xing Tian, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yuan Yi, posed a rather unsettling question. Is dragon meat delectable? Surely, senior jests. I am a being nurtured by heaven and earth, not a dragon. Yet, should you wish to sample dragon flesh, I would be more than willing to assist, for I possess a modicum of culinary knowledge. Yuan Yi cautiously replied, recalling that he still had remnants of the dragons he had once slain. Yuan Yi would never concede to being a member of the dragon lineage. He is a jiao, a golden jiao, inherently a creature of both yin and yang, distinct from dragons. Oh, is that truly the case? Are you aware that I hold a strong aversion to those who boast? The younger generation dares not. Subsequently, Xing Tian, finding their pace intolerably slow, seized Yuan Yi and Qiong Xiao, shattering the fabric of space with a single kick and stepping into it. Such violence, pure and unadulterated violence. The Wu clan is indeed formidable. Yuan Yi, lifted from the ground, felt a surge of complex emotions. At his waist hung two gourds, the water and fire gourd and the 9 soul dispersing gourd. Chapter 21. Among the witch tribe the night enveloped the land like a gossamer veil, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Within the witch tribe's settlement, bonfires blazed as the tribe's members exuberantly expressed their abundant vitality, creating a lively atmosphere. Yuan Yi and Qiong Xiao, under the radiant glow of the Red Cloud ancestor, had been invited by the great witch Xing Tian into his domain. For practitioners like them, who followed the path of asceticism, such revelry was unprecedented, especially for Qiong Xiao. Since her sisterhood took shape and entered the world, they had fled to Kunlun and remained within its tranquil embrace, never having encountered such cacophony. Not bad at all. I thought you practitioners of primordial divinity would only feast on the wind and drink the dew, yet here you are with such skills, Xing Tian remarked. As Yuan Yi kindled the Tao fire, the meat of an unknown great demon rolled upon the flames, infused with the essence of blood and flesh, while droplets of spirit fruit and celestial herb juices wafted an enticing aroma into the air. With a casual yet powerful slap on Yuan Yi's shoulder, Xing Tian, the Great Witch, spoke with a hearty demeanor. Despite his formidable presence, once they became acquainted, he proved to be rather straightforward and easy to engage with. Yuan Yi winced at the sudden impact. Despite his robust physique, the strength of this Great Witch, second only to the ancestral witch, was formidable, and his touch was somewhat heavy-handed. However, seeing Xing Tian in good spirits, Yuan Yi felt content. The Red Cloud ancestor was indeed correct. Forging connections with the witch tribe was not overly difficult. Yuan Yi had not abandoned his ambitions. He yearned to meet the ancestral, which hoped to and validate certain matters. If the situation proved unfeasible, he would relent. Yet, with this opportunity at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. If he could cultivate a friendship with the Great Witch Xing Tian, the chances of encountering the ancestral, which Ho too would significantly increase. Moreover, this Great Witch might very well become intertwined with the human race in the future. Pleasing the Great Witch Xing Tian appeared to be a simple task. Silencing him was all that was required. Yuan Yi discerned that the witch tribe existed as a cohesive community, although there were distinctions in status. The ties of kinship did not solely depend on strength. Compared to the ancestral witch, the primordial divinities were indeed loftier. Xing Tian commanded respect, yet he was not overly pretentious. Yuan Yi understood that if it were another quasi-saint or Deluo, they would not casually sit beside a mere Tai realm practitioner, perhaps even ignoring him entirely. Not far off, men and women of the witch tribe encircled the bonfire, engaging in what resembled a dance, imbued with a natural rhythm that was quite mystical. Yuan Yi inhaled deeply, raising an eyebrow at the rich aromas wafting through the air. Was that the scent of alcohol? Surprised, Yuan Yi pondered whether the witch tribe had such a substance. He was aware that many primordial divinities crafted elixirs from spirit fruits, yet he did not expect the witches to possess a similar concoction, and it seemed reminiscent of the elixirs cultivated by the primordial divinities. Suddenly, Yuan Yi realized that this was not a product of the witch tribe. It was likely taught to them by the Red Cloud ancestor. Casting a glance at the Red Cloud ancestor, whose essence had dwindled to a mere remnant, he recalled that the ancestor had indeed mentioned imparting various knowledge to the witch tribe, thus fostering a measure of camaraderie. At that moment, Yuan Yi turned to look behind him, his brow furrowing deeply. Xiao, what are you up to? Huh? What do you mean, brother? I'm not doing anything. Xiao, who had been stealthily approaching from behind, straightened up, blinking innocently. Yuan Yi immediately recognized her peculiar demeanor. Her fair cheeks bore a faint blush. Her seemingly clear gaze was clouded, and she radiated a potent scent of alcohol. Had she become inebriated? That was somewhat understandable. Yet, Xiao clutched a club as thick as a thigh, sneaking closer. What was she plotting? Yuan Yi could only shake his head in exasperation. What do you intend to do with that? He inquired, pointing at the club behind her. He was certain that her mind must be in a muddle, for such behavior was quite foolish. As beings of their caliber, even without consciously probing with their divine senses, they should not be so oblivious. What was the point of sneaking around? Their divine senses often surpassed mere sight. And no plans at all. This isn't for hitting you, brother. Don't worry, Xiao responded, her head bobbing, her eyes sparkling. As long as I knock my brother out and take him back, Sister 1T scold me. And third Sister 1T object either. Don't you think so, brother? Xiao swayed closer. Weren't you just saying that it wasn't T for hitting me? Your words are all over the place. Yuan Yi stood up and pulled the swaying Xiao to sit beside him. As for the club of unknown material, he casually snatched it away and tossed it aside. He had seen this implement several times among the witch tribe, where women would use it to strike men on the back of the head, rendering them unconscious for the sake of the tribe's propagation. Best not to elaborate further. Sit quietly and don't drink anymore. Yuan Yi felt a headache brewing at encountering yet another drunkard in the wilderness. Xiao, when devoid of reason, seemed to resemble Bai Xiao, becoming increasingly unruly. Yuan Yi, my young friend, you ought not to deter your sister. This is a fine brew crafted by Xing Tian Dao, friend, using primordial spiritual roots, following the methods I pioneered, further enhanced with the witch tribe's unique witch patterns. While its primary effects focus on nourishing the spirit and consolidating vital essence, It also contains Tao traces and hidden rhythms. For your sister, at her cultivation level, this is a significant opportunity. The Red Cloud ancestor chuckled, casting a glance at the fidgeting Qiong Xiao, then turning his attention back to Yuan Yi. You two siblings share a remarkably close bond. Yuan Yi was at a loss for words, simultaneously surprised. He knew this elixir was extraordinary, otherwise. With Qiong Xiao's near-perfect, golden immortal cultivation, she should not be swaying about drunkenly. He sensed within it an immense vitality and latent Tao rhythms. Yet, he had not anticipated the materials used would be so exceptional. Even the most ordinary primordial spiritual roots were extraordinary in their own right. Undoubtedly, this was a precious find, with the only downside being its intoxicating effect, rendering Qiong Xiao nearly senseless. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Yuan Yi ultimately shook his head. Very well, as her brother. He would keep an eye on her. Even if she became completely incapacitated, this opportunity was worth it. Perhaps it might even present a chance for her to ascend to the Tai realm. He felt a faint shift in her aura. As Qiong Xiao and Appo's drowsy eyes fixated on him, Yuan Yi finally relented. You may continue, but stay here and do not wander off. Qiong Xiao nodded enthusiastically, inching closer to Yuan Yi, her face beaming with joy. The rich aroma of the elixir enveloped them, and even Yuan Yi found himself intrigued by its taste. However, he disliked drunkenness and needed to keep an eye on the inebriated Qiong Xiao. He dared not let loose here. Angering the great, which Xing Tian could lead to dire consequences. For now, it was prudent to cultivate relationships, establishing a connection for potential future interactions with the witch tribe. He had never contemplated involving himself in the affairs between the witch clan and the monster clan. He merely sought to unravel the mysteries that lingered in his heart, feeling neither the strength nor the inclination to alter the course of events that did not concern him. What relevance did the witch clan or the monster clan hold for him? If the Taoist ancestor Hongjun were indeed the nefarious puppeteer behind the scenes, they might share a common stance. Yet, for now, Yuan Yi found himself in a state of confusion. He simply wished to observe, lest he inadvertently provoke his own demise. Senior brother, your aura resembles that of my elder sister and third sister, Qiong Xiao murmured, her gaze hazy as she leaned closer. Her warm breath brushing against Yuan Yi's face, compelling him to turn away. Bai Xiao had previously voiced similar sentiments, expressing that his presence instilled a sense of innate familiarity and closeness among her sisters. Yuan Yi found this perplexing. Perhaps the golden cicada and her companions felt an affinity. But could a non-existent future truly influence the past? Such causality should not arise. At one point, he believed he had merely usurped Zhao Goming's role, forging a connection with the Sanshao and earning their affection. Yet, the depth of this closeness surpassed his expectations. Was this a normal occurrence? Yuan Yi occasionally pondered this conundrum. The more he grasped the terrifying nature of the Honghuang and the dread of the quasi-saints, the less he comprehended his own existence. He lacked a system to rely on, nor did he possess divine artifacts to assist him. Why, then, did this variable manifest? This was his quandary, a source of unease within him. What force had brought him to this world and allowed him to merge with the primordial essence of yin and yang? The rapport he shared with the Sanshao was an outcome he desired, but why did they instinctively perceive him as familiar? This was unfathomable. Regardless of Yuan Yi's acknowledgement, the Sanshao sisters undoubtedly held a profound trust in him. Qiong Xiao, in a state of drowsiness, leaned against his shoulder, completely vulnerable, which spoke volumes. At the very least, Yuan Yi would never allow himself such laxity. He preferred to remain alert, and thus harbored a particular aversion to his own uncontrolled malevolence. With her eyes closed, Qiong Zhao's consciousness teetered on the edge of slumber, mumbling to herself, a stark contrast to her typically reticent demeanor when awake. Yuan Yi caught snippets of her concerns about sneaking away and facing reprimand from her elder sister and complaint from her third sister, along with her thoughts of using Yuan Yi as a shield. The corners of his mouth twitched, yet he remained silent. Bai Xiao lamented his lack of loyalty, exclaiming that he deserved to be chastised by Yin Xiao. Yuan Yi quietly resolved to witness the reprimand firsthand. Moreover, This rascal had persuaded Bai Xiao to fetch the dragon-binding rope to ensnare him. Truly outrageous. Ah, and there was the matter of his spiritual fruit being squandered. It seemed he and Bai Xiao were complicit in this mischief. This issue warranted a discussion with Yun Xiao, as both were incorrigible troublemakers. Chapter 22. A disciple's inquiry on the periphery of Kunlun's sacred mountain. The fabric of space suddenly tore open, and a figure was expelled from within. Yuan glanced back at the rapidly closing rift, shaking his head in resignation. The last time, he had traversed the void under the guidance of his master, Tong Tian, in a manner most ordinary. This time, however, he had been unceremoniously thrust into this realm by the formidable witch Xing Tian, who had shattered the space to return him to Kunlun. The distance traversed this time was incomparable to the previous journey, nearly whisking him away entirely with its violent abruptness. Yet, he could not deny the benefit of such an experience, as it spared him the need for a journey spanning thousands of years, bringing him almost instantly to his doorstep. Clad in a simple Taoist robe, Yuan stood amidst the void, two gourds dangling from his belt. On his back rested a figure, peacefully slumbering, inebriated by the witch clan's divine nectar. Yuan had initially intended to stow Qiong Xiao within a spiritual treasure for safekeeping, but she remained in a deep sleep, subconsciously resisting his efforts, making it quite difficult for him to do so. While forcibly placing her within the treasure was an option, the fact that Qiong Xiao was not an adversary made it inappropriate for Yuan to resort to such measures. Thus, he opted to carry her back instead. Yuan found himself somewhat vexed by the legendary honesty of the elder Hongyan. He had merely mentioned a brief inebriation, yet the duration stretched far beyond Yuan and Appo's expectations. Upon inquiring further, he learned that the effects could last for hundreds of years. Was this truly what one might call merely a brief slumber? Fortunately, he had abstained from drinking. Otherwise, both he and his fellow disciples would likely have remained in slumber within the witch clan for centuries. Indeed, quite absurd. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that this was a precious gift from the great witch Xing Tian, a rare boon for them. Yuan had brought back some for his own enjoyment. As the witch clan was not stingy, and having served as Xing Tian's cook for an extended period, he had garnered some goodwill. At least, he would not be regarded as mere prey. As he entered the Kunlun mountain area, Yuan sensed the changes here. There were far more beings than when he had departed. The outer region was bustling with life, with entities traversing the skies in groups and pairs. Furrowing his brow, Yuan chose to ignore them and proceeded deeper into Kunlun mountain. Is this truly the abode of the three clear ones? It is indeed a rare place of fortune in the world, marked by the traces of the Tao and rich in primordial spirit. The elder Hong Yun's voice echoed from within the 99 scattered soul gourd. Though it was merely a remnant of his soul, it was far beyond Yuan Yi's early stage of Tai in terms of power. Having been hurled into the void by Xing Tian, he had been under the protection of this formidable force. Upon hearing that the three clear ones had all attained enlightenment and established their teachings, he inquired, "Are they your fellow disciples?" Yuan shook his head. "Not quite certain. The affairs of the are managed by my senior brother Duobao. I am unaware if they have embarked on the path." Yuan had initially wished to refrain from meddling in such matters, as it might arouse suspicion that he sought to usurp power and overshadow Duobao. Moreover, his desire was merely to ensure his own safety while safeguarding the three Xiaos. Such affairs held little interest for him. He did not endorse his master Tong Tian and Appo's indiscriminate acceptance of all who sought to join. Before he could return to his cave dwelling, the Golden Light Cave, two streaks of divine light approached, revealing the figures of two women. "Senior brother Yuan," Yun Xiao greeted, her gaze falling upon the unconscious Qiong Xiao on Yuan Yi's back, offering him an apologetic smile. "Qiong Xiao has caused you trouble." Bai Xiao shot Yuan an irate glare, as she had stealthily followed him only to be deceived back by her senior brother. Seeing her elder sister Qiong Xiao only fueled her dissatisfaction further. The traitor had gone off to play without her. Ignoring Bai Xiao's resentful glances, Yuan greeted the two and handed Qiong Xiao over to Yun Xiao. He gently pried Qiong Xiao's hand from his sleeve, looking towards Yun Xiao. "Qiong Xiao has encountered some fortuitous opportunities. She may soon reach the Tai realm. Please take her back to settle her. I must seek out my master. Yun Xiao sensed Qiong Zhao's aura. Though she did not understand why Qiong Xiao was in such a muddled state, she was not overly concerned. Knowing she had accompanied Yuan, "You may attend to your matters, senior brother. I will take good care of Qiong Xiao," she replied, pulling Bai Xiao along as they departed for their cave. Though Bai Xiao initially resisted returning and wished to confront Yuan Yi about his deception, she soon quieted down and obediently followed Yun Xiao. "We'll settle the matter of your bite mark on my spiritual fruit later," Yuan Yi warned. Bai Xiao shrank back, retreating behind Yun Xiao. "It was all my elder sister's idea. I was wrong." Bai Xiao was quick to admit her fault, but Yuan Yi was all too familiar with her nature, knowing she would not truly amend her ways. As he watched Yun Xiao and the others depart, Yuan Yi turned his gaze towards the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a voice reached his ears. It was none other than his master, Tong Tian. "You have returned? If there is something to discuss, come forth." In the next moment, Yuan Yi vanished, reappearing on Kunlun Mountain, where he found Tong Tian casually seated upon the Dao platform. "Master," Yuan Yi greeted respectfully. Tong Tian nodded, casting a glance at Yuan Yi before his gaze shifted to the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure gourd hanging at Yuan Yi's waist, his expression momentarily revealing complexity. "Elder Hong Yun." As Yuan Yi brought the Elder Hong Yun into Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian immediately sensed his aura. The ethereal figure of Hong Yun materialized, his gaze upon Tong Tian reflecting a moment of complexity. "Greetings, esteemed friend Tong Tian. Congratulations on attaining the path of the saint." Though their interactions had been limited and their friendship not particularly deep, they were nonetheless familiar with each other. In their reunion, one had achieved the saintly path while the other remained a mere remnant of his former self. Such was the capriciousness of fate and the workings of cause and effect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hong Yun stated his intent, seeking Tong Tian's aid to obscure the heavenly secrets and facilitate his journey to the abode of his close friend, Zhen Yuanzi, in order to reunite with his old companion. The demon clan, or rather the heavenly court, had no intention of letting him go, and he lacked the strength to reach Mount Wanshou on his own, fearing it would bring trouble to his friend. As a saint, if Tong Tian were willing to assist, not even Kuanpeng or the likes of Di Jun and Tai, he would be able to perceive his movements. Without hesitation, Tong Tian agreed to Hong Yun's request, for his disposition inclined him to assist others. As for Di Jun and the others, they could not comprehend the power of a saint, and thus Tong Tian felt no need for concern, nor did he entertain such thoughts. With Tong Tian's promise secured, Hong Yun breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely pleased. "Thank you, esteemed friend, for your assistance. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall repay this favor," he expressed sincerely. Tong Tian merely shook his head. "There is no need for you to dwell on such trifles. Yuan Yi is my disciple. It is only natural that I assist when my disciple requests aid." Yuan Yi fell silent upon hearing this, understanding the implication behind Tong Tian's words, that Hong Yun should remember this favor as one owed to him. Yuan Yi. Indeed, for Tong Tian, the favor from the elder Hong Yun was insignificant, something he did not regard highly. However, for juniors like Yuan Yi, its value was considerable. Yuan Yi had not resolved to assist Hong Yun on his own accord, yet Tong Tian had attributed this significant matter of divine grace to him as his disciple. Not to mention the elder's friend, Zhen Yuanzi. Remembering this favor would undoubtedly prove beneficial for Yuan Yi. The matter has been resolved. Tong Tian has no intention of personally visiting Mount Wanshou. Instead, he has decided to send Yuan Yi to undertake this task, thereby bestowing upon him the full weight of Hong Yun's favor. Yuan Yi felt a fleeting yet profound shift in his emotions, prompting a subtle change in his thoughts. His intention to depart was halted as he gazed at the deep crimson gourd at his waist and addressed Hong Yun. "Senior Hong Yun, I have a matter to consult with my master. Might I request that you take a moment to rest at my humble abode?" Hong Yun had no objections, and the Jujio Sanhan gourd soared down from Kunlun. As Hong Yun departed, Yuan Yi turned to face his master, Tong Tian. Tong Tian's expression remained calm, his gaze casual. "What is it that you wish to inquire of your teacher?" Yuan Yi bowed, once more before speaking. Disciple seeks to learn about the teachings of the Jia sect. What perplexes you? Speak freely, and let me hear your thoughts, Tong Tian replied, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Yuan Yi with a smile. Chapter 23. The teachings of the Yuan Yi initially hesitated to voice his thoughts, fully aware that persuading Tong Tian would likely be a fruitless endeavor, one that may even provoke displeasure. Yet, an urge to speak began to stir within him, despite the potential for his words to fall on deaf ears. Expressing them held value beyond mere silence. Just as he pondered how to articulate his concerns, Tong Tian preemptively addressed him. Yuan Yi, are you inquiring about the matter of accepting disciples into the... Do you wish to suggest that I emulate your second master? Yuan Yi was taken aback. Did his teacher truly discern his intentions? Or perhaps someone had raised this issue before him? Could it be his second master? It dawned upon him that Yin Xiao had previously approached Tong Tian regarding this very topic. Seemingly aware of Yuan Yi's inner turmoil, Tong Tian continued, Did your junior sister Yin Xiao speak to me about this? Yuan Yi felt a mix of surprise and an odd sense of inevitability. Given Yin Xiao's disposition, it was entirely plausible for her to take such an initiative. Yuan Yi, your influence on Yin Xiao and her sisters is quite profound. The distinction lies in your reluctance to voice your thoughts, whereas Yin Xiao articulates everything you wish to convey. Thus, I'm already aware of your sentiments. Yin Xiao acts as my mouthpiece. I have impacted the San Xiao. Yuan Yi fell into contemplation, unable to refute the notion. When you first entered my tutelage, you sought a glimmer of hope to establish your existence within this vast primordial realm. In your pursuit, do not the myriad beings share the same plight? They, like you, are no different. Since I accepted you and Yin Xiao into my fold, how could I now deny others the same opportunity? Tong Tian acknowledged Yuan Yi's alignment with the approach of his second master, yet he emphasized that such a path belonged to a doctrine of delineating good and evil, distinguishing fortune and misfortune, merit and transgressions. It was not the way of, Master, I do not wish to sever their paths, but I believe that once they enter, they should adhere to certain constraints. In my brief return, I have witnessed a remarkable shift. Upon my arrival at Kunlun, I observed countless disciples behaving recklessly, devoid of restraint. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to turmoil, especially considering that in the future, the disciples will be numerous. If they remain unchecked, even a sage like you may find yourself burdened by their actions. Moreover, Yuan Yi feared that his teacher would clash with his second master due to this matter, though he refrained from voicing this concern directly. Rules? To establish rules, one must possess a standard for measurement. Yuan Yi, do you possess self-awareness regarding your differences from Duo Bao and his ilk? Tong Tian inquired. Differences from Duo Bao? Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. Your perception instinctively categorizes the world into good and bad, distinguishing right from wrong. Your actions align closely with the heavenly way, Tong Tian elucidated. Yuan Yi felt a chill within. It was indeed true. His thinking was deeply entrenched in a clear dichotomy of good and evil. But was this not correct? This implies that you possess a robust sense of self, entirely unlike Duo Bao and the others. Your strong individuality is your strength, preventing you from losing your way. Yet it simultaneously confines your essence. Do you recall when I spoke to you about the distinction between the Great Way and the Heavenly Way? The distinction between the Great Way and the Heavenly Way? Yuan Yi contemplated this, recalling the teacher's explanation regarding merit and transgressions. The master had once stated that the Great Way transcends the notions of merit and transgressions, as it does not distinguish between good and evil, right and wrong. All things exist within the Great Way, whereas the Heavenly Way establishes the order of good and evil, thus allowing for the existence of merit and transgressions. Yuan Yi comprehended his teacher's intent. Rules necessitate a standard for evaluating good and evil, yet the master believed that the Great Way embraces all, making distinctions of good and evil merely limiting. Was the master striving to break free from such constraints? If all things are part of the Great Way, then the absence of regulations aligns with the principles of the Great Way. Master, we are dull-witted and not born with your innate understanding. The Great Way you speak of is far too lofty for us to grasp. Yuan Yi faltered, aware that his teacher's vision soared far beyond his own. Yet he could not escape his personal standpoint, and thus could not fully embrace his teacher's philosophy. Certainly, the master did not require his disciples' agreement. Just as the Great Way encompasses all, his doubts were also embraced within the master's understanding. All things are part of the way. The Great Way encompasses all, devoid of good and evil, right and wrong. You, influenced by malevolent energies, yet constrain yourself, aligning with your second master's path, while your nature resonates more with your first master and Appo's teachings. However, you also possess the desire for self-preservation and the pursuit of the Great Way, aligning with my teachings. The must, like the Great Way, embrace all, including you. Thus, I do not wish to impose limitations upon you, nor will I interfere with your thoughts. You possess your own ideas and aspirations. Feel free to pursue them, for those are your choices. Yet, we may not possess the capacity to bear the consequences of our choices. Without a clear direction, your hopes for a state devoid of good and evil may only yield a lack of virtue, defying the heavenly order. Ultimately, we are beings bound by our nature, and the distinctions of good and evil are inescapable, Yuan thought with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, he could not persuade Tong Tian to establish regulations within the, and he remained uncertain as to why his teacher held such a lofty philosophical vision. He believed that the existence of good and evil was not inherently negative. Order brings stability and continuity. Master, I have another matter I wish to inquire about. Some inquiries are premature at this moment, Tong Tian replied, his gaze penetrating, leaving Yuan with the unsettling sensation of being completely transparent before him. What he truly sought to discuss was the concept of, and he yearned to comprehend its essence. Had the understanding of the Great Way shattered his previous notions? What about? Was it still as he had understood it? Go now, do not keep Hongyun waiting. Make haste to Wanshou Mountain, Tong Tian instructed. After a moment, as if recalling something, he added with a smile. Zhen Yuanzi possesses a primordial spiritual root known as the ginseng fruit tree, which rivals the celestial apricot in Kunlun. Yuan Yi's interest was piqued. What does teacher mean by this? Was he suggesting he should indulge in the offerings? Hong Yun is a man of integrity, and so is Zhen Yuanzi. As my disciple, you need not be overly reserved. Yuan Yi understood. His teacher was encouraging him to be bolder. The implication was that his visit would yield favorable rewards. Thus, his teacher subtly indicated that he should accept the offerings without hesitation. I comprehend, master. Yuan Yi bowed in gratitude, fully aware that he would not refuse a boon. What does ginseng fruit taste like? His curiosity was ignited. As Yuan Yi departed, Tong Tian remained seated at the Dao platform, gazing into the void, seemingly lost in thought. He sighed softly, a hint of resignation evident. Though he spoke lightly, he realized that Yuan Yi and his companions were indeed more manageable. His second brother would likely be displeased with the current state of affairs. He could casually converse with his disciples. But even Yuan Yi understood that the newly initiated disciples of the would likely irritate Yuqing. Tong Tian was not oblivious to this reality, given his second brother's temperament. Witnessing the present conditions of Kunlun, he was surely frowning in discontent. It had been some time since he last saw his second brother. If this continued, he would undoubtedly come to reprimand him. He needed to devise a strategy. Tong Tian retrieved a jade cup, pouring himself a drink of the unique offerings from the Wu clan, his gaze brightening. Indeed, it is no surprise that such exquisite craftsmanship originates from the hands of the esteemed Hong Yun. The Witch clan truly spares no expense in indulging in the treasures of heaven and earth. This divine nectar, with its pure and rich essence, nourishes both vitality and spirit, inherently possessing unique traces of the Tao, exuding an extraordinary quality. Xiongxiao was brought back by Yuan Yi, and he certainly witnessed it firsthand. Given his understanding of his disciple, Xiongxiao is quite cunning. He has indulged himself to the point of becoming lethargic, drifting into a deep slumber. However, the benefits are undeniably tangible, as he has seized the opportunity for growth, with the threshold of the Tai realm now within reach. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Yi, accompanied by the Zhujiao Sen'an Gourd, once again ventured into the interstitial spaces, departing from Kunlun. His master, Tongtian, employed the power of Sage to open a void passage, sending him to the Taoist temple of Xinyuanzi, located in the majestic Wanshou Mountain in the west. Chapter 24. The West, Mount Wanshou. Events of the past. The profound power of the sages is indeed unfathomable, beyond the grasp of even the great Luo or quasi-sages. As he emerged from the spatial rift, a sigh from the Red Cloud ancestor resonated from the Jiujiu Sanhun Gourd at Yuan Yi's waist. Yuan Yi surveyed his surroundings, sensing the traces of the great Tao in this realm. Had he truly arrived in the Western territories? His understanding of the Red Cloud ancestor's lament was rather superficial. To him, both the great Luo and the sages represented realms equally beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, he could vaguely discern the distinctions. He recalled that after he and the three Shao had just entered their master's tutelage, they were brought back to Kunlun by Tongtian. Their journey from the Eastern Sea, under the direct guidance of their master, spanned a considerable duration. Yet now, as a sage, Tongtian could transport him from Kunlun directly to the Western realm. Whether the spatial distance from the Eastern Sea to Kunlun was greater than that from Kunlun to the West, Yuan Yi could not ascertain. To him, at his modest level of cultivation, the vastness of the primordial world remained overwhelming. The entire Western region is comparatively smaller than the East. As a renowned center of the primordial world, Mount Buzhou is entirely situated in the Eastern territories. Even the Kunlun Sacred Mountain lies within the Eastern domain, with the dividing line between the East and West extending even further westward than Kunlun, indicating the Eastern realm's significant expanse over the Western. In Yuan Yi's perception, the West indeed appeared more barren, a sentiment he found quite evident. The primordial creative energies seemed nearly depleted. The traces of the great Tao were chaotic and mottled, and the essence of the earth was murky, tinged with a hint of violence, making it less than ideal for practitioners. Though Yuan Yi had not personally witnessed the causes, he understood they stemmed from the cataclysmic battles of an ancient era. The conflict between the immortals and demons occurred nearly simultaneously with the strife among the three tribes. At that time, Daozu Hongjun had yet to attain his status and was merely the pioneer of the immortal path, perhaps better referred to as the immortal ancestor. His clash with the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, in the Western realm was monumental. Even though both were still confined within the great Luo level, their confrontation was extraordinary. The once comparable Mount Shumi was significantly damaged in that battle, leading to the severance of countless sacred mountains. As the conflict reached its conclusion, the demon ancestor Luo Hu unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that nearly obliterated the entire Western region, and even Daozu Hongjun was unable to intervene, resulting in the current desolate state of the West. Yuan Yi was aware that what he now witnessed was merely a remnant of the West, having undergone numerous repairs. The two saints of the West, Jane and Zhuanti, established the Western Church on Mount Shumi, and their considerable merit was indeed tied to the restoration of the Western Earth's essence. One could only imagine the state of the West before these repairs. Its barrenness was no mere exaggeration. Influenced by his preconceived notions, Yuan Yi held little affection for the Western Church and its two saints, especially since he remained a disciple of the Jia sect. However, he could not deny the merits of their dedicated efforts to mend the Western essence, which indeed warranted the title of sage. Yuan Yi was still a distance away from the Taoist sanctuary of the innate sage, Xinyuanzi, located on Mount Wanshou. Yet the distance was not insurmountable. Guided by the Red Cloud ancestor, Yuan Yi traversed with considerable speed. As they proceeded, he felt a distinct change in the environment. The chaotic essence of the earth and the thin primordial creative force seemed to dissipate rapidly. The closer they approached Mount Wanshou, the more pronounced this transformation became, akin to an oasis in a vast desert. His old friend, Xinyuanzi, possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book. Though merely a supreme innate treasure, it differed from others of its kind, possessing the ability to harness the essence of the earth for formidable defensive capabilities unmatched in the primordial realm. The only treasure that could rival it in defensive prowess was the earthly Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda held by his master, the great Clarity Taoist. During that cataclysmic battle, Zhen Yuanzi had utilized the power of the Earth Book to shield this realm, preserving it from disaster, thus allowing for the scene that Yuan Yi now beheld. Regrettably, Zhen Yuanzi could only protect this small area, unable to do more. As the Red Cloud ancestor elucidated the reasons behind the apparent changes in the world, he recounted the calamities that had befallen the entire West. Ultimately, he spoke of the two saints of the Western Church, Jin and Junti, with an air of admiration, which struck Yuan Yi as peculiar. According to the conspiracy theories he had heard, the fall of Red Cloud was often linked to the two saints, suggesting that he had been sacrificed to settle the karmic debts of his ascension. Curious, Yuan Yi delved deeper into the events that transpired during the teachings at Zhixiao Palace, subtly inquiring about the circumstances that led to Red Cloud offering his seat to them. The rumors he had heard suggested that Red Cloud had made this gesture out of kindness, portraying him as a quintessential Good Samaritan. However, after spending time with him, Yuan Yi could not dismiss the notion that Red Cloud was merely a benevolent figure, as he wielded a treasure as fearsome as the Juzhou Sanon Gourd. Red Cloud and Oppos. S. response surprised Yuan Yi. He explained that his decision to yield his seat stemmed from the actions of Jin and Junti. He stated that their tardiness was due to their efforts in mending the essence of the earth. Despite the devastation of the Western realm, many innate sages still survived. Yet only these two stepped forward to rectify the earth's essence, nearly neglecting their own pursuit of enlightenment in the process. This was why Red Cloud had willingly given his seat to the latecomers, which inadvertently offended Kunping, especially after the bestowal of the Hongmeng Purple Qi by Daozu. Many believed that the granting of this gift and the seating arrangements at Zhixiao Palace were directly correlated, leading Kunping to harbor deep resentment toward him. Furthermore, Red Cloud's extensive network of friendships, including his connections with the Eastern King and his attempts to mediate the conflicts between the celestial and heavenly courts, had allowed Kunping to incite a host of powerful beings in the heavenly court to ambush him, culminating in his tragic fate. Yuan Yi listened intently, fascinated by these ancient secrets, gaining insights from the first-hand account. Red Cloud exhibited a remarkably clear understanding of the events and their intricacies, which surprised Yuan Yi, as the entangled karma was both complex and straightforward. When Red Cloud recounted these matters, his tone remained calm and casual, seemingly devoid of bitterness. How can one remain so tranquil in such circumstances? Yuan Yi could not help but inquire. What good is unrest? One reaps what one sows. Such is the nature of the world. This calamity is but my fate, though it may be the fruit of yesterday. It does not preclude it from being the cause of tomorrow. The rise and fall of great forces are not without traces to follow. As they spoke, Yuan had already fully entered the periphery of Mount Wanshou. Although it could not compare to Kunlun, it was nevertheless a haven among the earthly realms. Upon entering, the Red Cloud ancestor relinquished his concealed aura. Soon, a spatial rift materialized not far from Yuan Yi, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a voluminous, ancient yellow Taoist robe, exuding a sense of weightiness and antiquity. The Taoist, adorned with a crown, exuded an air of solemn dignity, instantly revealing a countenance rich in auspiciousness. A palpable aura of formidable pressure enveloped him. At this moment, his gaze fixed intently on the crimson-purple gourd at Yuan Yi's waist, remaining silent. Within his eyes lingered an unmistakable hint of concealed ire, intertwined with a touch of surprise. Without the need for Hong Yun to introduce him, Yuan Yi was well aware of the identity of the distinguished visitor before him, the master of Wanshou Mountain, the venerable figure he recognized as the ancestor of Earth Immortals, the preeminent divine being, Zhen Yuanzi. Hong Yun manifested a spectral form, smiling as he regarded his old friend. Zhen Yuanzi, regaining his composure, allowed a smile to grace his features, tempering the intensity of his imposing presence. Having heard earlier of your ambush by the petty Kunpeng, I sought your whereabouts in the vast wilderness, yet found no trace of you. I presumed that your true essence had dimmed, unsure when you might awaken again. How delightful it is to see you here today. After speaking, Zhen Yuanzi turned his attention to Yuan Yi. And who might this young friend be? I am Yuan Yi, a disciple of the Tongtian saint, accompanying Senior Hong Yun here on my master's behest. It is an honor to meet you. Yuan Yi respectfully introduced himself, bowing in deference. Ah, a disciple of my fellow Taoist Tong Tian? How intriguing. I appreciate your efforts in making this journey, Jin Yuanzi remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone, though his demeanor remained exceedingly amiable. Hong Yun promptly recounted the events that had transpired, from an initial ambush that led them to seek refuge within the Wu clan, to the encounter with Yuan Yi and his companions due to the innate aura of the gourd, culminating in their arrival in this western realm under the auspices of Tong Tian. Zhen Yuanzi expressed his joy at reuniting with his old friend Hong Yun, while also extending an invitation to Yuan Yi to visit his Taoist sanctuary. Yuan Yi, of course, graciously accepted and was enveloped by Zhen Yuanzi and Amp, Appo's ethereal light, proceeding directly to the heart of Wanshou Mountain. Chapter 25. The Primordial Spirit Root Ginseng Fruit Tree on Mount Wanshou, within the sanctum of the Taoist master Zhen Yuanzi. Though this place boasts magnificent halls and a multitude of spiritual creatures in various forms, it is far from the renowned Wuzhuang Temple, nor does it bear the couplet proclaiming the immortality of the celestial abode or the longevity of the Taoist family. Zhen Yuanzi occupies the main seat, a purple-red gourd of scattered souls resting beside him, as the red cloud reveals its form. Yuan Yi, disinterested in the nostalgic exchanges of old friends, fixates solely on the fruit platter before him, for that is what truly captivates his attention. The platter holds 5 extraordinary spiritual fruits, a testament to the generosity of the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi. It is evident that the bond between Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi runs deep. Zhen Yuanzi's gratitude towards Yuan Yi for escorting Hong Yun back is sincere. The fruits are peculiar in shape, unlike any ordinary spirit fruit, measuring a few inches and resembling infants. Pale pink, with an exquisite appearance. They are the renowned Chao Dan fruits of the legendary ginseng fruit tree, one of the most illustrious primordial spirit roots. A fragrant aroma pervades the air, delicate yet profound, brimming with pure primordial essence that resonates with the rhythms of the Tao, suffusing the atmosphere with the energies of the 5 elements. Merely inhaling the scent of the ginseng fruit stirs Yuan Yi's understanding of the 5 elements path. It is said that the ginseng fruit is a condensation of the earth's essence, possessing the power of longevity. However, for Yuan Yi, who is an immortal golden immortal since his birth, the benefit of longevity holds little significance. His existence is eternal. He cannot perish, nor does he face the possibility of a finite lifespan. What truly holds value for him is not the longevity aspect, but rather the other precious effects of the ginseng fruit. Primarily, the ginseng fruit has the ability to alter one's destiny, significantly aiding the transformation of one's essence, proving beneficial to all beings except for those of primordial holiness. Secondly, the ginseng fruit embodies an extraordinary understanding of the 5 elements path, emphasizing the unity and balance of the 5 elements, a realm yet to be comprehended by Yuan Yi. Through the insights gained from the same dust crown, he can refine his understanding of the 5 elements through the Tao's resonance of the ginseng fruit, even leading to a transformation. My young friend, this fruit is the ginseng fruit I mentioned to you, born from a primordial spirit root. After nearly 90,000 years, only 30 fruits have matured. They harmonize with the 5 elements Tao, embodying the principles of their balance and mutual generation. They fall in the presence of metal, wither when near wood, transform in water, scorch in fire, and merge into earth. Seeing that you possess the dual energies of primordial yin and yang and have grasped the 5 elements path, it seems you wish to express the 5 elements through yin and yang, returning the 5 elements to yin and yang. This ginseng fruit should be of some benefit to you. Lacking other gifts, I can only offer this token of appreciation from an old friend. Please do not hesitate to accept. Not far away, Hong Yun turned and spoke with a smile. You may dispose of these fruits as you wish. Though his words carried a hint of jest, Yuan Yi chose to ignore it, rising to express his gratitude. Even with the primordial spirit root, the initial consumption yields the best effects. Excessive intake diminishes their efficacy. Given that he was handed 5, it would certainly be wasteful for Yuan Yi to consume them all alone, an exceedingly thoughtful gesture. Since you are cultivating the 5 elements path, why not stay here for a while? Although the ginseng fruit contains the essence of the 5 elements, it pales in comparison to my primordial spirit root. After consuming the ginseng fruit, you might contemplate under the tree for further enlightenment, Zenyuanzi suggested. To contemplate beneath the ginseng fruit tree? Yuan Yi's heart soared with joy at this rare opportunity. He had only glimpsed his master's primordial spirit root, the celestial apricot, a few times and had never had the chance to meditate upon it. Consuming the ginseng fruit while contemplating beneath the tree would undoubtedly elevate his understanding of the 5 elements path. I shall not be polite. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude. He had come here with little purpose, as the sage's intervention had resolved all matters. Yuan Yi merely sought to benefit from the situation. After some contemplation, he decided to keep 3 of the ginseng fruits, intending to share them with the Sanchao sisters. He inferred Hong Yun's intentions. Receiving a few extra fruits was likely an invitation to take and consume. His closest connections were indeed with the Sanchao sisters. As for his master, Tong Tian, these ginseng fruits would provide little benefit. They would be of negligible use to a sage. The ginseng fruit felt smooth to the touch, reminiscent of an infant's skin. Had he not known that these were fruits of a spirit root, they might have seemed somewhat sinister. Upon biting into the ginseng fruit, its crispness and delightful flavor enchanted Yuan Yi, causing his golden eyes to narrow in appreciation. The pure spiritual energy surged within him, and the Tao's resonance enveloped him, inducing a trance of enlightenment. Realizing he had underestimated the potency of the fruit, he found himself on the verge of entering a profound state of comprehension. Zenyuanzi, observing Yuan Yi's reaction, chuckled and personally guided him deeper into the cave, settling him beneath the primordial spirit root ginseng fruit tree for cultivation. Yuan Yi sat cross-legged beneath the ginseng fruit tree, consuming 2 fruits. Unable to restrain himself, he fell into a mystical state of enlightenment. With the dual energies of yin and yang circulating around him, surrounded by a halo of 5-colored light, the power of the ginseng fruit unfurled within him, drawing his essence to merge with the ginseng fruit tree, which released strands of Tao principles that enveloped him, resonating in harmony and guiding him toward the Tao. The potency of the ginseng fruit tree was undeniably formidable, especially since Yuan Yi had already made headway in the arts of the 5 elements. His innate understanding flourished over time, solidifying his cultivation level. Yet, in the depths of his enlightenment, Yuan Yi remained oblivious to all else. Lost in a profound state of understanding, transcending earthly bounds and unaware of the passage of time, with Tong Tian concealing the heavenly secrets through his sage means. The occurrence of Hong Yun's arrival on Mount Wanshou remained largely unrecognized, even by the heavenly realms. As a top-tier existence among primordial saints, Zenyuanzi was not one to be trifled with, and few would dare provoke him without cause. Mount Wanshou retained its tranquility, untouched by Hong Yun's presence. Although Zenyuanzi endeavored to find a means of restoration for Hong Yun, the latter's essence had been shattered, leaving only fragmented remnants. To reconstitute such primordial essence and nurture true spirit was beyond Zenyuanzi and Appo's as capabilities. Not even Tong Tian, as a sage, could accomplish such a feat for ordinary beings. It might be feasible, but given that Hong Yun was a primordial saint who possessed the ability to manifest another primordial saint out of thin air. In this regard, Hong Yun was more accepting than Zenyuanzi. He believed that even in dire circumstances, there exists a glimmer of hope, and he trusted that a turning point would eventually manifest. Zenyuanzi nurtured Hong Yun's residual soul within the ginseng fruit tree, drawing upon its vibrant life force and the power of the earth's veins. Ironically, Hong Yun's own treasure, the purple-red gourd of scattered souls, was ill-suited for nurturing life. Its fierce nature contradicted Hong Yun's well-known benevolence, being primarily aimed at the souls and true spirits of living beings. Thus, time flowed silently, and Yuan Yi's cultivation stretched for tens of thousands of years, with no sign of awakening. Chapter 26, Within Kunlun. The 3 teachings gather after the Tao ancestor Hong Jun intervened to halt the impending war between the witch tribe and the demon tribe. The primordial world entered a period of relative tranquility. The authority of the Tao ancestor was such that no one in the vast expanse of Honghuang could disregard it. The heavenly court flourished, while the might of the witch tribe became legendary, instilling fear in all. However, with the emergence of the 6 saints and the establishment of the 4 great saint sects, the dynamics of Honghuang grew increasingly intricate. Indeed, at the moment Niuhua attained sainthood, the witch tribe harbored concerns regarding her potential actions against them. Although the 12 ancestor witches were fearless, they were not devoid of wisdom. Having genuinely felt the power of a saint, they recognized that even with the 12 capital heavenly godly array at their disposal, resistance against a saint would be formidable. Niuhua was among the earliest innate deities to join the heavenly court, and although she had transcended to a higher status upon becoming a disciple of the Tao ancestor, distancing herself from the affairs of the heavenly court, she continued to be revered as the Empress Niuhua. Fortunately for the 12 ancestor witches, their fears proved unfounded. After attaining sainthood, Niuhua faded into obscurity, much like in times past. Rumors even suggested that this saint, who cultivated the Tao of creation, had relocated her place of practice from Mount Buzhou to the chaos beyond the heavens, rarely showing her face. Moreover, she was the only saint who did not establish a teaching. The founding of the human teaching, the expounding teaching, the intercepting teaching, and the Western teaching, each led by a saint, offered immense opportunities for many beings. Among these, the intercepting teaching was particularly prominent. Although the human teaching was established, its leader, Taishang, took only one human disciple, seemingly without plans to accept more. The expounding teaching, while welcoming numerous disciples, set exceedingly high standards for qualifications and was known for its rigorous assessments. Although the primary applicants were innate beings, how many among them were burdened by karmic obstacles? To pass the entrance examination and become a direct disciple of a saint was an enticing prospect, yet few could achieve it. The saint of the expounding teaching appeared to focus solely on accepting direct disciples. The Western teaching lacked such strict regulations, but was hindered by the barren nature of its territory, making it less comparable to the fertile lands of the East. In contrast, the intercepting teaching welcomed all seekers without reservation, allowing them to join freely. While the direct disciples were few, the outer disciples were still considered part of the fold. Under the guidance of the senior disciple, Daobao Daoren, who managed the affairs of the sect without stringent rules, the intercepting teaching became the most sought-after destination. Yuan had been absent from Kunlun for tens of thousands of years, seemingly disengaged from the affairs of the intercepting teaching since its inception. Most within the sect were unaware of his existence, as the fame of the 4 direct outer disciples, particularly the Sanjiao sisters, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao, overshadowed him. The eldest sister, Yin Xiao, had ascended to the Tai realm eons ago, showcasing formidable strength. Qiong Xiao entered the Tai realm almost concurrently with Yin Xiao, lacking her sister's gravitas, yet garnering greater fear among the disciples. The youngest sister, Bi Xiao, had been absent for a considerable time, rumored to be retreating under the guidance of Yin Xiao, possibly achieving the Tai realm upon her return. Additionally, there was Zhao Gongming, the only one accepted as a direct disciple by the Saint of Interception, known for his generosity and strong sense of loyalty, earning him widespread admiration among the disciples. Among the direct disciples, only Bi Xiao and Zhao Gongming had yet to ascend to the Tai realm. Had Yuan remained in Kunlun, he might have encountered many familiar names, including the illustrious 7 immortal attendants. The disciples of the 3 teachings congregated in Kunlun, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The 3 teachings, originally one, now exhibited a sense of harmony among their disciples. At this juncture, however, the leader of the intercepting teaching, the Saint of Interception, had been absent on a journey through the vastness of Honghuang for some time. As the protective barrier of Yuan Yi's cave opened, a woman clad in a flowing white celestial gown emerged, Yin Xiao. Although Yuan Yi had set up defenses in his cave, they held little efficacy against the Sanjiao sisters. Otherwise, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao would not have frequently sneaked in. In Yuan Yi's mind, this cave was merely a temporary dwelling, a place he might vacate at any moment. Thus, he had entrusted Yin Xiao to care for the premises, tending to the spirit flowers and herbs he cultivated and looking after the treasures he had gathered from Kunlun. Yin Xiao took her responsibilities seriously, diligently managing the cave. Even without Yuan Yi's request, the cave would not fall into neglect during his absence. Those who had no obligation to help would still occasionally tend to it, like Xiong Xiao after her retreat or Bi Xiao before hers. In fact, with Yuan Yi's absence, the two sisters had taken over, using the cave as a refuge from their elder sister Yin Xiao. Unlike the serene Yin Xiao, the two sisters preferred activity over stillness, bringing liveliness to Kunlun as they sought out excitement. With early entry, high cultivation, and the company of top-tier innate treasures, few stood as rivals among the three teachings. Indeed, our elder brother seems to be preoccupied with exploring the outside world, and it has been quite some time since he returned. Perhaps, dear sister, you should impart some wisdom to him? Xiong Xiao glanced back at the closed cave, sighed, and turned to her elder sister with a playful grin. Yin Xiao shot her a stern look. Elder brother acts according to his own considerations. It is not my place to lecture him. He has accompanied Senior Hong Yun to the west, and I believe he will encounter significant opportunities. It has only been a little over 30,000 years. He will return once his matters are resolved. Xiong Xiao remained silent, contemplating her elder sister's words. Elder brother indeed has his own thoughts, yet he often admonishes us. It seems rather biased in his favor, she mused. Yin Xiao reminded her, "You must remember that you once followed him sneakily. That was not my fault. It was elder brother who misled her, not I. Why should she blame me? It was her own folly to be so easily deceived by him." Xiong Xiao grumbled. Yuan Yi had indeed intended to mislead her, but she was clever, unlike Bi Xiao. Look at that. Elder brother constantly feeds us falsehoods, and you, dear sister, do not stand up for us, allowing us to be bullied. Xiong Xiao pouted. Yin Xiao shook her head. Elder brother indulges your antics. When has he ever bullied you too? Xiong Xiao shot a sideways glance at her elder sister, while Yin Xiao frowned. Suddenly, Xiong Xiao's expression shifted. You are right. Without elder brother around, it truly becomes dull. What now? Do you wish to venture outside again? Although Hong Huang appears tranquil, danger lurks beneath the surface. If you find yourself too idle, perhaps you should return to meditation and transcribe some scriptures to refine your character. Xiong Xiao opened her mouth but dared not argue further. It was initially Yuan Yi who suggested the tedious task of copying scriptures, yet now their elder sister frequently imposed such tasks upon them. They both refrained from inciting Yin Xiao's ire, for there was no one to plead on their behalf. I merely worry that if elder brother returns too late, we may no longer be here, Xiong Xiao murmured, glancing at her elder sister. Is it true what Dao Bao said? Yin Xiao paused for a moment before nodding. It should be true. More than that, however, she said nothing further. Their master, the saint of interception, was indeed traveling to seek a new foundation for the intercepting teaching, a secret revealed by Dao Bao, known only to the few direct disciples. Yin Xiao herself was not surprised by this revelation. The current state of the three teachings had reached a point that was not unexpected. Their granduncle and second granduncle had few disciples, while the intercepting teaching boasted many. She had previously advised her master to establish rules to govern the disciples, but he had declined. As Yin Xiao engaged more with Yuan Yi, her understanding of various matters deepened, particularly regarding the intricacies of human relationships as mentioned by her senior brother. She observed certain contradictions, yet her mentor chose to remain uninvolved, while her senior brother Dao Bao seemed to revel in the situation. Notably, no disciple dared to question their teacher's decisions, save for her senior brother. Although he respected their mentor, he was unlike Dao Bao and his companions. Yin Xiao even began to suspect that her senior brother Yuan Yi had anticipated this day, as during their last conversation, he inadvertently alluded to leaving Kunlun in the future. Furthermore, she had a keen insight into Yuan Yi's character. He was not particularly fond of the disciples of the Jie sect. Since the inception of the Jie sect, as the Outer Gate's elder brother, he rarely made appearances. Additionally, the temperaments of Yuan Yi and Dao Bao were not particularly compatible. However, Yuan Yi always maintained a polite demeanor, adopting an attitude of indifference, choosing to observe rather than engage or provoke conflict with Dao Bao. The reasons behind Yuan Yi's mild aversion to Dao Bao eluded Yin Xiao, and her thoughts on the matter were merely conjecture. It was understandable that she was unaware of Yuan Yi's disdain for Dao Bao, as it stemmed from events yet to unfold, rooted in Yuan's biases. In his perception, Dao Bao was the catalyst that ignited the catastrophic conflict between the Jie and Chan sects during the Fengshan calamity, having deceived their mentor, the Saint of Heaven, which ultimately led to the emergence of the Zhujian sword array and the Wanxian array, culminating in a devastating battle that shattered the Jie sect into oblivion. Yet, Yuan continuously scrutinized his supposed foresight, as many occurrences contradicted his understanding, leaving him uncertain of what was true and what was false. Consequently, he could not be entirely confident that events would unfold as he believed. While his personality did not align with Dao Bao's, it was merely a matter of personal preference, not a conflict. He simply wished to avoid deep connections with them. After Yin Xiao departed with Qiong Xiao, Biao emerged from seclusion, successfully breaking through to the Tai realm. Meanwhile, in the distant western lands, under the primordial spiritual root of the ginseng fruit tree on Mount Wanshou, a figure sat in meditation, gradually undergoing a transformation. The dual energies of yin and yang coalesced into black and white swords that soared forth from the water and fire gourd, while the light of the 5 elements cascaded down, enveloping him in a harmonious unity, continuously generating life. An enormous golden dragon-like manifestation illuminated the void, its essence approaching the mid-stage of the Tai realm. Chapter 27. Sisters Yuan departed from Mount Wanshou, having harnessed the ethereal light of his escape. Although his time away was not brief, the rewards were substantial. In a mere few tens of thousands of years, his cultivation had progressed to the mid-stage of Tai. Under normal circumstances, even beings of their innate caliber would require epochs to achieve such a feat. The advancement of cultivation is an inherently gradual process, bound by the immutable laws of nature. As one ascends in realm, the disparities between stages widen, and the potential of beings reaches its limits, gradually eroding their primordial advantages. For Yuan and his peers, the Tai realm still felt manageable. By consuming the fruits of primordial spiritual roots and meditating beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Yuan had spared himself countless hours of arduous training. While the elevation of his cultivation was one aspect, the transformation he experienced through comprehending the Tao of the 5 elements was even more invaluable. Indeed, it became evident to him that venturing out into the vast world was essential. Mere quietude and solitary practice yielded painfully slow progress. He mused that his cultivation should now rival that of Duo Bao and perhaps even surpass it, contemplating a friendly spar with Jin Ling upon his return. His senior sister had expressed a desire to mentor him on numerous occasions, a kindness he had not forgotten. Should he find himself more powerful, it would be only fitting to reciprocate her generosity. Furthermore, as the outer sect's eldest disciple, he needed to establish his authority, for his infrequent appearances had become a concern. Once outside the confines of Mount Wanshou, he dissipated his escape light and withdrew a jade talisman bestowed by his master, Tongtian. This talisman was intended to ease his travels, allowing him to traverse the void back to Kunlun. Unfortunately, its use was limited. From Mount Wanshou to Kunlun, Yuan estimated he would require several thousand to tens of thousands of years. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman, and a beam of sword light emerged, unfolding the space around him. A powerful force enveloped Yuan, carrying him into the rifts of the void. The inconvenience of traversing the primordial wilderness posed a significant dilemma. He pondered the feasibility of finding a solution, as he could not impose on Master Tongtian's saintly power for every journey. After navigating the void, Yuan re-entered the Kunlun range. Upon reflection, he realized that nearly 50,000 years had passed during his excursion. Time truly felt like a mere number, as the passage of days seemed imperceptible. Standing before the majestic and expansive Kunlun, Yuan wondered if the Jie sect still resided there. Fearing the possibility of returning to find it relocated, he had resigned himself to the idea that the Jie sect might establish a new stronghold away from Kunlun. Given Master Tongtian and Appo's attitude and the current state of the Jie sect, this development seemed inevitable. Had the Jie sect mirrored the Chan sect, Kunlun would have surely been able to accommodate the 3 teachings of humanity. However, The burgeoning number of disciples within the GS sect posed a significant challenge, one that Yuan Yi understood all too well. Even disregarding the attitude of his second uncle, it was clear that Master Tongtian's disposition would eventually lead to such a day. Fortunately for Yuan Yi, the three pure ones had not become as estranged as he had feared. While Master Tongtian and his second uncle often engaged in spirited debates, these disputes remained confined to the realm of the Tao and did not devolve into trivial matters. Yuan Yi, do not elevate the saints beyond their nature, for they too are beings, yet do not diminish their status, for they are indeed sacred, was a piece of advice imparted by Master Tongtian. Yuan Yi grasped its meaning, albeit not entirely, as he found himself in a state of ambiguity. It appeared he had returned in time. Observing the fleeting escape lights around him, he realized his concerns were unfounded. The GS sect still thrived within Kunlun, yet to relocate. The vibrancy of Kunlun was a testament to their presence. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Halt! Bold demon, dare you invade Kunlun? Behold my magical artifact. As Yuan Yi momentarily lost his focus, a golden light surged forth, swift as a dragon, launching directly at him with an undercurrent of suppressive force. Upon recognizing the voice and the golden light, Yuan Yi's expression darkened. Bai Xiao has truly gone astray, launching an ambush before even announcing herself. Is this how you greet your returning elder brother? A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he opened the water and fire gored his waist, unleashing the 9 heavens profound fire and 9 nether profound water, which morphed into 2 magnificent Qilin, countering the elite innate spiritual treasure, the binding dragon rope. Bai Xiao, merely at the initial stage of Tai, was now an entire minor realm beneath him. Despite the binding dragon rope's restraining nature, it could not hope to challenge him. Yuan Yi had considerable experience dealing with the binding dragon rope, and the power of the water and fire gourd was formidable. The water and fire Qilin intertwined with the binding dragon rope, preventing Bai Xiao from drawing closer. Yuan Yi then turned his gaze to the green-clad woman who had appeared, narrowing his eyes into a gentle smile. Bai Xiao, is this how you welcome your elder brother? Have you decided how many scriptures you wish to copy? In response, Bai Xiao instinctively recoiled, her eyes darting, betraying her hesitation. Yet, Yuan Yi was not easily deceived. Bai Xiao's attempts to feign innocence were far too transparent, especially since she had a history of not learning from her mistakes. Suddenly, Yuan Yi raised his hand, swirling his fingertips with the black and white energies of primordial yin and yang, probing into the void. A clashing sound echoed as Tao patterns radiated outward. For what appeared to be empty space, a radiant 5-colored light burst forth, wielding an overwhelming aura, infused with the pure essence of the 5 elements, manifesting as a formidable offensive force, distinct from his spiritual treasure. Within the 5-colored luminescence lay a delicate hairpin, its patterns reminiscent of a phoenix poised for flight. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, was bestowed upon him by Master Tongtian, a supreme weapon of offense, often wielded by his second sister, Qiong Xiao. Not only Bai Xiao had arrived, but Qiong Xiao too. The 2 sisters, having attained their Tai Dao fruit, sought to test their strength against their elder brother. Yuan Yi had no doubt that, were it not for the constraints of their power, they would have attempted to bind him, displaying their audacity. With his fingertips entwined in the primordial yin and yang energies, his companion essence, although its power did not rival that of the elite innate treasures, it could be wielded with precision, allowing him to unleash his utmost potential. Enhanced by the nurturing of the water and fire gourd, its potency rose further. Yuan Yi effortlessly deflected Qiong Zhao's ambush, the black and white energies coiling around the golden phoenix hairpin. Moreover, he summoned the 5 elements' mystical arts, merging their power to bind the hairpin. Ah, so it truly is my elder brother. My mistake. Dear brother, please do not take offense, Qiong Xiao exclaimed, her earlier aggression dissipating as she recognized her error. Yuan Yi regarded her skeptically. Mistaken? You could not even discern the identity of the disciple of the GS sect hanging at my waist. I was wrong, and I shall heed your judgment. Qiong Xiao quickly acquiesced, transitioning from her earlier hostility to a compliant demeanor. Meanwhile, Upon witnessing her elder sister's prompt surrender, Bai Xiao, realizing the gravity of the situation, discreetly retreated a few steps, leaving the binding dragon rope untouched, and made her escape. Observing the contrasting responses of the two sisters, Yuan Yi shook his head. Thus, it is evident that Bai Xiao lacks the cleverness of Qiong Xiao. Where do you think you can run off to? Can you escape from my grasp? Just turn around, and I shall have your elder sister Yun Xiao deal with you. Qiong Xiao, however, has discerned his temperament and feigns a docile demeanor, acknowledging her mistakes. Yuan Yi, aware of her pretense, chooses not to engage in a serious dispute over their playful banter. She understands that admitting fault will spare her from punishment. Yuan Yi extends his hand, effortlessly restraining the fleeing Bai Xiao in midair, pulling her back and playfully tapping their foreheads. The sound resonates, indicating their sharp minds, clear and bright. Both cover their foreheads, with Bai Xiao casting a resentful glance at her sister Qiong Xiao. You traitor, wasn't it agreed that you would exert your full strength to subdue our senior brother? Qiong Xiao, with lowered gaze and a calm demeanor, disregards her sister's reproachful look. They stand before Yuan Yi, with Bai Xiao even attempting to pinch Qiong Xiao from behind. The two continue their playful antics, remaining restless. Yuan Yi observes the incessant bickering between the two and retracts the water and fire qilin, lifting both sisters effortlessly, transforming into a divine rainbow as he departs. Senior brother, it was Qiong Xiao who claimed she would subdue you. Senior brother, Bai Xiao complains that you did not take her along on your last outing. Enough. If you two continue to quarrel, I shall have Yun Xiao confine you for meditation. First, let us seek your elder sister. I have brought back gifts for you. Yuan Yi intends to consult Yun Xiao regarding the current situation and, in addition, he has brought back 3 ginseng fruits, perfectly suited for enhancing the sister's cultivation. He has already consumed 2 and contemplated beneath the ginseng fruit tree. While the fruits still hold value for him, their efficacy has diminished significantly, rendering them somewhat wasteful. Since the 3 sisters have treated him with kindness and sincerity, Yuan Yi, not being an ungrateful individual, is certain to repay their goodwill. Upon hearing about the gifts, the sisters exchange glances, abandoning their quarrel, and begin to speak sweetly to their senior brother, their camaraderie swiftly restored. Chapter 28. A grand occasion in heaven in the resplendent golden cloud cave, the abode of the 3 celestial sisters, adjacent to Yuan Yi's dwelling. The atmosphere was imbued with tranquility. Yuan Yi listened intently as Yun Xiao recounted the current affairs of the 3 teachings within Kunlun, remaining silent. As Yun Xiao prepared tea with a grace that evoked the flowing beauty of clouds, her words were gentle and soothing, captivating the heart. Seated behind Yun Xiao were Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, the 2 sisters, exuding an air of utmost obedience and serene celestial grace. However, their lively eyes darted about, disrupting the facade of tranquility they attempted to maintain. They frequently cast glances at the fruit platter on the table, which held 3 spirit fruits resembling infants, white tinged with pink, exuding a fragrant aroma, their Taoist essence swirling, appearing extraordinary. The fruits were known as the innate spirit ginseng fruits. Despite the restlessness of the 2 sisters, neither Yun Xiao nor Yuan Yi paid them any mind. If others were present, Yun Xiao might have chastised the sisters for their impoliteness. But since Yuan Yi was not considered a stranger, formalities were unnecessary. Furthermore, Yuan Yi often engaged in playful antics with the sisters, showing he was not bothered by their nature. From Yun Zhao's lips, Yuan Yi heard many familiar names, those from the Chan teaching, the Jie teaching, and the sole personal disciple of the Grand Master, the Taishang. If possible, Yuan Yi yearned to meet this elder brother of the 3 teachings. Although Yuan Yi and his companions entered the fold earlier, the establishment of the 3 teachings occurred sequentially, with the human teaching preceding and the Jie teaching following. Before that, they were merely disciples of Tong Tian, not of the Jie teaching. Thus, by this reasoning, the first disciple of the human teaching became the elder brother. Yuan Yi mused that had their master, Tong Tian, established his teaching first, perhaps they could have referred to themselves as junior disciples. It may not be easy for you to meet that elder brother from Xuandu, Yin Xiao remarked. Why is that? Yuan inquired, puzzled. Although their master was seeking a new foundation for the Jie teaching, the three teachings were indeed like a close-knit family at present, especially among the direct disciples. As the outer elder brother of the Jie teaching, Yuan thought it should not be difficult to meet Xuandu. Was that elder brother ill-tempered or reclusive? He had not heard of such a thing. A fleeting expression of hesitation and peculiarity crossed Yun Zhao's face before she replied. That elder brother possesses a temperament remarkably akin to that of our Grandmaster. He embodies the essence of the Grandmaster's principle of non-action, rarely making an appearance. Ah, recluse. Yuan comprehended. After many years in Kunlun, they had seldom encountered the Grandmaster. It seemed this personal disciple mirrored the Grandmaster's character. Yuan had hoped to see the creation of humanity sculpted by the Holy Mother Nuwa, only to discover it resembled a couch potato. However, you need not be anxious. The elder brother Xuandu will undoubtedly reveal himself soon, Yun Xiao added, as if recalling something. He is likely to accompany us for that matter. Our Grandmaster has only him as a personal disciple, and he cannot shirk that responsibility. Thus, he cannot avoid appearing. This is the inconvenience of being the sole disciple. Of course, the advantages of being the sole disciple need not be elaborated. What matter do you refer to? Yuan asked, intrigued by Yun Zhao's vague hints. Recently, the heavenly court sent an invitation to our master and many powerful beings in the wilderness, announcing a grand occasion in the wilderness, Yun Xiao explained. A grande occasion? An invitation for our master? Yuan furrowed his brow. What occasion? He soon formed a guess in his heart. Could it be a celestial marriage? A flicker of unusual anticipation flashed in his eyes. Such a monumental event that stirred the wilderness, especially at this juncture inviting sages, seemed to correspond only to the celestial marriage. You returned just in time. Had you delayed further, you would have missed this grand occasion, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Her gaze lingering on Yuan, not missing the momentary spark in his eyes. Could it be that you already know what this is about? Yuan shook his head. He would not voice his conjecture. Such an unprecedented event in the wilderness, if he were to possess foresight, would certainly raise suspicions. Trusting the three celestial sisters was one thing, but some matters were better kept from too many ears. Yun Xiao, not dwelling on it further, continued. This invitation from the heavenly court pertains to the wedding of the heavenly emperor. Do you know what this wedding signifies? Uniting as Tao partners? Yuan feigned ignorance in response. Yun Xiao shook her head, yes, but also no. It is not an ordinary relationship. It is more special than that. Aligned with the principles of yin and yang, a manifestation of the propagation of all living things. As she spoke, Yun Zhao's tone grew calm, yet slightly lighter. Her demeanor serious, as her gaze subtly shifted to the side. Yuan seemed oblivious to the rare hint of embarrassment that flickered across Yun Zhao's face. Leisurely sipping his tea, why would he require Yun Xiao to explain the meaning of a grand marriage? In his own understanding, the term Tao partner instinctively conjured such associations. It was amusing to see Yun Xiao earnestly elucidating concepts of yin and yang, which struck Yuan as quite entertaining. Given that you are born of the innate yin and yang energies, having cultivated the Tao of yin and yang, I believe you understand these matters better than I do. Yun Xiao remarked. Noticing Yuan Yi's peculiar expression, Yun Xiao cleared her throat, averting her gaze, her tone laced with playful reproach. Yun Xiao is teasing me. Perhaps influenced by her two younger sisters, Yuan thought, recognizing the need to shift the conversation. Delving into discussions about the principles of yin and yang was making him slightly uncomfortable, especially with the three sisters present, who possessed only a partial understanding of the awkwardness involved. When others are at ease, one often finds themselves in discomfort. This was a self-imposed predicament. Yuan gestured toward the three-spirit ginseng fruits on the platter. You ought to choose an opportune moment to consume these ginseng fruits. In my opinion, this grand occasion in the heavenly court presents an excellent opportunity for us younger ones to broaden our horizons. Missing it would be regrettable. The 6 great sages of the wilderness, the celestial court of the demon race, and many innate divine beings all offer a wealth of insight. They are not born with knowledge. Thus, expanding one's horizons is immensely beneficial for their cultivation. Moreover, visiting the first divine mountain, Buzhou Mountain, In person is an opportunity one should not miss. Yun Xiao acknowledged. Thank you for your concern, elder brother. She glanced at her two younger sisters, but refrained from further admonitions. She trusted that Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao understood this well, as the two were particularly eager to venture into the broader world. Consuming the ginseng fruits would likely lead to a period of seclusion and enlightenment, causing them to miss this opportunity. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were aware of this, and should they still miss out, it would not be entirely regrettable, Yun Xiao reflected, as ensuring her sister's peace of mind in their cultivation had already consumed considerable energy. Soon after, Yuan Yi took his leave and returned to his own cave. Bai Xiao had intended to follow Yuan Yi out, but was glared back into submission by Yun Xiao, thus having to obediently abandon her plans. After Yuan Yi's departure, the three sisters gathered around the table, examining the ginseng fruits. Such premier innate treasures were exceedingly precious even to innate divine beings. Yun Xiao distributed the ginseng fruits among her two sisters, ensuring each received one, marking their second encounter with such remarkable items. The first being the celestial apricots gifted by their second master. In comparison to other innate beings, their fortune and blessings were truly profound. Yun Xiao delicately caressed the ginseng fruit in her hand, her expression tender and her gaze soft. Do not forget the kindness our elder brother has shown us. We sisters must never become ungrateful, Yun Xiao gently reminded Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Though she recognized that such admonitions were superfluous, Yuan Yi stood before his cave dwelling, gazing at the three Taoist inscriptions of Jingguang Dong emblazoned above. His feelings were somewhat intricate. He had already heard the names Yu Ding and Tai Yi from Yun Xiao. His own abode was named Jingguang Dong, while the caves of the three heavens were called Jinxia Dong. It was well known to Yuan Yi that, according to legend, the sanctuaries of the true man Tai Yi and the true man Yu Ding were respectively named Jingguang Dong and Jinxia Dong, suggesting that this was no mere coincidence. He surmised that in the future, when he departed Kunlun alongside the disciples of the Jiejiao, this place would be inherited by someone else. What a curious choice of names. Was it merely serendipitous? Yuan Yi was unaware and unable to discern the underlying connections. Nevertheless, he deemed it unnecessary to ponder excessively, for he could not alter his present circumstances. His only course of action was to diligently enhance his cultivation and proceed with caution. That alone sufficed. Even amidst the calamity of the Fengshan, retreating unscathed was not out of the question. Should an opportunity arise, he would seize it. If the situation proved untenable, he would endeavor to ensure his own safety. At that juncture, with his and the three heavens' capabilities, as long as he did not confront the sages head-on, he would be secure. Although Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were playful, Yuan Yi was confident in his ability to manage them. As for Yun Xiao, he felt reassured, for even her words carried sufficient weight to influence them. Unlike Zhao Gongming, the three heavens had not formed deep ties with him, with his presence. They had no reason to become embroiled in matters beyond their control. The least favorable strategy would be to adapt to circumstances and follow Wu Dang. If memory served him correctly, the latter had survived the Fengshan tribulations unscathed. Yuan Yi shook his head and entered his cave. Inside, the dwelling was impeccably organized, even more so than when he had occupied it. The spiritual flowers and herbs he had planted were well tended, and the ornamental bonsais were meticulously pruned, leaving him grateful to Yun Xiao for her diligent care. Consequently, his initial intention to acquire some pleasing spirits to assist him had yet to materialize. On his table, a fruit platter brimmed with fresh spiritual fruits. Yuan Yi reached for one, yet halted just before bringing it to his lips. Observing the distinct tooth marks left on the fruit, his expression darkened. It was indeed a case of unrepentant mischief. He had forgotten to suggest to Yun Xiao that Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, who had been lax in their cultivation, should engage in more scriptural copying to solidify their foundational knowledge. Chapter 29. The Seven Immortals in the Realm of Celestial Beings. The phrase "not long after" can often stretch into thousands of years. For entities such as them, the passage of time is perceived quite differently. After Yuan Yi returned and settled in for a brief period, he was soon drawn into a discussion forum by Bai Xiao and her companions. a gathering of esteemed cultivators. This assembly served as a means of sharing insights and philosophies beyond solitary contemplation. Within Kunlun, disciples of the three teachings are abundant, and it is not uncommon for groups of 3 to 5 friends to convene for discourse at any given moment. However, Yuan Yi, having spent little time in Kunlun since its vibrant resurgence, had rarely partaken in such gatherings. Moreover, he was not one to cultivate numerous friendships, having only maintained a close rapport with the three Shaos. His relationships with other disciples were rather neutral, neither particularly warm nor cold. If one were to assess, Yuan Yi observed a significant imbalance within the direct disciples of Jie Jiao, with a pronounced decline in male representation. Only he, Duo Bao, and Zhao Gongming remained. Duo Bao, the eldest disciple, was engrossed in managing Jie Jiao's affairs, having previously delved deeply into the treasures hidden within Kunlun's depths. Zhao Gongming, a man of extensive connections, was elusive, often hard to pin down. Consequently, Yuan Yi found himself the most available among the direct disciples, as he possessed ample free time. He did not decline the invitation, for despite his recent fortuitous gains, he still felt somewhat behind in cultivation compared to his peers. By his estimation, his cultivation had perhaps surpassed that of Duo Bao. The latter, while dedicated, did not exert as much effort as Yuan Yi, who was more akin to his sister Jinling, with an affinity for both discourse and martial prowess. Jinling, fervently pursuing her path, shared a seeking spirit similar to Yun Xiao, albeit with differing methodologies. Her combat skills were notably superior, while her ascetic practices were comparatively less. Aside from these few, Jie Jiao housed 1 or 2 other formidable disciples, such as the enigmatic Wu Yun. Though he joined Jie Jiao later, he had experienced significant fortuitous encounters prior to his initiation and had been exposed to profound teachings, rendering him quite exceptional. As over a dozen individuals sat cross-legged in a modest gathering initiated by Sister Jinling, the scale of the discourse was indeed limited, inviting only direct disciples and a few attended disciples. While the number of Jie Jiao disciples was considerable, the count of direct disciples paled in comparison to the disciples of the second master. Bai Xiao relished in lively atmospheres, and Xiong Xiao was no less enthusiastic. Yin Xiao did not intervene in this regard, and thus Yuan Yi became one of the earliest arrivals. He sat beside the three Xiaos. Savoring the spiritual fruits prepared by Jinling, opposite him were 2 women, one clad in a golden gown, her flawless visage radiating fierce energy, unmistakably Jinling. In contrast, her companion, Wu Dang, donned white robes, exuding tranquility and an almost ethereal presence. At that moment, Jinling's keen gaze turned towards Yuan Yi, narrowing slightly. Sensing her attention, Yuan Yi opted to disregard her. He was not one for conflict, unlike her spirited nature. Having not seen you for a while, your cultivation seems to have progressed remarkably. Why not engage in a discussion? Jinling boldly proposed, her enthusiasm palpable. The depth of your cultivation far surpasses mine, sister. I am merely fortunate to have encountered some opportunities. Yuan Yi deftly shifted the topic, though he harbored a desire to gauge her abilities. Yet, he felt ill-prepared to confront her at this moment. Jinling frowned, casting a glare at Yuan Yi. The fruits grown in my cave, if you desire them, I can offer them to you. However, you must first surpass me. Yuan Yi merely smiled, refraining from further discourse, which left Jinling feeling somewhat disinterested. At that juncture, a beam of light streaked from afar, and the gathered individuals immediately recognized the newcomer by his aura. Your progress is swift, little junior brother. Have you reached the threshold of Tai Yi? Yuan Yi remarked, playfully drawing attention to the recently arrived individual. Indeed, he is far more agreeable than some, Jinling replied, her tone lighthearted. As the aura dissipated, a tall young man appeared in the distance, Zhao Gongming, who had been delayed by Yuan Yi's earlier jest. Greetings to all my esteemed sisters. Upon arrival, Zhao Gongming began with formalities, yet his gaze unexpectedly landed on Yuan Yi. Brother Yuan Yi, it is good to see you, he acknowledged, surprised by Yuan Yi's presence, given that he rarely made an appearance in Kunlun. The group reciprocated the greeting, and Jinling gestured for Zhao Gongming to take a seat. Aside from Duo Bao, who was occupied with Jie Jiao's affairs. All direct disciples were present. Inner disciples Jin Ling and Wu Deng, and outer disciples Yuan, He, Yin Xiao, Qiong Xiao, Bai Xiao, and Zhao Gongming. Shortly thereafter, several others arrived in unison, renowned in later tales as the Seven Immortals. Their identities were rather peculiar. They were neither direct disciples nor ordinary Jie Jiao disciples. In terms of status within Jie Jiao, they ranked just below Duo Bao and Jin Ling, holding a position comparable to the outer disciples. More importantly, their cultivation levels were formidable. Notably, Wu Yin shared a similar foundation with Yuan Yi, having been born of the innate golden mustache Oliu fish. His cultivation only marginally inferior to Yuan Yi's current state. It was uncertain what fortuitous encounters he had experienced prior, but it was clear that Yuan Yi's own fortune was substantial, albeit not singularly extraordinary. As they exchanged courtesies, Yuan Yi scrutinized these vaguely familiar strangers: Jin Guang Xian, Qiushou Xian, Jinggu Xian, Lingyu Xian, Pai Lu Xian, and Chang'er Dingguang Xian. Yuan Yi's gaze lingered briefly on Chang'er Dingguang Xian, a slender figure with pronounced cheekbones, exuding a certain frail aura and possessing blood-red, translucent eyes. Yuan Yi found this curious. It was said that Chang'er Dingguang Xian's true form was that of a rabbit. A rabbit? This softness seemed incongruous. In the future, a group of individuals would also be referred to as rabbits. However, Yuan Yi's extended gaze was not solely due to this peculiarity. He remembered that during the Fengshan War, this Ding Guang Xian wielded a treasure belonging to his master, Tong Tian, and defected from Jie Jiao, later aligning with the Western teachings, a notorious figure, often criticized for his actions. Rumor had it that after the Western teachings evolved into Buddhism, he became known as the Joyful Buddha. The Joyful Buddha? Did this individual also practice the dualities of yin and yang? Yuan Yi could discern some qualities of an individual attuned to such principles, yet he could not ascertain the nature of his cultivation. His understanding of these figures was limited, and he resolved to observe them more closely in the future, to uncover their true natures and safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 30. Jin Ling, Junior Brother Yuan Yi, please. Jin Ling's gaze burned brightly as she fixed her eyes on Yuan Yi. She held the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the flying golden sword, in one hand, while the dragon tiger Rui hovered beside her. Behind her, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Four Symbols Tower, materialized, embodying the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Observing Jin Ling's fervor, Yuan Yi noted her unwavering dedication. It was an opportune moment for him to assess her abilities and gauge his own strength, particularly since she served as a commendable benchmark among their peers. I kindly ask you to show some restraint, senior sister, Yuan Yi replied courteously. The innate duality of yin and yang manifested around him, transforming into two ethereal swords that circled him, exuding a subtle yet ominous aura. His golden eyes deepened in tranquility, mirroring Jin Ling's clarity, but possessing a distinctly different essence. Excessive modesty was not advantageous. Yuan Yi recognized the necessity of showcasing his capabilities to prevent others from underestimating him. He wished to deter those who might foolishly provoke him, mistakenly believing him to be an easy target. Moreover, he did not want to be perceived merely as a figure leveraging the influence of the three heavens, a notion he found quite undesirable. While Yuan Yi held no ambitions of contesting for authority with Duo Bao, he still desired to ensure he possessed a substantial voice within the Jie Jiao sect. Even if he could not rival Duo Bao, he wished to remain significant and not easily overlooked. Furthermore, the three heavens sisters undoubtedly stood by him, and as long as they were not at odds with their master, Tong Tian, he was confident in their allegiance. Thus, when Jin Ling invited him once more to engage in discourse, he accepted without hesitation. Debates could be categorized into literary and martial confrontations. The former involved the articulation of doctrines and the mutual affirmation of truths, fostering a more amicable atmosphere. The latter, however, was far more direct, revealing true prowess through action. Given Jin Ling's adeptness in combat, it was no surprise she opted for a more straightforward approach. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's words, Jinling merely smiled lightly, her expression brimming with confidence, devoid of any softness. She raised her hand, and the dragon tiger Rui surged forward, morphing into the visage of a dragon and tiger, conjuring a tempestuous aura. In an instant, the resonating roars of dragons and tigers filled the air, stirring the very soul. Those of lesser cultivation risked succumbing to the overwhelming pressure, their spiritual essence destabilized by the echoes of the Tao. Despite not having extensive interactions with Jinling, Yuan was not entirely ignorant of her capabilities. Behind him, a golden dragon-like avatar subtly emerged, its form distorting the very fabric of space. His golden eyes transformed into an otherworldly hue, embodying the essence of yin and yang, akin to the sun and moon suspended in the sky. The cacophony of dragon and tiger roars failed to perturb him in the slightest. Yuan lightly tapped the water-fire gourd at his waist, summoning forth the water-fire Qilin, which advanced to meet Jinling's dragon and tiger spirits, subtly gaining the upper hand. Yuan Yi's cultivation offered him a slight advantage, while both wielded top-grade, innate spiritual treasures. The inherent power of their treasures was nearly indistinguishable. However, Jinling's mastery of the dragon tiger Rui could not quite compare to his own prowess. The two exotic beasts clashed, their magical energies countered by the collective efforts of others to prevent any collateral damage. The water-fire Qilin, formed from the nine heavens' profound fire and the nine nether dark water, exhibited a ferocious temperament, pursuing and biting at the dragon tiger, clearly establishing dominance. Junior brother seems to be quite in tune with this water-fire gourd. It appears that merely wielding the dragon tiger Rui cannot withstand your abilities, Jinling remarked, her excitement palpable. As she spoke, she retracted the dragon tiger Rui and summoned forth the four symbols tower that hovered behind her. Now, junior brother, witness the might of my four symbols tower. The ancient, unassuming tower radiated a profound aura, rapidly ascending to 9 levels, towering over the heavens and earth. The tower's body was inscribed with the traces of the celestial Tao, manifesting the powers of the four symbols, casting an oppressive aura that enveloped the surroundings. Each element, earth, fire, wind, and water, was transformed into 4 distinct beasts, each gaining strength and unity to besiege Yuan Yi's water-fire Qilin. Yuan Yi furrowed his brow. While the four symbols tower was merely a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure, its power could not match that of the superior dragon tiger Rui. Why resort to the four symbols tower against his water-fire gourd? Nonetheless, despite being a top-grade treasure, the four symbols tower was a versatile weapon capable of both offense and defense, unlike the extreme capabilities of the dragon tiger Rui. In terms of offensive power, the four symbols tower excelled in suppression and confinement, but its destructive force was far inferior to that of the water-fire gourd. While it was at a disadvantage, it managed to hold its ground defensively. Your methods are commendable, senior sister, Yuan Yi offered a polite compliment. They were merely exchanging techniques as fellow sect members. And even in combat, there was an underlying camaraderie. In truth, he had not employed his full strength. It would be inappropriate to rely solely on treasures to best this capable senior sister. With a flick of his hand, Yuan Yi formed a sword gesture, causing the dual black and white swords surrounding him to resonate with a powerful clangor. Their sharp energies disrupted the balance of yin and yang, severing all in their path. Their master, the Saint of Tongtian, had imparted the teachings of the upper clear, celestial method, excelling in the use of the sword to embody his Tao in the form of swordsmanship, which differed significantly from contemporary interpretations. Consequently, many disciples of the Jiao sect wielded swords as their weapons, including Jinling and the enigmatic Wu Yunxian. Yuan Yi was no exception. His method of aggressive combat harmonized with the malevolent energy of his innate duality. The black and white swords danced like ethereal dragons, intertwining as they advanced toward Jinling. Unhurriedly, Jinling summoned her 2 innate spiritual treasures to counter his attack. The top-grade dragon tiger Rui did not transform again, but struck directly at the black sword, while her other top-grade innate treasure, the flying golden sword, met the white sword of pure yang. The flying golden sword, a quintessential weapon of aggression, embodied the essence of the metal Tao, razor-sharp and perfectly suited to Jinling, who wielded it as her primary treasure. As the innate duality of yin and yang clashed with Jinling's two top-grade treasures, the ensuing confrontation produced a spectacle of destruction, far more intense than the earlier clash between the Waterfire Gourd and the Four Symbols Tower. Their treasures remained suspended in the air, with both Yuan, Yi, and Jinling locking eyes, revealing the prowess of their techniques. The contest of treasures yielded no clear victor, as both retained their strength, turning their focus instead to the arcane arts they had cultivated. Yuan anticipated that Jinling would not relent so easily, for she had yet to fully enjoy the duel. In the next moment, Jinling moved with agility, appearing before Yuan Yi in an instant. With your golden Jiao form, junior brother, your physical resilience is exceptional. Allow me to experience it firsthand. Surprisingly, Jinling refrained from employing any mystical arts. She intended to match Yuan Yi in a contest of physical prowess. Senior sister ought to be cautious, Yuan Yi thought, refusing to retreat. He moved like a flowing dragon, golden light radiating from him as he met Jinling's descending fist with his own, also opting for pure physical might. The force of their exchange reverberated through the air, echoing like thunder. The two exchanged blows, each recoiling from the impact. It became evident that Yuan Yi possessed superior strength, as Jinling's power fell short in comparison. However, he was astonished by the tenacity of Jinling's form. Though she exuded an aura of ethereal beauty, her fists were as hard as celestial gold, imbued with a sharp energy. Were it not for his golden Jiao form's natural protective scales, he might have struggled to withstand such a formidable force. By the heavens, what is Jinling's true essence? Could she be forged from celestial gold? Yuan Yi pondered, momentarily distracted by her incredible resilience. As Jinling retreated, she lunged forward once more, still eschewing any mystical arts, seemingly intent on testing the limits of her physical strength against his. Although the physical embodiment of Yuan Yi Dao is formidable, he is not engaged extensively in the practice of pure hand-to-hand combat techniques. In truth, he excels more in the art of divine powers. For physical brawling lacks the elegance befitting an enlightened cultivator and does not align with the ethereal image of a celestial being. Fortunately, while his proficiency in this area is not particularly strong, his innate advantages render him far from weak, prompting Yuan Yi to choose to continue the engagement. The incessant thunderclaps reverberate, shaking the very heavens and earth, as if two titans of the witch clan were clashing rather than practitioners of the way dueling with their mystical arts. The sheer force of their physical might resonates with the laws of the cosmos, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. The strength of such a Taoist body moves the onlookers profoundly, for they are primarily practitioners of divine arts, and encounters of this nature are indeed rare. Chapter 31. The sound of the Kunlun bell observing the duel between Yuan Yi and Jinling, their contest of magical artifacts, physical forms, and arcane techniques. The onlookers felt a shift in their perspectives. Even the three sisters, who were most familiar with Yuan Yi, could not fully grasp the extent of his abilities. The playful sparring between Yuan Yi and the sisters, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, could never be serious, as their cultivation levels were considerably inferior to his. On the other hand, Yin Xiao, unlike her two siblings, refrained from engaging in such frivolities and never participated in these matters. In facing the combative Jinling, Yuan Yi was compelled to employ a significant portion of his true capabilities. In terms of magical artifacts, neither party held a distinct advantage. Jinling possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure, alongside two high-quality innate treasures, which were versatile in both offense and defense. Yuan Yi, however, was equipped with only one genuine supreme innate treasure, relying on the accompanying primordial yin-yang energies to compensate. It was the extraordinary nature of these primordial energies, perfectly attuned to him, that enabled him to withstand Jinling's supreme innate treasure, the Dragon Tiger Jade Rui, and her high-quality innate treasure, the Flying Golden Sword. Yet, in the realm of artifacts, he could not gain the upper hand. Overcoming Jinling would require considerable time. Nonetheless, Jinling concluded that a counter Yuan Yi and Amp Oppos. As primordial yin-yang energies, she would need to rely on both a supreme and a high-quality innate treasure. This necessity compelled her to utilize the Four Symbols Tower, a high-quality innate treasure, to defend against Yuan Yi's Waterfire Gourd. This clearly illustrated that Yuan Yi's long-term cultivation and nurturing of his primordial yin-yang energies were formidable, rivaling the power of innate treasures. In terms of physical form, Yuan Yi held a marked advantage. The prowess of his yin-yang golden flood dragon far surpassed that of an ordinary physical form. With no deficiencies in the strength of his primordial spirit, Yuan Yi continually cultivated his primordial yin-yang energies to nourish both his body and spirit. In their pursuit of the celestial path, where the primordial spirit embodies the grand Tao, the desired nature of the Tao body is not resilience, but clarity, seeking purity akin to unblemished crystal. Few cultivators preferred close combat, and Yuan Yi enjoyed an inherent advantage. Yuan Yi was equally adept in arcane techniques, utilizing yin and yang as a foundation to evolve the five elements arts. Particularly after comprehending the five elements principles embodied in the ginseng fruit tree, he achieved a remarkable balance among the five elements, resulting in a transformation that harmonized with yin and yang, allowing him to unleash even greater power. With every gesture, yin and yang intermingled and the five elements encircled him, manifesting various offensive techniques aimed at Jinling. The paths of Jinling and Yuan Yi diverged. Hers was an extreme interpretation of the metal path. Having reached the pinnacle of her realm, her brilliance evident. Their styles bore similarities. Both favored proactive assaults over passive defense, leading to a duel characterized by direct confrontation and formidable techniques. The genuine powers Yuan Yi currently commanded included the five elements concealment technique, the yin-yang concealment technique, and the mastery of the five thunder technique derived from the five elements. Though named Five Thunders, it embodied the essence of the five energies, wielded as thunderous assaults. In Yuan, he had only begun to glimpse its potential. As the chaotic remnants of their magical surges subsided, the energies surrounding both combatants dissipated, and they each withdrew their artifacts. "Thank you for your mercy, senior sister," Yuan Yi offered respectfully, acknowledging the conclusion of their sparring, which had not definitively determined a victor. Yet both were acutely aware of their standings. However, Yuan Yi's politeness was met with a dismissive glance from Jinling, who retorted, "You clearly held back. I did not show mercy. It is you who concealed your true strength." Her tone hinted at dissatisfaction regarding Yuan Yi's reluctance to exert his full capabilities. Yet Jinling was not one to dwell on trivialities. Her fervor only intensified. Having entered their path later, Yuan Yi's cultivation had now caught up with Jinling's, perhaps even surpassing her slightly, igniting her competitive spirit and stirring thoughts of venturing out for experiences. She had heard that Yuan Yi had gained numerous opportunities during his travels, rapidly advancing from the early to mid stages of Tai in a mere few tens of thousands of years. "Next time, I hope to continue our discussions, junior brother," Jinling stated earnestly, her seriousness reminiscent of Yun Xiao when she admonished Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. Yuan Yi initially intended to decline, but, upon receiving a pointed look from Jinling, opted for silence. After all, she had a knack for seeking retribution, and he had never truly bested her. It would be prudent to avoid further confrontations. "By the way, junior brother, remember to retrieve that spiritual fruit tree from my cave when you return. I shall not deliver it to you." Jinling abruptly halted her stride, turning to address Yuan Yi, momentarily taken aback. Yuan Yi quickly recalled their previous conversation regarding the spiritual fruit. "Well, I merely mentioned it in passing. There is no need to take it seriously." However, seeing Jinling's unwavering demeanor, he realized that refusing her would likely displease her. Her straightforward nature left little room for jest. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude and accepted her offer. Jinling regarded him with a nod, saying no more. Returning to his seat, Yuan Yi noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of the others, which did not escape his attention. His objective had been achieved. As the eldest brother, his infrequent appearances had hindered his ability to establish authority and gain respect. Occasionally showcasing his abilities was essential for enhancing his influence within the sect. While he could choose silence, he could not allow his voice to go unheard. These were not the same. Although Jin Ling did not manage sect affairs as diligently as the eldest brother, Duo Bao, her reputation was formidable due to her exceptional strength and profound understanding. Among their peers, she was undeniably among the most elite, and even Yun Xiao could not compare. The only one whose strength approached hers was Wu Dang. Yet in terms of magical artifacts, Wu Dang fell short, unable to rival Jin Ling's 3 high-quality, innate treasures. Should a confrontation arise, Wu Dang would likely find herself at a disadvantage, making it improbable that she could best Jin Ling. To say Jin Ling was the foremost among the disciples of the sect would not be an exaggeration, provided one did not include oneself in the comparison. Had it not been for the water-fire gourd and the fortunate circumstances bestowed by his master, Yuan Yi and Appo's cultivation level would not have matched Jin Ling and Appo's at this juncture. Currently, however, he possessed strength that slightly surpassed hers, bestowing him with authority even in matters unrelated to sect affairs. Contemplating this, Yuan Yi and Appo's gaze subtly drifted toward the white-clad woman beside Jin Ling, Wu Dang, a fellow inner disciple. Though she frequently appeared, her presence remained understated, easily overlooked. Yuan Yi could not entirely discern her depths, but he sensed that her capabilities were likely quite formidable. Perhaps only Jin Ling, being closest to her, understood the extent of her cultivation, and Yuan Yi surmised it was unlikely to be inferior to Jin Ling's. The discussions among the several disciples yielded various insights, fostering mutual validation and enhancement, a beneficial exchange for their cultivation. Were it not for Yuan Yi and Appo's aversion crowds, he would have considered participating in such gatherings more often. Nearly a millennium had passed amid these discussions, with the eldest brother, Duo Bao, having visited, though his stay was fleeting due to his busy schedule. On this day, the sound of a bell resonated from Kunlun Mountain, its melodious and grand tone echoing through the heavens, a summons for the disciples. Yuan Yi gazed towards the Kunlun Peak, pondering whether this meant a journey to the heavenly court atop Buzhou Mountain. Fortuitously, he would witness the legendary deities of lore, and a sense of anticipation swelled within him. All present were filled with speculation, and thus this discourse came to a close. Each individual then took to their own means of swift departure, soaring towards the majestic peak of Kunlun. Chapter 32. Mount Buzhou, Heaven upon the summit of Kunlun Mountain. A group prepared to set forth to the heavenly court for an appointed meeting. The esteemed brothers of Emperor Jun may not possess sufficient influence to summon the 3 sages. Yet the presence of a single sage bears great weight. Even the venerable master Tai Ching accompanied his disciple Xuandu, while the teacher, Tong Tian, and his second disciple would naturally follow suit. At present, Master Tai Ching had but one direct disciple, a solitary gem, while the second disciple boasted as many as 13. The disciples of the Jie sect numbered 8, along with 7 attended disciples. Yuan Yi stood at the forefront, flanked by Duo Bao on his left and the immortal of dark clouds on his right, with the 3 Xiaos and Zhao Gongming behind him. Ahead lay their teacher, Tong Tian, alongside his steed, Kuei Niu. Brother Niu, does this spiritual fruit delight your palate? At that moment, Yuan Yi mingled with the bovine, who, satisfied, raised a hoof and lightly tapped him. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Yuan Yi's camaraderie with Duo Bao and the others was not particularly deep, yet he shared a closer bond with the teacher's mount. Previously, while foraging for delectable spiritual fruit trees within Kunlun Mountain, he had stumbled upon Kuei Niu. To speak candidly, Kuei Niu was also an innate being akin to Yuan Yi and his companions, though he chose not to take on human form, opting instead for the path of a steed. Nevertheless, as the mount of a sage, Kuei Niu's status was far from ordinary. The disciples treated him with utmost respect, even addressing him as senior brother. Kuei Niu had accompanied teacher Tong Tian far longer than any of his direct disciples. Master Tai Ching possessed a great azure bowl as his steed, while the second disciple commanded a 9-dragon incense carriage. Teacher Tong Tian had Kuei Niu, and even Sister Jin Ling had a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure, the 7 fragrance carriage. which spurred Yuan Yi's desire to acquire a mount. However, he found himself unimpressed by ordinary beings, while those worthy of his admiration were beyond his grasp. Brother Niu, it is time for us to depart. As Master Tai Ching made his move, teacher Tong Tian summoned Kuei Niu, who bore him into the void. Yuan Yi and the other disciples followed closely, proceeding towards the heavenly court. Given the power of the sages, the distance from East Kunlun to Mount Buzhou was not considerable. They traversed the void for but a brief moment before directly arriving at the foot of Mount Buzhou. This was Yuan Yi and Appo's first encounter with the most sacred mountain of the primordial world, and the awe inspired by its towering presence was ineffable. The aura of creation surrounding Mount Buzhou was far more potent than that of ordinary blessed lands, bearing the lingering traces of countless profound paths. The vastness of Mount Buzhou was immeasurable. Even the summit that pierced the azure sky revealed but a mere fraction of its entirety. Standing before Mount Buzhou, Yuan, despite being a being of the Tai realm, felt a profound sense of insignificance. In comparison to the might of the primordial world, a mere Tai was inconsequential. Is it true that the ancestral shaman Gong Gong shattered this mountain? How could he have accomplished such a feat? Yuan found it hard to fathom. The others seemed to share his sentiments, as it was their first visit to this hallowed mountain. Mount Buzhou emanated an imposing and ancient pressure that enveloped Yuan Yi and the others, stirring within them an instinctive urge to bow in reverence. The majesty of this mountain instilled a profound sense of humility. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the weight pressing upon them, allowing them to breathe more easily. The initial confrontation with Mount Buzhou's aura was challenging to adapt to, especially as this pressure emanated from the very essence of the Tao. The deeper the understanding of the Tao, the more intense the sensation of this pressure. Teacher Tong Tian's voice resonated from ahead, thus the greater one's cultivation. The more profound the experience, and the heavier the pressure encountered, compared to the past, the aura of Mount Buzhou had considerably diminished, far less formidable than before. The second disciple remarked, "Indeed, I recall when we innate divinities vied to ascend this sacred mountain, seeking to comprehend the remnants of the great Pangu's Tao, pursuing the path of the Tao. In those times, the aura of Mount Buzhou could impede even the great Luo Jingxian." Yuan listened intently, committing these words to memory. Perhaps this was his sole opportunity to ascend Mount Buzhou in person. Enveloped by the strength of his teachers, the group ascended to the summit of Mount Buzhou, where the heavenly court resided, connecting with the starlit expanse above. This place served as the stronghold of the demon race. "The sage has arrived. Please forgive the lack of a grand welcome, for Emperor Jun is here to pay his respects." As they approached the heavenly court, a voice resonated ahead. Upon hearing the name, Yuan could not help but cast a lingering gaze. Was this not one of the innate divinities birthed by the sun star? The three-legged golden crow, Emperor Jun, sovereign of the demon race and the heavenly emperor. Before them stood over 10 figures, the foremost of whom donned a resplendent golden robe, intricately adorned with images of the sun. His every gesture exuded an air of regal dignity. Even in the presence of 3 sages, he maintained his poise, worthy of the admiration of numerous innate divinities. Beside him stood a figure strikingly similar, also clad in golden robes. Yet, unlike Emperor Jun's elegance, this individual radiated a more domineering and aggressive aura, a primordial bell swirling with chaotic energy suspended at his side, exuding an inscrutable force. This was Emperor Jun and Appo's brother, the formidable Dong Huang, Tai Yi. Trailing behind them were the 10 great demon saints of the heavenly court, along with the Kunpeng Taoist, all of whom were veritable quasi-saints, beings who had transcended the 3 corpses. In the presence of these innate divinities, Yuan Yi and his companions were undeniably the juniors. This marked Yuan Yi and Appo's first encounter with such a multitude of quasi-saint beings. The power of the heavenly court was truly formidable. Besides the 10 figures, Yuan Yi and Appo's gaze roamed the surroundings, taking in the celestial soldiers and generals everywhere. The intensity of their auras astonished him. Many of these celestial soldiers were at the golden immortal level, and some generals had already reached the Tai realm. What he observed was merely a glimpse of the heavenly court and Oppos, this inconspicuous foundation. How many powerful beings resided in the current heavenly court? Multiple quasi-saints? How many exist at the Luo level? Surely, Tai beings cannot be commonplace, while golden immortals are relegated to mere foot soldiers. Among the innate beings of the GS sect, most of his peers had yet to step into the Tai realm, with himself and Sister Jinling only recently having entered mid-Tai. Was this the effect of gathering the world's fortune? Or was it their unique training methods for the demon race? As Yuan, he sensed the chaotic and violent energies emanating from them. He noted a stark contrast to his own, which felt purer and more refined, as though their foundations were not as solid and formidable as his. While Yuan pondered this, the group was ushered into the heavenly court. Within, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, filled with numerous innate divinities, figures who represented great power to Yuan and his companions. The three pure ones, as sage beings, had graciously accepted the invitation, yet they would not arrive too early. Thus, their timing was not significantly ahead, placing them among the latest arrivals. Nevertheless, thanks to the status of their teacher, they found themselves seated in a prominent position, just behind the great powers, with exquisite spiritual fruits and fine nectar laid out before them, signifying their elevated status, akin to that of the mighty, such as the weight of a young friend standing, a testament to the identity of a sage's disciple. Chapter 33, Celestial Brew. The two saints of the West in the ethereal palace of Jade Towers, auspicious clouds billowed, and various extraordinary phenomena emerged, with the resonant sounds of the Tao echoing perpetually. The stars from the heavens showered beams of starlight, as the sun and moon radiantly illuminated the earth. Yuan sat at his designated place, a table laden with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, exuding a rich spiritual essence. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful woman of indeterminate race, attending to him. Yuan was curious. Did the innate saints cultivate this divine brew of celestial nectar without a mentor? How did such knowledge spread so widely? Seated next to Yuan, was Bai Shao, while Yin Shao sat with Qiong Shao, having deliberately separated the two sisters due to concerns over their antics. Nearby were Jin Ling and Wu Dang, with the venerable De Bao, the senior brother, accompanied by the younger disciple Zhao Gongming. It was perplexing why the innate saints preferred to share the celestial nectar in pairs, perhaps to conserve space, as the esteemed elders each had their own seats. "Senior brother, this is delightful," Bai Shao exclaimed, setting down her jade cup and glancing towards Yuan Yi's own cup. Yuan Yi returned his gaze to her, who was blinking expectantly at him. Ignoring her, he lifted his jade cup to his lips. The celestial nectar entered his mouth, and the intense solar energy surged within him, causing him to furrow his brow. It was rather potent, suggesting extraordinary materials with exceptionally pure Tao resonance. This brew is crafted from the branches and leaves of the innate spiritual root, the Fusang divine tree, containing the essence of pure solar power, the attendant woman explained. Yuan felt a burning sensation in his mouth, as if he had swallowed a wisp of solar fire. The effects were commendable, yet the taste was not particularly enjoyable. He was not fond of drinking. He had yet to consume the items acquired from the great, which Xing Tian. Yuan turned to glare at Bai Shao, who had told him it was delightful. All he saw in response was the back of her head, while Qiong Shao was exchanging mischievous glances with her sister, their conspiratorial whispers evident to Yuan E's keen perception. "Qiong Shao, I told you senior brother Wu Ti enjoy that taste, didn't I? How was that?" Bai Shao, senior brother fell for it completely, down it in one go. Haha. Too bad. If I had told him it was unpleasant, he might have shared it with me. "Qiong Shao, senior brother Wu Ti believe you." At that moment, the attendant refilled Yuan Yi's cup. Upon inspecting the nectar within, he realized it was of an entirely different essence than the previous one. This aroma was it the power of the moon? This concoction is brewed from the spiritual root, the laurel by the heavenly emperor. Unlike the Fusang, it possesses a gentle nature, containing the essence of pure lunar energy. The combination of these two celestial brews harmonizes yin and yang, nourishing the roots of the Tao and fostering the essence of life. The woman elucidated with a smile. Yuan nodded, lifting his jade cup once more, but this time he refrained from gulping it down. As the woman had indicated, this celestial brew was far gentler, cool and refreshing, akin to the soft glow of moonlight, imbued with a delicate fragrance that hinted at tender emotions. It was truly exquisite, harmonizing with the potent Fusang brew he had previously consumed, leaving him feeling revitalized, nurturing both his Tao body and primordial spirit. However, Yuan suspected that this celestial nectar was diluted, lacking in purity, with the solar and lunar energies too faint, merely a trace. Unlike the generous offerings from Xing Tian, which were substantial, this brew, despite being produced from top-tier innate spiritual roots, was far less effective than the treasures he had obtained from the Witch Clan. Had he been more attuned to the essence of yin and yang, the effects would undoubtedly have been more pronounced. Moreover, it seemed that each of the younger disciples had received only 2 cups, while the other celestial brews, though remarkable, could not compare to the ones crafted from the Fusang divine tree and laurel. As Yuan glanced aside, he noticed that Bai Zhao's cup was already empty. "How is it? Do you like it? I have some similar items, the kind Qiong Xiao drank last time. Would you care to try?" Yuan inquired with a smile. Bai Xiao instinctively shifted away, her gaze toward Yuan, elaced with suspicion. "Senior brother, are you trying to deceive me?" She retorted, quickly adding, "It was all Qiong Zhao's idea, not mine. How could senior brother deceive you? You must trust him. He would never harm you. At most, I would just wait until you're drunk and plant you in the fields to atone for the spiritual fruits you 2 sisters have spoiled." Yuan jested. Bai Xiao rolled her eyes, feeling a tinge of guilt. As for Qiong Xiao, dragging her sister into this was her last desperate attempt. Yet, Yuan was merely joking. Otherwise, he would have already planted Qiong Xiao in the fields last time. Suddenly, Yuan's gaze shifted towards the palace entrance, where he saw Emperor Jun leading a group out of the Grand Hall, likely to personally welcome the arrival of the saints. Had the 2 saints from the west arrived? Yuan and Apos. His eyes were drawn to the imposing doors beyond. He sensed the pervasive aura of the saints in the air, a feeling he had discerned many times from his teacher, Tong Tian. His curiosity about the 2 saints from the west grew, according to his knowledge. Their reputation was rather poor, even worse than that of his second master. With the saying a connection with the West is one of the 2 great curses of the primordial age echoing through the ages. Yuan held no particular affinity for a certain real estate sect, especially since he was a disciple of the and the outer sect as senior brother. During the Fengshan calamity, there were merely over 300 positions for righteous deities. Had the final battle between the 2 teachings not occurred, the losses for the would have been around 1 or 200 at most. The number of wrongful deaths far surpassed those who ascended to the list, and the disciples of the who were ultimately led away by the Western sect constituted a significant portion, an outcome Yuan found unacceptable. However, after his encounter with Hong Yun, he was taken aback to learn that this innate saint held a degree of respect for the 2 saints of the West, which contradicted his preconceived notions and compelled him to re-evaluate his biases. Moreover, his teacher, Tong Tian, had told him that saints are both human and divine. He was eager to see for himself the notorious existence of the 2 saints that had garnered such infamy. Before long, he saw Emperor Jun personally escorting a group into the hall, leading the 2 figures at the forefront, Jia and Zhuan of the Western sect, followed by several disciples from the same sect. The Western sect was not Buddhism. They did not follow the practice of tonsure or adopt the appearance of wisdom shackles. Appearing instead as ordinary Taoists, Jia had a visage that radiated ancient sorrow, possessing an odd demeanor. Yuan recalled his teacher mentioning that Jia wielded a unique innate spiritual root known as bitter bamboo, forged into a staff capable of sealing the 6 senses of living beings. Though low-key, his methods were anything but simple. Zhuan emanated a resplendent aura, suffused with a clear energy that seemed to evoke enlightenment in those who beheld him. As he walked, a gentle sound of the Tao accompanied him, reminiscent of a soft breeze rustling through leaves, creating a melodic whisper. This saint also possessed a remarkable innate spiritual root, the Bodhi tree. from which he had crafted a treasure known as the Seven Treasures Wonderful Tree, reputed to be capable of refining all things, a bane to the treasures of cultivators. The impression these two saints left on Yuan, he was distinctly different from that of his teacher and his two masters. Specifically, he sensed that the path of these two saints appeared to be more closely connected to all living beings, while that of his teacher and masters leaned more toward the essence of heaven and earth itself. Beneath the heavenly Tao, I have had the privilege of witnessing 5 of the 6 revered saints, leaving only the illustrious Saint N.Y. yet to behold. It is only a matter of time before I encounter her, especially since she is the witness of this divine marriage. Yuan cast a glance at the disciples of the Western Church gathered behind him, noting their lesser cultivation levels compared to his own. Although the two saints are not destitute, the claim of Western scarcity holds true. Returning his gaze, Yuan reached for the most exquisite spiritual fruit from the platter beside Bai Shao and savored it, indulging in delightful treats while observing a grand spectacle. He yearned to understand the essence of the so-called heavenly Tao merits, as he aspired to acquire some merits for himself. Yet thus far, not even a trace of these merits has appeared before him. This time, however, he anticipated witnessing all that he desired. With the convergence of the 6 saints and numerous powerful beings, a sight rarely seen even in the vast expanse of the Primordial World. Chapter 34. 3 Companions. Yin and Yang order upon the summit of Mount Buzhou, amidst the celestial tapestry of the stars, the heavenly bodies encircled, with the sun and moon standing sentinel. The grandeur of the heavenly palace loomed magnificently as mighty beings gathered and sages assembled. However, Zenyuanzi was absent, leaving Yuan without sight of his presence. The venerable ancestor of the Nether River, a primordial saint, also eluded Yuan's search for a figure that could correspond to his known image, leaving uncertainty as to whether he too had not come. Yuan harbored a keen interest in this entity, reputed to be an indomitable force whose blood never ran dry and whose existence was eternal. Particularly, he found the personality of this primordial saint intriguing. He had emulated the Saint Nuwa in creating the Azura race and mirrored the 3 pure ones in establishing the Azura sect. Such tales had spread throughout the vast primordial realm. Although discussions among the mighty often carried a tone of jest, they nonetheless attested to the prowess of the Nether River. His actions were unparalleled, and witnessing several sages attain enlightenment through similar means, it was inevitable that imitators would arise. Yet, only the Nether River truly manifested remarkable achievements, albeit not to their fullest extent. Furthermore, Yuan recognized a familiar figure after the 3rd sermon delivered by the Tao ancestor, when treasures cascaded upon the primordial earth. The first innate spiritual treasure he beheld was claimed by this individual. Originally, that a measuring tool should have descended within Kunlun, yet it was intercepted outside its confines, leaving Yuan to watch as an opportunity slipped away from his grasp. At that moment, he did not know the name of this primordial saint, only recalling that the individual held a spiritual lamp, also an innate treasure. Now, upon seeing him again, Yuan finally discerned his identity, the illustrious figure known as the Lamp of Enlightenment, Taoist Randan. With this revelation, Yuan realized what the innate treasure that had eluded him that day truly was, stirring a sense of regret within him. Presumably, it was the superior innate treasure, the Qian Kuan, which contained the essence of the universe, unifying the yin and yang principles. Apart from being a formidable spatial treasure, it possessed the power of measurement, delineating the cosmos much like a certain postnatal treasure. Yuan recalled the legends, which spoke of this Randan Taoist using the in conjunction with Zhao Gongming's 24 sea-controlling pearls to manifest the 24 celestial realms, a feat of considerable significance. Such a treasure slipping through his fingers made him ponder. Had Randan not intercepted it, perhaps he might have had a chance to claim it, especially since the 24 pearls resided with his master, Tongtian. Yet, as much as he lamented, Yuan understood that some matters were beyond his reach, particularly since both his master and his uncle had yet to return to Kunlun at that time. The other party remained beyond Kunlun, standing on a subtle boundary. He pondered whether this intercepted fate had any implications for their future in the Chan sect. Yuan subtly glanced at Zhao Gongming, seated beside the multifaceted treasure, before diverting his gaze. At that moment, the innate treasure, the chaos bell, resonated, its chimes reverberating through the primordial realm, echoing in the hearts of all beings. Rays of stellar light descended, and within the ripples of the bell's sound, the Tao evolved and the laws materialized, reflecting the myriad manifestations of the universe. The imprints of all races and the various branches of the demon clan. Amidst this ethereal spectacle, countless beings bowed in reverence, transforming into wondrous phenomena. The protagonists of the day, Emperor June and the two lunar goddesses, stood upon a high platform, illuminated by the sun and moon. Emperor June donned a resplendent golden robe, adorned with the light of 12 myriad stars, as the golden flames of the sun radiated, enveloping him in the essence of Yang. Shihe and Changshi, the two primordial saints born of the lunar stars, flanked him, their similar paths exuding distinctly different auras. As the elder sister, Shihe embodied grace and dignity, her presence exuding a warmth that seemed to embrace all existence. In contrast, Changshi appeared more ethereal and elusive, imbued with an otherworldly quality that suggested constant transformation, showcasing a vivacity that set her apart. The two sisters, akin to the waxing and waning of the moon, each represented a facet of their shared origins, becoming two primordial saints of diverging temperaments. Their appearances were flawless, manifestations of the Tao, devoid of blemish, embodying the beauty of the Tao without the need for further description. Moreover, as incarnations of the moon, they epitomized the exquisite essence of femininity. At this moment, Emperor June and the two sisters stood at the heart of the celestial realms, surrounded by the sun and moon, the interplay of yin and yang creating a mystical aura that permeated the cosmos. Observing such a magnificent scene, Yuan felt that, while grand, it did not resemble a wedding in the conventional sense. There were no later embellishments of bridal attire, only the celestial bodies in attendance, the myriad races celebrating, and the sages witnessing. The first sage to attain the path of sanctity, Nuwa, also made her appearance as a witness to this celestial marriage. The ability to summon such a multitude of powerful beings, including sages, bore testament to Nuwa's undeniable influence. Yuan felt a slight dissonance between the image of Nuwa he beheld and his preconceived notions, perhaps an illusion of his own making. Nuwa held aloft the supreme, innate treasure, a beautifully crafted red embroidered ball, its intricate patterns akin to silk, suffused with potent threads of causality that spiraled around her, intertwining infinitely. Behind Nuwa manifested a revered divine form, distinct from her primordial Tao body, embodying her true divine nature, a figure with a human form and serpentine tail, standing imperiously between heaven and earth. Nuwa and Apos. Gaze fell upon Emperor June and the two sisters, her silence reminiscent of Yuan and Apos' own demeanor in a past life, perhaps a figment of his imagination. In this celestial marriage, Nuwa served solely as a witness, devoid of a formal officiant. Emperor Yun stepped forward, his voice resonating through the primordial realm. The way of heaven and earth, the unity of yin and yang, birthed all creation, fostering the coexistence of all beings. Today I, Emperor June, in the name of the Heavenly Emperor, seek to unite the paths of yin and yang with my esteemed companions, Shihe and Changshi, establishing the order of all spirits and the principles of procreation for myriad races. I declare to the primordial realm that from this day forth, yin and yang shall harmonize. Sharing joys and sorrows, the Tao shall not stand alone, and heaven and earth shall bear witness. I request the sage Nuwa to serve as our witness. His words intertwined with the principles of order, merging with the cosmos, the resonant sounds carrying a profound enlightenment. However, this enlightenment struck Yuan as peculiar. It seemed only he perceived the oddity. He grasped the essence of the spreading enlightenment, yet found it of no use to him, for it was too simplistic, akin to introductory teachings. As Emperor June declared the establishment of distinctions and order between all beings, essentially an elementary understanding of the yin and yang principles. Yuan felt no need for such rudimentary education. Surprised by the nature of the celestial marriage, he found himself bewildered. Yet in an instant, this strangeness dissipated as he recognized his own narrow perspective and assumptions. What he considered self-evident truths were, in fact, the most fundamental and unassailable principles of the cosmos. If it were merely a simple ceremonial affair, would there be rewards from the Tao? The essence of the celestial marriage lay not in the ceremony itself, but in the underlying principles, the order of yin and yang among all beings and the path of procreation for myriad races. Undoubtedly, the fundamental Tao for the survival of life. This celestial marriage could only be realized by Emperor Jun, who, in his capacity as the heavenly emperor, could exemplify the order of yin and yang for all races. Were it any other sage, it would likely not suffice. Yet, this heavenly emperor had set a precedent for a triad of companions, or rather, a commendable beginning. Yuan mused, casting another glance at Tai, who stood beside, tolling the bell for his elder brother. Clearly, the moon and sun each possess two deities, yet they have failed to achieve a harmonious union of 2 plus 2, resulting instead in 3 plus 1. Does this not signify an imbalance of yin and yang? Chapter 35. Diligence and hard work. The heavenly emperor, Dijun, established the triadic order of yin and yang cooperation, with the emphasis on the harmonious interplay of yin and yang rather than merely the companionship of 3. The only aberration fixated on the notion of 3 companions was Yuan, whose thoughts diverged from norm. Simultaneously, he was among the few who grasped the essence of this celestial marriage. Those primordial deities, innately enlightened, could perceive all, yet it bore little relevance to them, nor did it influence their existence. Apart from them, how many could truly comprehend this? After all, most beings were still in the phase of requiring enlightenment through foundational texts, especially in the presence of those immortal entities, including the various women serving alongside, who showed scant interest in the continuation of yin and yang. The establishment of a broadly significant order marked true development, aligning with the evolution of the heavenly principles, a realization that dawned upon Yuan. Prior to this, beings were indeed categorized into yin and yang, with distinctions between genders, and even the primordial deities were no exception. However, this yin and yang lacked a definitive order and was often chaotic. Dijun set a standard for this yin and yang order, exemplifying it through his actions. The saintly Nuwa witnessed this, employing her exquisite primordial treasure, the red embroidery ball, to intertwine the fates of Dijun, Shi-He, and Chang-Shi, thereby solidifying the order of the celestial marriage. At that moment, Yuan beheld the heavenly merit cascading before his very eyes. Auspicious clouds billowed, and golden lotuses emerged from the void, reflecting myriad wonders as an endless cascade of gold poured forth, engulfing the peak of Mount Buzhou. Immersed in this golden ambience of heavenly merit, Yuan resonated with the principles of the Tao, and the traces of the Tao manifested vividly. Merely basking in this aura evoked an insatiable yearning within him. Yet, all were acutely aware that this merit belonged to a sovereign entity. As Yuan reached out, his hand passed through the golden light, revealing nothing but illusion. Countless golden rays converge upon the 4 figures atop the dais: Dijun, Shi-He, Chang-Shi, and the saintly Nuwa. Others dared not covet these heavenly merits, and few possessed the audacity to attempt such. Heavenly merits were not mere elixirs, incapable of serving as currency. They were bestowed by the Tao. To demand them would yield no response from the Tao, for it neither entertained disdain nor allowed bargaining. Yuan felt a twinge of envy, yearning for such profound heavenly merit. Yet upon comprehending the nature of the celestial marriage that garnered the Tao's recognition and bestowed merit, he realized that such rewards were not easily obtained. It was no wonder his numerous attempts to engage with the Tao had met with indifference. Engaging in trivial pursuits could not attract the Tao's attention, even if he sought to forge a partnership with a celestial being or invite a saint to witness. As he might with his own master, Tong Tian, the Tao would remain unresponsive and offer no rewards. for he lacked the qualification to establish the order of yin and yang for all beings. He could not serve as a paragon for the myriad creatures of the wilderness. Moreover, his master Tong Tian had imparted that the rewards of heavenly merit were, in fact, categorized. In simple terms, there were rewards for actions performed and those for intentions to act, for the Tao was unafraid of potential defaults. Thus, one must not rashly pledge to the Tao for unattainable feats, as it would only lead to burdens of karma beyond one's capacity to bear. This was Tong Tian's admonition. Otherwise, one might find oneself ensnared in an irredeemable predicament, regretting it too late. The Tao does not comprehend humor, should one boast before it. It would take such claims seriously and would not permit abandonment midway. As for Dijun, the heavenly merits he received from establishing the heavenly court differed from those gained through the celestial marriage. They were distinctly categorized based on these two circumstances. He had established the order of yin and yang for all beings, and while the demon clan and the heavenly court sought to impose order upon the wilderness, they had not yet succeeded, though they were making strides, and the heavenly merits had already been granted. Yuan discerned a hint of skepticism regarding Dijun and his associates from his master's words, unsure if his interpretation was overly sensitive. Senior brother, the heavenly emperor speaks of the distinction between yin and yang, and the order of all beings. You embody both the primordial yin and yang energies and cultivate the path of yin and yang. Does that not make you a suitable match for your senior sister? While Yuan pondered, Bai Xiao whispered beside him, her tone laced with evident jest. Without turning, Yuan raised his hand and playfully tapped her. You think you can find fault with me regarding the distinction of yin and yang? The basic dichotomy of existence has no bearing on my cultivation path. Even the primordial deities transcend the ordinary order of yin and yang. Thus, the beings present paid little heed to such matters, not contemplating them deeply. Even Bai Xiao found time to jest with him, teasing her senior brother. After the ceremony of the celestial marriage concluded, many powerful entities departed, while some formidable beings remained to engage in significant matters with the heavenly court. The Western two saints left, and the three pure ones followed suit. Yuan and the other disciples trailed behind their master, exiting the heavenly court and making their way beyond Mount Buzhou. Looking back, the heavenly court thrived, resplendent and flourishing, with celestial soldiers patrolling all corners, the heavenly palace suspended beneath the stars, overseeing the vast wilderness where fortunes converged and myriad races coexisted in reverence. This expedition exposed Yuan and his companions to a broader world, greatly benefiting their understanding and cultivation of the Tao. Their Grand Master effortlessly tore through space, riding a blue bull into the rift. The disciples of the three teachings followed suit, but their senior brother, Xiandu, of human lineage, seemed to have gone to pay a visit to the saintly Nuwa and did not return to Kunlun with the others. Upon returning, the disciples each entered their respective retreats for cultivation. Master Tong Tian had taught them that all things are the Tao, and every matter is the Tao. After his departure, they dispersed to pursue their paths. Yuan needed to retreat for cultivation, as he still possessed the celestial brew he had procured from the great witch Xing Tian, which he had yet to consume, although its effects might have diminished. The three Xiao would likely enter a prolonged period of seclusion as well. They needed to refine the ginseng fruits Yuan had brought back for them, truly a premier primordial spiritual fruit which would undoubtedly require considerable time to process. He wondered how much their cultivation would advance upon their emergence from seclusion. Currently, the three Zhao's cultivation was hardly remarkable. Yin Xiao held the highest rank but still fell short of Jin Ling, and compared to Duo Bao, she was lacking. Xiong Xiao, having seized an opportunity during an encounter with the witch clan, had advanced significantly, nearing parity with her elder sister, Yin Xiao. Bai Xiao, once on par with Xiong Xiao, had now lagged behind, thus incessantly clinging to Yuan as if following him would lead to fortuitous encounters, which left Yuan exasperated. Do you see my darkened purple aura? Do you truly believe I can encounter opportunities each time? Xiong Xiao's advancement was a fluke. The path to enhancing one's cultivation lay in sincere retreat and diligent practice, a truth Yuan had previously imparted to the two sisters. In those moments, He had reclined before the cave dwelling, basking in the warm sunlight, instructing them on the virtues of diligence and perseverance, while personally supervising by Xiao and Xiong Xiao as they planted spiritual fruit saplings. After all, it was only fair to compensate for their previous transgressions with his spiritual fruits. Destroying a spiritual fruit warranted the planting of a fruit tree. It was reasonable and just. Chapter 36. The reversal of yin and yang as the three celestial beings secluded themselves to refine the ginseng fruit. Yuan Yi's cave abode became more animated. To be precise, it grew increasingly boisterous, prompting Yuan to contemplate shutting his doors to visitors. Though he had not frequently shown himself before the disciples of the Jie sect and had been absent for an extended period, his recent appearances in Kunlun and the display of his Daoist prowess through battles with Jin Ling had led to a surge of visitors eager to pay their respects. With Yun Xiao no longer present to assist him in managing these fellow disciples, Yuan Yi found himself at a loss for excuses to decline their visits. As the outer sect's eldest senior brother, his status, while not as esteemed as that of Taobao and others, still drew many outer sect disciples towards him, perhaps due to the proximity of their ranks. However, Yuan Yi held little desire to engage with them. He had no interest in forming cliques, believing it to be more detrimental than beneficial. Yet, when greeted with smiles, he found it difficult to remain aloof. Jin Ling had visited him once, seeking to validate her newly cultivated divine powers. Zhao Gongming had also made several visits, each time accompanied by a group of friends eager to meet their senior brother. In truth, it was the others who wished to visit, enlisting Zhao Gongming's help as a fellow direct disciple for introductions. Zhao Gongming was straightforward and boisterous, lacking in guile. Yuan Yi felt no aversion towards such a character, but subtly hinted that he preferred not to be inundated with guests. Unfortunately, Zhao Gongming failed to grasp these hints, leaving Yuan Yi somewhat exasperated. It seemed unwise to speak directly against unity, and thus he refrained from expressing his thoughts. It was far more enjoyable to indulge in the antics of Qiong Xiao and her companions than to deal with this group of fellow disciples. Truth be told, Yuan Yi envied his senior sister Jin Ling, for she was seldom bothered by her peers. This senior sister was more adept at taking action than at mere words, always guiding those who sought her counsel with hands-on instruction, embodying the principle of teaching through action rather than mere words. Over time, fewer individuals approached her for guidance, deterred by the embarrassment of their own inadequacies. It was a mystery when and how the obsession with face-saving had taken root. Yuan Yi could not emulate Jin Ling's approach of dealing with visitors through force, for he could not bring himself to act against those who respectfully addressed him as their senior brother, even if their relationship was tenuous. Jin Ling's guidance was genuine, whereas Yuan Yi's intentions would differ, thereby altering the nature of his actions, making it an impossible imitation. He had visited the only direct disciple of his esteemed master after the latter's return to Kunlun. As Yun Xiao remarked, this senior brother had truly grasped the principles of tranquility and non-action from their master, and was of a gentle disposition, conducting himself with ease. Fortunately, Yuan Yi possessed a certain degree of inherent laziness, unlike Yun Xiao and Appo's earnest nature. Xiandu was the only member of the ancient human race Yuan Yi had encountered, one of the beings crafted by the Saint Hua herself, formed from the primordial essence of the 9 heavens and the 3 divine waters, molded through the Qian Kuan cauldron, culminating in a being of innate purity. Despite not being a naturally birthed primordial entity, his foundational essence was remarkable, imbued with the saintly aura of Hua and the merits of the heavenly Tao, manifesting as an immaculate and eternal crystalline form. Though his Taoist body did not exhibit exceptional resilience, it possessed a profound sense of ethereality that greatly aided in comprehending the Grand Tao. Moreover, as the sole direct disciple of the esteemed Taishang, Xiandu was a unique presence. This senior brother casually consumed the elixirs crafted by Taishang as if they were mere candies, meditating and even sleeping upon the innate treasure of the Taiji diagram, while his cultivation abode was the postnatal treasure of the heavenly and earthly Xuanzang Tower. The congregation of fortunes within his teachings was enviable even to fellow disciples of the saints like Yuan Yi. Indeed, Yuan-yi harbored a deep yearning to borrow the Taiji diagram from Taishang to gain insight, as it contained the ultimate essence of the principles of yin and yang, which would greatly benefit his own innate dual energies. Naturally, Yuan-yi sought to consult with Taishang regarding these matters, confident that his master would have no objections. Xiandu's progress in cultivation surpassed that of all his peers among the three teachings, having reached the Tai realm, though he was still slightly below Yuan-yi at present. This disparity raised questions. Was it the inherent advantages of the human race, or the superior external conditions for cultivation, or perhaps a combination of both? Yuan-yi recalled hearing that ordinary humans generally advanced in cultivation at a rate far superior to that of other common races. To Yuan-yi and Appo's surprise, despite Xiandu's apparent laziness, he was engaged in meaningful work, refining and enhancing the golden elixir path established by Taishang, aimed at creating a cultivation framework for those at lower realms. This constituted a specific method of practice for beings yet to embark on the Tao. While Yuan-yi and his contemporaries directly comprehended the Grand Tao, seldom adhering to such frameworks. During his visit to Xiandu, Yuan-yi perused the teachings of the golden elixir cultivation path, which, though not applicable to him, piqued his interest. He discovered that those foundational teachings extending toward the lower tiers had a profound impact, establishing a solid and stable base. The cultivation paths of the demon races in the heavenly court, the yin-yang order of the heavenly emperor's marriage, and Taishang's golden elixir path all resonated with this principle. However, Xiandu informed him that the starting point for postnatal humans was rapidly declining, necessitating the golden elixir path to extend further down to accommodate this shift. Xiandu's dedication to studying the golden elixir path, despite its inapplicability to him, stemmed from a desire to enable his kin to cultivate, altering Yuan-yi's perception of his character. Yuan-yi had also interacted with the disciples of the exposition teaching, recognizing many of them, though most adhered strictly to the rules laid out by their second master, preferring solitary meditation and introspection within their caves, resulting in infrequent encounters. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Yuan-yi sat within his cave, forming hand seals, his golden eyes reflecting the interplay of water and fire. The exquisite innate spirit treasure, the water-fire gourd, hung before him, as the nine heavens' mysterious fire and the nine nether dark water converged, transforming into a cauldron that towered, with black and white energies swirling within, subjected to the refining force of water and fire, manifesting as two dragon shadows that danced and resonated with a sharp aura. This refining method had been imparted to him by his second master. His master Tong Tian and his two masters each excelled in their respective arts. His master was a master of formations, renowned as one of the most accomplished in the realm of formations within the Primordial World, with many powerful practitioners of formation arts, such as the former leader of the male immortals, Dong Wanggong, who had once established the 10,000 immortal array. Emperor Jun was also a prominent figure in this field, possessing the treasures He Tu and Luo Shu, and the He Luo Grand Array was well known. Currently, the Heavenly Court was constructing the Grand Array of the celestial stars under his guidance. His second master excelled in the art of weapon forging, while his master specialized in alchemy, with practitioners of these two disciplines being significantly fewer than those of formation arts. Yuan-yi sought the weapon forging methods from his second master to nourish his innate dual energies, yielding excellent results, and he was quite pleased with the two swords he had forged, one black and one white. Combining, Yuan-yi altered the hand seal, manipulating the inherent yin and yang energies to merge, infusing them with his power to control the dual energies. The two dragon shadows subsequently converged, their energies intertwining, resonating with the two swords that trembled incessantly. The once clear distinction between yin and yang began to blur, hinting at the return to a state of primordial unity, as a chaotic aura subtly enveloped the surroundings. Alas, it was not working as expected. Yuan-yi's expression shifted as he instinctively raised his hand to invoke the power of the five elements, pressing forward to suppress the chaotic energies. Just as he was on the verge of achieving true unity between yin and yang, his innate energies spiraled out of control, unleashing a tempestuous and chaotic force that he could hardly contain, overwhelming him with a sense of impending danger. He had long sought to unify his yin and yang energies, refining them into a singular essence, yet had consistently failed in his endeavors. The disorder of yin and yang led to a disruption of the laws, causing the surrounding powers of the Tao to spiral into chaos, giving rise to pure and extreme destructive forces. The elemental forces of the five elements, invoked by Yuan Yi, became chaotic, dissipating in an instant, even affecting the magical energy within him, rendering it tumultuous. The natural laws of the surrounding world fell into disarray. As his own power spiraled out of control, it seemed as though everything within this realm had been inverted and thrown into confusion. Yuan Yi's expression froze, contemplating whether he had, in fact, stepped into the threshold of the profound art of yin and yang inversion. However, due to his failure in refining the dual energies of yin and yang, the chaotic elemental forces were manifestation of that very art's might. He had no time for further reflection and immediately retreated, disregarding the tumultuous energies of yin and yang. He lacked the strength to quell the disorder he had inadvertently unleashed. With a resounding roar, the entire mountain housing the Golden Light cave trembled as the chaotic aura burst forth, shattering the defenses of Yuan Yi's cave dwelling and surging outward. Yuan Yi himself was swept up in this turmoil, becoming the first to experience the potency of his own art, albeit it was a force that did not recognize its master. His robe, once dignified, was torn by the sharp energies of yin and yang, leaving him disheveled, his hair in disarray, and his face smeared with dust. Standing before his cave, he gazed at the scene of devastation within, rendered speechless. It was the first time he found himself in such a wretched state, particularly due to his own actions. This primordial duality of yin and yang, which was inherently his, why was it so elusive to control? Chapter 37. Dispute. Yuan Yi, feeling vexed, suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of Kunlun's main peak, his brow furrowing slightly. The divine mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, was suffused with the primordial essence, appearing no different from usual. Yet today Kunlun seemed unusually quiet, an undercurrent of oppressive energy permeating the air. The laws of heaven and earth were tainted with a sense of agitation, palpable enough for beings like them to sense the simmering wrath within. The emotions of living beings had the power to influence the laws of the universe, a matter of no small consequence. As a result, the once boisterous Kunlun fell silent, as if fearing to provoke the wrath of the heavens. What had transpired? Why had the atmosphere grown so tense all of a sudden? Yuan Yi pondered, having only spent a mere millennium in secluded cultivation of the yin and yang energies. A relatively short span of time. Senior brother, are you all right? From a distance, three radiant figures descended, landing before Yuan Yi. Yin Xiao surveyed the state of the cave dwelling and then glanced at Yuan Yi's tattered robe, inquiring with concern. I'm fine. A minor mishap occurred during my cultivation. Yuan Yi coughed lightly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The image of his illustrious and formidable elder brother seemed to have suffered a significant blow. He had been negligent, not anticipating that the three sisters would conclude their seclusion so swiftly, drawn by the commotion on his side, without having time to tidy up. With a wave of his hand, the damaged robe instantly mended itself, returning to its original pristine state. He deftly tied his long hair back with the Shuqing crown, and with a gentle motion of his sleeves, the chaotic and violent aura dissipated. The destructive energy subsided, and the primordial yin and yang energies were returned to their respective vessels, nurtured within a gourd alongside the 9 heavens' mysterious fire and the 9 underworld's dark water. He then simply tidied up the cave, though the formations that had been ruined were not so easily restored, with numerous traces and runes destroyed, requiring a complete reconfiguration. It must be said, though he had sought to merge the yin and yang energies without success, the terrifying power unleashed in that moment of convergence had surpassed what his current realm could comprehend. The chaotic reversal of yin and yang had thrown the laws of heaven and earth into disarray, disturbing the magical techniques and abilities, even causing turmoil within the practitioner's internal energies. Whether it be magical arts or spiritual treasures, all would likely suffer from such interference. One could only wonder what potency could be unleashed in a battle of wits under the disarray of the universe. In this state of cosmic disorder, all things appeared exceedingly fragile, easily severed, reflecting the essence of the razor-sharp energy of the golden Jiao scissors. Yuan Yi realized he had not strayed from his intended path. Simultaneously, Yuan Yi observed the transformations in the three sisters. Their cultivation levels had undeniably increased, though not to the extent of his own. After all, he had consumed 2 ginseng fruits and comprehended the path beneath the ginseng tree, coupled with his profound understanding of the 5 elements, which had greatly enhanced his progress, allowing him to break through after millennia of seclusion. In contrast, while the 3 sisters had undoubtedly gained benefits, the effects were not as pronounced as Yuan Yi's. Lacking the opportunity for a breakthrough, which explained their early return from seclusion after a mere few thousand years. It seemed the effects of the ginseng fruits still lingered, yet to be fully refined. Yuan Yi, without further hesitation, scrutinized the 3 sisters and spoke candidly. Yin Xiao nodded gently, assisting Yuan Yi in tidying the cave. The 3 of us have fallen slightly behind in our understanding of the Great Path. Hence we chose to seal part of the medicinal effects for future use, to be employed when our comprehension is sufficient for a breakthrough. We sense some unusual occurrences from the outside, prompting us to conclude our seclusion early. Yun Xiao explained without reservation. Unusual occurrences? What has happened? Yuan Yi inquired. I heard from senior brother Dao Bao that our master and second uncle had a disagreement, and second uncle is in a rather foul mood. A disagreement? ISN and oppose. That quite normal? Yuan Yi replied, perplexed, as such occurrences were all too frequent. Yet, he had never witnessed second uncle displaying such pronounced emotional turbulence, affecting the powers of heaven and earth, a situation unprecedented. Typically, their master, Tong Tian, was the more emotionally expressive of the two, while second uncle tended to keep his feelings concealed, exuding an air of authority and indifference. This time is different, Xiong Xiao interjected, shaking her head. According to senior brother Nanji, second uncle is genuinely enraged this time. What exactly transpired? Yuan Yi turned his gaze to the 3 sisters, aware that they possessed more insight than he did. The 3 sisters exchanged glances, and it was Yun Xiao who spoke first. Our master has found a suitable location to establish a sect, and was discussing the matter of relocating them from Kunlun with the 2 uncles. But they disagreed, leading to the dispute. Yuan Yi was even more confused. Wasn't the reason their master Tong Tian wished to move out of Kunlun due to the excessive number of disciples disrupting the tranquility of Kunlun, which would inevitably lead to discontent from the 2 uncles? Why would the 2 uncles oppose such a plan? And how could this be considered a conflict? It seemed illogical for a disagreement to arise unexpectedly. When the master broached the subject of relocating, it displeased second uncle, who suggested expelling the noisy disciples, which would suffice to restore Kunlun's tranquility. Thus, the argument ensued. Yin Xiao continued. So, Yuan Yi gestured towards himself and then towards the 3 sisters, expressing his inquiry. Yin Xiao paused, then lightly laughed and shook her head, indicating that it did not pertain to them. Second uncle's intention is to keep only the direct disciples of the 3 sects within Kunlun, while allowing the remaining disciples to be placed elsewhere or even disbanded. Yuan Yi found this suggestion plausible, but he merely thought it, knowing their master would never agree, nor would he be as selfish as Yuan Yi. Just as both Yin Xiao and he had previously advised their master Tong Tian on the matter of joining the sect, the master held his own convictions, the reasons for which were unclear. In truth, only the situation which was so exceptional. The human sect had only 1 disciple, and as for it currently had only direct disciples without any distinction between inner and outer disciples. In contrast, had an uncountable number of registered disciples in addition to its direct disciples, which accounted for the overwhelming number of members. If one were to speak plainly, these few direct disciples had long been cultivating in Kunlun, aside from the most recent entrant, Zhao Gongming. At that time, second uncle had shown them no disdain, and Yuan Yi and the 3 sisters had even received a welcoming gift, a fruit of innate spiritual root. Yuan Yi was unaware of the treatment received by Dao Bao and the others, but he was certain that he had not been given any special privileges. They likely all received similar welcoming gifts. Yuan Yi recalled that even Zhao Gongming had not been overlooked, a fact he had learned during philosophical discussion with him. From this perspective, it seemed that up until now, there had been no prejudice against these few direct disciples. The master did not agree. "And the relocation of the sect has been settled?" Yuan Yi inquired. Yin Xiao nodded, her expression somewhat complex. Yuan Yi felt similarly nuanced emotions. However, having been mentally prepared, he did not find it particularly surprising. Yuan Yi sensed a certain urgency in his master Tong Tian, though the reasons eluded him. They often spoke of sages being able to perceive the past and future, as if gazing upon the patterns of fate. He wondered what insights those at such heights could glean. Sages were impervious to calamities, untouched by cause and effect, truly existing beyond time. What then were they pursuing? Fortune? Reputation? Such trivial matters seemed inconsequential based on his recent interactions. Yet, it was hard to say definitively. Yuan Yi contemplated another matter, divine merit. Engaging in certain actions or vowing to undertake specific tasks would elicit rewards from the heavenly order. The 5 sages seemed to belong to the latter category, while Nuwa belonged to the former. Was his own transcendence related to this? Yuan Yi commenced the restoration of the damaged formations and prohibitions within the cave dwelling when he heard the resonant sound of his master's magical artifact, the fishing drum. This was a summons for them, the disciples of to present themselves. The 4 did not dare to delay. Thus, the repairs to the cave had to be temporarily set aside as 4 streaks of rainbow light shot forth into the sky. Chapter 38. The relocation of the teaching. The sound of the fishing drum resonated, summoning the myriad celestial beings of the teacher, the celestial saint of the heavens. Set upon a high platform, with his disciples arranged on either side, Yuan Yi stood at the forefront on the right. Presently, the disciples have numbered in the thousands, a sight that marked Yuan Yi's first encounter with the entire congregation of within Kunlun. In previous instances, even during teachings, the attendance had never been so complete, and the teacher rarely imposed strict regulations. However, Yuan Yi had underestimated the scale of the assembly of countless celestial beings was indeed impressive, especially considering that thousands had gathered at this moment, surpassing his expectations. Most of these disciples were innate beings, with a few lesser creatures born in the vicinity of Kunlun, representing the acquired life forms. Although many sought to become disciples of the saint, the number of beings capable of reaching Kunlun from the vast expanse of the primordial world was limited. The wilderness was immense and travel arduous, compounded by the current dominance of the demon race and the formidable authority of the heavenly court, leading to a proliferation of clans identifying as demons. This gathering was not for teachings, but to announce a significant decision. They would relocate from Kunlun to a new foundation beyond the Eastern Sea, specifically to the legendary 3 immortal islands, once the site of the Celestial Court. The islands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou were renowned as premier sanctuaries in the world, nurtured by supreme transformations and sought out by the foremost male immortal, the Eastern King, to serve as the foundation for the Celestial Court. Following their defeat in the struggle against the Heavenly Court, the Celestial Court and the 3 immortal islands fell into disrepair and silence. Now, these desolate lands have been rediscovered by their teacher, the Celestial Saint, who intended to restore them as the new gate of. Upon hearing the name of the 3 immortal islands, Yuan Yi instinctively glanced at the 3 sisters beside him, recalling that their legendary abode was also referred to as the 3 immortal islands. He pondered whether it had always been known by that name, or if it had been designated so because of the 3 celestial maidens. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of curiosity about the treasures of the 3 immortal islands. Despite being less illustrious than Kunlun or the pre-destruction Mount Sumeru, it was still among the most significant places of creation in the primordial realm. He had yet to learn what unique transformations were birthed there. Logically, since the islands had been discovered by the Eastern King, the treasures would naturally belong to him. However, Yuan Yi had not heard of any remarkable spiritual treasures or roots associated with the Eastern King, whose wealth could not be considered exceptional. While the Celestial Saint announced the relocation, Yuan Yi found himself contemplating the whereabouts of the treasures of the three immortal islands. The direct disciples had long been privy to their teacher and Appo's decision and were not surprised by the relocation. In contrast, the many disciples of below were astir with astonishment, for they regarded Kunlun as the pinnacle of blessed lands, questioning why they would depart for the Eastern Sea. Yuan Yi observed their genuine confusion with a calm demeanor, unsure of how to respond. This indicated their lack of self-awareness regarding the situation. Despite Kunlun's vastness, thousands were not an overwhelming number, yet could still disrupt its tranquility. Could they not simply mind their own affairs? Regrettably, the teacher believed in the all-encompassing nature of the Tao, which knows no distinction between good and evil. As everything was merely for one and Appo's own contention. Despite their doubts, none would dare question the saint and Appo's decree. The saint and Appo's words were akin to the mandates of the Tao, and thus the matter was settled. The teacher, known for his decisive nature, intended to commence the relocation immediately. For such cultivators, even if they possessed caves, most carried their belongings with them, requiring little preparation. Yuan Yi hesitated, contemplating whether it would be better to hold a farewell banquet with disciples from the other two teachings, facilitating future connections and maintaining the relationships among the three teachings. However, this notion of social niceties did not align with the current mindset of others. Teacher, might it be possible to delay our departure for a few days? Yuan Yi proposed, bowing respectfully. We have many connections with the disciples of and it would be courteous to bid them farewell. He cast a glance at Yin Xiao, silently retracting his unvoiced thoughts. The teacher was correct. Yin Xiao had indeed been influenced by him, acting as a fitting spokesperson, bluntly articulating what he had hesitated to express. The celestial saint regarded Yin Xiao and then discreetly surveyed Yuan Yi, nodding thoughtfully after a moment. Indeed, it would be beneficial for you to extend greetings to them. The three teachings share a common lineage, and we must not sever our bonds. You may proceed with your affairs. With that, the celestial saint turned his attention to his eldest disciple, Duobao. Duobao, you should also take your junior brothers and sisters to pay respects to your second master and the others, ensuring that we do not neglect our courtesies. Disciple will comply with the teacher and Appo's command, Duobao replied. The celestial saint departed, and the disciples followed suit. Several close disciples arranged a time to visit their two masters, in addition to inviting the disciples from the Xiandu in for a gathering. Although these matters were initially suggested by Yin Xiao, the teacher's approval meant that Duobao, as the eldest disciple would take the lead in organizing and managing the events. While Yuan, he could also be considered an elder brother. His title as the external elder brother meant he had no authoritative role in such affairs. Yuan Yi noticed Duobao's earnest dedication to managing matters, finding joy in his responsibilities, contrasting sharply with Yuan Yi's perception of it as merely a duty to be avoided. After settling their arrangements, the disciples dispersed to return to their own caves. Yuan Yi turned to Yin Xiao, who caught his gaze. Yin Xiao smiled and said, "Were you about to mention something earlier? Please do not hold it against me for inadvertently taking your words. Before I could even begin, you had already interjected. Have you not stolen my thunder?" Yuan Yi shook his head, realizing he could not reproach a dutiful spokesperson. He felt grateful to his junior sister for voicing what he had hesitated to say. With a warm smile, Yin Xiao exuded an approachable charm, proving to be quite reliable. Yuan Yi then turned his attention to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, offering them a gentle and inviting smile. "My dear junior sisters, could you assist your elder brother with a small favor?" Bai Xiao looked at Yuan Yi with confusion, while Qiong Xiao subtly stepped back, her gaze toward Yuan Yi laced with skepticism. Based on her understanding of this elder brother, such overt friendliness likely meant he intended to enlist them for arduous tasks. Qiong Xiao remained silent, even signaling to Bai Xiao not to respond. Unfortunately, Bai Xiao failed to grasp the meaning behind her sister and Appo's look. "Of course. What would you like us to help with, elder brother?" Bai Xiao replied quickly, albeit uncertain. "It is nothing of great consequence. As we are relocating from Kunlun, I have planted several spirit fruit trees that I wish to take with me," Yuan Yi explained. Bai Xiao's expression soured, her voice cautious as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Trees cannot be moved without consequence. They are delicate and may perish if not treated with care. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them. Would you two be willing to assist me in relocating them? Bai Zhao's face fell, recalling how she had previously been tasked with digging up spiritual soil to nurture these trees. Now, she was being asked to uproot them entirely. She sought help from her elder sister, Yin Xiao, who offered, "Would you like me to assist you, elder brother?" Yin Xiao had proactively offered her help, but Yuan Yi declined. "It is merely a trivial matter. You need not concern yourself with it. Just lend me these two idle hands." "Senior brother, I am quite busy and have no time." Bai Xiao protested softly. Yet, Yin Xiao paid her no heed. "If senior brother has any requests, please do not hesitate to voice them. Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao will rely on you for guidance. Just ensure they do not act recklessly." Observing her elder sister sell them out without a moment in Appo's hesitation, Xiong Xiao sighed, while Bai Zhao's gaze grew distant, her words unspoken. As Yin Xiao departed for the Golden Mist Cave, Yuan Yi, with a cheerful smile, addressed the two reluctant companions. "Come now. After we finish, I shall treat you to some spirit fruits." Bai Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Spirit fruits? Who cares? I could easily pluck some without him knowing." The two sisters followed Yuan Yi, soaring towards the cave of golden light. Chapter 39. The Ever-Persistent Path. The way passed to all beings the disciples of the were preoccupied, with even Yuan enlisting the aid of the sisters Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao to assist in his relocation. He was reluctant to part with the spirit fruit trees he had gathered, despite their mediocre quality aside from their delightful taste. Of course, mediocre is a relative term when compared to innate spiritual roots. In truth, they are treasures of heaven and earth, the result of divine creation. Cultivating them is not as simple as merely digging a hole and covering it with soil. It requires the manipulation of the earth's energy and the essence of heaven and earth, in accordance with the principles of the Tao. Nurturing spiritual roots is indeed a skilled endeavor. Yuan Yi learned this from his master uncle, and even picked up some rudimentary alchemical techniques from Xiandu. He had dabbled in alchemy and artifact crafting, yet he had not delved deeply into the array techniques taught by his own master, falling short compared to the expertise of the three celestial sisters. Within the unremarkable courtyard atop Kunlun's main peak, a place seldom trodden by Yuan Yi and his fellow disciples, the three brothers now congregated around a stone table. Tai Ching maintained his usual calm demeanor, while Yu Qing's expression, though subtle, betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction. On the other hand, Shanqing appeared somewhat pained and resigned. "Brother, you ought to understand that since we have established a sect and attained sainthood, we must act in accordance with our own paths. This is an unavoidable reality. Those sages are not entangled in cause and effect. The oath sworn upon the heavenly Tao must be fulfilled. The heavenly Tao does not tolerate deceit, and you, brother, understand this better than I. When you initially vowed to establish the sect for the sake of all beings, did you not consider the gravity of your words? Can such a statement be made lightly? You are aware that the heavenly Tao does not allow for deception. Such rashness, once a figure of wood, now an emperor, do you truly fail to comprehend?" Yu Qing and Appo's words carried a weighty tone, tinged with lingering anger. "You must realize that sentient beings are intricate. Our attainment of sainthood is not akin to that of our sister Nuwa, who achieved complete merit upon creating humanity and was minimally affected. In contrast, we have become saints based on our teachings, and the influence of this cannot be overlooked. The heavenly Tao speaks with gravity. The wider the involvement, the more susceptible one becomes to backlash, entangled in a web that is difficult to escape. Your oath to establish a sect for all beings bears a striking resemblance to the pact made by Emperor Jun with the demon clan. What is the current state of the demon race? On the surface, they seem to flourish, yet that order is merely a fade. How can the coexistence of myriad races be realized? Between individuals and clans, some conflicts are not a matter of right or wrong. You continually strive to transcend your position. But how can that be achieved? Even you and I possess our own stances. The heavenly Tao has its own stance as well. Every sentient being has a position of their own. This was the birthplace of the three pure ones, where the three saints resided, and no outsider could overhear their conversation. Thus, Yuqing spoke without reservations, unburdened by the notion of revealing celestial secrets. Yuan, he had merely gleaned the distinctions of heavenly merit rewards from Tong Tian. How could the saints be unaware of such things? Nuwa's merits from her sanctification stemmed from her accomplishments, allowing her to remain aloof, secluded in her celestial abode, indifferent to worldly affairs. However, apart from Yuwa, the others could not afford such luxury, for although they had attained their saintly positions, the corresponding duty of guiding sentient beings remained unfulfilled, marking a fundamental difference. The heavenly Tao is unwavering. It cannot be deceived. Once an oath is made and merit is received, action must follow. In Yuan Yi's words, Nuwa had completed her project and received the final payment, while the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western saints had merely proposed their plans, receiving generous compensation before the work was completed. Abandoning a project midway after collecting the merits would lead to accountability in the heavenly Tao. After all, establishing a sect is not as simple as erecting a mountain gate. This predicament extends beyond just the 5 saints of the 4 great sects. The heavenly court and the demon race share similar troubles, even more complex in nature. The saints' teachings concern mere instruction, whereas the heavenly Emperor Jun, is tasked with establishing order among the myriad beings of the primordial world. In a state of chaos, the responsibility for reckoning will inevitably fall upon someone. From Yuqing's perspective, Tong Tian's heavenly oath encompasses too wide a scope, with doctrines that are overly abstract, rendering them susceptible to backlash. The heavenly Tao is merciless and does not entertain negotiations. If I sense my opportunity for sainthood but remain indecisive, would I not incur the consequences? With matters as they are, further disputes would be futile. Observing the conversation between his 2 brothers growing increasingly contentious, the ever-calm Tai Ching interjected. For now, we must contemplate our path forward. He turned his gaze to Shanqing. Please share your thoughts. Upon Tai Ching and Appo's prompt, the 2 brothers fell silent. And after a brief pause, Shanqing spoke. The path is ever constant, yet the heavenly Tao seeks preservation. How shall we attain this? Approaching the great Tao in pursuit of survival. Actively adapting is indeed a viable path, for the heavenly Tao and our quest for survival reside within the embrace of the great Tao. Yuqing furrowed his brow. Shanqing's assertion underscored his principles, yet he held a differing viewpoint. However, he refrained from immediate rebuttal, choosing instead to await further discourse. As our elder brother has stated, the situation has reached this point, and we must proceed forward by establishing our sect and upholding the will of the Tao ancestor. We shall convey the Tao to all beings. If our 3 teachings were to merely linger in a corner, how could we achieve this? Though Kunlun is vast, how can it accommodate our 3 teachings? How then shall we disseminate our paths, enabling all beings to attain enlightenment? The transmission of the Tao must also follow a gradual progression, Yuqing added. In the current primordial expanse, the West is graced by the teachings of Zhuan Ti and Jiayin, while the East witnesses the heavenly court in the mortal realm. I propose that our extend its reach beyond the Eastern Sea, a place at the edge of the primordial realm, previously ravaged by the conflict between the heavenly and celestial courts, and thus fitting for to propagate the Tao. Tai Ching remained silent, and Yuqing too fell into contemplation, finally exhaling a deep sigh. Very well. Although the demon and witch races have ceased hostilities, the future remains uncertain. The heavenly court's efforts to incorporate the witch race into the order of sentient beings will prove challenging, and it is perhaps best for your disciples, who often exhibit restlessness, to distance themselves from such disputes. Tong Tian did not accept his proposal. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. Yuqing's gaze pierced through the void, surveying the inner sanctum of Kunlun, absorbing each scene before his eyes. His gaze traversed several points without a flicker of emotion, before pausing momentarily at a particular location, where a subtle shift was evident in his expression. There, he observed 3 figures tending to the transplantation of spirit fruit trees. Unlike the other disciples, they left no gaping holes in the ground after removing the trees. Instead, they casually scattered seeds in the earth, restoring the ground's evenness and carefully managing the earth's energy, preserving the spiritual essence of the blessed land. Among cultivators, few would take such painstaking measures as Yuan Yi did. Leaving behind a chaotic scene after moving was not in keeping with Yuan Yi's habits, especially with the devoted assistance of his sisters, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. You have bestowed upon your disciple Yuan Yi the innate gourd from Mount Zhuzhou. It quite suits his inherent yin-yang energy. Should he achieve complete merit in the future and aspire to tread the path of severing the three corpses, he may visit Kunlun to meet my second master uncle. Yuqing remarked casually. Chapter 40. The invitation from Yunxiao at the shores of the eastern sea, the celestial beings of the stood upon the clouds. Yuan Yi gazed at the vast expanse of the eastern sea, a sense of melancholy stirring within him. After a long journey, he found himself back in this familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar land. They had relocated to this eastern sea, where three celestial islands, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, lay beneath. While referred to as islands, in reality, they were vast lands surrounded by countless smaller islands scattered like stars. Once, the scale of the celestial court could not compare to the current heavenly court, yet it was still home to a number of innate divine beings. Unfortunately, this place had been ravaged by war, its spiritual essence dissipated, and its creation lay in ruins. What Yuan Yi now beheld were the three celestial islands, cleared of destruction by his master, Tongtian. After restoration and refinement, they remained a realm of blessings and spiritual abundance. Tongtian had manifestly employed his saintly powers here to re-establish the S-Mountain Gate, using the three celestial islands as a foundation to gather creation atop Penglai Island, where he opened the Bio Palace as a place of cultivation. The disciples have centered their search for suitable spiritual islands for their own practice around the three celestial islands. As direct disciples, Yuan Yi and the seven fairies settled in the vicinity of these islands. Yuan Yi sensed a transformation in the atmosphere since this relocation. The aura within Kunlun Mountain felt somewhat constrained. Standing amidst the void, he pondered where he should establish his own cultivation ground. His birthplace was not here, and he had no intention of seeking it out. His original domain was tainted by malevolent energies, its creation long since scattered, and it bore resemblance to the lair of a formidable demon, unworthy of his status as a disciple of a saint. Moreover, Yuan Yi wished to claim an island solely for himself as his sanctuary, preferring solitude over the company of his fellow disciples, whose incessant chatter disrupted the tranquility he sought. Have you chosen your cultivation ground, senior brother? Yunxiao approached him and inquired. Not yet. What about you? Yuan Yi replied. Not yet either. Yunxiao shook her head. We wish to reclaim our original birthplace. Our master has already begun to divine the heavenly secrets for my sisters and me, revealing the location. Oh, I see. Yuan Yi nodded. The birthplace of the three Xiaos must possess extraordinary qualities. It was unlikely that an ordinary land could nurture such three spiritually vibrant beings. Three was indeed a rather unique number. Unlike his own tainted birthplace, the birthplace of the three Xiaos would surely be a genuine spiritual island of fortune. If they could reclaim it, it would greatly benefit their cultivation. Senior brother Yunxiao hesitated for a moment before continuing. If you are free, could you accompany my sisters and me? Yuan Yi was inclined to agree, as he had no reason to refuse, but he suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on Yunxiao. This invitation seemed to imply more than just a request for assistance. Given Yunxiao's character, it was unlikely she would ask for help while he was searching for a suitable cultivation ground. Senior brother, what do you think? Yuan Yi hesitated, realizing that this was likely not a misunderstanding. However, he desired a sanctuary of his own. There were indeed suitable islands nearby. If senior brother does not mind the noise from Bi Xiao and the others, you could settle with us, Yunxiao suggested, recalling Yuan Yi's mention of his tainted birthplace, which was unsuitable for cultivation. Given his preferences, he likely would not want to be cramped with fellow disciples. Rest assured, we have ample space for you to cultivate spiritual fruits, she said, inviting him to stay at their home. Yunxiao's directness left Yuan Yi with no option but to acknowledge her invitation. At that moment, Yunxiao communicated through thought, her voice resonating directly in Yuan Yi and Appo's. Xiao's mind. To be frank, senior brother, our original birthplace may hold further opportunities for creation. I sensed something during our initial encounter, but was uncertain and lacked strength to explore, as the aura felt somewhat perilous. Now, I wish to return and investigate, and I sincerely request your assistance. Further opportunities? Yuani pondered, curious about what she meant. Was not their greatest opportunity in becoming disciples of the saint, Tong Tian? Suddenly, he recalled a legendary artifact associated with the three Xiaos, renowned not only for their skills and magical tools, but also for a particular treasure that had the power to defeat the 12 immortals of the Chan school, forcing the second master, the Yuqing saint, to intervene personally. The formation, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Could the creation Yun Xiao spoke of be related to this? This was no ordinary artifact, as its legendary status ranked among the most formidable formations, second only to a select few. Unlike other formations that required numerous participants, the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation could be established solely by the three Xiaos without needing excessive help. In this aspect, only the Saint-S Extermination Sword Formation could rival it. Other grand formations, like the Great Array of the 12 Ancestors, were far more demanding in terms of the number of participants. If this were indeed the case, the fortunes of the three sisters were truly extraordinary. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Yuan Yi considered that he too possessed the innate duality of yin and yang. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey, he agreed, nodding to Yun Xiao's request. His interest in the illustrious Nine Curves Yellow River Formation piqued. He wished to witness it firsthand. Of course, he held no ulterior motives regarding the three Xiao's fortunes. After all, Yuan Yi was not one to covet the opportunities of others. He believed in mutual respect and integrity. Yun Xiao, aware of the potential for fortune, inviting him along was indeed a rare gesture. Who would willingly share their blessings? Seeing Yuan Yi's acceptance, Yun Xiao's smile radiated warmth and grace. Then I am grateful to you, senior brother. No need for such formality, he replied. Since you say so, I shall not be polite. Yun Xiao replied playfully, a rare hint of mischief in her tone. Yuan Yi blinked, chuckling as he shook his head. When shall we depart? Time is of the essence. If you are free, shall we set off now? All right. Yuan Yi agreed without objection. Yin Xiao immediately summoned Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, and the four of them flew westward, following the location divined by their master, Tongtan. The birthplace of the three Xiaos was surprisingly situated closer to the primordial land rather than deeper in the Eastern Sea. Chapter 41. The fortuitous opportunities of the three Xiaos above the Eastern Sea. A solitary cloud raced swiftly towards the primordial land, as time was not of the essence. Yuan Yi and his companions chose a leisurely cloud ride over the sea, rather than employing their escape techniques. On the cloud, Yun Xiao drove while Yuan Yi relaxed at the rear with the two sisters, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao. They were conserving their energy, for Yun Xiao had mentioned that the fortuitous opportunities ahead carried a somewhat perilous aura. At this moment, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were engaged in a hushed discussion about naming their dojo, despite not yet having retrieved it. Bai Xiao, with an inexplicable enthusiasm for naming, proposed, "What do you think of calling our dojo Sanxian Island? Yumi, an elder sister, three immortals." Qiong Xiao countered, but Peng Lai, Fang Zhang, and Yingzhou are already referred to as Sanxian Island. It would not be appropriate to use this name for our Sex Mountain Gate. Bai Xiao dismissed her concerns. What does it matter? Our master wouldn't mind. This Sanxian Island is different from that Sanxian Island. The three immortal islands and the island of the three immortals are two separate matters. There's also the matter of excluding our senior brother, Qiong Xiao reminded her. Bai Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon conceded. Indeed, we need a more fitting name. You really don't need to include me in this naming business. Yuan Yi thought to say, how about we call it Four Saints Island? Bai Xiao proposed, pointing at Yuan Yi, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and then herself. Senior brother, elder sister, you, and me. Yuan Yi was speechless. Bai Xiao, are you cursed with naming? First, we had Jingguang Cave and Jinxia Cave. And now you want to add Four Saints Island? Perhaps you should refrain from naming altogether. Isn't it a bit ostentatious to name it after saints? We are still at the Tai realm, Yuan Yi cautioned. What does that matter? With our roots, we will surely step into the quasi-saint realm in the future. A quasi-saint is still a saint. Doesn't the heavenly court have the 10 great demon saints? A name too low-key would undermine our presence when we introduce ourselves to the world, Bai Xiao argued passionately. Even Xiong Xiao found herself persuaded, agreeing with Bai Xiao's rationale. Despite their differing personalities, the sisters shared a striking similarity in their love for grand titles. In truth, even if they did choose the name Four Saints Island, it was not a significant issue. Those who could contend with them would not bother over such trivialities. Saints, their masters or uncles, would not quibble over minor matters with their juniors, as that would be unbecoming of a saintly demeanor. As for others, they were even less relevant. Yuan felt it was inappropriate because he recalled legends of disciples within the Jiejiao sect who were referred to as the Four Saints. The Four Saints of Jiulong Island, Wang Mo, Yang Sun, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba, were not the type one would consider virtuous. Yuan had some impression of them. Furthermore, these were known to be close to the plague god, Lu, and were their neighbors. Sharing a name with them made Yuan uneasy, especially with the previous associations with Jingguang Cave and Jinsha Cave. At this point, Yuan understood that the Taoist sanctuaries of Tai Zhenren and Yuding Zhenren, namely Qinyuan Mountain and Amp, Appos, S. Jingguang Cave and Yuchuan Mountain and Amp, Appos, S. Jinsha Cave, were clearly linked to him and the three Xiaos, indicating more than just a mere coincidence. It seemed that after Jiejiao left Kunlun, their previous caves were inherited by these two. Yuan and his companions had entered Kunlun early, selecting a spiritual mountain that was not ordinary. Even though Kunlun was scattered with spiritual mountains, their cave was among the most distinguished. In fact, before Jiejiao's departure, Tai had visited him and mentioned this matter. Yuan had not refused, as it seemed unreasonable to occupy the best places while their own people were no longer in Kunlun. Now that Bai Xiao suggested the name Four Saints Island, Yuan could not help but ponder. Perhaps it was best to avoid entanglements with fate. The issue of naming the dojo could be deliberated later. The immediate priority was to reclaim their dojo before discussing other matters. Yun Xiao interjected, bringing the topic to a close. Upon hearing her elder sister speak, Bai Xiao had no choice but to comply and set the matter aside. Yuan glanced at Yun Xiao, who seemed to be seeking his thoughts with her gaze. Yet she remained silent. Could it be that Yun Xiao spoke up because of him? He began to doubt if she had attained the legendary mind-reading ability. Did she truly notice his hesitation? It seemed Yun Xiao understood him too well, or perhaps she was simply too observant. He merely contemplated, yet she discerned it instantly, while Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, who spent more time with him, lacked such insight. Suddenly, Yuan Yi's attention shifted forward, and he frowned. Is something the matter, senior brother? Yin Xiao immediately noticed the change in his expression and inquired. With a higher cultivation level and stronger divine sense, Yuan Yi's perception was sharper. He sensed a fluctuation of magical energy ahead. Someone was engaged in a battle. The aura felt somewhat familiar. Dragons. In an instant, he reached a conclusion. Ahead lay the Dragon Clan. The Eastern Sea was once one of the 3 dominions of the Primordial World, with the Dragon Clan reigning supreme across the seas. Arguably the strongest race of that era, even outshining the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The Eastern Sea was the cradle of the Dragon Clan, where the ancestor dragon was born, making it their stronghold, a title it still held as the foremost among the 4 seas. Though the Dragon Clan has since declined, their former splendor diminished. Many of their strong members had fallen or vanished. Yet, as the saying goes, a centipede, even when dead, does not curl up. Perhaps the preeminent deities would overlook the current state of the Dragon Clan, but ordinary beings would not dare to underestimate them. The Dragon Clan's foundation remained substantial, and it was possible that 1 or 2 Luo beings lingered hidden within. Previously, Yuan had been hunted by the Dragon Clan after killing several of their kin, and he had only sought to escape. This was the Eastern Sea, the most active territory of the Dragon Clan. Encountering them was no surprise. Yet Yuan wished to avoid such an encounter. It seems the Dragon Clan is pursuing a primal being, Yun Xiao remarked after sensing the fluctuations. Yuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It has nothing to do with us. We need not interfere. Let's steer clear of them. Yin Xiao had no objections, The sisters were aware of Yuan Yi's previous conflict with the Dragon Clan and had no interest in meddling. They inquired only because Yuan Yi had previously assisted them, but Yin Xiao was uncertain if he would do so again. This was perhaps overestimating Yuan Yi. He had acted before solely because they were the three Xiao sisters. Had it not been for that, it was unlikely he would have intervened. "They are coming in our direction," Xiong Xiao alerted. The being pursued by the Dragon Clan was fleeing towards them. In the distance, winds rose and waves surged. A tempest approaching with the sound of dragon roars and thunderous cries. A streak of azure lightning surged with the storm, moving swiftly. Behind it, over a dozen massive dragons pursued relentlessly, creating an unparalleled commotion. Yuan Yi and his companions instinctively moved aside, observing the scene with detached interest. "Whoever helps us capture this fiend, our Dragon Clan shall offer great rewards." One of the members of the Dragon Clan spoke, evidently addressing Yuan Yi and his companions. However, both Yuan Yi and San Xiao remained unfazed. Yin Xiao retreated to the side, while Yuan Yi offered no response, his gaze still intently scrutinizing the peculiar creature before him. This creature was bizarre in appearance, its body cloaked in azure scales, resembling a bull but devoid of any horns. The most peculiar aspect was that it possessed only a single leg, yet its speed in retreat was astonishingly swift. Yuan Yi discerned that this extraordinary beast not only harbored an innate ability to command the forces of wind and thunder, but also demonstrated a mastery of water that rivaled that of the Dragon Clan. Its roar resonated like thunder, imbued with a power that could instill fear in the hearts of many. What manner of creature is this? It appears to be rather extraordinary. Clearly, it is a primordial being, akin to his master's steed, Kuei Nyo, having chosen not to embark on the path of transformation, but instead to cultivate its true form. Chapter 42. The Dragon Clan. Kuei Nyo. Yuan Yi's heart stirred. He recalled a creature that bore an uncanny resemblance to the being before him, as described in the ancient text, Shanhai Jing. Its name, Kuei Nyo, even bore a striking similarity to that of his master Tong Tian's steed. Yet, the physical differences between the two were vast, particularly since his master's mount was a colossal beast with horns and multiple legs. The creature before him, however, resonated perfectly with the traits outlined in the Shanhai Jing, especially its distinctive single leg. The more Yuan Yi observed the fleeing creature, the more it resembled the legendary beast Kuei Nyo. Still, Yuan Yi merely glanced at it. After all, innate beings were not extraordinary in his eyes. He had seen many. He retracted his gaze as Yin Xiao continued to glide forward, the two parties passing each other, as was customary. However, an enormous figure suddenly loomed ahead, a menacing dragon head with flowing whiskers and eyes blazing like the sun, gazing down upon them. "Did you not hear my command to stop that vile creature? How dare you show such disrespect to my Dragon Clan? Are you not accomplices of that beast?" The oppressive aura of a dragon enveloped Yuan Yi and his companions, as several dragon shadows encircled them. Yuan Yi found the Dragon Clan's behavior utterly perplexing. How could they expect him to assist them simply because they asked? Was he to be deemed disrespectful for refusing to help? What kind of illogical reasoning was this? He had heard tales of the arrogance of the Dragon Clan, but his previous encounters had not adequately prepared him for this. Apparently, what he had faced before was not an isolated incident, but rather a common trait among them. They were no different from the dragons that had once caused havoc at his doorstep. Rude, unreasonable, and domineering. Why do you unreasonable dragons block our path instead of pursuing that one-legged beast? What concern is it of ours? Among the three sisters, Yin Xiao maintained her composure, while her two younger siblings did not. Bi Xiao, seeing the dragons obstructing their way and exuding a threatening aura, stepped forward and coldly retorted. Xiong Xiao, her gaze shifting slightly, cast a glance at Yuan Yi but remained silent, standing by Bi Xiao's side. Yet, Yuan Yi could hear Xiong Xiao's voice in his mind. "Senior brother, the Dragon Clan has troubled you before. Should we not teach them a lesson?" Her tone hinted at eagerness for confrontation. Yuan Yi shook his head in response. "There is no need. I have not suffered any loss." "Oh, is that so?" Xiong Xiao's voice carried a hint of regret, prompting Yuan Yi to wish he could tap her on the head to keep her grounded. "We shouldn't provoke trouble without benefit. It's not worth it." But this is the dragon clan troubling us. If we teach them a lesson on your behalf, it is justified. Moreover, it would assert our identity, and surely they would not dare to pursue us further, as they were the ones who instigated this. Yuani did not agree and placed a hand on Bixiao's shoulder to prevent her from acting impulsively. His prior dealings with the dragon clan had merely been casual mentions, and he had not taken them to heart. He truly had not suffered any loss, having previously dealt with the dragons decisively. Although the two sisters had a tendency towards impulsiveness, they had evidently kept this matter in mind, genuinely wishing to assist him. An impressive memory indeed. Disciple Yuan Yi of the Jiejiao, what instruction do the esteemed members of the dragon clan have for us? Yuan Yi stepped forward, pulling Bixiao back, and proclaimed his identity, his aura radiating outward. As for the oppressive aura from the dragons, it dissipated upon contact. It was not merely that their cultivation was inferior. Even in equal realms, the dragons would still pale in comparison. After all, they were innate beings, second only to those of divine origin, and disciples of a saint possessed formidable foundations. The dragon clan was but a lineage born from the primordial dragon, infused with its essence and bloodline. Yet how many among them could truly rival the purity of innate beings? When Yuan Yi's aura shattered the dragon and Appo's pressure, the dragons were taken aback. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's identity, their dragon eyes filled with uncertainty. Yo, a disciple of a saint? Impossible. Jiejiao is far from Kunlun. How could they have come to our eastern sea? The dragon and Appo's gaze scrutinized Yuan Yi and swept over the three sisters, ultimately settling on him. The Jiao clan is but a distant offshoot of our dragon clan. How dare they masquerade as disciples of a saint? Would a saint accept a mere member of the Jiao clan into their fold? Yuan Yi fell silent. Was the status of a saint and Appo's disciple not sufficient? Did the dragon clan possess such confidence to question it? He felt no desire to speak further, particularly as the dragon bore the demeanor of an authority surveying the lesser beings, which irked him. You lowly creature, you are the true offshoot. Yuan Yi and Appo's golden eyes flared with murderous intent, recalling unpleasant past experiences with the dragon clan. How can you presume to compare yourself to my senior brother? He is an innate being. And what relation do you have to the dragon clan? Bixiao expressed her displeasure at the dragon's attitude and stepped forward to rebuke them. Qiong Xiao remained silent, merely adjusting her hair, the exquisite golden phoenix hairpin glinting amidst her locks. Yin Xiao furrowed her brow, her previously gentle demeanor hardening into one of resolve. Still awaiting Yuan Yi's decision. Begone. Yuan Yi suppressed his rising negativity, his voice calm and indifferent. If you dare to obstruct us again, it shall be deemed a provocation, and I shall slay you. The dragon clan will owe me an explanation. Yuan Yi was not one to wield the name of a saint's disciple to act recklessly. Thus, he maintained restraint, repeatedly reminding himself not to take advantage of his status or provoke trouble for Jiejiao, lest he become indistinguishable from those he despised. His restraint was not born from a kind disposition. Rather, his temper was quite the opposite, his essence tinged with malevolence, which he had merely chosen not to indulge. He hoped the dragon clan would recognize their position and choose to part ways amicably to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, excessive concession without strength did not align with the identity of a saint and Appo's disciple. Should they wish to reason, Yuan Yi was more than willing. Should they refuse, he would respond with even greater obstinacy. Avoiding trouble and yielding are not synonymous. The depth of the dragon clan was something he could not contend with at present. He needed to leverage the power of his sect to impose respect. Yet, Yuan Yi understood that this was the nature of sects. Disciples inevitably brought their sects into play, and one could not escape the repercussions of their affiliations. After stating his piece, Yuan Yi did not await a response, striding forward without flinching or retreating. They had already yielded once before. This time, it was the dragons who obstructed their path, and he saw no reason to yield again. A golden Jiao manifestation, far grander than the bodies of the dragons before him, emerged, towering at 1,000 feet, exuding malevolence. Its eyes transformed into the sun and moon, embodying the duality of yin and yang, as golden scales shimmered with threads of dark energy, sharp and fierce, reminiscent of a celestial sword and amp, Oppos, s gentle hum. The sight of Yuan E.'s manifested golden Jiao left the surrounding dragons speechless. The dragon clan inherently possessed a bloodline suppression over the transformed Jiao clan, irrespective of cultivation level. Yet Yuan was unbound by their laws or paths, and thus immune to their influence. The aura of ferocity radiating from him instilled fear among the dragons. The chilling malevolence was pure and extreme, captivating all who beheld it. I have heard that the horns of your dragons are excellent materials for crafting treasures. Yuan advanced, frowning at the dragons who still refused to yield, shaking his head. The oppressive aura descended, forcing the proud dragon head beneath the surface of the sea. Do you take such pleasure in blocking the road? Still, do you truly believe that the prestige of the dragon clan can intimidate us, rendering me incapable of taking action against you? As Yuan Yi's voice resonated, the immense dragon form was effortlessly riven by the dual energies of yin and yang, leaving behind a multitude of crimson gashes. The once proud resilience of the dragon's body appeared as fragile as paper before him, the dragon scales proving woefully inadequate. Yuan raised his hand and pressed down, instantly subduing a dragon of the Tai realm, rendering it immobile. With a mere gesture, he severed a colossal dragon horn from the void, which shrank and fell into his grasp. However, after a cursory inspection, he disdainfully discarded it. The horn was far beneath his expectations. Legend spoke of the extraordinary nature of dragon horns, yet Yuan found it unworthy of his attention, a stark contrast to his own magnificent counterpart. The scent of blood permeated the air as the waters below turned crimson. Yuan and Amp, Oppos, S golden eyes lingered on the subdued dragon before retracting his gaze, inhaling deeply to quell the tumultuous fury within. Make way, thank you. As he spoke, the golden serpent avatar swept its tail, sending the unicorn dragon and the other dragons flying, refraining from delivering a lethal blow. However, should these dragons continue to be obstinate, he might not show mercy. The energies of yin and yang receded, the malevolence dissipated, restoring the clarity of his golden aura, and Yuan Yi's presence grew tranquil. Turning back, he observed the three sisters, Qiong Xiao, Ji Xiao, and Bai Xiao, who were playfully poking and prodding at his golden serpent avatar. Bai Xiao was even brandishing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the dragon binding rope, as if demonstrating some technique. Yuan Yi's brow twitched. Although this was merely an emanation of his avatar, not his true self, he could not fathom their antics, particularly Bai Xiao's. Sensing Yuan Yi's gaze upon them, Qiong Xiao subtly withdrew her hand, while Bai Xiao concealed the dragon binding rope behind her back. Senior brother, your avatar is truly magnificent and awe-inspiring, evoking envy, remarked Qiong Xiao. Is that so? Yet, senior brother seldom allows us a glimpse, quite stingy indeed, retorted Bai Xiao. Their true forms were mere wisps of yellow and green clouds, lacking any semblance of intimidation, and Yuan and Amp, Oppos, as compliment had failed to placate them. Huh! Senior brother was truly fearsome just now, his ferocity surpassing even that of the eldest sister, they quipped. What are you saying? Yun Xiao interjected, a smile gracing her face as she glanced at her two younger sisters. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the two instinctively inched closer to Yuan, silenced by fear. Indeed, the elder sister's wrath was far more daunting than that of their senior brother. The matters concerning the Dragon Clan were of little concern to Yuan, and the three sisters, merely trivial episodes. The Dragon Clan of today is no longer the dominant force of the Primordial era. Only the dragons themselves remain ensnared in the nostalgia of their former glory, unwilling to awaken. The era belonging to the three clans has long since concluded. Chapter 43. Past causes and effects deep within the EC. The resplendent crystal palace shimmered with the remnants of the Dragon Clan and Amp, Oppos, as former glory. The patrolling soldiers donned their splendid celestial armors, and various rare spiritual roots emanated a magnificent radiance, embodying the grandeur of a great lineage. Is it true that the one who harmed your kin claims to be a disciple of a follower of the saints? the East Sea Dragon King, Awu, withdrew his hand from his beloved consort and straightened himself upon the throne, furrowing his brow as he gazed downward. Indeed, he proclaims himself to be from the Here my EC? Awu's brow furrowed deeper. This was decidedly unwelcome news, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Previously, a celestial court had established itself above the East Sea, forcing their dragon clan into hiding. Fortunately, that celestial court was soon dismantled by the likes of Emperor June from the Heavenly Court, allowing the East Sea to return to the dragon clan's dominion. The Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan primarily thrived upon the vast primal lands. The Heavenly Court had once sought to subjugate the Dragon Clan, but soon after, the Demon and Witch clans fell into conflict, leaving the matter unresolved. The Dragon Clan, once the sovereign rulers of the Primordial World, found it incomprehensible that even the innate divine beings dared to tread upon them. Now, it seemed as if anyone could trample upon their heads, a bitter pill to swallow. Just as peace appeared to settle, it was unexpected that one of the great teachings of the saints, would come to establish itself in their East Sea. Would the Dragon Clan still hold sway over their territory in the future? Awu felt a swell of indignation, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The current state of the Dragon Clan was dire, possessing dominion over merely the four seas, and even that was slipping away. In the North Sea, the demon master Koenpung was born from the depths of the northern abyss, which had become a stronghold for the Demon Clan. How could the Dragon Clan still exert any influence there? The West Sea bordered the Western Sect, one of the great teachings, which had long sought to incorporate the Dragon Clan within its fold, offering them roles as protectors. The South Sea and East Sea fared slightly better, yet not long ago. Trouble arose in the South Sea as witches, in a fit of madness, sought to hunt the Dragon Clan, an utterly detestable act. It should be noted that the Witch Clan and Appo's stronghold lay beneath Mount Bujo, a considerable distance from the South Sea. The Dragon Clan had never anticipated that the Witch Clan would come to trouble them. And now, even within their own East Sea, the had appeared. The four seas were perilous. The Dragon Clan was in jeopardy. Is it true that this disciple of thee is a golden Jiao? Awu inquired again. Your Majesty, I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was indeed a golden Jiao. However, it did not inherit the ways of our Dragon Clan, claiming instead to be a primordial being, exhibiting formidable abilities and a fierce disposition. There were also 3 women whose origins remain unknown. Awu stroked his chin in contemplation. Their ancestral dragon, a pinnacle of innate sanctity, had appeared even before the current innate beings, monopolizing the corresponding traces of the Tao in the world. Being shaped by it revered him. The later ancestors developed the way of the dragon, leading beings to transform into dragons, with the true dragon as their paragon. Countless beings in the world bore the blood of dragons, including the Jiao clan among many others. However, if this creature truly were a naturally born Jiao, it would be different, infused with innate energy and shaped by the Tao, closely aligned with the great principles of heaven and earth. To possess the identity of a disciple of a saint was no trivial matter. Swiftly investigate the veracity of this migration to our East Sea, and ascertain whether this golden Jiao is indeed a disciple of. Do not act recklessly. Awu pondered for a moment, a resolution forming in his heart. The matter of the remained unverified. If true, they must gauge the stance of this great teaching of the saints. The saint of the Upper Clear, though having a decent reputation, might not necessarily pose a threat. A sect, after all, differed from the celestial or heavenly courts. Perhaps it would not jeopardize the Dragon Clan's control over the East Sea. Is there anything else? Noticing his subordinates' lingering presence and hesitation, Awu's mood soured further. Was there more upheaval to expect? Reporting to the Dragon King, over a dozen Yuan meetings ago, several members of our Dragon Clan were slain. The perpetrator identified through divination was indeed a golden Jiao, skilled in the manipulation of yin and yang, closely matching this individual. A dozen Yuan meetings was not an extensive period for them. At that time, the Dragon Clan members were murdered within the East Sea. How could they not pursue the matter? The assailant and Appo's cultivation was not particularly high, lacking any means to conceal his heavenly secrets, even abandoning his own domain to escape. The Dragon Clan's methods were not so easily evaded. Yet, this golden Jiao proved to be exceedingly cunning, swiftly fleeing to the vast primal lands, where it encountered the likes of the Eastern King and other innate divine beings who were preparing the celestial court, scouring for beings to incorporate into that realm, forcing the dragon clan into seclusion, unable to reveal themselves, allowing the assailant to slip away. Since then, the golden Jiao's heavenly secrets had become impossible to divine. The dragon clan assumed it perished amidst the conflict between the celestial and heavenly courts, considering the matter inconsequential. Little did they expect to encounter this golden Jiao today, a suspect in the past murders of their kin, now a disciple of Saint. Aowu fell silent, struck by the realization of their intertwined fates. Yet, as a disciple of a saint, the current dragon clan could hardly confront him. Rather, they ought to be wary of the trouble he might bring. Leveraging his identity as a disciple. Let this matter rest for now. We shall deliberate on it another time. You may leave. Aowu dismissed his subordinate, even pushing away the beautiful consort who leaned against him, plunging the grand hall into an abrupt silence. Aowu's countenance shifted, a tempest of emotions swirling within, culminating in a deep sigh. They would have to observe the situation regarding the before formulating any plans, hoping that the circumstances would not prove too dire. How laughable it was that the dragon clan had fallen to such a state, subjected to the whims of others, living in shame, truly disgrace, reflecting on the past splendor of the dragon clan, who dared to provoke their majesty. Yet, where was the hope for the revival of their clan? After venting his frustrations, Aowu gradually regained his composure. Never mind such troubling thoughts. Perhaps it would be better to seek the company of one of his beloved consorts today. After laboring over clan matters all day, he was indeed weary and required some solace. Adjusting his opulent robe and straightening his crown, Aowu sauntered out of the grand hall, heading towards the chambers. With no pressing matters at hand, he could indulge in the affection of his consorts. Tomorrow and Apos, S affairs could wait for tomorrow. If the dragon clan were truly provoked to anger, what could the great teaching of the saints do? In their glorious days, who dared to underestimate the dragon clan? Though they had fallen, they were not to be trifled with. Their ancestors and clans might were merely subdued beneath the sea's eye, not extinguished. With their profound heritage, there would surely come a day of resurgence. That day would undoubtedly arrive. Chapter 44. The first disciple of the four beings who seek longevity. Mere years are but fleeting moments, akin to the way Yuan Yi accompanies the Sanshao sisters on their journey to locate their Taoist sanctuary. The relocation of them from Kunlun to establish a new mountain gate in the eastern sea stirred significant commotion. The Saint Tontian opened the Bo Palace, where disciples diligently sought suitable sanctuaries to settle and cultivate. Centered around the three immortal islands, the disciples have dispersed in all directions, occupying numerous islands with remarkable momentum. Concurrently, various beings wandering in this region gradually joined, becoming its disciples. This locale, having witnessed the fierce battles between the celestial court and the immortal court, had yet to attain tranquility. With the celestial court gone and the immortal court absent, only the dragon clan had returned, reclaiming dominion over the eastern sea. Naturally, beings pursued by the dragon clan sought refuge under the auspices of the Grand of the Saint. The foremost disciple of Daobao Taoist managed the affairs of with the Saint Tontian generally uninvolved in mundane matters, delegating them to Daobao. Even when the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea came to pay a visit, the same protocol was observed. The dragon clan, at present, lacked the stature to warrant a personal audience with the saint. Aowu was escorted into the mountain gate by several disciples yet he found their hospitality lacking. Not only did he fail to meet the Saint Tontian, but the reception was far from grand, clearly indicating a lack of regard for the dragon clan. However, as a dragon king, Aowu understood well that the might of the saints was not something the dragon clan could provoke. It was merely the disparity that left him feeling unsettled. The dragon kin accompanying him expressed even greater discontent, but Aowu quelled their dissatisfaction. Despite his discomfort, he could still assess the fundamental situation. Aowu, a middle-aged man with an imposing visage, bore one of the symbols of his lineage, a pair of dragon horns. clad in luxurious garments adorned with treasures. He epitomized the opulence of the dragon clan. Dao Bao stood at the mountain gate, observing the splendidly adorned entourage of the Eastern Sea Dragon King approach, accompanied by Jin Ling, Wu Dang, Zhao Gongming, and other prominent disciples, with only Yuan, Yi, and the Sanshao sisters absent from the gathering. Having recently relocated, they had yet to commence their secluded cultivation, and upon hearing of the Dragon Clan's visit, they were naturally eager to partake in the spectacle. For the Dragon Clan was a name many had heard, once the overlords of the Primordial World. As Dao Bao watched the resplendent Dragon King from afar, he raised an eyebrow. Jin Ling, I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. He vanished before Jin Ling could respond, leaving her perplexed. The guests were arriving, and what could be so pressing that Dao Bao needed to depart at this moment? Wu Dang shared her confusion, and Jin Ling glanced at Zhao Gongming and the other disciples. But none had answers for her. Fortunately, Dao Bao soon reappeared beside Jin Ling. However, upon scrutinizing Dao Bao, she suddenly lost her desire to inquire further. At that moment, Dao Bao had donned a more exquisite Taoist robe, his hair neatly arranged. Moreover, he adorned himself with several innate spiritual treasures, and his waist was encircled with a plethora of such items that jingled melodiously as he walked. In his hands, he twirled two beads, one a Qian Kuan bead, and the other the Jin Ling pearl, one of the 5 elemental primordial spiritual pearls. His dignified appearance was a testament to his Taoist title. Jin Ling regarded Dao Bao with a peculiar gaze, questioning if he had changed attire merely for this occasion. Noticing her scrutiny, Dao Bao retained his composure and communicated telepathically with his fellow disciples. As disciples, we embody the teachings and honor of our master, and therefore, how can we allow others to belittle us? The Dragon Clan has always been proud. They dare to flaunt themselves at our. We cannot permit them to have their way. Furthermore, as Yun Xiao mentioned, since we are receiving guests, we should present ourselves appropriately, adhering to the decorum of our great. Upon hearing this, Jin Ling and the others observed the approaching entourage of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, each lost in thought as they proceeded to vanish one by one. However, Jin Ling and Wu Dang remained, the former dismissive, scoffing lightly. On the path of cultivation, one must be judged by their Taoist achievements. Without sufficient strength to support such ostentation, it merely invites ridicule, a fade of strength. The Dragon Clan and Oppos, as current state is well known to all, who besides themselves remains unaware. Be cautious with your words, Dao Bao interjected, gently reminding her. It is rumored that this Dragon King is a formidable being of the early Deluo realm, and it appears to be true. Within the confines of the mountain gate, they were confident that the Dragon King would not dare to employ the full extent of his Deluo capabilities. Otherwise, even at such a distance, their words would likely be overheard. Jin Ling seized her remarks, yet she undeniably regarded the Dragon Clan with a degree of disdain. As a disciple of the saint, the early Deluo realm was not an unattainable height. They merely lacked time. Jin Ling and her peers harbored such confidence in their abilities. Furthermore, although the Dragon Clan had attained the Deluo realm, they were essentially at the end of their path, and it was fortunate that they had not fallen from their station due to the burdens of their clan's misdeeds. Thus, the proud demeanor of the Dragon Clan's entourage did not sit well with Jin Ling, particularly as they had come demanding an audience with their master, Tong Tian. Such words might resonate had the ancestral dragon been present. Dao Bao recognized Jin Ling and Oppos, as forthright nature and chose not to elaborate further. Each of his disciples possessed distinct personalities, and Jin Ling and Yun Xiao were the most challenging to manage. Fortunately, Yun Xiao had someone to oversee her, always reasonable and seldom engaging in disputes, whereas Jin Ling was more fiery, frequently seeking to debate and engage in combat. While Dao Bao and the others communicated telepathically, several disciples guided the entourage of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace closer. Dao Bao, accompanied by his fellow disciples, went forth to greet them, mindful that their master, Tong Tian, was preoccupied with establishing his sanctuary and preferring not to disturb him over trifling matters. However, facing a being of the Deluo realm, even one at the early stage, still imparted a degree of pressure upon Dao Bao. As both parties met and exchanged pleasantries, Ao Wu, despite his dissatisfaction at not meeting the Saint Tong Tian and being received only by these younger disciples of the Tai realm, refrained from expressing his frustration. His aim was to gauge and oppose stance and observe this so-called grand of the saint. The esteemed was not as formidable as he had anticipated. These disciples possessed no greater cultivation than the mid-Tai realm. The Tai realm was something the Dragon Clan still had in abundance. As for the spiritual treasures adorning Dao Bao and the others, Ao Wu regarded them with little importance. They were merely possessions, and the Dragon Clan lacked none. In Ao Wu and Appo's mind, aside from the saint, this grand was not superior to the Dragon Clan, perhaps even inferior. After discerning and Appo's attitude through Dao Bao and Appo's words, a weight lifted from Ao Wu's heart. Was merely here to impart teachings and enlighten beings, with no intention of meddling in the affairs of the Dragon Clan or the clan itself. Since Dao Bao was the foremost disciple of Tong Tian, his words carried weight and were likely credible. Thus, it seemed that the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan might experience a period of stability, of favorable development. Half a day later, the entourage of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace departed from, making no prolonged stay. Before leaving, Ao Wu recalled something. By the way, is there a disciple among you named Yuan Yi of the Golden Serpent lineage? He inquired. Dao Bao paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, disciple Yuan Yi is one of our disciples. He reiterated, a direct disciple of our master. He is not foolish. Yuan Yi and the three Shaos sought out the Taoist temple, and the other party inquired about this matter, even knowing Yuan Yi and Appo's name, which likely bodes ill. Furthermore, he had heard that both Yuan Yi and the three Shaos were born in the East Sea, perhaps previously entangled in some grievances with the Dragon Clan. Is that so? He inexplicably harmed a member of my Dragon Clan, and in the past, several of our clan and Appo's disciples fell outside, which may also be related to this disciple of yours. Ao Wu spoke, his calm words laced with a hint of pressure. The Dragon King chuckled, dismissing it outright. That is impossible. However, Duo Bao shook his head, asserting, Junior brother Yuan Yi would never strike without reason. There must be an explanation. Should this matter prove true, I fear I must report to my master. And the Dragon Clan ought to provide an account to Junior brother Yuan Yi. Duo Bao and Appo's words were resolute, and, as the eldest disciple of the Jiejiao, his stance was unwavering. Though Yuan Yi was not particularly close to him, he had never offended or wronged him either. Moreover, Duo Bao had some understanding of Yuan Yi's character. He would never initiate conflict with others. If not provoked, he would never resort to violence, a certainty Duo Bao held. Although his essence was tainted with malevolent energy, he bore little killing intent. Perhaps only the three Shaos among Kunlun had even less. Even among his master's disciples, such as Xiandu or the second master's pupils, some degree of killing was unavoidable. It is precisely for this reason that the second master harbored a favorable disposition towards junior brother Yuan Yi, who was born with wicked energy yet possessed little killing intent. Duo Bao and Appo's words were quite blunt and assertive, demanding the Dragon Clan provide an explanation even before Ao Wu could voice his grievances, clearly stating his position. Ao Wu scrutinized Duo Bao for a moment. Being in Jiejiao, he dared not act recklessly. This matter, I shall investigate upon my return. If it is as the young friend has stated, my Dragon Clan will certainly extend our apologies. That would be best. When junior brother Yuan Yi returns, I shall inform him, Duo Bao replied. The visit from the Dragon Clan did not seem to impact Jiejiao in any significant way. At that moment, Yuan Yi and the other three were drawing near to their destination, the birthplace of the three Shaos. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yi, the Jiejiao's eldest brother, who was not particularly close to him, stood resolutely in his defense before the Dragon Clan Luo. Chapter 45. Conclusion of causality. The four of them floated in mid-air, gazing down at the mist-shrouded celestial island. Guided by their teacher's celestial divination, they had successfully located this place. As Yin Xiao had mentioned, the island was indeed vast, and the home of the three sisters was quite spacious. The island was enveloped in dense mist, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. However, to Uini and Amp, Oppos, as discerning eye, this celestial island appeared rather mundane, ordinary to the point of being unremarkable. Although the primordial aura was relatively abundant and the spiritual energy was ample, such a celestial island was far too commonplace in the context of the primordial chaos. Yet, how could such a place give birth to the three exalted beings of Sanshao? Considering the origin of Sanshao, Uini suspected that the island concealed some peculiarities. With a surge of golden light in his eyes and the flow of yin and yang energy, Uini employed his mystical vision to scrutinize the island. To his dismay, he found nothing. No hidden mysteries unveiled themselves to him. Indeed, if a mere Tai could discern the island's concealed intricacies so easily, the numerous primordial beings who once occupied the eastern seas would have certainly noticed, leaving no room for the three sisters to return in search of it. This location was already quite close to the primordial lands, near the estuary of a grand river. Resembling a delta, Uini observed the rushing rivers, and in terms of scale, it seemed the legendary 800 miles of the Tongtian River would pale in comparison. The name Yellow River was unfamiliar to him. It appeared that such a designation did not exist in this era. The emotions of the three sisters upon returning to their birthplace were somewhat complex. During their time in the celestial court, they had been sought after by its denizens. Reluctant to be subjugated, Yun Xiao, on the verge of transformation, had to lead her two sisters to flee, abandoning their sacred grounds. Their avoidance of the primordial lands was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an impossibility. Although the primordial lands were close, they were also near the abodes of the primordial beings, and thus they had to circumvent southward, only to encounter Uini. The memories of their past pursuers stirred resentment within Bixiao. As fellow primordial beings, those hunters had mercilessly pursued them, seizing their sacred grounds and treating them with utmost disdain. The recollection of their harrowing escape only intensified her bitterness. The fall of the Eastern King and the disintegration of the Celestial Court had ensnared many beings, leaving them with dire fates, likely reduced to ash or obliterated altogether, as Uini comfortingly remarked. Bixiao nodded in agreement, turning to her elder sister Yun Xiao. Fortunately, you let us away back then. Otherwise, we might have met the same fate. She also expressed gratitude toward Uini for his assistance. Yun Xiao gently shook her head, acknowledging that their escape would have been difficult without his help. Uini merely smiled, refraining from elaborating. He believed that even without his intervention, the sisters would have emerged unscathed, akin to their encounter with Zhao Gongming. However, who could truly predict the outcome of events that had never transpired? At that moment, an unexpected surge of murderous intent emanated from Xiao, capturing the attention of Uini and the others. This was the first time he witnessed such a fierce demeanor in Xiao. She focused intently on the island below, her gaze icy. When Uini and the others turned to her, her expression softened slightly as she pointed toward the island. I sensed the presence of those beings from before, right below us. Upon hearing this, Bixiao's expression shifted, and Yun Xiao furrowed her brow. The days of being hunted were among the most desperate times for the sisters. The thought of being captured and potentially facing a fatal calamity at the hands of the Celestial Court fueled their resentment even further. Uini extended his consciousness downward, probing in the direction Xiao indicated. His cultivation level surpassed hers, and upon arrival, he had already conducted a preliminary investigation of the island. However, he did not detect any familiar presence. The memory of beings like them was typically quite sharp. Even a fleeting encounter would leave an impression, and he would not overlook it. While he sensed life on the island, even detecting a faint presence at the Tai level, it appeared weak and unstable. Thus he dismissed it. What Xiao pointed to seemed to be that unstable Tai presence. Among those who discovered our sacred ground, she was one of them. I never anticipated she had survived and is now hiding in our domain. Today, we shall settle this score. With a fierce resolve, Xiao spoke, her exquisite primordial spirit ornament shimmering with divine light, echoing the sounds of a phoenix. Please wait here, senior brother. While we sisters tidy up our sacred ground before inviting you in, Yin Xiao stated. Very well. Yuan nodded in agreement. Given the current capabilities of the Sanshao sisters, he had no cause for concern. Times had changed. Back then, the sisters had yet to transform and could only flee in disarray. Now, even the least powerful among them, Bixiao, surpassed their adversaries, not to mention their combined strength. Furthermore, each sister wielded a supreme primordial treasure, elevating them far beyond ordinary beings. In an instant, the figures of the three sisters vanished, transforming into divine light as they descended upon the celestial island. Yuan followed closely behind, though he did not intend to intervene. He was merely curious to observe. He had yet to witness Yun Xiao in combat, while he was already familiar with the methods of Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. Although they often described Yun Xiao as fierce, Yuan had never perceived her that way. She always exuded a gentle demeanor, and during her reprimands, there was no sign of ferocity. Who dares intrude upon my sacred ground without invitation? As the aura of the Sanshao enveloped the area, their presence finally alerted the occupants below. A figure emerged from within the island, and layers of formations and prohibitions activated, enveloping the island in a radiant barrier, exuding overwhelming pressure. Before them stood a female primordial being, her eyes elongated and garbed in a crimson robe. Behind her loomed an enormous and peculiar manifestation, resembling her true form. Akin to Yuan's golden serpent body, this entity was entirely crimson, resembling a great serpent, yet uniquely possessed a single head with two bodies, creating an oddly disconcerting appearance. What manner of being is this? Yuan pondered. Yet, it seemed the nature of this being was of little consequence at that moment. Chapter 46. The sensation of Qi. Who among you is my Taoist friend? Your Taoist venue is quite shameless. Bai Xiao regarded the approaching individual without a hint of courtesy. However, Yuan noted that Bai Xiao's vocabulary for insults was rather limited and lacked potency. Aside from calling someone shameless, her most frequent tactic was the simplest form of personal attack, insulting their appearance. Do you still recognize us? Qiong Xiao, standing beside Bai Xiao, inquired coldly. You are. The woman, sensing the hostility of the three sisters and the overwhelming aura they exuded, became serious. Her gaze swept over the trio, and then to Yuan, who observed from a distance. From these individuals, she felt an intense aura of danger. She was no match for any of them. The implication in their words suggested a grudge against her, and they had come to confront her. Dear friends, might there be some misunderstanding? Huh? Qiong Xiao chuckled lightly, too weary to engage in further discourse. As she spoke, she prepared to strike. Wait, if you have come for this immortal island, Open. A calm voice interrupted her, as Yun Xiao summoned the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the primordial golden Daodu. The Daodu expanded in the air, swiftly overshadowing the skies. Suspended above the immortal island, radiating divine light and celestial brilliance with pure golden rays cascading down, imposing a set of orderly laws. Refine. Yun Xiao formed a hand gesture, her incantation shifting as the primordial golden Daodu emitted golden light, enveloping the area below. This treasure, a supreme, innate artifact, contained the essence of the universe, capable of encompassing all things, even containing a space of its own. Those ensnared within its golden glow would find themselves suppressed and bound, unable to resist its formidable pulling power. Moreover, it possessed the ability to reverse various forces of nature, refining them back into their primordial essence. This power was what made such treasures feared among cultivators. It could diminish one's Taoist cultivation and directly lower one's realm. For practitioners, the dissolution of their Tao was akin to a nightmare. This artifact was exceedingly perilous, more so than those meant for direct assault. This was Yun Xiao and Amp, Appo's first time wielding the power of the primordial golden Daodu, and having borrowed it from Yuan for comprehension, she was quite familiar with its might. Beneath the golden light, the layers of formations and restrictions enveloping the immortal island shattered like fragile bubbles, silently disintegrating under the force, unable to exert even a fraction of their power. Furthermore, as the formations collapsed, the golden rays that fell upon the woman rendered her immobile. In her hard-won achievement, in the Tai realm was directly stripped away, causing her realm to plummet. Faced with Yun Zhao's invocation of the primordial golden Daodu, this being, who had just entered the Tai realm, found herself utterly powerless to resist. Yet, Yun Zhao was not the only one to act. At the same moment, Bai Xiao unleashed the dragon binding rope. This unseeing innate treasure could even restrain Yuan Yi, the golden flood dragon, and it naturally deemed the two-headed serpent before them as a dragon for its dominion. The dragon binding rope shot forth, ensnaring the already subdued woman, silencing her aura. A sharp ray of light sliced through the void, enveloped in five-colored divine radiance, as Qiong Xiao summoned the golden phoenix hairpin, piercing directly through the woman's brow, leaving a clear hole. Her primordial spirit was shattered on the spot, leading to her immediate demise without surprise, as her spirit dissipated and true essence returned to tranquility. Her corporeal form was gradually transformed into pure elemental energy under the refining power of Yun Xiao and Amp, Oppos, as primordial golden Daodu. Thus, a Tai realm innate being vanished from the world, perhaps even eliminating an entire race. As innate beings, their cultivation at the time of transformation was generally at the golden immortal level. The woman had evidently transformed before the three sisters and had a higher cultivation than them initially. Given that she could cultivate to the Tai realm, it was likely she had received teachings from the celestial court. Otherwise, reaching such a level would have been exceedingly difficult. However, compared to the three sisters who had entered the sanctified path, her fortune and opportunities were markedly inferior. With an unstable foundation and insufficient Tao, she lacked any noteworthy treasures. Bai Xiao could easily slay her without employing artifacts. Yet the three sisters acted simultaneously, each summoning supreme innate treasures, leading to her swift demise in an instant. The duel commenced and concluded in a mere heartbeat, devoid of any spectacle, a complete annihilation. So weak, Bai Xiao murmured as she retracted the dragon binding rope. Finding the adversary weaker than those dragon tribes she had encountered previously, leading her to question if this Tai realm was merely a counterfeit of the golden immortal. While she had previously deemed those dragon tribes feeble, they appeared slightly stronger compared to this enemy. With comparable realms and origins, the higher the level, the more stark the disparity in strength. This is the reason why everyone aspires to be under the tutelage of powerful beings. Not to mention, in terms of treasures and opportunities, the two were simply incomparable. When Yuan Yi saw the three sisters retract their treasures, he approached, surveying the immortal island below. This island is far superior to my nurturing ground. It is distanced from the former center of the celestial court and seems to have endured little damage, thus saving considerable effort in repairs. Did you discern anything, senior brother? Yun Xiao inquired with a gentle smile, her demeanor soft and pleasant, a stark contrast to her earlier ferocity. Nothing extraordinary, quite mundane. I discern nothing at all. Yuan Yi shook his head. If even I could perceive the intricacies, this place would not resemble its current state. And what of that opportunity you mentioned? Can you still sense it? Yun Zhao's gaze shifted to the western side of the immortal island, peering beneath the sea surface. After closing her eyes to sense more intently, she reopened them, nodding. It is quite vague, but it should still be present. I can barely sense a faint connection. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi felt a twinge of envy. This was what one might call an opportunity presenting itself willingly. He had never experienced such a sensation of qi guiding him. Even the medium-quality innate treasure, the dust crown, had been forcibly subdued by him, rather than it voluntarily seeking him out. He sensed no anomalies, while Yun Xiao, with lesser cultivation, was able to perceive something. Yuan Yi found it hard to believe without some hidden agenda, standing so close to the three sisters. Yet the opportunity did not reach out to him. How unfortunate. Yuan Yi did not wish to compete with the three sisters for the opportunity. He merely desired to experience the sensation of being courted by fate. It should be noted that he had sensed the allure of opportunity before, but only once. Moreover, the experience that had sparked his interest was not linked to any treasure, but rather during the chaotic escape of the three yet-to-transform clouds, where opportunities did not exist. Yun Xiao led the way, for beams of divine light heading west, arriving at the westernmost edge of the immortal island, near the mouth of the sea. The vague aura Yun Xiao sensed, however, emanated from beneath the sea surface, not from the island itself. Chapter 47. Transcending Yin and Yang. Beyond the five elements, even at the estuary, near the coastline, the sea remains profoundly deep. The great river, originating from the primordial land, appears tranquil yet possesses its own formidable presence, with mountains and rivers forming a cohesive entity, almost resembling a natural formation. Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao, accompanied by a third companion, navigate the waters as they descend into the ocean and Appo's depths. Yuan Yi and Appo's mastery of the art of evasion includes techniques aligned with his own yin and yang, as well as the five elemental powers derived from profound understanding. Complemented by his innate affinity for water due to his essence as a golden dragon. Though he was born beyond the eastern sea, he had yet to truly behold the wonders of the ocean floor. According to Yun Xiao, her ambition is to transport the divine island using a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. But the task is far from simple. With their cultivation at the Tai Yi realm, they possess typical methods for moving mountains and filling seas. However, the divine island is no ordinary land. It is intricately connected to the Earth's veins and embodies the evolution of the great Tao, making it exceedingly difficult to relocate. Only with the supreme innate treasure, the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, in Yun Xiao and Appo's possession, can they hope to attempt this endeavor. Yet, it appears that the situation is more complex than anticipated. During their earlier perceptions, Yun Xiao discovered that the aura of the divine island, birthed by the three sisters, is intertwined with something profound in the ocean and Appo's depths, anchoring it firmly in place. Even with the Hunyuan Golden Dipper summoned, urging its power, she finds it nearly impossible to simply retrieve the island. The connection is too powerful, a seamless unity that resists disturbance. It even gives her the impression that forcibly removing the island would require uprooting a portion of the primordial land. The divine island does not seamlessly merge with the eastern sea. Instead, it resembles an extension of the primordial land, linked to the great river that converges upon it. Upon entering the sea, they confirm this observation. The surging waters of the great river flow into the eastern sea, creating a distinct boundary between the murky waters and the clear sea, extending into the ocean. This boundary marks an illusory trace of the great river, encompassing the location of the divine island. The somewhat turbid waters of the great river gradually settle here, until they completely merge with the eastern sea. This turbidity is not mere silt, but rather a rich and pure essence of earth, settling amidst the clear waters, resulting in a state of confusion between clarity and turbidity, where the force of creation is nurtured. As Yuan Yi gazes upon the sprawling illusion of the river, his conviction grows stronger that the creation manifested here is likely connected to the renowned Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Looking upwards, he realizes they are several thousand fathoms beneath the surface. The seabed is not dark. At least, the visibility is unimpeded for Yuan Yi and his companions. The area around the estuary is barren, with the essence of earth mingling chaotically with the seawater, exuding an aura nearing destructive forces unsuitable for life, permeated by a sense of desolation and stillness. However, Yuan Yi observes the mingled traces of clarity and turbidity, finding his spiritual sense unable to penetrate. Any attempt to engage is met with absorption. Though the essences are pure and potent, their mingling renders them unusable waste, at least from the perspective of cultivators like them. The muddied essence nourishes the body, while the clear essence nurtures the spirit, but their combination becomes a corrosive force against the Tao body, tainting the primordial spirit. In Yuan Yi's expectations, there should exist a formation banner or array here, yet it seems there is nothing at all. Standing before the mingled essence, he turns to Yun Xiao, expressing his inquiry. The aura is present within. I can sense it. Be cautious, senior brother, Yun Xiao responds, warning Yuan Yi against recklessly stepping into the chaos. In truth, neither Yuan Yi nor his companions wish to be tainted by this mingled essence. If forced to describe it, it resembles a mass of sludge, and standing before a treacherous mire who would desire to get ensnared. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao evidently share Yuan, Yi, and Amp, Appo's, as sentiment, their brows furrowing in concern. Although Yun Xiao and Amp, Appo's, expression remains unchanged, no cultivator would willingly allow such a spirit-corroding essence to touch them. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xiao retrieves the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, hesitating before speaking. The Hunyuan Golden Dipper possesses the ability to revert to its origin, capable of refining this mingled essence and separating it to create a passage for us. However, my cultivation is insufficient to fully unlock its potential, I fear. The essence gathered here likely represents the accumulation of countless epochs, and even the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, despite its formidable power, may not suffice given Yun Xiao and Appo's current level of cultivation. Senior brother, please assist me and Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao from outside. I will explore first and devise a plan, Yun Xiao declares, invoking the Hunyuan Golden Dipper as she prepares to step into the fray. The dipper radiates golden light, absorbing the mingled essence ahead, as Yun Xiao channels its power to refine it into pure essences of clarity and turbidity, creating a small opening within the mire. However, the process proves arduous for Yun Xiao, and the opening rapidly begins to close, reverting back into a mire. Yuan Yi places a hand on Yun Xiao's shoulder, halting her advance. A moment of carelessness could result in damage to her cultivation or even taint her essence, jeopardizing her future path. Too dangerous. Simultaneously, Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao stand beside Yun Xiao, not to dissuade her, but to support her. Eldest sister, why must you always take the lead? Allow me this time, Bai Xiao exclaims, reaching for the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, only to be met with a sharp glare from Yun Xiao that causes her to retract her hand. With lowered eyes, Bai Xiao immediately falls silent, casting a sidelong glance at Qiong Xiao. Of course, we shall accompany our eldest sister into the depths, with mine Bai Xiao and Amp, Appo's, as assistants. We can better harness the Dipper and Appo's power. Senior brother, with your superior cultivation, remain outside to respond to any unforeseen events, Qiong Xiao states. At that moment, Yuan Yi's gaze shifts to the mire, from which the yin and yang energies, swirling with malevolent essence, emerge from the water and fire gourd at his waist. These energies coalesce into a sword, its surface enveloped in rich and pure malevolence, piercing directly into the mingled essence. Enough. While the chaotic power of the mingled essence is dense, it only exists at the surface. I will carve a path. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao assist Yun Xiao in channeling the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, and we shall enter together. It should be manageable. As Yuan Yi's sword of yin and yang slices into the depths, he finally discerns an anomaly within, leading him to a conclusion. The chaotic essence contains a multitude of disordered laws, rendering their spiritual senses unable to penetrate and revealing its true nature. Senior brother, do not proceed. This mingled essence can dissolve our magical powers and taint our techniques. Its chaotic intertwining of yin and yang and disorder among the 5 elements will hinder our artifacts. Yun Xiao warns, her anxiety palpable as she witnesses Yuan, Yi, and Appo's innate energies breach the barrier. My innate yin and yang energies are infused with pure celestial malevolence, transcending the duality of yin and yang and existing outside the 5 elements. Unaffected by the chaotic flow, Yuan Yi reassures, recalling the energies. The black and white swords enveloped in malevolence show no signs of damage. Rather, they serve as an excellent honing stone, sharpening their edges. Previously, Yuan Yi pondered how Yun Xiao and her sisters obtained the opportunities within. Such a treasure must resonate with them. Now, he reflects on the differences between the current San Xiao and the legendary trio he knows. Ultimately, he concludes that the difference lies within himself. They have gained a senior brother while losing a spiritual treasure, the Golden Dragon Scissors. Thus, the key to unraveling the situation likely resides within him. His unique advantage lies in the innate duality of yin and yang that accompanies him. Upon experimentation, he discovered that various mystical arts and techniques were indeed influenced. Yet his own malevolent aura remained unaffected. The resilience of this aura allowed him to momentarily slice through the mire, forging a path ahead. In that fleeting moment, he sensed through his yin and yang energies that there was indeed a deeper complexity at play. Yunxiao's intuition proved accurate. Hidden within the chaotic amalgamation of various laws lay opportunities and transformations. However, it seemed that these potentials were not fully formed, leaving him uncertain if his perceptions were flawed. As the situation felt rather peculiar. Chapter 48. The dynamics within the array Yuan harnessed the primordial yin and yang energies, refining the malevolent aura into the blade's edge. Slicing through the confusion of purity and filth and the chaos of yin, yang, and the five elements, thereby carving a path forward. The three sisters followed closely behind, stepping cautiously into the depths. Behind them, the briefly severed passage reformed rapidly, transforming into a murky mire that cultivators were loath to touch. A toxic path that eroded both spirit and body. As Yuan E and Amp, Oppos, S dual swords, embodying the dual forces of yin and yang, struck down once more. A hidden space emerged beneath. Yuan E glanced back at the three sisters. Yunxiao nodded in acknowledgement and stepped forward. Yuan E remained silent, his body enveloped in the swirling essence of yin and yang, the malevolent aura subtly emanating, cloaking his once resplendent golden scales. The golden dragon coiled protectively around the four as they ventured into the newly revealed space. Yuan E had never anticipated that this unwelcome malevolent energy would remain unaffected by the fundamental laws of yin, yang, and the five elements, even inversely restraining these properties to some extent. After all, he typically wielded the malevolent aura as a means of offense, maximizing its pure destructive power and sharpness, rather than using it for protection against erosion, which granted him an air of invulnerability. Fortunately, when he ascended to the Tai realm, he had not severed this aspect of himself, despite having considered doing so due to the malevolent aura's volatility, which sometimes led to uncontrollable surges even of his innate yin and yang energies. Though severing this aspect in the Tai realm would have merely reduced his malevolent aura slightly, its complete eradication seemed impossible. Had he chosen to do so, it would have resulted in a loss beyond just diminishing his essence. It was no wonder that his master, Tong Tian, had never instructed him on how to eliminate this innate malevolence, while his second master had advised him to discern his true self upon their first meeting. It appeared that, in addition to the yin and yang energies, he must also pay heed to the malevolent aura in the future. Yuan E discerned that the earthly murk could nurture malevolence, and he found it imperative to ponder this matter further. However, controlling the inherently extreme and violent malevolent energy posed a significant challenge. His first thought was of the Wu clan, rumored to be adept in manipulating malevolent energy. He wondered if their techniques held any reference value. Suddenly, the four found their surroundings shifting, revealing a vast expanse. The scenery around them had not fundamentally changed. It was merely the transformation of mud into muddy water. Purity and filth mingled. Yin and yang fell into disorder, and the five elements intertwined chaotically. The consequences were dire. The dissolution of the spirit, corruption of the path, disintegration of the celestial form, and the tainting of the great way were indeed ominous. The characteristics of this space resonated with the formidable powers of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation. Within it, an independent cosmos existed, reminiscent of the primordial chaos his master had described. Bai Xiao surveyed the surroundings, remarking on the similarities. Yet, despite appearances, their essences were fundamentally different. Yun Xiao shook her head, clarifying that the chaos spoken of by their master was void, empty of all existence, while here, everything existed, a medley of various laws and powers intermingling, leading to indistinctness among yin, yang, and the five elements, thus creating this chaotic state. It was akin to, Xiongxiao struggled to find the right descriptor, momentarily speechless. It is like a garbage heap, Yuan E interjected. This great void extended far across the primordial earth, enveloping it in dense murk, blending with various laws' essences, connecting with the ethereal energies of the East Sea, resulting in the scene before them. What seemed chaotic was, in fact, evolving towards order, forming a unique primordial formation. Yuan Yi, while not deeply versed in formations, understood the fundamental principles. All paths converge in the Great Way. There are always similarities. His lack of profound knowledge in formations was only relative to those who dedicated their lives to studying it, and he was not completely ignorant. The same applied to his understanding of weapon forging and alchemy. Yuan Yi focused primarily on enhancing his own cultivation, regarding these methods as supplementary. He sought to comprehend the path of weapon forging taught by his second master, not the specific techniques, aiming to better cultivate his yin and yang energies. His master's alchemical teachings followed a similar vein. Yuan Yi never intended to practice alchemy, but sought to grasp the principles and truths embedded within the creation of medicinal pills. Crafting elixirs of significant benefit to himself was no simple feat, often proving less effective than personal cultivation, rendering any effort fruitless. Of course, if he were to consume celestial pills refined by a sage as casually as candy, that would be a different story. Yuan Yi could perceive the essence of this independent cosmos and catch glimpses of its true form. Although the three sisters were not as accomplished as Yuan Yi, their expertise in formations allowed them to discern much. Bai Xiao and Amp, Appo's eyes sparkled as she surveyed their surroundings, inquiring where the hidden opportunities lay. Was this self-contained realm their fortune? The surroundings were shrouded in chaos, an endless expanse, filled with everything yet devoid of anything. A reflection of Yuan Yi and Amp, Appo's earlier description of a garbage heap. Yet, what lay within was a plethora of earthly powers. This place must be nurturing a primordial great formation. They were currently situated within the realm created by this formation. Since it was not under anyone's control, there existed an opportunity. Moreover, given that Yun Xiao sensed these energies, it indicated a connection. The proximity to their birthplace suggested that this might indeed be a destined opportunity for the sisters. Yuan Yi's eyes glimmered with golden light, his golden dragon form solidifying further, overlapping with his own figure, revealing his true self as he had never done in battle. I shall guard you. You must ponder and seek a way to unravel this formation, he declared, encircling the three with the golden dragon, his scales radiating the essence of yin and yang. Enveloped in a layer of pure, faint malevolent aura, isolating them from the surrounding murky energies. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment before resolutely deciding, "Then we shall trouble you, brother." Since he had spoken thus, further hesitation would only waste his efforts. Though gentle in demeanor, Yun Xiao was not one to waver indecisively. It was rare to witness her brother manifest his true form. Bai Xiao, however, could not resist reaching out to touch Yuan Yi and Amp, Appo's golden scales, only to withdraw her hand sheepishly when he shot her a glare. The three sisters settled down, each engaging in their own analysis of the evolving patterns of the chaotic energies around them. Disorder, too, was a traceable pattern, one that could be understood. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi remained vigilant, protecting the three while deeply contemplating this all-encompassing chaotic state. Though distinct from true chaos, it was a remarkably rare experience. Regrettably, the mingling of pure and tainted energies hindered his ability to absorb and transform them, causing his golden dragon form to endure some strain. With a protective aura surrounding him, he remained unscathed, yet felt as though he were enduring a process of intense refinement. The tumultuous energies of various chaotic attributes struck him, rendering his scales even more resilient. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy intermingling within the dual forces of yin and yang seemed to meld more intimately with his Tao body. He had never anticipated that a cultivator of divine abilities like himself would endure the tribulations typically faced by physical cultivators. Such an idea had never crossed his mind. His foundational essence was robust, and his innate form, the golden flood dragon, was inherently powerful. Beyond nurturing his primordial spirit and Tao body with the energies of yin and yang, he had never deliberately honed his skills. Even among those of the same realm, the golden spirits could not contend with him in terms of physical prowess. Within this chaotic and disordered space of the formation, time itself became nebulous. The method to unraveling this enigma was not easily discernible. Even in the absence of a master to govern it, the myriad transformations of the formation evolved autonomously, and its dormant state remained profoundly mysterious. In this stillness, the three Xiaos occasionally stirred to engage in discussions, collaboratively deducing the intricacies of the formation. Meanwhile, Yuan Yi was exploring the applications of his malevolent energy, refining his golden flood dragon form, and simultaneously tempering the yin and yang energies that manifested his divine abilities, yielding some progress. Chapter 49. The sorcerer rises to fame during the millennia that Yuan Yi and San Shao were immersed in the grand formation. The foundation of it had been firmly established, and the scenery over the eastern sea began to undergo significant changes. Numerous disciples of the sought various spiritual islands, relocating to the vicinity of the mountain gate, gathering countless celestial islands of all sizes. Many disciples who could not find suitable cultivation grounds chose to establish their sanctuaries on the vast primal lands near the eastern sea. The number of disciples was indeed considerable, especially as an ordinary cultivator would occupy an entire spiritual island as their sanctuary. Naturally, there were also many friends living together, such as Jin Guang and others, who resided in close quarters, sharing a strong bond as if they were one. The path of cultivation greatly benefits from the mutual validation and discourse between partners. Particularly among the disciples, many were adept in the art of formations. Yet only a few could independently form a grand array. Generally, the more individuals involved in a formation, the greater its power. Concurrently, a steady influx of disciples continued to join the Tong Tian Sheng Run had made an appearance to impart teachings, which rapidly elevated the Indapos as prominence in the Eastern Sea within a short span. Meanwhile, after the disintegration of the Celestial Court, the Dragon Clan regained control of the Eastern Sea. Since the visit of the East Sea Dragon King Ao Wu there had been no further developments, as they willingly relinquished this maritime domain. It was a cause for reflection, as the Dragon Clan, being what they were, displayed little inclination to cultivate relationships with the nearby, sanctified sects. And no Dragon Clan members could be seen among the disciples. Perhaps the Dragon Clan's rich heritage and treasures rendered them self-sufficient, lacking any desire for the favor of the saints. As former sovereigns of the primal world, their profound roots set them apart from ordinary beings. Beyond the situation in the primal realm was far from tranquil. In Kunlun, the three pure ones established the three teachings. Shortly after the Indapos' departure from Kunlun, the Taiji Shang Run took his sole disciple, Xian Du, and left for Shouyang Mountain to establish the 8 Scenery Palace. Although this saint founded a sect, he only accepted one direct disciple, avoiding the complications faced by Tong Tian Shengren. However, the three brothers felt it was somewhat unbalanced to leave Tong Tian alone outside, leading Tai Ching to voluntarily relocate to the 8 Scenery Palace to promote a more equitable relationship between the two teachings. From that point onward, Kunlun Mountain was solely home to with Yuqing Yuan Shi Sheng Ren establishing the Yusu Palace as an external sanctuary, sealing off the secluded quarters of the three pure ones deep within Kunlun. The once bustling Kunlun Mountain fell into a serene silence, no longer echoing with its former clamor. Many beings sought enlightenment in Kunlun, and those wishing to join were countless. Yet, the entrance criteria were exceedingly stringent, admitting only direct disciples, which resulted in a perpetually small number of followers. As for those who had merely listened to teachings without becoming disciples, they were equally deemed unworthy of entering Kunlun and could not claim to be members. Far to the west, the Western Church, another sanctified sect, remained consistently tranquil, seemingly distanced from the current dynamics of the primal realm, attracting little attention and thus appearing discreet. Even if beings wished to join the Western Church, the vastness of the primal world posed an insurmountable barrier for ordinary beings. The Western lands were inherently barren, yielding significantly fewer innate beings. In contrast, the inhabitants of the Eastern lands had better options compared to the elusive Western Church, such as joining the flourishing or becoming disciples of the both considerably easier than traversing the primal expanse to reach the West. However, whispers circulated that the two saints of the Western Church had ventured eastward to recruit disciples. This rumor remained unverified. Regardless, the opportunity to join a great saintly sect was deemed an unparalleled blessing. It was rare to hear of any saint actively seeking disciples, as they typically awaited aspirants to approach them, which would diminish their esteemed status. If the rumors held any truth, they would indicate that the Western Church's situation was less favorable compared to the other three major teachings, despite being the only one jointly established by two saints. Outside the major sects, the celestial court and garnered significant attention. Following the celestial marriage of Emperor Jun and the two lunar goddesses, Shi He and Chang Shi, a cosmic order of yin and yang was instituted, harmonizing the two primordial sources to foster creation. The union of the sun and moon gave rise to a lineage of descendants, which, although not yet born, already stirred considerable excitement within them. This was the bloodline of the celestial emperor, inheriting the essence and paths of the two primordial deities, a foundation that few innate beings could rival. While many innate beings existed, true pure-blooded descendants were exceedingly rare. In the past, only the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans might have produced such lineages, with the ancestral dragon reputed to excel in bloodline continuity, as the dragon clan had once seen the existence of two beings born of primordial divine sources. This was a moment of jubilation for as Emperor Jun prepared for the arrival of his offspring, heralding another grand event in the celestial court. The relationship between the and had never softened and remained irreconcilable. The sought sustenance while the wish to avoid being consumed, an unbridgeable conflict. However, since the appearance of Tao ancestor Hong Jun to mediate, a superficial tranquility had been maintained between the and, with minor skirmishes persisting but major conflicts restrained. The restraints stem from the formidable presence of Tao ancestor Hong Jun and the mutual apprehensions of both parties. Emperor Jun and his kin were wary of the 12 ancestral witches and their formidable 12 capitals heavenly array, a force comparable to a saint in Amp, Oppos, S-Strike. As long as this threat loomed, they could not afford to confront the. Conversely, they held their own concerns regarding the Saint Nuwa, the first saint to emerge in the primal realm after Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Although Nuwa, having attained sainthood, refrained from interfering in celestial affairs and possibly remained in her celestial sanctuary, she had once been among the earliest primordial beings to form a friendship with Emperor Jun and his kin, an undeniable fact. Nuwa and Oppos' disinterest in matters did not diminish her status as the empress of the celestial court, with her brother Fushi also retaining a prominent position within the court. The 12 ancestral witches dared not provoke Nuwa, fearing her potential interference, and thus refrained from igniting hostilities. Though they were fearless and eager for combat, they were not foolish. The terrifying nature of the saints was something they understood well, having experienced it firsthand. Even the most powerful blow could not unsettle Tao ancestor Hong Jun. They recognized that should a saint target them, they would likely be unable to withstand the assault. Saints were not permitted to intervene in primal affairs at will. Before the saints attained their status, Tao ancestor Hong Jun had decreed such a mandate, the truth of which remained unknown outside the realm of saints. Whether Nuwa refrained from aiding the due to this decree or other reasons remained a matter of speculation beyond verification. It was rapidly growing in strength, and this power was similarly on the rise. On the shores of the southern sea, a group of robust members emerged from the shattered space. Leading them was a great witch, a true Luo existence. Compared to the flesh of the dragon clan was far more delectable. Yet these elusive creatures had taken to hiding deep within the ocean, becoming increasingly difficult to encounter. Xing Tian surveyed the vast expanse of the southern sea, his brow furrowed. They did not cultivate the primordial spirit. Their capacity for divine perception was nearly non-existent, severely limiting their investigative abilities. Especially in the ocean, their highly sensitive sense of smell was greatly diminished, complicating the hunt. As the difficulty in locating prey increased, particularly after he had captured a few dragons, the likelihood of encountering them again grew slim. The mudfish of the southern sea had hidden away. Perhaps it was time to seek another location to continue the search. Xing Tian, accompanied by his kin, searched tirelessly, yet encountered not a single member of the dragon clan, leaving him deep in contemplation. In the depths of the South China Sea, Within the Dragon Palace, the South Sea Dragon King was both astonished and enraged. The Witch Clan had gone too far in their audacity, repeatedly intruding into the South Sea. It was perplexing why this accursed grand, which had fixated on their dragon lineage. Previously, the two factions had had no dealings. What was even more infuriating was the audacity of the Witch Clan, brazenly proclaiming that the flesh of the Dragon Clan was the most delectable, esteemed above all other ancient races. In the internal rankings of prey compiled by the Witch Clan, the Dragon Clan stood at the pinnacle. While it was flattering to be regarded so highly by the Witch Clan, eclipsing myriad other beast races, the Dragon Clan could find no joy in this recognition. Their fame had spread throughout the primordial realm, known far and wide for the exquisite flavor of their flesh, a reputation authenticated by the Witch Clan. One might doubt the intellect of those in the Witch Clan, yet their proclamations could not be dismissed. The delectable nature they extolled carried significant credibility. The South Sea Dragon King, filled with ire, ultimately had no choice but to decree that his kin remain indoors. Previously, he had sought an explanation from the Grand Witch Xingtian, but upon making his presence known, he narrowly escaped decapitation by a fierce axe. The Grand Witch had no interest in dialogue, viewing him merely as prey to be pursued. Unfortunately, he was no match for Xingtian, suffering severe injuries and losing a multitude of treasured artifacts before managing to flee. Now, he dared not show himself again. The Witch Clan was simply beyond communication. The South Sea Dragon King deactivated his scrying treasure, opting for the peace of ignorance. Chapter 50. The Gathering within the vast expanse created by the Grand Formation. Yuan Yi and the three sisters have been isolated for several millennia, unaware of the Dragon Clan and Appo's burgeoning reputation. The very origins that could be traced back to him were beyond his contemplation. His encounter with Xingtian and subsequent entry into the Witch Clan was solely due to the divine treasure, the water and fire gourd, bestowed upon him by his master, Tongtian. Feeding Xingtian dragon meat was not a calculated move against the Dragon Clan. Rather, after becoming Tongtian and Appo's disciple, he had scarcely regarded the Dragon Clan at all. As he had conveyed to Qiong Shao, he had suffered no loss initially, hence had no intention of seeking retribution. The sole reason for offering Xingtian dragon meat was that the Witch Clan cherished delicacies, and the exquisite taste of dragon meat was an established fact, acknowledged even by the venerable Hongyan. As the golden flood dragon coiled around him, Yuan Yi's resplendent golden eyes opened, gazing upon the three sisters he safeguarded. At that moment, the trio stirred awake, and from their expressions, it seemed they had discovered a potential method to break the formation. The figure of the golden flood dragon dissipated, and Yuan Yi reverted to his innate Taoist form, garbed in a simple robe adorned with black stripes, a jade crown securing his hair, and the water and fire gourd suspended at his waist. Only the ominous dual energies of yin and yang continued to swirl around him, isolating him from the chaotic energies encroaching from the surroundings. Have you found a way to unravel this formation? Yuan Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards Yun Shao. Nodding, Yun Shao replied, "After our deliberations, we have conceived some ideas that may be worth a trial. We are grateful to you, senior brother, for safeguarding us." As she spoke, Yun Shao's gaze scanned Yuan Yi, relieved to find him unscathed and even more refined in his magical essence. Senior brother has suffered from the malevolent energy, yet unexpectedly, it has revealed a unique aspect. It seems you have gained some insight, which is indeed a joyous matter. The essence of this formation lay in the interplay of pure and turbid energies, which served as the foundation, carrying various laws of power that intertwined as if the chaos itself birthed all things, embodying yin and yang, encompassing the five elements, and manifesting myriad transformations. However, these powers, though formidable, were chaotic and unstructured, presenting both strength and flaws. More crucially, this formation lacked a master. Without someone to guide its evolution, it remained a scattered entity, unable to coalesce its might. Yun Shao elucidated their insights and deductions with utmost seriousness. Yuan Yi, not a novice in formations and possessing an even higher Taoist realm than her, grasped her words with ease. The method they had devised aimed to locate the foundation of the grand formation, thereby allowing them to harness its power. How do you intend to find the foundation? Yuan Yuquidiot. Though this formation remains partially dormant, it is extraordinary. To locate its foundation, one must align with its evolution and discern its transformations. Otherwise, one risks invoking its formidable powers, which could lead to dire consequences. Especially since this formation encompasses a multitude of energies. Guiding them to a suitable convergence is no simple task. Indeed, as you have articulated, however, as you previously mentioned, the place of our origin is entwined with this locale and Oppo's energies. This formation does possess a faint connection to us, which warrants a trial, Yin Xiao remarked, her expression slightly embarrassed as she cast a shamed glance at Yuan Yi. Yet, this endeavor requires your assistance, senior brother. I feel I have troubled you time and again. What need is there for such words? If I were to face trouble, would you, Sister Yin Xiao, stand idly by? Besides, there exists a cave on your celestial island that belongs to me. Are you not regretting it? Yuan Yi countered with a shake of his head, realizing that his involvement in the Juku Yellow River formation was indispensable. Yin Xiao smiled at his response and shifted the topic back to the means of breaking the formation. All things born of heaven and earth, shaped by creation, are carried by the interplay of pure and turbid energies, rooted in yin and yang, founded upon the five elements. Encompassing all, no matter how chaotic or intricate, this principle cannot be evaded. Thus, we aim to utilize this understanding to locate the foundation of the grand formation and seize its control. Yuan Yi nodded, acknowledging the soundness of her reasoning, but questioned. While this principle is clear, how shall we act upon it? Yin Xiao raised her hand, revealing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the primordial golden tripod. While intricate Taoist patterns interwove into a formation, evolving into myriad forms, she placed the primordial golden tripod at the heart of the grand formation, instigating a transformation. This grand formation is forged from the mingling of pure and turbid energies, embodying yin and yang, resonating with the three talents, harmonizing the five elements, and manifesting the nine palaces. Our deductions suggest that the primordial golden tripod possesses the potency to refine the pure and turbid energies, returning to the essence and seeking the unity within this grand formation to stabilize it. My role will be to use my yin and yang energies as a guide, discovering the sequence of yin and yang within this formation to pinpoint the foundation. Indeed, Yuan Yi replied, the formation currently lacks a guiding force. With your capabilities, and given the influence of the yin and yang energies, you should be able to elicit some power from this location, potentially leading us to the convergence of yin and yang. Very well, we shall give it a try, Yuan Yi concluded after a moment of contemplation. Yin Xiao then directed her gaze towards Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, stating, as for us three sisters, we shall leverage the faint connection we possess with this formation to locate the positions of the three talents, attempting to direct the transformation of the grand formation and truly master it. Neither Xiong Xiao nor Bai Xiao voiced any objections. Within this formation, the dynamics of the cosmos were in constant flux, and the positions of the three talents were elusive. The energies of yin and yang, the powers of the five elements, and the pure and turbid energies could ultimately be located, but the positions of the three talents remained hidden, constantly shifting and without discernible traces. For outsiders, locating them was an arduous task, yet Yuan Yi felt a glimmer of hope in discovering the convergence of yin and yang, though the guiding positions of the three talents eluded him. It was only because of the connection between the sisters and Oppo's origin in this place that they had a chance to trace the elusive positions of the three talents. Having made their decision, the group prepared to act decisively to find the foundation and master the grand formation. This formation is perilous and rare in the world, senior brother. Exercise caution, Yin Xiao warned. I will, he assured, but you must also be wary. This place dissipates magical power, so take care. Yuan Yi, shielded by the malevolent energy, was minimally affected, but if he were to rely solely on magical power for protection, the consumption could escalate rapidly. However, with Yin Xiao wielding the primordial golden tripod, She and her sisters should be able to endure for a time while searching for the positions of the three talents. Yuani commenced manipulating the yin and yang energies to sense their flow within this spatial realm. It was a daunting task. The chaotic energies posed significant interference, and his spiritual awareness was hampered, compelling him to rely on the yin and yang energies to gradually discern and capture their fluctuations. If he could stabilize the yin and yang transformations sooner, it would greatly facilitate the sisters' search for the corresponding positions of the three talents. As centuries passed, Yuani painstakingly unraveled the complexities but failed to uncover a clear path. With his eyes closed, he stood surrounded by swirling black and white energies, extending like tendrils in all directions. Suddenly, his golden eyes snapped open, focusing on a direction to his left, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. The myriad threads retracted, revealing that only the yin and yang energies in this singular direction were being drawn, indicating the path he needed to follow. At last, he had discovered the convergence of yin and yang. With a flourish of his sleeve, he carved a path ahead. Yuan Yi transformed into a beam of light, halting at a specific spatial location. He then formed a sword gesture with his hand, condensing the yin and yang energies into a sword, which he drove straight into a certain point, guided by an indistinct aura. In an instant, the previously tranquil space rippled, and two whirlpools rapidly formed, one gathering yin, the other congregating yang, marking the pivotal point of the grand formation and oppos, yin and yang convergence. Just as Yuani locked onto this node, the three sisters simultaneously discerned the ever-shifting positions of the three talents, each taking their respective place. Time seemed to stand still, as the intricate transformations of the grand formation were momentarily frozen in place. Mysterious patterns emerged, gradually revealing the essence of the array. Observing this, Yinxiao summoned her exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Hunyuan Gold Dipper, directing it toward a specific convergence of the formation's runes to exert her influence. The interplay of reality and illusion swirled within the array, akin to the turbulent waters of a mighty river, cascading and roiling. In an instant, the spatial construct of the formation began to collapse, unveiling a winding and serpentine illusion of a great river, coiled like a dragon or snake within the void. A beam of golden light surged forth, entwining with the manifestation, as the power of confinement radiated outwards in an attempt to bind it. Yuan Yi's expression shifted in surprise. He glanced at Bi Xiao, who had summoned the binding dragon rope, and mused, "Is your treasure capable of ensnaring anything?" Even when targeting the corporeal form of the dragon's corresponding path, it appears you might be overreaching. Regardless of Yuan Yi's thoughts, the binding dragon rope indeed momentarily confined the traces of the emerging formation, albeit for an imperceptible instant. Yet, that fleeting moment proved sufficient. The Hunyuan Gold Dipper erupted with resplendent celestial light, refining the essence of purity and impurity, returning to its primordial state. A small array disk began to coalesce amidst the mingling energies, revealing itself in its entirety. Yinxiao exhaled in relief, retracting the Hunyuan Gold Dipper and drawing the array disk through the air. Yuan Yi gathered his yin and yang energies, and they found themselves once again at the ocean and amp, oppos, depths, surrounded by the dissipating essence of purity and impurity mingling within the seawater. Yuan Yi and amp, oppos, gaze fell upon the array disk in Yinxiao and amp, oppos, possession. The effort expended to acquire such an object piqued his curiosity. Yinxiao approached with Qiongxiao and Bi Xiao, their faces adorned with evident joy. Being discerning individuals, they recognized the extraordinary nature of the array disk, understanding that this formation was indeed remarkable. Noticing Yuan Yi and oppos, gaze upon them, Yinxiao extended the array disk towards him. He naturally accepted it, examining it closely. The disk was ancient, composed of the mingled essences of purity and impurity, manifesting the shape of the nine-bend yellow river. Inscribed with the traces of the great Tao, a magnificent array lay dormant within. The nine-bend yellow river formation represented a significant opportunity and fortune for the three celestial maidens, now firmly in their grasp. Moreover, they shared a subtle connection to the essence of this formation. Once they fully mastered it, they would likely experience a tremendous transformation in their cultivation, perhaps elevating their realms substantially. Such an opportunity far surpassed Yuan, consuming 2 ginseng fruits, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Given the restless natures of Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, a significant breakthrough in their cultivation would likely prompt them to seek him out for practice. As their senior brother, he could not afford to lose his authority. Yet, he pondered, where might his own opportunities reside? Chapter 51. Return Yuan, Yi and the Sanshao sisters resurfaced above the sea, having removed the array disk, which seemed to facilitate the flow of the great river into the ocean. Their actions resembled the meticulous clearing and dredging of a waterway. Can it be said that this is the work of destiny? The effects of their retrieval not only did not disrupt the flow of the Earth's energy, but rather proved to be a merit. With the loss of the gravitational pull from below, the Sanjiao's island of conception was no longer difficult to relocate. Furthermore, they could distinctly sense that the ethereal energy atop the island had instantaneously become abundant, as if the dust had been cleared from a pearl, revealing its brilliance. The gathering of the essence of heaven and earth transformed the location into an extraordinary paradise, enveloped in auspicious clouds. Yun Shao summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the Hanyuan Golden Dipper, to contain the island. The 4 of them then refined the local energy slightly before departing, setting their course back to the gates of the Jiao Mountain. This journey had been remarkably fruitful. The Sanjiao's island was relocated, and the essence of creation had been found. The spirits of the Sanshao sisters were high, and Yun Shao and Appo's speed seemed to quicken. Yuan Yi was not one to exert himself excessively. He comfortably reclined at the back, having already put in considerable effort. He gathered with the sisters, the small array disk hovering between them, swirling with pure and impure energies, containing endless transformations. The disk had yet to be refined, as they planned to establish their dojo first before entering seclusion to comprehend its subtleties, a process that would surely take some time. Moreover, according to their preliminary calculations, suppressing the core of the formation with the supreme, innate spiritual treasure would unleash even greater power, achieving a high degree of resonance. However, what truly complicated Yuan Yi and Appo's emotions was the realization that he seemed to possess a function akin to that of the Hanyuan Golden Dipper. Could it be that both treasures were fundamental to the original formation? Thus, his involvement was pervasive throughout this grand array, with the Hanyuan Golden Dipper and the Golden Jiao Scissors as the foundational elements. The positions of the 3 talents transformed, presiding over the array, forming the most potent state as deduced by Yuan Yi. The combination of the Hanyuan Golden Dipper with the energies of the array could consume one's spirit, diminish one's cultivation, and reduce immortals to mortals. Meanwhile, the lethal force of the Golden Jiao Scissors, when paired with the array, targeted the essence of living beings and the very foundation of practitioners and Appo's paths, inflicting harm upon their true spirit, amplifying the array and Appo's ferocity to its utmost. If that were indeed the case, this array would not merely diminish cultivation, but would possess a genuinely tyrannical killing power. How could a practitioner, having their path diminished within it, withstand the lethal force rooted in the Golden Jiao Scissors? Yet, why did he feel like a mere tool in this grand design? Yuan Yi felt a tinge of frustration. Within the 9-curved yellow river array, he held a position merely as a cornerstone of the formation. Consequently, he need not delve into the mysteries of this array. His mere presence within it sufficed to exert significant influence. While the evolution of the array was the concern of the Sanshao, however, the Sanshao had not dared to classify him as a mere tool in their calculations. Yuan Yi intended to borrow the array disk from them in the future for further contemplation. Though he lacked interest in formations, the array and Appo's encompassing nature piqued his curiosity. He practiced the path of yin and yang and comprehended the 5 elements. His understanding of the latter was notably profound due to his experiences with the Wuzhuangguan. Nevertheless, his yin-yang and 5-element paths remained independent, unable to achieve true integration. Yuan Yi's envisioned mutual evolution of yin and yang, and the five elements had yet to take form. The concepts of qi, yin and yang, the three talents, the four symbols, the five elements, the six lines, the seven stars, the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces, and the 10 directions were known to Yuan Yi, as they were to other practitioners. However, while it seemed straightforward, the genuine challenge lay in encapsulating myriad paths within a singular framework. Yuan Yi and Appo's path of yin and yang inherently possessed intersectional traits, yet he still found it difficult to truly unify the primordial yin and yang energies. The 9 curves yellow river array, however, revealed to him the nature of encompassing all, which he found remarkably valuable for reference. Yet, there was no rush. He had more pressing matters to ponder, namely, the malevolent energy he had previously underestimated. He had neglected this aspect for far too long. After all, due to the presence of this malevolent energy, the spirits of most innate spiritual treasures often judged appearances, leading to profound misunderstandings and a reluctance to engage with him. The teacher had bestowed upon him several innate spiritual treasures, including the water and fire gourd. Yuan Yi had verified that these treasures were somewhat hesitant to approach him, which left him with an aversion to this malevolent energy, despite its formidable offensive capabilities. This journey, however, made him realize that his malevolent energy was far more extraordinary than he had anticipated, unbound by the fundamental laws of yin, yang, and the five elements, even possessing a subtle counteracting power, an exceedingly rare quality. He resolved to return and consult his teacher on this matter, eager to hear his insights. Bai Xiao, could you show me your binding dragon rope again? Yuan Yi turned his gaze from the arrayed disc to Bai Xiao, who was practically pressing her face against it. This seemingly oblivious, supreme, innate spiritual treasure was indeed peculiar. It was normal for such a powerful treasure to possess great might. But did its scope of counteraction not seem a tad excessive? In regard to his golden jiao, its effectiveness against that bizarre serpent with 2 heads, as well as against the Tao traces manifested by the 9 curves yellow river array, varied significantly. Specifically, it was most effective against Yuan Yi himself. Yuan Yi had grown accustomed to this peculiar phenomenon, yet he could not fathom why the binding dragon rope exhibited even a hint of counteraction against the Tao traces of the 9 curves yellow river array. However faint it might be, it was undeniably present. Very well. Bai Xiao paused for a moment upon hearing his request, then promptly produced the binding dragon rope and handed it over. The rope, entirely golden, felt alive in Yuan Yi's grasp, writhing like a serpent, its spirit decidedly unfriendly toward him. Yuan Yi swiftly delivered a slap to subdue it. Such a dim-witted spiritual treasure. You ought to learn from your master, Bai Xiao. She is always quite proactive in admitting her mistakes, unlike you, who insists on being obstinate. Does your master approve of this behavior? All right, given Bai Xiao and Appo's temperament, she might very well agree. Yuan Yi's fingers glided over the binding dragon rope, his consciousness immersing into it, comprehending the power of the great Tao it contained, observing its primordial Tao traces, and discerning the primordial restrictions within. When Yuan Yi opened his eyes once more, he regarded the seemingly lifeless binding dragon rope in his hand with surprise. I have indeed underestimated you. No, I should say I have underestimated the dragon clan, simplifying my perception of the ancestral dragons. Previously, Yuan Yi had perceived the ancestral dragons, the primordial phoenix, and the Qilin as merely primordial deities, not particularly special. However, he had failed to consider why these 3, despite being equally primordial deities, had risen to prominence ahead of others, nearly leading a cohort of primordial deities for nearly an era, closely pursuing the likes of the demon ancestor. It was crucial to note that during the era of the 3 clans' rivalry, these 3 were on the verge of attaining enlightenment, akin to the present-day perfect attainment of quasi-saints. In contrast, his teachers, including Tong Tian, were merely at the great Luo stage when Tao ancestor Hong Jun preached in the Purple Cloud Palace, far from achieving the fullness of the Tao. Such a disparity was difficult to envision among those who shared the same primordial foundation. Finally, they had returned. A voice from Bai Xiao broke Yuan Yi and Appo's as contemplation. He looked ahead and realized that while he was pondering the binding dragon rope, Yin Xiao had already brought them back to the gates of Jiejiao. Senior brother, where do you think we should establish our dojo? As Yuan Yi awakened, Bai Xiao approached and inquired. Yuan Yi returned the dragon binding rope to her, stating, "Such matters are best deliberated among you sisters. I have a question for the teacher and shall take my leave first. I will seek you out afterward." Without waiting for Bai Xiao and Appo's as response, Yuan Yi exchanged greetings with Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao before vanishing in a flash of light. Bai Xiao opened her mouth to speak, only to find Yuan Yi's figure had already disappeared. Her senior brother was indeed a master of the art of evasion. His speed was astonishing, which explained why even her cherished dragon binding rope had become increasingly ineffective against him. Chapter 52. Has disciple Yuan Yi returned to the Bio Palace? Senior brother Duo Bao. It seems that Yuan Yi has only recently entered the mountain gate when he encountered the Taoist Duo Bao. However, the extravagant attire of this senior brother left Yuan Yi somewhat perplexed. The stout Taoist was adorned with numerous innate spiritual treasures, a stark contrast to the modest demeanor he recalled from their previous encounters. Now, even those unfamiliar with him would easily recognize him as the Taoist Duo Bao, which caused Yuan Yi's expression to reflect a hint of peculiarity. Brother, what is this attire? Yuan Yi inquired. What do you think? How do you find this outfit of mine? Duo Bao raised an eyebrow and asked with a cheerful smile. Yuan Yi fell silent for a moment, considering the grand and awe-inspiring presence that was undeniably impressive, inspiring admiration among practitioners. It's rather ostentatious, evoking envy and genuine admiration. Indeed, right? You have a discerning eye. Brother, your words are pleasing, unlike Sister Jean Ling, who, for no reason, only knows how to swing her flying golden sword at people, Duo Bao replied, beaming with pride. Yuan Yi hesitated to respond, for Sister Jean Ling was known to strike even him, particularly now that her cultivation was below his, should he fall beneath her in strength. She would likely disregard him and not engage in any discourse. By the way, not long ago, the Dragon King of the East Sea visited our GS sect. He mentioned you, and since you were absent, I informed the master about this matter. He instructed that upon your return, you should visit him at the Bio Palace. The East Sea Dragon King? Yuan Yi frowned, pondering whether the Dragon Clan sought an explanation from him. He had merely struck one of their kin as a warning, showing restraint. Even if he had eradicated the entire clan, given the Master-S temperament, he would not have made a fuss. Moreover, the Dragon Clan was burdened with karma and had little to fear in their actions. Did they truly recognize his status as a disciple of the GS sect and dare to confront him so boldly? There is no need for concern, brother. They are but dragons. They do not have the audacity to trouble a disciple of our GS sect. Should they cause you any distress, I shall accompany you to seek the Master-S counsel on the matter, Duo Bao declared, patting Yuan Yi's shoulder with a sense of bravado. This left Yuan Yi with little to add, as his interactions with his senior brother were minimal. Even among the direct disciples, he had the least contact. Yet, he had to admit that Duo Bao was quite dedicated to managing the affairs of the GS sect. Furthermore, as a leader, his strong sense of loyalty reflected the ethos of the sect, which was undoubtedly influenced by their master, Tong Tian. Thank you, brother. I shall go and see the master now. Yuan Yi replied. Go ahead. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to voice them. We are fellow disciples and should not stand on ceremony, Duo Bao encouraged. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement, making his way to the Bio Palace. The privilege of being a direct disciple was the right to actively visit the Master-S sanctuary. Bio Palace for guidance. Other disciples of the GS sect, apart from the direct disciples, could only accompany them on this privilege. Generally, unless summoned by the master, they were not permitted to disturb him. Upon returning to the GS sect, this matter could not escape the notice of Master Tongtian. The Bio Palace was situated in an independent realm, created anew by the master through his saintly powers. As Yuan Yi approached the void near the entrance to the Bio Palace, a grand door materialized before him. The door opened, and the Master-S steed, the Quinniu, ambled out, nodding its head as it gestured for him to enter. Yuan Yi bowed respectfully and stepped into the Bio Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, a youthful Taoist clad in a purple robe reclined upon the Tao platform, scrolls floating before him, turning of their own accord. The air was fragrant with incense, and a jade pot nearby simmered with spiritual spring water, mingling with the delicate aroma of tea. "Master, life seems quite pleasant for you," Yuani remarked. "Ah, you have returned," Tong Tian said, setting aside the scroll and sitting up to regard Yuan-Yi with an appraising glance. "It seems you and Yun Xiao have experienced a fortuitous journey and gained much. I am aware of your dealings with the Dragon Clan. Given your nature, I trust you have your own plans, so I shall not pry further. You may handle it as you see fit." Yuan-Yi was not surprised by the Master's demeanor. Aside from imparting teachings, he seldom intervened directly in the affairs of his disciples, appearing to observe from a distance. Perhaps even anticipating something, a feeling Yuan-Yi had. However, since the Master had summoned him, there must have been a matter to convey. Tong Tian continued, "Today, my calling you here is indeed related to the Dragon Clan. I have reflected upon your past interactions with them and unexpectedly discovered some intriguing matters." "Unexpected discoveries? Intriguing matters? Related to the Dragon Clan?" Yuan-Yi inwitted, curiosity piqued. "Master, what might it be?" "The celestial island you were born upon has long since been destroyed by the Dragon Clan. You have slain their kin, yet they have not sought you out. Instead, they have laid waste to your sanctuary, and they have taken with them an item of significance. This matter warrants careful consideration." Yuan-Yi's heart stirred. What could that item from his birthplace be? It shouldn't be possible. Although he had fled in haste, he had been destitute at that time. Wishing to carry everything away, how could he have left anything behind? He understood that his birthplace might harbor profound treasures, which is why he had meticulously searched through his sanctuary before departing, ensuring he had nothing of value before he left. Unlike Yin Xiao, he had never sensed any auspicious energy calling to him. Hence he had never considered reclaiming his celestial island. Now, it seemed it was lost forever, destroyed by the Dragon Clan's wrath. If the Master deemed it intriguing, it must not be trivial. Yuan-Yi gazed at Master Tong Tian, waiting for further elaboration. Tong Tian rose from the Dao platform and descended. Observing this, Yuan-Yi approached, taking the jade pot simmering with spiritual spring water and preparing tea. Tong Tian, watching Yuan-Yi's actions, jested, "I heard from Yin Xiao that she learned the art of these small crafts from you. Yet I must say, your skill seems to fall short compared to hers." Yuan-Yi chuckled awkwardly. Yin Xiao was diligent and had surpassed him in skill, leaving him little opportunity to practice. "I hope I do not embarrass myself before the Master." Tong Tian paid no mind and returned to the main topic. "Your essence stems from the innate duality of yin and yang. In this world, there are many innate beings born from the primordial yin and yang, or the five elements, including Jinling and Wudong. Although the convergence of yin and yang is rare, you are not unique in this regard. Your foundation is simply more robust than others. Moreover, your yin and yang energies are but fragments of the greater yin-yang path, not encompassing the entirety, akin to a sword that follows an extreme path. Yuan-Yi, your true uniqueness does not lie in the gathering of primordial yin and yang, but in the pure malevolent energy that blends with your essence, primordial malevolence. Are you aware of this?" Previously unaware, Yuan-Yi now grasped the concept, responding, "I understand now." "Do you know the source of this thread of primordial malevolence?" Tong Tian inquired. "What do you mean, Master?" Yuan-Yi paused in his actions, pondering if this malevolence held some significant origin. Tong Tian accepted the tea Yuan-Yi offered and nodded. "Indeed, even I had not anticipated that this thread of primordial malevolence originated from that item. It is this influence that enabled you to give birth to complete spiritual intelligence, a rare occurrence indeed. Perhaps fate has not completely forsaken you, granting you this sliver of opportunity. You indeed have a connection with me. It is an honor to be under your tutelage, Master. May I inquire about the item you mentioned?" Yuan-Yi asked, eager to know more. Chapter 53. The God-slaying spear and the immortal slaying sword. I once mentioned to you all that during the era when the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans coexisted, despite the formidable power of the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix, there were several beings whose strength surpassed theirs, one of whom was the Dao ancestor. Within the Bo Palace, Tong Tian casually sat beside the table and spoke. "The title of Dao ancestor arose after your master transmitted teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. In that era of the three clans, the Dao ancestor was the immortal ancestor. the creator of the immortal path. Those who stood alongside him were likewise founders of their own great paths, including the ancestor dragon and the primordial phoenix. Though the three clans ultimately faced defeat and now lie in decline, it is undeniable that the ancestor dragon and others were once pioneers of the great paths. The current practice of the demon clan in gathering demon pills significantly references the dragon clan and Appo's method of condensing dragon pearls. Yet, to be fair, the demon cultivation method is still somewhat inferior to the dragon clan and Appo's, as it does not stem from the great path of Emperor June and his kin. Does this malevolent energy have anything to do with the three clans? Yuan Yi Ingweedit. No, it is unrelated to the three clans, but pertains to another formidable being from that era, the demon ancestor Luo Ho. He was the most powerful adversary of a Tao ancestor, the founder of the demon path, and his domain was at Mount Sumeru. The immortal slaying sword array that my master possesses was once held by demon ancestor Luo Ho. It was at Mount Sumeru that he set up the immortal slaying sword array to duel against the Tao ancestor and his peers. The name immortal slaying was specifically directed at the Tao ancestor, who was the immortal ancestor. Ultimately, the immortal slaying sword array was shattered, leading to the defeat of demon ancestor Luo Ho, who, in a fit of extremity, detonated the entire western land and Appo's meridians, attempting to forcibly attain enlightenment amidst destruction. He was thwarted by the Tao ancestor and others, leading to his downfall, thus sparing the primordial realm from calamity. Yuan Yi felt a tightening in his heart. Wait, how could I possibly be connected to demon ancestor Luo Ho? Am I truly so remarkable? How come I am completely unaware of this? He was somewhat bewildered. Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Tong Tian shook his head. While you do not have a direct connection to demon ancestor Luo Ho, there is indeed some relation. Yuan Yi felt anxious. This was hardly a good sign. Demon ancestor Luo Ho possessed numerous treasures, among which the most renowned, aside from the immortal slaying sword array in my possession and the elusive 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus, was a unique artifact known as the God-slaying spear. This object likely originated from the root of the 36th grade primordial azure lotus, which absorbed the chaotic energy of creation, making it one of the most formidable treasures in the primordial realm. However, its excessive malevolent energy prevented it from manifesting any innate spiritual intelligence, rendering it a pity. For otherwise, it could have been a supreme innate treasure. This fearsome weapon was ultimately destroyed by the Tao ancestor, using the might of several supreme treasures, its shards scattering across the primordial realm. Through my master Tongtian's words, Yuan Yi finally grasped that the trace of malevolent energy he had absorbed originated from the infamous God-slaying spear. You have merely absorbed a wisp of its dissipating aura. Even so, the fact that you can manifest spiritual intelligence is already a marvel of heaven and earth's creation. My master's implication was clear. Even the faintest trace of this dissipating malevolent energy almost rendered the birth of his spiritual intelligence impossible. It seemed his consciousness indeed was not born in a conventional manner, and my master was not mistaken. Yuan Yi had heard whispers that the two innate yin-yang serpents, which were slain to forge the Lingbao golden jiao scissors, lacked complete spiritual intelligence, truly embodying the essence of foolishness. Thankfully, his roots bore minimal connection to demon ancestor Luo Ho. Who knows if this demon ancestor might suddenly resurrect? The 12th grade immortal lotus, particularly the world-destroying Black Lotus, remains unaccounted for, and even the Tao ancestor has been unable to locate it. It was astonishing that the celestial island he nurtured contained remnants of the God-slaying spear, yet he had failed to find them initially. Did my master imply that a portion of the God-slaying spear was taken by the Dragon Clan? Indeed, after they destroyed your domain, the spear's tip fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan. The spear's tip? Not just any fragment, but the spear's tip itself? Yuan Yi had no doubt regarding the means of the saints. What Tong Tian had deduced was undoubtedly true. Undeniably, Yuan Yi felt a surge of fervor, mingled with hesitation. He felt greedy. The treasures hidden within his nurtured domain had slipped from his grasp and fallen into another Appo's possession. At this moment, a desire to reclaim them ignited within him, and he thought to himself, "This item is fated to be mine." Tong Tian's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Yi, and the changes in Yuan Yi and Amp, Oppo's expression did not escape his notice. When you first entered my tutelage, you expressed a desire to seize a glimmer of opportunity for survival. If that is the case, then one must strive for what is rightfully theirs. What is there to hesitate about? Are you worried about bringing trouble upon me? I understand you do not wish to exploit my name to deceive others, but as my personally taught disciple, how could you allow yourself to be deceived by others? Moreover, you do not wish to oppress them. They are not as magnanimous as you, merely seeking their own paths. Why take it so seriously? This was both good and bad. Yuan Yi sighed in relief. He had indeed acted too cautiously concerning the prospect of forcibly reclaiming treasures, especially when it came to retrieving items from the Dragon Clan. He could not rely solely on himself, but would need to enlist his master's assistance, leveraging the authority of a saint. Despite receiving the grace of teachings and valuable treasures, he felt somewhat guilty about bringing trouble to his master. Ultimately, his worries and constraints stemmed from this alone. Thank you, Master, for advocating on behalf of your disciple. Very well, choose a day to visit the Dragon Clan. Since they destroyed your domain, they should provide an explanation. I trust you will handle this matter with discretion and do not require further admonition. As he spoke, Tong Tian waved his hand, and a crimson celestial sword flew towards him. This sword is the Immortal Slaying Sword, one of the 4 swords of my Immortal Slaying Sword array. Take it with you. I believe those comrades you wish to revive at the Dragon Clan and Oppo's I will not dare to make things difficult for you. As Yuan Yi beheld the crimson celestial sword hovering before him, its vivid scarlet hue resembled blood, emanating a dense and chaotic aura of slaughter that sent chills down his spine. The overwhelming killing intent was something he had never experienced before. With his mid-stage Tai cultivation, merely facing this sword's natural aura instilled within him a sense of vulnerability and terror. What a terrifying intent to kill. The renowned Immortal Slaying Sword array possesses a might beyond Yuan Yi and Oppo's imagination. You may go now. Tong Tian waved his hand, though the look in his eyes hinted at a certain teasing undertone that left Yuan Yi puzzled. Disciple takes his leave. Yuan Yi did not dwell on it, performing a respectful bow before exiting. However, as he reached for the Immortal Slaying Sword, he was immediately engulfed by an uncontrollable surge of killing intent, plunging him into a chilling abyss. Despite the resilience of his Tao body, he felt as though he were being sliced apart by countless blades, a pain too intense to bear. Compounding the challenge, Yuan Yi's own malevolent energy was provoked by the sword's aura, spiraling out of control and erupting forth. Within his golden eyes, a vivid crimson manifested, fierce and tumultuous, making it hard for him to maintain composure. Yuan Yi hurriedly released his grip, his expression faltering. Sore brother, could you perhaps temper your aura a bit? In response, he was met with a piercing clang of the sword. The Immortal Slaying Sword and Oppo's aura showing no signs of restraint. This Immortal Slaying Sword certainly had no concept of respect for the elderly or the young. It was not an easy task to keep this sword by his side. Rather, it felt like a continual torment. Yuan Yi pondered whether his master was deliberately making him endure such hardship as he reflected on his situation. However, if one can withstand the murderous aura of the Excalibur of immortal slaying, it stands to reason that their mastery over their own malevolent energy would significantly advance. Yuan Yi gritted his teeth and once again grasped the hilt of the sword, departing from the Bayou Palace. As he walked forth, a palpable aura of menace surrounded him, drawing the attention of numerous disciples from the Jiejiao sect. This rarely seen senior brother emanated a formidable bloodthirst and an intense malevolence. Was it not said that he possessed a rather gentle temperament? Such demeanor hardly aligns with one who is mild-mannered. Indeed, rumors are often untrustworthy. Chapter 54, an explanation. Yuan Yi returned to seek out the Sanshao with the Zhuxian sword in hand. This sword, belonging to his master, did not yield to him easily. He found it impossible not only to wield, but even to store within himself, as he could not withstand its presence. As for the notion of a spatial treasure, one had to inquire whether the Zhuxian sword would permit such a thing. It was evident that it would not. leaving Yuan Yi with no choice but to carry it ostentatiously. Moreover, under the influence of the sword's aura, his own malevolent energy surged, making it quite difficult for Yuan Yi to maintain control. The fierce and flamboyant aura of slaughter was far from his intention. His time spent at the Bo Palace was not lengthy, and upon his return, the Sanshao had just selected a suitable location for their celestial island, currently busy stabilizing its energies. Suddenly, a dense wave of malevolent energy approached with alarming speed, its chilling aura exuding a sense of imminent danger. The three sisters felt a jolt of surprise, but remained undaunted, for they were at the gates of the Jiejiao and near their master, the saint of Tongtian's abode, Bo Palace. Who would dare cause trouble here? Upon a brief moment of sensing, they discerned that this aura was somewhat familiar. Indeed, it bore the essence of their master's Zhuxian sword. As direct disciples, they had witnessed the sword array firsthand and were quite familiar with its aura. Furthermore, entwined within that aura was another essence they recognized all too well. It unmistakably belonged to their senior brother, Yuan Yi. Turning to look, they beheld Yuan Yi approaching, clad in a robe and wielding the deadly sword. Could it be that our senior brother has fallen into madness? Bi Xiao muttered, observing his more fearsome appearance. Do not speak nonsense. Yin Xiao shot a glare at her younger sister, then motioned for Qiong Xiao and the others to approach. They could hardly ignore that the terrifying aura was indeed a result of the Zhuxian sword in Yuan Yi and Appo's grasp. Yet, it raised questions. How had their brother managed to borrow their master and Appo's Zhuxian sword? The Zhuxian sword formation was a set of innate supreme treasures, and each of the four swords was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. In terms of the power of a single sword, it might not rival their master's Qingping sword. More importantly, the Qingping sword possessed a far greater sentience, making it easier to control. The four killing swords, however, were different, even with their master's endorsement. Their terrifying aura of slaughter was difficult to contain. Why did our master entrust you with the Zhuxian sword instead of the Qingping sword? Yin Xiao questioned, her brow furrowing. Observing their brother's condition, it was evident that he was not well. His golden eyes occasionally flashed with crimson. Are you all right, brother? As the three sisters approached, Yuan Yi simply shook his head, responding with a hint of exasperation. I'm fine. It's just that this Zhuxian sword has a rather unruly temperament. I must become better acquainted with it. What transpired? Yin Xiao inquired. Nothing serious, really. During our absence, the Dragon King of the EC visited our Jiejiao. After I had once slain some of their kin, they came seeking an audience, and our master instructed me to provide them with an explanation, as well as to gain clarity from them. Yuan Yi divulged, leaving nothing concealed. Yin Xiao's brow knitted further. The Dragon Clan? Did they not provoke you, brother? How dare they come to our Jiejiao to discuss this matter? They truly do not know their place. Bi Xiao defended Yuan Yi. Qiong Xiao remained silent, her gaze contemplative as she regarded the Zhuxian sword in Yuan Yi and Appo's hand. Their master had indeed sent their brother bearing such a deadly sword to confront the Dragon Clan. It was fitting, for it was their brother's intervention that had spared the lives of those dragons. Had it been her, she would not have been so lenient. Merely severing a dragon and Appo's horn would not suffice. Brother, allow us sisters to accompany you to the Dragon Clan, Yin Xiao suggested without much hesitation. Unnecessary. The 9-curve yellow river formation array plate has just been retrieved, and you have yet to refine it. Prioritize the refining of the array plate and gaining complete control over the formation. That is your most pressing matter. There is no need to delay your training over such trivialities. Yuan Yi declined Yin Xiao and Appo's offer, emphasizing the urgency of their own cultivation. Moreover, my visit to the Dragon Palace should not encounter any unforeseen events, so there's nothing to worry about. You need not waste time following me, he added, gesturing toward the Zhuxian sword he held. In facing the Dragon Clan, even if something were to unfold, the presence of the Sanshao would not change the outcome. Yuan Yi was confident that there would be no cause for concern, for this was a directive from their master himself. No matter how ungrateful the Dragon Clan might be, they would not dare to provoke a saint. Besides, I'm preoccupied with my external endeavors and lack the time to establish a cave dwelling. I was counting on my junior sister to assist me. Yuan, E and Appo's gaze turned towards Bi Xiao. Bi Xiao blinked, glancing around before slumping her shoulders. Brother, you always enlist me for labor. You ought to involve elder sister Yun Xiao as well. You should have brought Xiong Xiao along too. Yun Xiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Do not worry, brother. We shall take care of the cave dwelling matter. She agreed to assist Yuan E in constructing his cave dwelling, refraining from insisting on accompanying him. When you plan to visit the Dragon Clan? I merely came here to bid you farewell and to converse with our master regarding the Zhuxian sword before setting out. I do not seek any favors from the sword. I simply need to become accustomed to its murderous aura and learn to control my own malevolent energy. Since our master has entrusted it to me without hesitation, I cannot betray this trust. The Dragon Clan posed no genuine threat to their master, for even at their peak, the mightiest ancestral dragon had faltered at the threshold of enlightenment, never stepping beyond. Regardless of how formidable one might be beneath a saint, they were akin to ants in the presence of a saint, separated by an insurmountable chasm. The phrase beneath a saint, all our ants, may sound harsh. It is merely a blunt truth. The Tai of the heavenly court exemplified this, with profound cultivation and extraordinary means. How many among the innate holy beings could rival him? Wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, he was invincible. However, when faced with the formidable 12 ancestors of sorcery and their mighty array, he too was rendered powerless, unable to defend himself. Yuan found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged, placing the Zhuxian sword upon his knee and engaging in a heartfelt dialogue, an exchange of energies. Meanwhile, the Sanshao sisters continued their work on the Celestial Island. Though Bi Xiao and Xiong Xiao longed to join in the excitement at the East Sea Dragon Palace, they ultimately surrendered to their brother and elder sister Yun Xiao as decisions. Exchanging glances, the sisters communicated silently. Bi Xiao raised an eyebrow, fingers brushing against the golden chain at her waist, while Xiong Xiao imperceptibly nodded in agreement. Bi Xiao mused, once we refine the 9-curve Yellow River formation, seizing this opportunity, our cultivation will surely experience a significant advancement. Is there a chance to suppress our brother? Xiong Xiao replied, it is worth a try. Were you two plotting? Yin Xiao suddenly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao. Both shook their heads, feigning innocence. Elder sister, what are you talking about? We haven't done anything. Bi Xiao protested. She said she didn't and Appo's want our help and would craft a cave dwelling for our brother on her own. Xiong Xiao you. Chapter 55. Zhao Gongming, a divine rainbow, swept across the surface of a sea, stirring a chilling aura that sent all living beings retreating in alarm. Yuan, clad in a white Taoist robe adorned with black patterns, emanated a serene presence. However, the celestial sword strapped to his back radiated an uncontainable, fierce energy difficult to suppress. The sword of extermination, intended for array formations, was far from an ordinary spiritual treasure. It was significantly larger, resembling a heavy sword rather than a typical long sword. After conversing with it for some time, Yuan had grown accustomed to its murderous aura, no longer allowing its energy to provoke his own malice. Yet, the sword of extermination remained aloof, indifferent to his attempts at communication, refusing to shrink in size, rendering it impossible to hang at his waist. With no other choice, Yuan bore it upon his back. He could not afford to neglect a sword gifted by his master, who had warned him of its temperamental nature, a warning that was far from unfounded, as the sword's spirit was notoriously irritable and challenging to soothe. A far cry from a more manageable binding dragon rope possessed by Bai Xiao. The binding dragon rope, borrowed from Bai Xiao before his departure, was now secured around his waist. Given his journey to the Dragon Clan, it was imperative not to leave the binding dragon rope behind. While Yuan would not bring Bai Xiao along, he could certainly take her rope, ensuring that this oblivious spiritual treasure would fully comprehend the nature of the Dragon Clan, to prevent it from continually brandishing its claws at him, mistaking him for a dragon. Moreover, Bai Xiao often sought to provoke him with a binding dragon rope. In Yuan, he suspected that the rope's influence was the root of her audacity. After all, how else could she muster such confidence? Dragons are among the most fundamental manifestations of the Tao, following the creation of the primordial heavens and earth, with the ancestral dragon embodying this form. This explains why the ancestors of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the like, although sharing the same innate sacred roots, outpaced others of their kind by nearly an era. Their corresponding Tao forms were exceptional, influencing the Tao forms of many life forms to varying degrees, allowing them to evolve ahead of their time. Simultaneously, this accounts for the extensive applicability of the binding dragon rope, as it does not target a specific race, but instead addresses a manifestation of a singular Tao, the dragon. Other races, despite lacking dragon blood and not cultivating the dragon's Tao and laws, might possess physical forms that bear some resemblance to the dragon's Tao, thus falling under the rope's spiritual judgment as dragons. Yuan Yi was also aware that the dragon clan's transformation method, the way of transformation into a dragon, was initiated from this very concept, because the dragon's Tao form is among the closest to the origins of the universe. The evolution of numerous Tao forms is influenced by it, establishing a connection. The ancestral dragon was able to pioneer the path of transformation for all beings into dragons by guiding them towards the dragon and Appos, as Tao form. Among the myriad Tao forms, the Jiao, horned dragon, is undoubtedly one of the most similar to the dragon, thus becoming part of the transformation process. After all, altering a being and Appos' essence is no simple feat. The method of transformation into a dragon enhances one and Appos' essence and life form through this transformation. How could it be accomplished otherwise? With the celestial sword on his back and the binding dragon rope around his waist, Yuan Yi proceeded towards the depths of the East Sea. However, shortly after departing from the gates of Jejiao, he encountered a whirlwind of black wind frolicking ahead, darting back and forth. Upon closer inspection, he found a magnificent black tiger, towering and powerful, with sleek, glossy fur adorned with stripes, exuding an imposing presence. Although not a primordial being, merely a spirit beast, its appearance was undeniably appealing, much to Yuan Yi and Appos' delight. The black fur was evidently soft to the touch, akin to that of a large cat. Its substantial size lent an air of majesty as it gracefully traversed the waters, leaping and bounding, occasionally plunging into the sea, stirring colossal waves. Yuan Yi shifted his gaze from the imposing black tiger to the youth behind it, who was playfully engaging with the creature, clad in a green Taoist robe. With a handsome countenance and an effortlessly charming demeanor, it was none other than Zhao Gongming, the youngest disciple of Jiejiao. Zhao Gongming, embodying the essence of a gentle breeze, was well regarded among the disciples for his affable and carefree nature. To find him here with a black tiger was unexpected. Why had he taken on such a pet? Yuan Yi pondered this, recalling that he had never heard of Zhao Gongming having a companion animal before. Had he only recently acquired it? As Yuan Yi approached, Zhao Gongming quickly noticed him. "Brother Yuan Yi, where you headed?" he inquired, bringing the black tiger closer and greeting Yuan Yi while casting a curious glance at the sword of extermination strapped to his back. "I have matters to attend to in the East Sea and Appos' Dragon Clan, dealing with some personal affairs," Yuan Yi replied, returning the greeting before shifting his attention to the black tiger. He reached out to stroke its forehead, finding the texture delightful. He had long wished to pet a large cat, but had never had the opportunity. "Is this the mount you have acquired, brother?" Yuan Yi remarked, noting the tiger's imposing demeanor. As Yuan Yi approached, the black tiger instinctively bared its teeth but quickly settled down, lowering its massive head to allow Yuan Yi to pet it. It even nuzzled its head against Yuan Yi's palm, displaying a submissive demeanor that required no restraint from Zhao Gongming. The fierce presence emanating from Yuan Yi, combined with the palpable aura of malevolence surrounding him, instilled fear in the beast, leaving no room for rebellion. This black tiger was evidently quite intelligent, possessing awareness beyond that of a mere beast. "Forgive me, brother, for this unworthy creature," Zhao Gongming chuckled, shaking his head at the tiger's sycophantic display. "I encountered this fellow while seeking a suitable abode. Its intimidating appearance led me to capture it, but I soon discovered that beneath its fierce facade lies a timid heart. Its timidity suggests a level of intelligence. It knows to fear, which is commendable, and as a mount, its imposing appearance suffices." Yuan Yi playfully tugged at the tiger and Amp, Appo's ear, finding it remarkably soft. You speak true, brother. Zhao Gongming beamed with pleasure at Yuan Yi's compliment. A mount appearance is indeed paramount, he concurred. What purpose has a mount, if not to enhance one's stature? Are you journeying to the Dragon Clan regarding their previous visit to Jiejiao? Zhao Gongming inquired, having heard that the Dragon Clan had sought information for Brother Duo Bao. Regrettably, he had been preoccupied searching for a suitable abode at the time and had missed the gathering at the mountain gate, thus knowing little of the circumstances. Zhao Gongming had also chosen to establish his own Daoist space, but had yet to find a suitable celestial isle, ultimately selecting a location on the Primordial Land near the East Sea, distance from the Jiejiao mountain gate. Chapter 56. Within the Dragon Palace, it was not something that needed to be concealed. When Zhao Gongming inquired, Yuan Yi briefly recounted the events. The Dragon Clan sought to demand an explanation from his senior brother. It was quite absurd. Zhao Gongming exhibited a rather indifferent, even somewhat disdainful attitude towards the Dragon Clan, which surprised Yuan Yi. Unbeknownst to you, my brother, before joining the teachings of our master, I had long resided in the East Sea. In fact, the East Sea is my birthplace. I heard that you and Sister Yun Xiao hail from the East Sea as well. How serendipitous that we now find ourselves as fellow disciples. Zhao Gongming remarked. No, I had an inkling that you originated from the East Sea, Yuan Yi thought to himself. It seems you harbor some disdain for the Dragon Clan. Those ruffians have always been arrogant and overbearing. When I was in the East Sea, I was often troubled by their harassment. They regard the entire East Sea as their domain, acting with impunity, oppressing and enslaving other beings as if they were the former sovereigns of heaven and earth. The irony is that when the East King established the celestial court in the East Sea, they could only retreat into the depths, too fearful to show their faces. Zhao Gongming chuckled. Before I became a disciple of the sage Tong Tian, my life was far from satisfactory. The Dragon Clan and the Celestial Court are colossal entities that ordinary beings cannot resist. My unique background endowed me with an innate talent for escape, allowing me to survive in the East Sea, and eventually, I found refuge at the East Sea's shore, encountering the sage Tong Tian, who later accepted me as his disciple. Since you're visiting the Dragon Clan, why not allow me to accompany you, brother? Though my cultivation is inferior to yours, the treasure bestowed by our master, the pearl of stabilizing the sea, is useful. It would be a good opportunity for me to gain insight into the extraordinary heritage of the Dragon Clan, Zhao Gongming suggested. Do you all enjoy gathering together so much? Or are you merely so idle that you have nothing else to occupy your time? Yuan Yi repeat ekaspedatit. Before he left, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao had clearly expressed their desire to accompany him, though they had refrained from speaking up. Moreover, Duo Bao and Jinling had approached him, eager to offer assistance, even suggesting they gather some disciples from the Jie sect to visit the Dragon Clan together. However, Yuan Yi understood that the matters concerning the Dragon Clan were irrelevant to his own strength. With the attitude of Master Tong Tian, there was no need for a multitude to confront the Dragon Clan. In truth, their current cultivation levels were still low, and this era did not belong to them yet. More people could complicate matters, and Yuan Yi did not wish to create unnecessary trouble, so he declined the assistance of Duo Bao and Jinling. Now encountering Zhao Gongming, who also expressed a wish to join him in visiting the Dragon Clan, Yuan Yi hesitated. Are you suggesting that I look down upon your cultivation, Gongming? Zhao Gongming inquired with a smile upon seeing Yuan Yi and Appo's uncertainty. Who did you learn that from? Yuan Yi asked. My brother just speaks too reasonably. I have had dealings with several brothers and sisters from the Chan sect. Zhao Gongming replied proudly, revealing that beneath his robust appearance lay a shrewd mind. Given the context, Yuan Yi felt it inappropriate to refuse his good intentions. Besides, Zhao Gongming's presence alone would not significantly alter things. He was not as blunt as Sister Jinling. The disciples of the Jie sect were genuinely willing to assist when needed. And this burgeoning spirit of camaraderie was a phenomenon Yuan Yi could not quite classify as either good or bad. Then let us go together, Yuan Yi acquiesced, agreeing to Zhao Gongming and Appo's as company. Being within the Jie sect had indeed altered his mindset. Brother Yuan, please, Zhao Gongming replied with great enthusiasm, eager to lend a hand while also seeking to join in the excitement. By the way, has your mount been named? Yuan inquired as they traversed through the skies, observing the black giant tiger reveling in the wind. Not yet. I seem to have overlooked that detail. Why not help me choose a name, brother? Well, it is entirely black. Such a coat is rather rare. How about naming it Little Black? Zhao Gongming hesitated momentarily, while the black giant tiger emitted a plaintive sound, lacking any semblance of the king of beasts' majesty. Deep within the East Sea, in the crystalline palace of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Palace was unusually lively today, even more so than in days past. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings had gathered to discuss significant matters concerning their clan. Although it was not yet time for their regular assembly, the dire circumstances of their clan necessitated an earlier meeting. Among them, the East Sea Dragon Palace was in the best condition, as the GS sect had indeed refrained from interfering with the Dragon Clan and Appos as affairs. In fact, the presence of the GS sect in the East Sea instilled a sense of caution in entities such as the Heavenly Court. Conversely, the situations in the other 3 dragon palaces were less favorable. The South Sea Dragon King, Ao Run, appeared somewhat listless, his aura unstable. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the great witch Xing Tian, he bore significant injuries that had not yet healed, even after exhausting many of the Dragon Clan's precious resources. The West Sea and North Sea were also facing difficulties. Yet the Western sect had not yet exerted force against the Dragon Clan, and the Demon Clan had no time to bother the North Sea Dragons, thus alleviating their plight somewhat. The Western sect and the Heavenly Court were acutely aware of the Dragon Clan and Appos' extraordinary heritage. If pushed too hard, the Dragon Clan could pose considerable trouble, albeit not a direct threat. However, the Witch Clan bore no such reservations. They were both reckless and unyielding. The South Sea Dragon King sought assistance from his fellow Dragon Kings, genuinely fearing that the savage Witch Clan might one day find their lair, leaving them with no place to hide. Fortunately, the Witch Clan did not cultivate the path of the primordial spirit, nor could they divine the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, you shudder to think how dire the South Sea Dragon Clan and Appos' situation might become. Recently, the great witch Xing Tian, who had been frequently roaming the South Sea, had inexplicably quieted down and had not been seen for quite some time, which made Ao Ren exceedingly anxious. He did not believe that the Witch Clan had shown them mercy. Their silence only indicated that mischief was afoot. You are overthinking this. There is not a shred of concrete information available, and you display such a lack of composure. It seems you have been shaken by the Witch Clan and need to regain your calm. Ao Wu interjected. Upon hearing this, Ao Ren became furious. Oh, you speak so lightly. Do you know how many of our South Sea Dragon Clan's offspring have perished at the hands of the Witch Clan over the past few millennia? Are you implying that the East Sea is so tranquil that you can afford to ignore our plight? Elder brother, I believe third brother in Appos, as concerns are valid. We must consider our options. The current situation of our Dragon Clan is not optimistic, and we should prepare accordingly. The North Sea Dragon King, Ao Gay, added, clearly siding with Ao Run. The West Sea Dragon King, Ao Gung, remained silent, his silence itself conveying a stance. Seeing this, Ao Wu frowned. What do you mean by an Appos? Preparations in Appos. What sort of preparations? Are you suggesting that our Dragon Clan should seek refuge with the Demon Clan? Do you wish to see our noble Dragon Clan become subservient? Do the Western sect and the Demon Clan truly dare to push us too far? Even though our Dragon Clan has fallen, our ancestors remain vigilant. They are not gone. Should we be pushed too hard, they will bear the consequences. I believe you are simply overthinking this. Once our ancestors are freed, our Dragon Clan will surely rise again. The younger members of the Dragon Clan understood that while they had indeed fallen, many powerful figures within their lineage still lived, including their revered ancestor, the Dragon Sovereign, who once stood a mere step away from enlightenment. As long as their heritage remained intact, the Dragon Clan would always have a chance to reclaim their former glory. This is the very foundation of their audacity. At worst, they can retreat to the Dragon Palace. How many entities in the vast expanse of the primordial world dare to disturb the sanctity of the Dragon Palace? Although the Dragon Clan lacks the strength to expand outward, they possess ample confidence to safeguard their own existence. Indeed, even the saints would hesitate to provoke the Dragon Clan, for the overwhelming karmic burdens they carry serve both as their prison and their lifeline, a burden no one wishes to shoulder. This is their unwavering self-assurance. Under the intentional promotion by the upper echelons of the Dragon Clan, such confidence sustains their indomitable spirit, no less vibrant than in times past. While outsiders would generally refrain from challenging the Dragon Clan, the same cannot be said for the Witch Clan. Our inside and remark that the minds of the Witch Clan are not inclined to ponder such matters. To them, the Dragon Clan is merely the most delectable of prey. Do they truly concern themselves with the legacy of the once dominant primordial tribes or the immense karmic burdens? If they did, they would cease to be the Witch Clan. Chapter 57. Kuei Neo. Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, the four Sea Dragon Kings were embroiled in a heated debate regarding the future of their dragonkin. Meanwhile, above the East Sea, Yuan Yi was on his way with his eager junior brother, Zhao Gongming, and his steed, the Black Tiger. However, they soon encountered a significant dilemma. "Brother, are you truly unaware of the location of the East Sea Dragon Palace?" Zhao Gongming inquired, astonished. Yuan Yi felt somewhat embarrassed. He indeed did not know the way. Having never been to the Dragon Palace, he lacked the knowledge of its whereabouts. As the ancestral home of the Dragon Clan, it naturally possessed the ability to veil celestial secrets, making it impossible for Yuan Yi, with his current capabilities, to discern its location. The vastness of the East Sea was daunting, and the Crystal Palace of the Dragon Clan was seemingly elusive. The two brothers exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. Zhao Gongming had expected that since Yuan Yi was instructed by their master to head to the Dragon Palace, he would have made the necessary arrangements. Yet it turned out that this senior brother was lost. "I shall inquire of someone," Yuan Yi finally suggested, feeling the weight of Zhao Gongming's scrutinizing gaze. Their master had indeed not provided him with guidance, and he had assumed that such a renowned place as the East Sea Dragon Palace would not be difficult to locate. Hence his failure to ask beforehand. It was only upon realizing the complexity of the situation that he understood how challenging it truly was. The East Sea was vast, and the palace concealed its secrets, making it rare to find any beings knowledgeable about the Dragon Clan and Amp, Oppos, as Crystal Palace. That said, the question remained, whom should they ask? It would be quite shameful to return to their master after just setting out. Yuan Yi glanced at the sword of extermination on his back, which remained unresponsive, indicating that his aloof spiritual treasure was unwilling to assist him. Who else might know the whereabouts of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Those dragons demand an explanation, yet fail to provide their own address? How are we to pay them a visit? Who do you intend to ask? Zhao Gongming queried, noting Yuan Yi's expression. He too was unaware of the Dragon Palace's location, and within their sect, perhaps only their master possessed such precise knowledge. It was surprising that Yuan Yi had not inquired about this matter before. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Yi raised his hand to calculate. "I recall a certain individual who has been to the East Sea Dragon Palace. He should be able to assist us in finding the way." He remembered that during a time when this individual was being pursued by the Dragon Clan, they had mentioned fleeing near the East Sea Dragon Palace, which had led to his troubles. Indeed, I am referring to the one-legged bull, Kuei Neo. Unlike the obscured secrets of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Kuei Neo evidently lacked the ability to conceal celestial machinations, and his cultivation level was inferior to Yuan Yi and Oppos. Yes. Moreover, since Yuan Yi had witnessed him firsthand, he could use the aura as a guide for his calculations. As the energies of yin and yang flowed and intertwined at his fingertips, Yuan Yi attempted to capture the traces of the world around him. If one cannot conceal celestial secrets, their traces remain in the cosmos, easily detectable for those with the capability to discern them. This was also why practitioners often favored spiritual treasures that could obscure celestial secrets. Yuan Yi, being a direct disciple of a saint, had his own celestial secrets influenced by their master, making it difficult for outsiders below the saint level to deduce their paths, as it could easily attract the attention of their master, the celestial saint. After several unsuccessful attempts, Yuan Yi finally made a breakthrough in his calculations. With his divine gaze, he looked toward a specific direction. I found it. Let me go and inquire for directions. Yuan Yi activated his evasion technique, with Zhao Gongming and the Black Tiger following closely behind. The two soared deeper into the East Sea, moving at a rapid pace, though they could not directly traverse the void with ease. In just a matter of months, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming appeared above a turbulent expanse of water. There were no celestial islands in sight, only swirling storms and dense mist. Within the fog, flashes of lightning could be seen, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, as the air crackled with violent lightning energy. It was a natural tempest wreaking havoc upon the sea. Standing at the periphery of the storm, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming peered into the chaos. Their spiritual eyes pierced through the mist, revealing the scene within. At the store in Appo's center, a peculiar creature was swimming through the tumultuous waters, attracting the lightning, which it voraciously consumed, its belly resonating with the continuous rumble of thunder. This extraordinary being was adorned with green scales, exuding an innate aura. It bore a resemblance to a bull, yet had no horns, and it possessed only a single leg beneath its abdomen, making it quite distinctive. Is this the creature you spoke of, brother? Commanding the winds and waters while devouring lightning. It certainly possesses remarkable abilities. It is also an innate being like us, having chosen the path of physical cultivation without taking on an innate form. Indeed, it has evaded pursuit by several Tai realm beings and numerous golden immortals, showcasing considerable talent in evasion. Yuan Yi nodded. This Kuei Nyo was indeed formidable, and aside from its somewhat unattractive appearance, it had no discernible flaws. At that moment, the creature sensed the arrival of Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming and immediately turned to flee without a moment in Appo's hesitation, not even glancing back at them. It simply detected their presence and vanished into the depths of the sea. Both Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming were taken aback. How remarkably swift. Has this creature been chased by the Dragon Clan for so long that fleeing has become its instinct? Friend, please wait. Zhao Gongming called out in an attempt to halt it. However, the creature accelerated, darting away like lightning, leaving Zhao Gongming momentarily dumbfounded. Go! Yuan Yi, feeling helpless, promptly summoned the dragon binding rope, a superior innate spiritual treasure borrowed from Bixiao. They needed to capture this creature first before asking how to reach the East Sea Dragon Palace. In a flash of golden light, the Kuei Nyo, which had just plunged into the sea, was ensnared by the dragon binding rope and dragged back to the surface. It must be said that this rope was exceptionally effective for capturing beings. Even though the Kuei Nyo was not a dragon, its inherent power was still formidable. The Kuei Nyo, now in a state of panic, found itself unable to break free as its magical powers were sealed. I apologize, we have met before, and I mean you no harm. Please forgive me. Yuan Yi approached the Kuei Nyo, retracting the binding rope. The Kuei Nyo regarded Yuan Yi and then glanced at the dragon binding rope at his waist before lowering its head. Yet, it did not attempt to flee again. Although it had not taken on an innate form, its intelligence was undiminished, recognizing Yuan Yi despite their differing paths. It is you. Are you truly a disciple of the celestial saint of the? The Kuei Nyo and Appo's voice boomed like thunder, deep and resonant. What do you seek from me? I wish to reach the Dragon Palace, but I am ignorant of the way. I seek your guidance. The Kuei Nyo scrutinized Yuan Yi, then turned its gaze to Zhao Gongming, and finally focused on the sword of extermination behind Yuan Yi, its expression shifting. Is that not the legendary treasure of the celestial saint? Instead of answering directly, the Kuei Nyo inquired about the sword. Yuan Yi nodded. Indeed. Very well. I shall accompany you and lead the way, but you must ensure my safety. What say you? Upon receiving a response, the Kuei Nyo readily agreed, not merely to guide them, but to accompany them. Despite its apparent timidity, it seemed emboldened by the prospect of following them to the East Sea Dragon Palace. In truth, this creature possessed considerable courage and a sharp mind. Given that Yuan Yi bore the celestial saint and Appo's treasure, it was not difficult for the Kuei Nyo to deduce that this was sanctioned by a saint. By following them, It could invoke the false prestige of the saint and deter any potential threats in the future, thereby alleviating many troubles. Yuan Yi, perceptive and astute, easily discerned Kuei Nyo's intentions but chose not to dwell on them. As he embarked on his journey to the Dragon Palace, he carried not only the formidable Excalibur but also the notorious Kuei Nyo, a wanted fugitive of the Dragon Clan. Did this not appear rather unfriendly? However, he dismissed such thoughts. After all, he was never one for cordiality and was not seeking companionship. The sentiments of the Dragon Clan mattered little to him. Thus, a simple agreement was reached between the two parties. With Kuei Nyo as their guide, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming proceeded directly towards the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Chapter 58. The Prince of the Dragon Clan, the disciple Yuan Yi, under the guidance of the saint of the GS sect, came to pay a visit to the Dragon Clan of the East Sea. Another disciple, Zhao Gongming, accompanied him on this visit. Under the guidance of the Quiliu, they successfully arrived at the entrance of the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, the stronghold of their kind. Dressed in resplendent celestial armor, the aquatic guards patrolled the area and halted their approach. Upon announcing their names, the guards exchanged glances. The leader, recognizing their status, hurriedly departed to report the arrival. For the name of a saint was not to be taken lightly. At the same time, the guards remained vigilant towards Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, particularly wary of Yuan Yi, despite his composed demeanor, which contrasted with Zhao Gongming's evident impatience. Yuan Yi exuded an aura of lethal intent. Quiliu, having shrunk in size, concealed most of his form behind Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, his eyes darting back and forth. Yuan Yi had inquired about the grievances between Quiliu and the Dragon Clan, learning that a spirit root he was guarding had been seized by a member of the Dragon Clan. In a covert attempt to reclaim his spirit root, Quiliu had ventured into the Dragon Clan and Apos as territory, only to be pursued mercilessly. Indeed, the Dragon Clan had amassed numerous grudges over time. In Yuan Yi, Kuden, and Apos, he helped but feel a twinge of sympathy. They viewed the entire East Sea as their domain, wielding life and death as their prerogative, and thus acted with an air of arrogance and dominance. Yet, Yuan Yi held no particular thoughts on the matter. His master had remarked that after the emergence of the heavenly path, the order among beings in the chaotic world had improved significantly, though it was still far from perfect. The entanglements of others were of little concern to him. The Dragon Clan exuded a remarkable grandeur, befitting their status as one of the once mighty overlords of the primordial era. Their foundation extraordinary. Zhao Gongming surveyed the distant cluster of dragon palaces, which appeared as a realm unto itself. The rare treasures of the outside world were cultivated as ornamental bonsai, showcasing the opulence of the Dragon Clan. Each structure was lavish and magnificent, adorned with celestial light and ethereal beauty. The Crystal Palace, standing majestically at the heart of it all, epitomized an awe-inspiring blend of grandeur and elegance, etched with intricate Tao patterns, exuding a profound pressure that resonated with the sea, embodying an indomitable, timeless essence. The formations and barriers set up here were formidable. Based on Yuan Yi and Apos' speculation, even a typical Deluo would find it challenging to unsettle such a grand array. This was likely due to the current decline of the Dragon Clan, with few strong practitioners remaining capable of fully activating the array and Apos' might. In its prime, this formation might have been used to confront quasi-saint beings, for the East Sea was the Dragon Clan and Apos' stronghold and the birthplace of their ancestral dragon. It was no wonder that, despite their decline, the Dragon Clan remained proud and unyielding. Zhao Gongming's gaze fell upon the Dragon Palace. His demeanor relaxed, speaking casually. He sensed numerous Tai beings within, yet regarded them with disdain, acutely aware of the disparity in power. These Tai beings bore a faint aura of decay, giving off a sense of waning vitality, lacking in vigor, while Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming were merely novices in the Tai realm. The Dragon Clan's practitioners seemed to have reached the end of their paths, their luck dwindling and burdened by karmic afflictions, with their lineage unable to progress further. The prospect of their decline was evident. Without corresponding strength to match their profound heritage, their situation was ultimately futile. Others were listening. Yuan cautioned. Zhao Gongming was not employing telepathy. He was simply conversing while awaiting the response. The remaining guards, overhearing Zhao Gongming's candid remarks about the Dragon Clan, wore displeased expressions, their gazes turning unfriendly. Were they not here to stir trouble? Should they fear being overheard? Upon hearing Yuan Yi's warning, Zhao Gongming looked puzzled, glancing at the Zhuxian sword behind Yuan Yi, and inquired through thought, "Why do you speak as if we are bullies? We are not here to cause a ruckus. Are we? We are disciples of the saints. How can we belittle ourselves? I hope for amicable relations, leaving room for each other to resolve matters and part ways peacefully." Yuan Yi stroked the Zhuxian sword, still perplexed as to why his master had instructed him to visit the Dragon Clan. Was it simply because they had vented their frustrations by destroying his Taoist sanctuary and taking things from it? Knowing his master, he rarely intervened in the personal affairs of his disciples, never acting as a caretaker. If a disciple suffered losses, his master, Tong Tian, would not readily step in to defend them. He believed in self-reliance. If it had been his second master, perhaps the likelihood would have been greater. Although the god-slaying spear was formidable, it was merely a broken fragment. His master might not have been overly concerned. Yet his master had sent him here, leading Yuan Yi to suspect that his master's intentions stretched beyond the mere spear. Regardless of his master's true motives, one thing was clear: brother, you tend to adhere too strictly to rules. Often, this can lead to fewer complications. Our current strength relies on our master, not on ourselves, and we are not yet capable of disregarding the rules, Yuan Yi replied. Zhao Gongming pondered, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were merely at the Tai stage, their cultivation still nascent. As the two brothers conversed while awaiting their audience, a beam of golden light surged forth from within the Dragon Palace, exuding an imposing aura. "You too have come to stir trouble in my Dragon Clan?" The voice was youthful, unmistakably that of a child. Yuan Yi was taken aback. Before the East Sea Dragon King could arrive, a young Dragon Clan child had already appeared. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed a boy of about 10 years, adorned in splendid attire, sporting dragon horns, and exuding an air of exaggerated maturity, arms crossed before him as he regarded Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming. "Who is this child?" Zhao Gongming frowned at the haughty young dragon. "I am Ao Guang, the 19th prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Who are you, daring to speak so boldly in my dragon palace? State your names at once." Yuan Yi, initially disinterested in the child, paused, his eyes scrutinizing the young dragon. "Ao Guang? Why does that name sound so familiar?" "They say dragons are inherently lascivious. The East Sea Dragon King is indeed quite prolific. How many offspring has he sired if the 19th prince has come forth? I shall not engage with the child. Go call your elders and remain there quietly," Yuan Yi retorted. Zhao Gongming, unfamiliar with this so-called 19th prince Ao Guang, found the boy's arrogant demeanor displeasing. Seeing that the self-proclaimed Ao Guang refused to yield and was about to speak, Zhao Gongming casually waved his hand, sending the child tumbling away, far from them. He had not harmed him, but merely found him bothersome. The child's cultivation was notably low, merely an ordinary immortal, far removed from the golden immortals of their innate beings. This demonstrated that not only humans were retrogressively creating cultivation realms, even the once great Dragon Clan was doing so. At that moment, the individual who had departed to report returned, accompanied by over 10 powerful dragons, not mere aquatic beings, but pure dragons. The foremost among them was a young man at the late stage of the Tai realm, garbed in opulent robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. The young man caught Ao Guang and then turned his gaze towards Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this moment, the king is engaged in vital discussions with his uncles and is thus unavailable to meet with guests. The sudden arrival of the esteemed disciples from the leaves me puzzled as to their purpose. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ao Yin, the prince of the East Sea Dragon King. Yuan Yi let out a sigh. Since the East Sea Dragon King was not present, it seemed the visitors had no intention of meeting him directly, opting instead to speak with the prince. Given that the Dragon King had previously mentioned him to my master, it is inconceivable that he is unaware of the reason for this visit, yet he chooses to remain elusive. The Dragon King had previously inquired about past matters and sought an explanation from me, which is precisely why I have come, to provide an account and to seek one in return. If the Dragon King is indeed preoccupied, might Prince Ao'in be able to take charge in this matter? P.S. I apologize for the delay in updates due to some writer's block. Starting tomorrow, I will switch to daytime updates. I realize that I have somewhat skewed the main character and Appo's portrayal. The originally intended intensity of character has been softened, leading to a conflict with the current plot. I have been revising extensively to rectify this, and I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 59. The cessation of the teachings. Although Yuan harbored some perplexity regarding his master Tong Tian and Appo's intentions, he remained unaware that the Excalibur he bore possessed a consciousness of its own. In the Bio Palace of the Jiejiao, the leader, the Saint Tong Tian, sat casually upon the Dao platform. Before him was a vivid projection revealing the distant scene of the Dragon Palace deep within the Eastern Sea. Next to him, Duo Bao brewed tea, occasionally stealing glances at the unfolding image. He had initially intended to take his junior brothers along with Yuan, but he had declined, unexpectedly discovering that his fellow disciple, Zhao Gongming, had accompanied him to the Dragon Palace. With a hint of regret, Duo Bao expressed his sentiments. At the same time, he pondered, having spent a longer time alongside their master than Yuan and the Sanshao, he felt he understood Tong Tian and Appo's character better. Master, I am puzzled. Why must you insist on sending Yuan to the Dragon Clan? Without turning, Tong Tian's gaze remained fixated on the projection. Duo Bao, what do you think of Yuan? Duo Bao, taken aback, questioned the meaning behind his master and Appo's inquiry. After some reflection, he responded, Yuan possesses considerable fortune and profound opportunities. His cultivation surpasses even that of our sister Jinling, making him the strongest among the disciples of Jiejiao. I'm not inquiring solely about his cultivation. Not entirely. Duo Bao contemplated for a moment before continuing. Yuan Yi's demeanor is somewhat aloof. He seldom draws close to others, yet his temperament is amiable. He never engages in disputes, making him easy to interact with, though he prefers to adhere to rules. Tong Tian turned his gaze, a smile flickering across his face. Indeed, his approach bears some resemblance to your second master, yet his disposition is rather languid. Akin to your senior brother from Xuandu, he is distinctly unlike my disciples of Jiejiao, is he not? Duo Bao and Appo's heart raced. Master, Yuan is merely. Tong Tian waved his hand dismissively. I do not imply this as a flaw. Since he has entered my fold, he is undoubtedly connected to me, aligned with my great Dao. Hearing this, Duo Bao felt relieved, yet his confusion deepened. Duo Bao, do you truly believe Yuan enjoys adhering to regulations? Well, Tong Tian shook his head. No, he does not. Thus, his actions may echo my second brother's path, yet they do not genuinely align with this path. Yuan's heart does not genuinely pursue destiny. His preference for following rules stemmed from a desire for convenience, ultimately a form of laziness. As he stated to Zhao Gongming, he follows order due to a lack of strength to establish it. This indicates that in his heart, rules and order are not absolute. He is not one who resigns himself to fate. Rather, should the need arise, he possesses the determination to take risks, striving for a sliver of hope. This is precisely why he is my disciple. Duo Bao gazed at the projection of the youth clad in white robes, bearing the Excalibur. In his memory, this junior brother was not so extreme. He seemed more inclined to leave room for maneuvering, disinclined to sever ties completely. It was difficult for him to envision Yuan undertaking a reckless act that left no retreat, though he could see Jinling perhaps doing so. What does this have to do with Master sending Yuan to the Dragon Clan? Duo Bao inquired. The essence of Jiejiao lies in seizing a glimmer of opportunity. This is contention, whether for oneself or for others, is the foundation of our path. Regardless of the reason for contention, one must possess the heart to strive. For only then can one walk the way of Jiejiao. You, Duo Bao, relish the pursuit of opportunity and fortune. Jinling prefers to contest superiority with others. Wu Dang enjoys challenging himself. Yin Xiao seeks truth and reason, while Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao delight in competing with one another, as well as with their senior brother. Gongming seeks to champion others. But what of Yuan Yi? Can you discern whom he is contending with? What is it that he seeks to contest? Duo Bao opened his mouth, hesitating, unable to provide an answer as he did not know this junior brother well. His actions are beyond my concern. His lethargic nature is his own to bear. However, since he has entered my fold and bears my teachings, how can he not strive? Without striving, how can one cultivate the path of Jiejiao? If the Tao loses its essence, it strays far from its true nature. How then can one attain true completion? Or realize the great Tao? Tong Tian's expression grew solemn, his gaze deepening, his words indifferent. The Dragon Clan is but a group of pitiful beings, still lost in the illusions of the past, unwilling to awaken. What merit is there in that? The god-slaying spear? Merely a trivial artifact, and a fragmented one at that. What is there to be concerned about? Ultimately, it is but one choice among many. My disciple, can I truly lack such a broken weapon? I send him to the Dragon Clan, not only to retrieve what pertains to him, but, more importantly, to enlighten him on the way of Jiejiao, to make him understand the essence of Jiejiao's cessation. His opportunities and path are for him to contend for, irrespective of whether he does so openly or through cunning. The Tao knows no right or wrong. How can one confine it within boundaries? For my disciples of Jiejiao, one must possess the heart to strive. As my direct disciple, how can he avoid conflict, devoid of the spirit of contention? Tong Tian stretched lazily, his demeanor once again relaxed. Duo Bao, you too must remember the essence of Jiejiao. Why pursue the Tao? Master, the great Tao is ever evolving. The heavenly way seeks survival, and all beings seek continuity. If one does not contend, how can opportunities arise? Duo Bao listened, somewhat perplexed, sensing that the master had conveyed something significant, yet he could not grasp its meaning. The great Tao? The heavenly way? What do these terms signify? Observing that the master did not intend to elaborate, he refrained from asking further. The disciple shall remember the master's teachings. Indeed. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Yuan Yi sat opposite Zhao Gongming, facing the young Dragon Clan members led by Aoyin, the son of the Dragon King. Aoyin fixed his gaze upon Yuan Yi and asked, "What do you have to say for yourself? What do you require?" The individuals from your clan were indeed slain by my hand. Oh, they were the ones who provoked me first. Now that they are dead, I shall not pursue the matter further. I forgive your clan, and this matter is settled. Yuan Yi spoke calmly. What did you say? You killed my clan and Oppo's members, and you claim it is settled just like that? You say they wronged you first. How can you prove that? Aoyin's eyes gleamed with intensity, exuding an air of intimidation. His father had sent him to handle the matter rather than confronting Yuan Yi himself, not only due to his pride and his status, but also because of the Excalibur that loomed behind Yuan Yi. Though Aoyin had never laid eyes on the infamous sword, he could not fail to recognize it. Among the treasures of the Primordial World, there were only a few with such a reputation for slaughter. To confront Yuan Yi directly would provide him with an excuse to claim bullying the weak, and should a saint intervene, it would pose a significant problem. Yet, to yield like this was a tremendous disgrace for the Dragon Clan. How could they bow to a mere Tai realm being, jeopardizing their dignity? Thus, Aoyin was dispatched to settle the matter among the younger generation. Surely, a saint would not meddle in the affairs of mere Tai juniors, right? Word of this would tarnish the saint and Oppo's reputation. As long as he refrained from bullying the weak, the saint would have no grounds for intervention. Aoyin was quite clear on this. If he could successfully fend off Yuan Yi and his companions, what could the Jiejiao leader possibly say? By maintaining a careful balance, the saint could not place blame, and it would merely reflect poorly on the disciple and Oppo's abilities, leaving them with no one to blame. He had conducted thorough investigations into the temperament and methods of Saint Tong Tian. Chapter 60. Beneath the Sage. Our ants, what can be done if there is no conclusion? Does the Dragon Clan truly desire my life as recompense? As for proof, why must I provide any? Yuan Yi and Oppo's golden eyes sharpened like never before, swirling with blood-red malevolence, resonating subtly with the killing intent emanating from the execution sword beside him. Zhao Gongming, who had intended to interject on Yuan Yi's behalf, was taken aback. He had always known that despite Yuan Yi's formidable cultivation, he was not domineering and often acted with a degree of nonchalance. Such a confrontational stance could easily lead to disadvantage. Yuan Yi and Appo's demeanor, however, was unexpectedly fierce and devoid of gentleness. His calm voice conveyed a ruthless assertion. I killed them. What will you do about it? How dare you, Dragon Clan? Demand an explanation from me? I owe you nothing. You come seeking an explanation? Here is my explanation. Whether you find it satisfactory or not is irrelevant. Since you have requested it, you must accept it, regardless of your feelings. Zhao Gongming regarded Yuan Yi, pondering how his elder brother had claimed they were not here to cause trouble with the Dragon Clan. Yet, he realized that had he been in Yuan Yi's position, he might have acted even more aggressively. While life is lost, is it truly concluded? Yuan Yi was rather magnanimous in this regard. Had he been the one, he would have ensured the matter was settled and not brushed aside so easily. Nevertheless, this was a decision for Yuan Yi alone. He would refrain from interjecting. He simply noted that his elder brother was not always reasonable. He was willing to engage in dialogue when it suited him, but could also abandon reason entirely when provoked. Yuan Yi, unaware of Zhao Gongming's thoughts, understood the moment Ao Yin emerged that adhering to the rules would only complicate matters. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Wu, did not show his face, but sent a prince to engage in petty disputes. What could be more transparent? Yuan Yi was not naive enough to believe in the inherent goodness of primordial beings. Since adhering to reason had become problematic, he lost interest in civil discourse. If you do not intend to negotiate, then I shall overturn the table. Who do you think you are? Ao Yin's expression darkened. A disciple of the sage. And this is how you conduct yourself? Using the sage's name to oppress others? My actions are guided by my teacher's teachings. It is best for outsiders to refrain from meddling. Or do you wish to instruct the sage on how to act? Yuan Yi felt the malevolent energy within him intensifying, making his words increasingly brusque, with a surge of wrath bubbling within. Yet, oddly, this only clarified the path of his own Tao, imparted to him by his master, Tongtian. I shall not speak of how your Dragon Clan operates, nor will I dwell on how you wronged me first or destroyed my dojo afterward. I have slain a few of your kin, and this matter is settled. I have no desire to entangle myself further with you. I have provided my explanation, and whether you are satisfied is of no consequence to me. Yuan Yi's fingers lightly tapped the table, his mind submerged in the churn of malevolent energy. Having concluded my matters, let's address yours. Following your destruction of my dojo, you took items from it, and I demand their return. Excellent. What a fine disciple of the sage. A member of the Jiao. You act so unreasonably, oppressing my Dragon Clan. Where's the justice in that? Ao Yin's demeanor was far from pleasant. This was a stark contrast to what his father had described. The elder had claimed Yuan Yi was not prone to conflict and valued reason. Yet from the outset, Yuan Yi had shown nothing but hostility, more domineering than the Dragon Clan itself. According to his father, conversing and negotiating would yield no issues as long as they avoided a complete breakdown of relations. For Yuan Yi and Appo's nature would not instigate conflict. But now, Prince, be cautious with your words. The path of the sage is sanctioned by the heavens. You dare question the sage and the very justice of the heavens. Ao Yin's voice trembled with indignation. How audacious! A mere junior of Tai dares to speak so recklessly of my Dragon Clan. Have you no fear of death? Before Ao Yin could speak further, a majestic voice resonated from the void, embodying the will of the universe, as if all laws of nature converged within it. As the words were uttered, myriad laws sprang to life. The space warped slightly as four figures stepped forth from the distortion, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Ao Wu among them. Yuan Yi rose, fixing his gaze upon the Eastern Sea Dragon King and scanning the others. Although he did not recognize the four Sea Dragon Kings, it was evident that the one addressing him was Ao Wu, without a doubt. The garb and demeanor of the other three suggested they held similar status. It is indeed an honor for the esteemed Dragon Kings to spare time for this visit. Given your great Tao, I trust you're aware of my purpose here. May I inquire about your intentions, Dragon King? Do you truly believe that your identity as a disciple of the sage grants you immunity? How dare you act so brazenly within my dragon clan? Ao, Wu, and Appo's voice was thunderous, reflecting the weight of ancient grievances. You presume to seek answers from me, indicating your intention from the very beginning was not to negotiate. What are your intentions? If you had not mentioned it, I may not have come today. Since I have arrived at your behest, why do you now shy away from welcoming me? Yuan sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, yet rather than instilling fear, it ignited a fire within him. He had stakes in this gamble. He had no reason to be afraid. What could the Eastern Sea Dragon King possibly do to him? His confidence was unwavering. He merely wished to avoid burdening his master unnecessarily. Moreover, Yuan did not see himself as someone to be trifled with, nor did he care to preserve his reputation. Should the Eastern Sea Dragon King wish to exploit past grievances, he had no interest in engaging. As for fear of death, that was a question of the Dragon King's courage. Let us wager the Dragon Clan's profound foundation against the sage's abilities. I bet on your valor, Dragon King, and you may wager the fate of your clan, and we shall see who prevails. As Yuan and Appo's words fell, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. In that moment, he felt the world tilt, time and space unravel, as myriad paths of existence collapsed, terrifying phenomena reflecting within his heart, leaving him with no glimmer of hope. A sense of impending doom. Yet, in the next moment, a clear ringing of a sword broke through the chaos, gentle yet unstoppable, like a breeze caressing a lake's surface. The entire Dragon Palace quaked as the might of the Eastern Sea converged, akin to the heavens collapsing, a dread aura rippling through time and space. Fragments swirling as the very fabric of reality twisted, the balance of yin and yang disrupted, the five elements inverted, a plethora of terrifying sights unfolded. This was not merely the overwhelming presence of the Eastern Sea Dragon King, but also the might he had amassed, even hinting at other energies stirring deep within the Dragon Palace, suggesting a resurgence. However, a single sword cry shattered all, as a crimson, celestial sword stood in the void, exuding strands of blood-red radiance. As the radiance rippled, all things were severed in its wake, its brilliance unmatched. The sword in Appo's aura spread, and the terrifying phenomena vanished without a trace, the laws of the Tao dissipating. Within the enveloping light of the sword, the myriad beings of the Dragon Palace perished, devoid of the will to resist, only awaiting their fate with despair. The subtle energy emanating from deep within the palace was also suppressed, returning to silence. Is this the transcendent realm of the sage? The sage's realm. An unheard voice resonated in the void, laden with complexity, regret, unwillingness, yearning, bitterness, and solitude, an ineffable sentiment. Indeed, beneath the sages, we are but mere ants, far beyond our reach. Chapter 61. The sea-settling pearl, the crimson Excalibur, stood beside Yuan. Its aura retracted, yet exuding an oppressive force that permeated the silence. The essence of the East Sea Dragon King and the entire Dragon Palace had long since dissipated, leaving the Dragon King, a being of the great Luo, silent as a grave. The might of the saints was a mere whisper among the myriad beings of the wilderness. Only the 12 ancestral witches had truly experienced its terror. Since the Tao ancestor opened the path to sanctification, the saints had rarely engaged directly in mortal affairs. The Tao ancestor Hongjuan's intervention during the conflict between the witches and the demons had been almost the only occasion when a saint had taken action. While it is acknowledged that the saints transcend the great Luo, the specifics of their methods remain elusive. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings stood frozen, as did Yuan, who observed the Excalibur. This was his first encounter with the manifestation of a saint and Appo's might. Zhao Gongming appeared calm on the surface, but felt a sigh of relief within. He had not anticipated his senior brother and Appo's brazen provocation of the Dragon King. His prior words had merely served to incite the other party into action. Rumors suggested that the Tao ancestor had issued a decree before the saints attained enlightenment, forbidding them from meddling in the grand affairs of the wilderness. Although the veracity of such tales was uncertain, Zhao Gongming had heard whispers of them. His senior brother seemed to be seeking an excuse for the teacher to intervene, crafting a rationale for their actions. They held a dismissive view of the Dragon Clan's Tai counterparts, but could not afford to underestimate the East Sea Dragon King, whose prior display of power had instilled fear within him. The Dragon King, avoiding confrontation, sent out Prince Ao-In, leaving his intentions open to speculation. Yuan Yi's gaze shifted from the Excalibur to the younger Dragon Clan members, and then to the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Wu. Ao Wu remained silent, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear as he averted his gaze from the Excalibur. "What do you desire?" After a moment of silence, Ao Wu spoke. "I have heard that the Dragon Clan possesses the innate sea-settling pearl. My junior brother Gongming has accompanied me through much toil. I asked the Dragon King to present the sea-settling pearl as a token of gratitude for him. Should you wish for my guidance, I would not object." "What audacity!" Ao-In reacted with displeasure to Yuan Yi's demands. Yuan Yi, merely at the mid-stage of Tai, was confronted by Ao-In, who stood at the late stage, on the verge of perfection, yet he audaciously sought the sea-settling pearl. Yuan Yi was surprised that Ao-In did not deny the existence of the pearl. His mention of it had been casual, yet it seemed the Dragon Clan indeed possessed it. Surprised as he was, Yuan Yi chose to disregard Ao-In and Appo's discontent. "Either return what was taken from my dojo, and I will depart, leaving this matter resolved. Or, as you wish, let us see if you can provide guidance. But the sea-settling pearl must be presented. And if you cannot guide Ao-In," Ao Wu questioned, "then I shall leave, never to set foot in your East Sea Dragon Palace again." "Very well," Yuan Yi replied without hesitation, perceiving this as no different from a gift. Moreover, he could not genuinely expect his teacher, Tong Tian, to intervene for the sake of seizing treasures from the Dragon Clan. A legitimate rationale was essential, as there was the orthodox path of the Shen men, and the saints adhered to propriety. Zhao Gongming hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent. As for Yuan Yi and Appo's capabilities, he harbored no concerns, even though Ao-In and Appo's cultivation surpassed his own. The East Sea Dragon King, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ordered the retrieval of the god-slaying spear and 3 sea-settling pearls from the treasury without further comment. Having personally felt the saint's might, he dared not act recklessly. Since Yuan Yi sought a legitimate resolution, any failure on Ao-Yin's part would be his own responsibility. Even the saints could not intervene further. Reluctantly, Ao acquiesced, understanding that yielding the treasures was a bitter pill to swallow, yet it was merely a few sea-settling pearls. While costly, they did not outweigh the Dragon Clan and Appo's overall wealth. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Yi and Zhao Gongming departed from the East Sea Dragon Palace, accompanied by the Black Tiger and Kuan Yu. Zhao Gongming, cradling the 3 sea-settling pearls, cast a grateful glance at Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi, bearing the Excalibur, examined a fragment of the god-slaying spear, a piece no longer than a foot, resembling a large dagger. Its surface dark and streaked with a hint of crimson, emanating a chilling aura. Had it not been for the trace of sword energy from the Excalibur suppressing the malevolent aura, Yuan Yi and Appo's cultivation might have faltered under its weight. Despite the malevolent essence that clung to him, the fragment bore no reaction, unlike the 9 curves yellow river formation that had resonated with the 3 Shaos. This relic resembled a lifeless object, devoid of the innate, undying spirit. Having suffered damage, it had lost much of its primordial essence, lacking in spiritual quality. It was regrettable that without the innate, undying light, the fragment lacked the enduring properties characteristic of a true, innate spiritual treasure. Its extraordinary origins rendered it a pity to see it in such a state. Stowing away the fragment, Yuan Yi felt the dragon binding rope at his waist, which seemed to have warmed to him, its prior disdain dissipating. Perhaps this change was due to his recent awakening of its potential by binding a true dragon, allowing it to discern the true nature of the Dragon Clan. In the hands of Bai Xiao, it had never captured a dragon. Thus the name dragon binding rope had been a misnomer. Now it truly lived up to its name. Engaging in a contest of wits with Prince Ao-In had proven effortless, Yuan summoned the dragon-binding rope, compelling Ao'in to reveal his true dragon form, which was then securely bound. The power of restraint was remarkable, leaving Ao'in with no means of resistance. This artifact proved exceptionally effective against the Dragon Clan, likely unmatched even among the finest innate treasures. The wonders of creation were indeed intriguing. The dragon, as one of the fundamental forms of Tao, gave rise to the extraordinary nature of a dragon clan, while simultaneously birthing the highly targeted dragon binding rope. Its formidable strength became its greatest vulnerability, embodying a profound balance of nature's design. The East Sea Dragon King did not dare to renege on the agreement. Yuan took the treasures and departed without hesitation. The dragon clan, akin to a dung beetle, was not keen on excessive entanglements, for a desperate situation would lead to mutual destruction. Yuan gifted the sea-settling pearls to Zhao Gongming, recognizing that individually their power was not particularly remarkable, at best comparable to a low-grade innate treasure, perhaps even falling short, thus holding little value for him. After careful examination, Yuan confirmed that the sea-settling pearls indeed contained temporal power with suppressive capabilities. However, within them lay a chaotic void. To evolve into the myriad heavens would likely require external forces and specific opportunities, which Yuan did not believe he possessed. Thus, the treasures did not resonate with him. Realizing the futility of keeping them, he chose to extend a gesture of goodwill to Zhao Gongming. For someone already in possession of 24 sea-settling pearls, their value would be greater in his hands. Yuan believed that the worth of this favor would surpass the intrinsic value of the 3 pearls themselves. As for the future, that would depend on Zhao Gongming and Appo's own fortune. Whether the other 3 seas and Appo's dragon clans possessed sea-settling pearls remained a question for Zhao Gongming to ponder. Chapter 62. The Divine Spear. Yuan returned to the Jiejiao, and the first thing he did was to visit his master, Tong Tian, at the Bayou Palace, while also returning the little ancestor on his back. Although the Zhu Xian sword provided a sense of security, it was somewhat difficult to handle and lacked a certain approachability, making it hard to serve. Unlike the dragon binding rope, which offered no support and could be easily bullied, the Zhu Xian sword was a piece of innate treasure, and even a single sword of its kind was merely at the level of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Within the Bayou Palace, Tong Tian was fondling a segment of the god-slaying spear while observing Yuan, nodding slightly without further comment. Yuan was not incapable of striving, yet his ambition waned once he found stability, leading to a deficiency in his fervor for the great Tao. His cultivation could not be deemed as laziness, yet he lacked a pure pursuit of the Tao. The law is subordinate to the Tao, and one in Appo's own Tao is fundamental, particularly for Yuan who possessed such a primordial essence. How could he lack inner vigor? While one may conceal their sharpness and possess a sword sheath, one must not truly lack brilliance. Otherwise, the teachings of the Jiejiao would impose constraints detrimental to his cultivation. After all, Yuan had yet to reach the height where he could forge his own path. The path of the sage is the broadest and most accessible in the world, closest to the great Tao. Yuan had some understanding of this. Although his master Tong Tian did not explicitly state it, he seemed to comprehend why he was sent to experience the Dragon Clan. At that moment, his master and Appo's gaze had not strayed from the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear posed a challenge for Yuan without the suppression of his Zhu Xian sword. He could not endure the endless pure, malevolent energy. This item, lacking sufficient spiritual essence, would not naturally restrain its aura, resembling a white-eyed wolf that does not recognize its master, making it particularly difficult for Yuan to manage. Noticing Yuan Yi's slightly expectant expression, Tong Tian shook his head and began to examine the god-slaying spear in his hand. Though it was merely a fragment, it was the sharpest part of the spear, with its spiritual essence nearly dissipated. If it were a complete god-slaying spear, it would not be a blessing for Yuan He would not be capable of bearing its power. The shattered spear, apart from its remnants being hard to find, had no certain news even from his master's calculations. Even if he gathered the remnants, without innate indestructible spiritual light, the god-slaying spear could not restore itself. The god-slaying spear could not re-enter the world. Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. He had considered such a possibility. The fame of the god-slaying spear was undeniably tempting. However, he quickly let go of that thought. Such an item, nearly on par with innate treasures, could not easily fall into his hands. He was left pondering how to appropriately utilize this fragment of the god-slaying spear. According to his master's view, he might refine this fragment into a new spiritual treasure, especially since it retained a trace of innate spirituality. By properly managing the malevolent energy, it might allow that faint trace of innate spirituality to flourish. While the possibility was minuscule, it was indeed conceivable that it could give birth to true, innate, indestructible spiritual light. His master implied that using this fragment of the god-slaying spear, along with its innate spirituality as materials, could potentially forge a genuine, innate treasure with consciousness. Tong Tian and Amp. Appo's fingers glided over the spear and Amp. Appo's edge, suppressing the malevolent energy that perpetually emanated from it, sealing it away before returning it to Yuan. However, refining such an item was no simple task, and his master was not adept in this area. Throughout the entirety of the Honghuang, aside from the Tao ancestor, there was likely only one other who possessed the capability to refine such a thing. You should make a trip to Kunlun to seek out your second master uncle, and then proceed to the Shouyang Mountain and Appo's 8 Scenery Palace. Ordinary nurturing methods for innate spirituality are of little use. Your master uncle excels in the art of alchemy, and few can rival him in nurturing spirituality. Although the Western Church and Appo's friend, Zhuan is more proficient in the aspect of awakening spirits, and Sister Nua's path of creation also contributes, my relationship with them is rather shallow. Therefore, you must request assistance from your master uncle. At that time, I shall personally open the edge for you. Not only must I trouble my second master uncle, but also my master uncle, Yuan exclaimed, astonished by the weight of the undertaking. To have his second master uncle refine an artifact for him, while his master uncle nurtured the innate spirituality, and his master would reopen its edge, was this not excessively grand? It genuinely left him flabbergasted. If this were the case, would his treasure not be crafted through the collaboration of 3 sages? Setting aside the artifact itself, merely this circumstance was enough to leave one speechless, as it would bring immense prestige. Even a mere suggestion from his master left Yuan hesitant. Could such a thing truly be accomplished? Do you expect me to run an errand for you? Tong Tian inquired, noticing Yuan's distraction as he held the fragment of the god-slaying spear. I would not dare to trouble my master. I shall make the journey myself. Thank you, master. Yuan hurriedly bowed respectfully, recognizing that this was all due to his master's influence. Otherwise, he would not possess the qualifications to seek assistance from the 2 master uncles for refining treasures. Only with his master's endorsement could he dare to pursue such matters, which he had not even dared to contemplate previously. While his master mentioned that Zhuan from the Western Church was more skilled in the aspect of awakening spirits, Yuan still believed that seeking his master uncle's assistance was the best choice, as the intrinsic value of the artifact itself would be fundamentally different. Yuan departed from the Bayou Palace, carrying the sealed god-slaying spear, intending to first visit the 3 Shaos. It struck him as peculiar why he was always rushing about, hardly finding time to settle down in his own Taoist sanctuary for meditation. He had just returned, yet his next journey was already arranged. Reflecting on the grand vision his master had just painted, a spiritual treasure forged by the 3 sages, his heart raced with excitement. Yet, he felt a twinge of concern. The potential entanglements seemed overwhelmingly vast. Could he truly bear such weight? But these worries dissipated swiftly. How could he not accept such fortune that had been bestowed upon him? Would it not be an affront to himself and his master? To reject what is given by heaven invites calamity. In times of need, it brings misfortune. He had always subconsciously sought stability, preferring to avoid risks, which had led him to lose his enterprising spirit. Had he not just realized this? Stowing away the god-slaying spear, Yuan leisurely flew towards the designated location of the 3 Shao's celestial island. Originally, he also wished to greet his master's steed, Kuei-Nyo, to inform it of the arrival of a counterfeit with a similar name. Yet he was disappointed to find Kuei Niu absent. Kuei Niu had guided him and Zhao Gongming to the Dragon Palace, after which it had merrily dashed off to the Jiejiao's territory. The Jiejiao had no strict regulations, and noticing that Kuei Niu bore no significant karmic burdens, Yuan chose not to intervene. He vaguely recalled that this creature was also entangled in considerable karmic ties with the human race, and he could investigate further later. As for acquiring a steed, Yuan had not considered it. Although Kuei Niu was swift, being an innate being himself, Yuan had little interest in taking it in. Moreover, the creature and Appo's name coincided with that of his master's steed, and deceiving it into becoming his mount felt somewhat disrespectful. Furthermore, Yuan always felt that its one leg appeared rather peculiar, lacking the imposing stature of his master's steed, and paled in comparison to the elegance of his junior brother Zhao Gongming's large black cat. Chapter 63. Golden Ao Island. The Celestial Island, nestled near the Bio Palace, was bestowed upon the three sisters by the Sanshao, as they were their direct disciples. The island itself was extraordinary, having been completely relocated and intricately woven into the fabric of the world, gathering the essence of creation amidst a shroud of clouds and mist, embodying the ethereal aura of the immortal realm. Once the island was settled, it was merely arranged with a simple layout, after which the Sanshao seemed to hastily retreat into seclusion, leaving the island enveloped in tranquility. Yuan stood aloft over the celestial island, gazing upon the expansive space resembling a miniature continent. The serene atmosphere instilled a sense of peace. With his place of origin devastated by the Dragon Clan, he found himself inextricably linked to the Sanshao, a connection that felt unbreakable. Even the nine they were currently refining bore a semblance of association with him. Yuan had long recognized this bond, embracing it without resistance, relinquishing his aspirations to seek another sanctuary. With companionship at hand, he could also keep a watchful eye over them. Yuan understood that after spending such extensive time together, it was impossible for him to regard the three sisters as inconsequential strangers. Should they encounter peril, he knew he could not remain aloof. Likewise, he was aware that should he find himself in trouble, the Sanshao would inevitably be drawn into the fray. However, Yuan did not perceive any imminent danger to himself. He was not Zhao Gongming, after all. Moreover, his master had recently spoken favorably of him, crafting a Dan book of the three teachings, providing him with an additional layer of assurance. He visited the Sanshao and Appo's dwelling, confirming their seclusion, and placed the binding dragon rope within, refraining from further disturbance. Their hasty retreat could signify they had found a breakthrough opportunity. The ginseng fruit's potency, previously sealed within them, coupled with the serendipity of the nine, could indeed facilitate their ascension. After exploring the island, he took the liberty to enhance some hastily arranged formations and retrieved spiritual wood to construct several palatial structures, arranging them into courtyards. He also found suitable spots to plant the spiritual fruit trees he had brought from Kunlun Mountain, which consumed considerable time. Engaging in these seemingly trivial tasks, he concurrently practiced, striving to control his malevolent energy. He dared not recklessly expose himself to the aura of the god-slaying spear, for he could hardly withstand its corrupting influence, and crafting a treasure from such materials would likely not be easily manageable. Should he succeed in forging a spiritual treasure, only to be rendered a mere spectator, it would be a most disheartening scenario. Furthermore, as he sought to request assistance from his second master uncle, it was imperative to leave a favorable impression. Having been burdened by the Zhuzhen sword for an extended period, he inadvertently radiated an aura of hostility, his malevolent energy quite active. Should he inadvertently offend his second master uncle, it could spell disaster for what could have been a promising opportunity, not to mention tarnishing his master and Appo's reputation. After several centuries, Yuan ventured forth once more, his aura having returned to a state of calm, albeit with a newfound sharpness that was no longer an uncontrollable malevolence. The Sanshao remained in seclusion, and Yuan left a message before departing. The distance between the East Sea and Kunlun Mountain was vast, and traversing it at his Tai realm would consume an indeterminate amount of time. However, following the completion of the Jiejiao Mountain Gate, his master, the Saint of Tontian, had personally forged a spatial portal within the Jiejiao, essentially a teleportation array that allowed for traversing the void, crafted with the power of a saint. And given that this particular saint was an unparalleled figure in the realm of formations, the array possessed the might to span a considerable portion of the primordial land. This grand formation opened every 1,000 years, and the celestial island it occupied was among the most bustling locations within the Jiejiao, explaining why it was not situated near the Bio Palace. The island was named Golden Ao Island, and a few disciples were assigned by Brother Duobao, who managed the affairs of the sect, to guard the formation and oversee the area. Although Yuan, he did not personally know these guardians. Their names were somewhat familiar to him, as they were renowned figures in later legends, collectively known as the 10 Heavenly Lords, creators of the 10 Absolute Formation. The 10 shared a profound bond, training together for years, making them one of the most prominent groups within the Jiejiao. Individually, they might not have been particularly outstanding, but together they formed a formidable force, which was why Duobao had entrusted them with the task of guarding this location. Leading the group was Qin Wan, a tall man with a gentle demeanor, serving as the eldest among the 10. The only female among them, Jin Guang, donned resplendent golden robes that shimmered brilliantly, easily mistaken for another direct disciple, Jin Ling. However, Jin Guang's temperament was markedly softer and more serene compared to Jin Ling's spirited and fierce nature, with their only similarity being their golden garb. Yuan reciprocated their greetings, committing their names to memory to avoid future confusion. Yuan, my brother, have you come to Golden Ao Island with intentions of departing? Qin Wan inquired. Yuan nodded. I wish to journey to Kunlun. The opening of the Great Formation should be imminent, correct? My brother will still need to wait a while longer. If there is urgency, you may. No need for that. I'm not in a hurry. I shall adhere to the scheduled time. Yuan declined Qin Wan's offer for special treatment, deeming it unnecessary. Qin Wan hesitated momentarily, but opted not to press further, merely extending an invitation for Yuan to wait with them. Why not take a brief respite with us? This rare opportunity allows us to host you. Then I shall not impose, Yuan replied graciously. Not at all, brother, please, they urged. Yuan followed Qin Wan and the others to their dwelling, where many guests had already gathered. Observing the camaraderie among the 10, it was evident that they were well-liked and had extensive networks. Yuan watched as they engaged in discussions, exchanging insights, which created a lively atmosphere. Their mastery of formations was indeed remarkable. While they could not match the Sanshao sisters, they surpassed Yuan, who had not delved deeply into the study of formations. Though the paths of Tao may converge, each discipline ultimately possesses its own specialization and strengths. When Qin Wan mentioned a while longer, he referred to several years. Yet for them, the difference was negligible. On this day, the Grand Formation on Golden Tortoise Island was activated, and Yuan entered the array alongside those disciples of the who were about to embark on their journey. The formation radiated a resplendent glow, enveloping the assembled individuals. It served as a protective barrier, allowing them to traverse the void without succumbing to the formidable laws governing such a passage, which their current cultivation levels could not withstand. Presently, the formation and Appo's reach extended only to Kunlun, and its activation was infrequent. Most individuals would determine their spatial coordinates independently, utilizing the formation and Appo's power to traverse the void. However, the distances they could lock onto were rather limited. Thus, the actual teleportation area covered by the formation was not extensive. For the return journey, a specially crafted Jade Talisman was required to actively connect with the formation at the moment of its activation. Such talismans were scarce, though Yuan and his fellow disciples possessed a few. For the majority, this formation offered only a one-way passage, with very few utilizing the return talismans. As the figures vanished within the array, its brilliance dimmed, gathering the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for the next activation. Chapter 64. Yushu Palace. Yuan stepped forth from the rift in space, discerning his surroundings, which revealed he was not far from Kunlun Mountain. Why was there no direct connection to Kunlun? The departure of the Jie sect from Kunlun was primarily due to the overwhelming number of disciples, rendering the place restless. How could they allow their members to traverse to Kunlun freely? Even if there were formal gatherings for discourse between the sects, such exchanges would not occur through private transmissions. Having left Kunlun less than 10 millennia ago, his return seemed fleeting in comparison to their perception of time. He approached the gates of Kunlun with familiarity, where someone awaited him, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, yet possessing a visage that betrayed no signs of aging. He embodied the essence of youthfulness. This was Nanji, the foremost disciple of his second master, known for his ethereal appearance, earning him the title of Nanji Xianwen. He had arrived at Kunlun before Yuan Yi in the Sanshao. Junior brother Yuan Yi, you have arrived, Nanji greeted, as Yuan Yi acknowledged him with respect. Nanji seemed to have been waiting for him, which took Yuan Yi by surprise. Master is already aware of your arrival at Kunlun and has sent me to welcome you, Nanji explained with a smile. Their interactions were not infrequent, having established familiarity in the past when there were fewer inhabitants in Kunlun. The three sects were fundamentally one, and despite their separate establishments, their shared lineage remained unchanged. Thank you, senior brother, Yuan Yi replied, following Nanji through the gates of Kunlun, proceeding directly to the summit. Along the way, they engaged in light conversation, with Yuan Yi sharing news about the Jie sect and the East Sea, while Nanji imparted information regarding the Chan sect. For instance, he learned that all 12 immortals of the Chan sect had officially entered the fold, along with prominent figures of renown, including Nanji and the famed Master Yinchong of Lingbao Mountain. However, Yinchong had not yet assumed his title as the Master of Lingbao Mountain. As they traversed the jade stone steps of Kunlun, which were newly constructed, extending from the foot of the mountain into the clouds, they reached Yushu Palace. The surrounding sacred mountains appeared to have undergone meticulous reorganization, presenting an air of solemnity and grandeur, far more imposing than before. There are indeed changes, yet some things remain unchanged, Nanji remarked, gesturing towards the heights of Kunlun. Just then, a majestic bell tolled, resonating through the air, its sound reminiscent of the past. However, the bell ringer had likely changed. It was originally Nanji, but now it must be Guangchengzi. Ascending the jade stone steps, the magnificent Yushu Palace stood tall, enveloped in auspicious clouds and ethereal light. The divine inscriptions on the plaque exuded an aura of sanctity, likely crafted by his second master, Yuan Shi Tianzun. It possessed a rectangular and ancient charm, contrasting sharply with his master Tongtian's flamboyant style. Yuan Yi followed Nanji into the inner sanctum of Yushu Palace, where he beheld the esteemed figure of Yuqing Shengrun, Yuan Shi Tianzun, seated upon the Dao platform. His demeanor was markedly different from his master's. Yuan Shi was typically reclined on the platform, rarely sitting upright. After adjusting his attire, Yuan Yi respectfully paid his respects. I am aware of the matter at hand. Please present the remnants of the weapon for my inspection, Yuan Shi stated before Yuan Yi could articulate his purpose. Without hesitation, Yuan Yi produced the sealed fragment of the god-slaying spear and offered it forth. As the spear flew before Yuan Shi, he pointed at it, breaking the seal, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that was both captivating and terrifying. Yuan Shi examined the broken tip of the spear with a frown, glancing at Yuan Yi. This indeed is a weapon of unparalleled malice, forged from primal malevolence. It is feasible for me to refine this under Tongtian's guidance. Yet the inherent malevolence cannot be easily eradicated. Should we attempt to remove it, we may inadvertently diminish its power, a regrettable fate. Be wary of its influence. Excessive ferocity can harm both others and oneself, disrupting the harmony of heaven. I shall heed your counsel, Master, Yuan Yi replied, grateful for the guidance. Yuan Shi nodded, inspecting the spear fragment with evident interest, as if contemplating its refinement. I am willing to assist you in its refinement, but it will require some time. In return, I have a task for you, he proposed. Yuan Yi had no objections. Who could refuse a saint's assistance in crafting a treasure? Please, Master, instruct me, he responded. This matter is somewhat related to your teacher. We three once protected the remaining bloodline of the Qilin clan from extinction. The Qilin have since regained some vitality, but they now face difficulties. I have dispatched Guangchengzi to address the situation. Since you have arrived at Kunlun, it is fitting for you to accompany him. What do you say? The Qilin clan? Yuan Yi reflected, recalling their once dominant status, comparable to the Dragon and Phoenix clans, yet their fall was more tragic. Despite the decline of the Dragon and Phoenix, remnants of their strength endured. The Dragon still ruled the seas, while the Phoenix and Appo's ancestral spirit resided in the southern volcano, though their presence was diminished. In stark contrast, the Qilin faced near extinction, their lineage struggling to survive. It seems the Qilin received protection from the Sanqing. Yuan Yi recalled the Qilin Cliff, a place best left unmentioned in connection with the clouds. He accepted the task without reservation, driven by curiosity about this once mighty clan. Having encountered the Dragon clan, he was eager to meet the Qilin. It was said that the Qilin Cliff was transformed from the remains of their ancestral figure, Shikolin, after his demise, though the truth of such tales remained uncertain. Departing from Yushu Palace, Yuan Yi bid farewell to Nanji and set forth, riding the light of his escape towards the ancestral land of the Qilin Cliff. He pondered the circumstances that prompted his second master to refrain from intervening directly, while Guangchengzi and other disciples of the Chan sect proceeded to assist, leaving only Nanji in Yushu Palace. Chapter 65. The Qilin Cliff. 2 streaks of escaping light descended, revealing the figures of Yuan Yi and Guangchengzi. Yuan Yi stood before a towering cliff, his golden eyes gazing upward. The cliff rose steeply, piercing the azure sky, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the area, instilling a heavy sensation even in one of his cultivation, the Tai realm. This was the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, the Qilin Cliff. Yuan Yi sensed the profound aura of the great Tao in this place, where endless traces of the Tao converged like an ocean, exuding immense might, as if the very essence of the earth was intertwined with it, casting an indomitable force over the surroundings. Standing here, confronted by such monumental pressure, one might easily feel as though they were facing the primordial earth itself. If one were to refine this essence, it could yield a formidable spiritual treasure akin to the heaven-overturning seal. After all, the profoundness of the Qilin Cliff inherently possessed extraordinary suppressive power, Yuan Yi mused. Having already witnessed the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea, he now beheld the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. Truly, it was worthy of its former status as a dominion of heaven and earth. Among the 3 clans, the Dragon clan was renowned for its mastery over the water Tao, enjoying unparalleled advantages in this domain. The Phoenix clan, on the other hand, was esteemed for its command over the fire Tao, with few rivals to this day. However, this did not imply that the Dragon clan practiced solely the water Tao, nor that the Phoenix clan confined itself to fire. In truth, those who cultivate the immortal path seldom adhere to extremes, focusing exclusively on a singular Tao principle. Particularly, those at the golden immortal stage have transcended mortality, coexisting with the Tao, achieving a level of perfection in their comprehension of a singular Tao principle. At the Tai realm, one begins to construct a unique great Tao that belongs solely to oneself. Yuan Yi, for instance, was building his own Tao based on the principles of yin and yang, with aspirations to integrate the 5 elements into his personal great Tao. The Qilin clan also possesses various branches, encompassing all 5 elements. Yet among them, the naturally born Earth Qilin is the most esteemed, for the progenitor of the Qilin clan has achieved profound mastery in this aspect, yielding an exceptionally powerful legacy. Of course, they are not referred to as Earth Qilin, but as the Earth Qilin clan. These clans, which inherit their legacy through bloodlines, are profoundly influenced by the great Tao of their ancestors, to the extent that, in some measure, bloodline inheritance determines their innate qualities. Yuan Yi gazed at the nearby Qilin Cliff, its surface etched with traces of the Tao, forming a natural array, rendering it a remarkably secure sanctuary. He did not believe he had the capacity to recklessly intrude here, though the pressure was not as formidable as that of the Dragon clan and Appo's palace. It was not to be underestimated. What calamities could befall the Qilin clan in such a protected place? Or rather, What could a mid-stage Tai cultivator like himself achieve here? With Guang Chengzi leading the way, the two entered the Qilin Cliff, intending to first join the other members of the Chan sect present here to discern the situation. Upon announcing their names and verifying their identities with the Qilin clan's guards, they were greeted with utmost courtesy and humility, without a hint of negligence. This surprised Yuan Yi, as the Dragon Clan did not exhibit such demeanor, even when addressing their own disciples of the saintly lineage. According to Brother Duobao, when the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Wu visited the Chan sect, he maintained a rather ostentatious presence, despite appearing to restrain himself. As a former member of the three great clans, the Qilin clan displayed a completely different attitude. At least, Yuan Yi did not sense any arrogance among their kin. Perhaps this was a manifestation of circumstances outweighing individual pride. It seemed that the Qilin clan was the only one among the three that actively sought refuge from outsiders, even adopting a subservient posture. The decision of an entire clan to willingly affiliate themselves with others was no small feat under the guidance of the Qilin clan and Damp Oppos as disciples. Yuan Yi and Guang Chengzi ventured deeper into the Qilin Cliff. Although referred to as a cliff, this area was actually a vast expanse of mountains, with the Qilin Cliff serving as its center in essence, housing a boundless space. As Yuan Yi continued to perceive the traces of the Tao along the way, he recognized that the essence of the Earth's veins converge here, making it a rare celestial paradise. Soon, Yuan encountered a number of disciples from the Chan sect, some familiar faces and others new to him. There was a disciple of Uncle Tong Tian, his senior brother. Guang Chengzi introduced him to the newcomers, stating, "This is Brother Huang Long. This is junior brother Jiu Lushan. And over here is junior brother Puxian." They exchanged greetings, and Yuan Yi reciprocated, recognizing these names. Huang Long, often jestingly referred to as the three no real person, was indeed a being of great fortune, having survived numerous calamities. Despite bearing the title of dragon, he was not of true dragon lineage, but rather an innate being clad in a bright yellow Tao robe, with a sharp-featured face and a gentle, unassuming aura. Although not an actual dragon, lacking the bloodline and Tao heritage, his form was undoubtedly reminiscent of a true dragon, and he was a favored practitioner of the binding dragon rope. Jiu Lushan was more memorable to Yuan Yi as his disciple, Tu Xing's son, who was small yet robust, exuding a steady demeanor. Pu Xian, on the other hand, bore no distinctive characteristics, appearing rather ordinary. Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Dao Xing, Jiu Lushan, Wenshu Pu Xian, Zihong, Tai, Yuding Qingshu, Ling Bao, Huang Long, along with the likes of Nanji Xianweng and Yun Changzi, comprised the current core disciples of the Chan sect. Thus, what calamity had befallen the Qilin clan that compelled them to seek aid from Kunlun? After the formalities of greeting, everyone took their seats, and Yuan Yi inquired, "What has transpired?" Everyone exchanged glances, and finally, Qi Jingzi spoke. "Based on our investigations during this period, the matter may be related to the Demon Clan." "The Demon Clan?" Yuan Yi echoed. "Indeed. Over the past few years, several of the Qilin clan's young members have gone missing without a trace, unable to contact their kin, prompting them to seek assistance from Kunlun." Yuan Yi pondered, questioning how the disappearance of Qilin clan members could be tied to the Demon Clan. "My brother may not be aware." Qi Jingzi continued, "The Demon Clan has been expanding since its inception, with countless tribes joining their ranks, identifying themselves as part of the Demon Clan. However, there are factions that refuse to align with the Demon Clan, such as the once mighty three clans, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, none of which consider themselves part of the Demon Clan. Yet the Demon Clan and Amp, Oppos, power is vast, and ordinary tribes lack the capability to resist. Though the Qilin clan has declined, remnants of their heritage remain. As long as the formidable beings within the Demon Clan refrain from intervening, they cannot breach the Qilin Cliff. Moreover, the Qilin clan and Amp, Oppos, progenitor once transformed into the Tao, mending the earth, and Amp, Oppos, deficiencies and atoning for the grievances from the Great War among the three clans. Unlike the Dragon and Phoenix clans, which are burdened by karma, thus receiving a certain degree of protection from the earth. In the past, Our master and uncles have also intervened to assist the Qilin clan, instilling caution in the truly formidable beings of the demon clan. Yuan Yi grasped the situation. Qi Jingzi and the others suspected that the demon clan coveted the Qilin clan, leading to these disturbances. Among the three clans, the Qilin clan possessed the least foundation. Being the weakest of the trio, with all their powerful members having perished, including their original Qilin, who had transcended into the Tao. Although this resulted in the Qilin clan bearing the least burden of war karma, having been compensated by their progenitor and a few powerful beings. The remnants of their clan's foundation were indeed incomparable to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Additionally, geographical factors played a role. The Dragon clan was hidden in the ocean depths, while the Phoenix clan resided in the immortal volcanoes south of Mount Buzhou, areas where the influence of the Demon clan was weakest. Only the Qilin clan, situated near Mount Buzhou, naturally became a target for the Demon clan. After all, despite their decline, the other clans had yet to rise. At this stage, unless initiated by innate deities, few could provoke the Qilin clan. The Demon clan and Appos, as Heavenly Court was one such force, and the Witch clan another. However, according to Qi Jingzi, those who had gone missing were believed to be alive, likely captured, which largely ruled out the Witch clan and Appos' involvement. The Witch clan and Appos' hunt seldom spared lives. How could they afford to leave witnesses? Chapter 66. The curtain falls before the show begins according to Qi Jingzi. The individuals covertly targeting the Qilin clan are likely members of the demon race. Investigations have unveiled traces of their presence, indicating multiple tribes involved. However, despite employing various methods, they have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the missing Qilin descendants, nor can they definitively identify which demon tribe is responsible. They can only speculate. It is suspected that these demons are being manipulated by a more formidable force, one that harbors intentions far beyond mere probing. The ordinary demons, though they may have accelerated their cultivation through extreme practices, are still fundamentally limited in their capabilities. Moreover, lacking the necessary treasures. How could they possibly contend with the Qilin clan? Despite the Qilin clan and Appos' decline, their leader remains a consummate being at the peak of the Tai realm. The disparity is stark compared to the Dragon clan that Yuan Yi has encountered, yet they remain formidable in the eyes of other tribes. The Qilin clan possesses numerous spiritual treasures and roots, including a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the central Wujixiang Huang flag, one of the 5 elements flags. It is said that when unfurled, this flag can summon the earth into Appos' power, conjuring countless golden lotuses, rendering it impervious to harm. A premier defensive spiritual treasure in the primordial realm, with extraordinary might. Additionally, the clan is rumored to possess the Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the innate 5 elements source spirit pearls. With these 2 treasures for protection and the sanctuary of Qilin Cliff, the clan remains secure from threats unless confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful Deluo entity. Although the Qilin clan has undergone a transformation, the foundation they left behind remains robust. In times past, innate beings of holiness have indeed cast covetous glances at the Qilin clan, attracted by their vast collection of innate spiritual treasures. The Qilin clan, seemingly unburdened by karmic ties, now finds itself devoid of even a single Deluo presence, and there are reasons for this. The 3 pure ones once offered their assistance to the Qilin clan. Now that they have all attained sainthood, any action against the Qilin clan, once under their protection, might deter certain individuals from proceeding. Thus, we essentially need do nothing but linger with the Qilin clan for a while, demonstrating that our masters still wish to safeguard them, and that should suffice. Or should we capture some demons to compel the shadowy figures behind this to reveal themselves or withdraw, leaving the matter to our masters to resolve? Yuan Yi pondered the purpose of his presence, yet the situation appeared less complicated than anticipated. They were merely there to serve as a backdrop for the Qilin clan, signaling to the demons that their reach should not extend too far. Yuan even suspected that his second master was already aware of who was targeting the Qilin clan. For how many matters can truly be fully deduced by the saints? This seems somewhat inappropriate, does it not? After all, we are the orthodox sect of the mystical gate, a great holy order. All of this is simply conjecture on our part. and to act rashly against them may breach propriety. Guangxingzi did not dismiss the speculations but hesitated regarding Yuan E and Amp, Oppos, as proposal. Yuan E remained indifferent. The simpler the situation, the better. However, he felt that he and Guangxingzi were not the key to resolving the issue. If they did not engage in the main event, the matter would remain unresolved, which would not bode well for the Qilin clan. After their meeting with the Qilin clan and Oppos, S leader, Yuan E and his companions exited Qilin Cliff to search for clues regarding the missing members of the clan. Their investigation was straightforward, simply inquiring among the surrounding demon tribes, leveraging their status as direct disciples of the two holy orders. Their aim was not to truly locate the Qilin clan's members, but to inform the demons, or perhaps a particular individual or group, that they were assisting the Qilin clan in their search for their lost kin. 14 individuals, including Yuan E, dispersed to pursue their respective inquiries across various locations. Deep within the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, the leader and several elders convened, gathering golden lotuses that enveloped the space, shrouding it from divine insight. Leader, are you truly resolved to proceed in this manner? One elder hesitated, his expression revealing inner turmoil. The leader and Oppos' decision was exceedingly difficult for the entire Qilin clan to accept. Do we truly have no other path? No, the leader replied resolutely, devoid of hesitation. You are all aware of how many of our kin have been secretly harmed. The former glory of the Qilin clan has become a death knell, attracting the covetous gazes of outsiders. Time will not resolve our plight. If we remain cooped up in this ancestral land, merely surviving, the day of our resurgence will never come. Silence enveloped the assembly. They had previously considered that, given the profound foundation left by their ancestors, with time, they could certainly rise again. Yet, the reality is that they are unable to do so. Those who covet the Qilin clan will not permit their resurgence, denying them any opportunity. As you know, the reason those individuals refrain from overtly attacking our clan is not due to fear of us, the Qilin clan itself. If that were the case, they would not hesitate to strike us with their quasi-saintly means, and no sanctuary would protect us. All that awaits would be the annihilation of our clan. Since the Three Races War, the Qilin clan has remained in silence, keeping a low profile. But some calamities cannot be avoided by mere discretion. They have nowhere else to flee. Leaving their ancestral land would only bring greater suffering. Although their ancestors and the strong among their kin have purified their karmic burdens through transformation, leaving them with a glimmer of hope for resurgence, they are utterly incapable of seizing that hope. Moreover, the covetousness of others toward the Qilin clan has not diminished with the passage of time. Even now, it is evident that others are probing the Qilin clan to see if anyone is willing to offer protection. Fortunately, the leader of the Chan sect, the Primordial Saint, has agreed to intervene, allowing them to weather this calamity. Upon returning from Kunlun Mountain, the Qilin leader comprehended this truth. Yet, how many times can the Qilin clan expect to receive protection? Ultimately, the Qilin clan does not share a profound connection with the saints, which is why he resolved to forge a stronger bond with those who could truly safeguard the Qilin clan, seeking protection and opportunities for resurgence. Only in this manner can the Qilin clan genuinely recuperate and nurture powerful beings, allowing for a stable rise. Even so, what if they were to submit to the saints? Why must they compel their kin to follow another? It is easy to say, but is a mere ordinary identity sufficient to protect the entire Qilin clan? While I would gladly allow my kin to join the saints, can it truly be accomplished? The Chan sect and Oppos' saints are discerning in their selection of disciples. Which of their disciples is not a being of profound fortune? Many innate beings yearn to enter their ranks, yet are denied. While the Jia sect also belongs to the great holy orders, entry is indeed easier, but despite the numerous disciples, how many are direct disciples? If one were merely an inconspicuous member among countless outer disciples, would that truly suffice to safeguard our Qilin clan? Do not underestimate the significance of being a direct disciple of a saint. Though they may currently possess modest cultivation with the backing of a saint, they have ample time and opportunities for growth. Given time, they are destined to become the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. This is beyond doubt. one should not only focus on their present state. The tone of the Qilin clan leader was grave and complex. His decision, while believed to be the best choice for the Qilin clan, was ultimately not a source of pride. To follow, in essence, meant to become either a disciple or a mount. These were the only two possibilities. As for the prospect of converting to the Western teachings, the mere inclination of our kind towards such a path signifies a voluntary relinquishment of the protection bestowed upon us by the sage of the exposition. By the time we venture into the Western territories, the entities coveting our Qilin clan would likely render our existence utterly obsolete. If fortune smiles upon us, we might escape with our lives, only to be subjugated by others. Given this, it would be wiser for us to make our own choices, for even the most unfavorable outcomes would not lead us to such a dire fate. The others remained silent, being beings who have traversed the extensive expanse of time. They possess sufficient wisdom and insight. They are acutely aware of the bloodshed that characterizes the primordial chaos. The necessity of relying on the sage for protection is universally acknowledged. However, the manner of this dependence has emerged as a significant conundrum for them. No, the gravest challenge they face is themselves, their capacity to lower their pride, and to what extent they can do so. Ideally, having the younger generation of our clan become disciples of the sage would be the best outcome. Yet the likelihood of this materializing is rather slim. As for serving as the mount of the sage, to put it bluntly, do they even regard us with favor? We lack the fortune to even qualify for such an advancement. Thus, the leader of the Qilin clan has turned his gaze towards the direct disciples of these sages. While the sage may overlook the Qilin clan, these yet-to-mature disciples present a possible avenue for connection. Waiting for them to mature could very well mean that the Qilin clan would miss its opportunity altogether. Establishing profound connections with the sage and Appos, disciples would consequently forge a significant relationship with the sage himself, which is precisely what he seeks. Initially, only the direct disciples of the exposition had arrived, but now, a direct disciple from has also joined, presenting two avenues before us and increasing our chances slightly. The missing clan members remain unaccounted for, yet a resolution is becoming apparent. One might say that when the sage of the primordial beginning expressed his stance, the matter was effectively concluded. The leader of the Qilin clan is contemplating the future of our lineage, striving to secure opportunities for the continuation of the Qilin clan. Chapter 67. The demonic master Kunpeng within an independently established space, concealed by the veil of celestial mechanisms and cut off from the outside world, a solitary figure sat cross-legged. Clad in a golden Taoist robe adorned with black stripes, a divine manifestation flickered behind him, embodying the essence of yin and yang, stirring winds and waters, and manifesting myriad phenomena. This was Kunpeng, the demonic master of the demon clan, a formidable being of quasi-saintly stature, one of the few powerful entities in the primordial universe. Kunpeng gazed at the more than 10 figures kneeling before him, his brow furrowing slightly in silence. Compared to the last summoning of these clan leaders, a few more had notably absented themselves. He was acutely aware of their whereabouts and the orchestrators behind their disappearance. The notion of unwarranted vanishing was a mere facade. They had been covertly seized by disciples of the, and a few from the. Such affairs could hardly evade his perception. Rather, they seemed to be a performance for his benefit. With a flick of his sleeve, Kunpeng dismissed the figures, leaving him alone in the expansive void. It appeared that his endeavors were ultimately futile. Sighing deeply, he relinquished his ambitions. As a primordial sacred being of the highest caliber, Kunpeng and Appos' greatest misfortune was the absence of a suitable magical artifact at his disposal. The primordial treasures of nature had become exceedingly rare, and while possessing numerous spiritual treasures could bolster one's strength, the lack of a powerful ally severely limited his options. The Qilin clan was undoubtedly one of the few viable candidates. Integrating the once great Qilin clan into the ranks of the demon clan would bestow upon Kunpeng a notable achievement in the eyes of the heavenly court. The intrinsic worth of the Qilin clan, if successfully aligned, would yield dual benefits. However, Kunpeng was wary of the three pure ones, who had previously offered protection to the Qilin lineage. Their stance would be pivotal. Kunpeng assessed that the possibility remained, for the primordial entity, Yuan Shi, had no substantial ties to the Qilin clan, and previous interventions did not guarantee future actions. Currently, the leader of the three Pure Ones had relocated to Shouyang Mountain, while another had ventured to the Eastern Sea, leaving Yuqing Yuan Shi closest to Qilin Cliff. Kunpeng was well acquainted with him. He was a figure of strict decorum, possessing an air of arrogance. This understanding emboldened Kunpeng to probe the situation, for even if Yuan Shi intended to protect the Qilin, as long as he refrained from overt action and withdrew in time, the edicts of the Tao ancestor would likely inhibit Yuan Shi from intervening. The Qilin clan's appeal for assistance at Kunlu Mountain had resulted in Yuan Shi sending his disciples, leaving Kunpeng intrigued as to whether this was genuine intent to safeguard the Qilin or merely a matter of face. The disciples of the, bound by the constraints imposed by Guangqingzi, adhered to decorum. Kunpeng intended to maintain this stalemate for a while longer, observing the evolving circumstances before making further plans. As long as he refrained from escalation, Yuan Shi would not breach the Tao ancestor and oppose as prohibition, a delicate balance that Kunpeng managed adeptly. However, amidst this assembly of rule-abiding disciples, an unruly disciple from he infiltrated at a most inopportune moment. Kunpeng found himself in a predicament. The presence of this disciple altered the dynamics significantly. While Yuan Shi adhered to regulations, Tong Tian was notorious for his lack of them. Kunpeng could gauge Yuan Shi's limits, ensuring a scenario where Yuan Shi would not act against him. Yet, the threshold of intervention from Tong Tian remained elusive, and provoking a saint's interference was far from his desires. Neither the Heavenly Court nor the Demon Clan could guarantee his safety. Particularly troublesome was this disciple, who immediately instigated chaos, disregarding any subtlety in probing the whereabouts of the missing Qilin kin. Instead, he incited the disciples of the to join him in capturing the nearby leaders of the demon clans. It was an overt challenge, signaling that should Kunpeng fail to rein in his actions, the situation would escalate into a larger conflict. What would ensue if matters spiraled out of control? Naturally, the saints would intervene, and Yuan Shi was likely to act at that juncture. To make matters worse, this individual was a disciple of Tong Tian, who could potentially be provoked at any moment. If left unchecked, the capture of clan leaders would inevitably incite chaos within the demon clans, leading to a situation that would be impossible to contain. Previously, the disciples of the had carried themselves with the dignity befitting saintly apprentices, seeking to resolve matters discreetly without involving their elders. Yet, this newcomer seemed intent on amplifying the situation to draw the saints into the fray, leaving Kunpeng exasperated. Should this continue, the situation would spiral beyond his control. He could not afford to gamble. The arrival of either Yuan Shi or Tong Tian would spell disaster, and he would find himself at a severe disadvantage. As for taking action against these disciples of the And, it was evident that only a fool, blinded by recklessness, would dare to provoke such confrontation. Even the younger generation, equipped with exceptional innate treasures, far surpassed Kunpeng's own assets, rendering his position further precarious. Kunpeng and Appo's gaze shifted from the direction of Qilin Cliff, and with a resigned sigh, his figure dissipated, causing the temporary space to collapse and erase all traces of its existence, leaving no remnants behind. Within the Qilin clan, the disciples of the gathered, the atmosphere remarkably relaxed. In recent days, the previously missing members of the Qilin clan had been located, as if merely lost, with no lingering memories of their absence. All traces had been obliterated, creating the illusion that the Qilin clan had merely experienced a false alarm. And here, nothing had transpired. However, Yuan Yi and the clan leader of the Qilin were well aware that this was a cessation of hostilities from the probing figure, who had abandoned their designs against the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi was not entirely surprised by this outcome. His second master's intent to protect the Qilin was unmistakably clear. The cautious nature of the opposing party was evident, as they had not harmed a single Qilin member, indicating a profound sense of apprehension rather than recklessness. Unwilling to confront the saints directly, with this in mind, Yuan Yi felt liberated. If they were to capture individuals covertly, he would do likewise. Both parties were aware of the other and Appo's actions, and should the situation escalate, it would be impossible to conceal it. Would the opposing party dare to let matters progress to that extent? Clearly, they did not, opting instead to withdraw. Yuan Yi was left curious about the identity of the demon clan that coveted the Qilin, who had ultimately chosen to retreat without revealing themselves. Thus, in a silent and unceremonious manner, the crisis for the Qilin clan came to a close. The demon clan members they had secretly captured were rendered moot. Yuan Yi and his companions released them, as they served no further purpose. With the opposing party having withdrawn, there was no prospect of stirring up further trouble within demon affairs. In the ancestral land of the Qilin clan at Qilin Cliff, Yuan Yi regarded an unusual beast before him, his gaze filled with scrutiny. The creature, initially apprehended, stubbornly refused to leave and exhibited an odd tenacity. The beast squatted on the ground, resembling a leopard with its crimson fur, sporting a singular horn on its forehead and a pair of wings. Most peculiarly, it possessed 5 tails, reminiscent of feathers, swaying about as it bore a fierce countenance, yet exuded an air of ingratiating charm. This creature was one of the demon clan captives taken by Yuan, a being of innate origin, and he felt an inkling that he should recognize it from descriptions he had encountered. Zheng. Yuan Yi recalled that this creature was a notorious beast mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. It seemed that those captured were predominantly innate beings, such as Zhu Huai, Fei, Hua Shi, and Gu Jiao, with only the weakest of them being unworthy of capture. Yuan Yi studied the creature before him, pondering why it was so insistent on following him, adamantly declaring its refusal to be a demon any longer. Oddly enough, it appeared to lack any kinship. After Yuan Yi and Appo's emergence into the world, he had not undergone extensive experiences. He had entered Tontian and Appo's sect early on and prior to the ascension of the saints. He had underestimated the value of being a disciple of a saint. Yuan Yi had yet to reach a decision. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of talking mouths. At that moment, however, the chieftain of the Qilin clan approached him. Yuan Yi decided to set aside his thoughts on the matter, pondering what the chieftain might wish to discuss. It was clear that he was not the one in charge of this gathering, nor was it the Jie Jiao. He was merely present to lend assistance to the proceedings. Chapter 68. Thus Yuan Yi surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other presence, leaving only himself, Guang Chengzi, and the chieftain of the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi and Guang Chengzi sat on one side, while the chieftain occupied the other. In the center, 2 jade boxes exuded a rich, primordial aura, causing Yuan Yi to raise an eyebrow. Guang Chengzi exchanged a glance with him, but Yuan Yi refrained from speaking. This matter primarily concerned the teachings of the Chan sect. With Guang Chengzi as the principal figure, he was acutely aware that he should not overshadow his role as an assistant. What could the chieftain mean? We are merely acting on the orders of our master, aiding the Qilin clan, and there is no need for such gestures. Noticing Yuan Yi's reluctance to speak, Guang Chengzi inquired, "The great kindness of the sage shall be remembered by the Qilin clan. We are also grateful for your assistance, which has spared us from covetous eyes and preserved our kin." As he spoke, the chieftain pushed the 2 jade boxes before Guang Chengzi and Yuan Yi, opening them. Inside lay a small, apricot yellow flag and a tiny orb. "The Qilin clan has nothing to thank you for. We humbly present these 2 spiritual treasures to the esteemed sages. Please convey our gratitude to your master." Guang Chengzi was momentarily stunned, and Yuan Yi was equally taken aback. He had anticipated the Qilin clan would offer gifts to maintain relations, but he had not expected such audacity, as if they were wagering their very existence. Although Yuan Yi had not seen the flag before, both he and Guang Chengzi were worldly enough to recognize it immediately. It was a supreme, primordial, spiritual treasure. The central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, one of the 5-color, 5-direction flags. The orb resembled the one possessed by the Taoist Duo Bao, being one of the primordial 5 elements source spiritual orbs, specifically the Earth Spirit Orb, a superior primordial spiritual treasure. To present such 2 treasures was not merely a gift. It was the very foundation of the Qilin clan's existence. Yuan Yi's gaze towards the chieftain shifted, and amidst his thoughts, He began to surmise the other's intentions. Yet he remained astonished. Was the chieftain truly a mad gambler, or did he genuinely believe this course of action was warranted? Speculation was one thing. To act on it was another. The act of offering a supreme and a superior primordial spiritual treasure was indeed monumental. Yuan Yi glanced at Guang Chengzi, who displayed a fleeting expression of conflict before regaining his composure. Chieftain, I cannot decide on this matter. It must be reported to my master for his judgment. Guang Chengzi, though stern, was no fool. He had grasped the implications. The chieftain was essentially offering their clan's very foundation as a tribute to his master, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Accepting these gifts would imply a commitment to protect the Qilin clan, establishing a deeper bond beyond mere external assistance. The chieftain, having expected this response from Guang Chengzi, shifted his gaze to Yuan Yi, while his primary appeal was directed at Yuan Shi. Having ties with both the Jade Clear and Upper Clear sects would only serve to fortify his position. After all, establishing a connection with one would inevitably influence the other. Thus am I, Yuan Yi replied with a smile, acknowledging the chieftain and Amp, Oppo's gaze. Then I shall trouble you both. The chieftain rose and bowed respectfully, his demeanor earnest. Offering gifts was no simple task. While primordial spiritual treasures were indeed precious, swaying the sages was no easy feat after all. Even supreme treasures might not suffice to impress the disciples of the three clears, who already possessed such treasures. Subsequently, the chieftain lowered his status and inquired whether they or their sect's disciples required assistance, subtly expressing his desire for his kin to follow them. Yuan Yi found it difficult to determine whether the chieftain had entirely abandoned the pride of his once mighty clan or if he possessed a profound insight into the long-term future. This seemed akin to selling the Qilin clan outright. The very decision, while significant, lacked the pride typically associated with such a choice. However, the chieftain's choice of allies rendered this decision remarkably astute. By unreservedly seeking the protection of the sage, the chieftain aimed to secure the future of the Qilin clan. It was a bold move, one that not even the former dominant clans would dare to undertake. Yuan Yi was convinced. This chieftain was indeed a lucid madman. Not to mention, if his second master were to lend support, the Qilin clan would firmly establish itself in this primordial realm, sacrificing the past to gain a promising future. From the chieftain's request and Guang Chengzi's response, it was clear that neither would make a decision immediately. Both would consult their master first. Thus, the discussion concluded. Yet the fate of the Qilin clan hinged upon the attitudes of the two sages, particularly that of Yuan Shi Tianzun. As Yuan Yi represented them merely as an alternative, given their proximity to Kunlun Mountain and the fact that their assistance was under the directive of Yuan Shi Tianzun. The chieftain possesses great audacity, Yuan Yi remarked casually during their conversation. The chieftain merely chuckled and shook his head, a hint of resignation in his expression. My friend, you overestimate me. It is not audacity, but the circumstances that compel me, merely seeking the survival of my clan. I recently visited the Dragon Palace in the Eastern Sea and witnessed the profound heritage of the Dragon clan, along with their former dominance in the realm. How could my Qilin clan compare to the dragons? Once, we were equals. Now we are not. No matter how precious the spiritual treasures, without protection, they are meaningless, merely inviting covetousness and potential annihilation. Had you not arrived, the situation would not have resolved so simply. Yuan Yi nodded. The Qilin clan indeed had a promising future. Under the protection of the sages, their fortunes, though currently unremarkable, were free from burdens, and the potential for hope was considerable. Among the three clans, once the weakest, they were now poised to break free from their plight and embark on a path of resurgence. After further casual discussions, Yuan Yi and Guang Chengzi took their leave, needing to report back to their master to determine whether to forge a deeper relationship with the Qilin clan. Yuan Yi's identity jade talisman, imbued with the aura of a sage, was crafted by his master, Tong Tian. He intended to convey this matter through the talisman. The response he received, however, was to proceed as he saw fit. It seemed his master held little interest in the matter. Whether to accept or decline was inconsequential. Proceed as you see fit? Yuan Yi mused. He resolved to follow his master's directive, observing how the Chan sect would act and determining his own course of action accordingly. Chapter 69. Obeying the master's orders. Just do as you see fit. What will you do? Yuan Yi inquired, observing the strange beast, Zheng, seated before him with an air of formality. His mentor had provided a response that was far from decisive, and there had yet to be any word from Guangqingzi. With some free time on his hands, Yuan Yi began to interview this tenacious creature, unwilling to depart. The beast's fur was resplendent, adorned with crimson markings that exuded a sense of grandeur. Its 5 tails, reminiscent of phoenix feathers, swayed gracefully. I can serve as your steed and guard your cave. Zheng replied. Why have you chosen to follow me? Yuan Yi asked, perplexed. There were numerous individuals here, all disciples of the saints, yet this creature insisted on accompanying him. Because you are the strongest and a disciple of the rules of the are far too stringent, Zheng replied candidly. Among all the disciples of the saints, Yuan Yi's cultivation and prowess stood head and shoulders above the rest, evident at first glance. Not only did he excel in both Taoist arts and magical abilities, but he also possessed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Moreover, the disciples of the adhered to stricter regulations, making Yuan Yi appear considerably more relaxed in comparison. While he acted with decorum, he was not one to revel in excessive formality. Unlike Guangqingzi and others, Yuan Yi lacked that rigidity. I also adhere to principles, he asserted, finding it absurd that Zheng implied he lacked decorum. Yes, I understand. Zheng nodded vigorously, its massive head bobbing like a pestle, presenting an expression that belied its fierce appearance. By the way, do you consume meat or vegetables? After a moment's hesitation, Zheng expelled a greenish object from its mouth, revealing a piece of jade. Perhaps it is vegetarian, Zheng replied, filled with uncertainty. Do you feast upon stones? Does your natural form not deserve better? Yuan Yi retorted, taken aback by the creature's choice of sustenance, which only served to highlight its shrill voice and piercing tone. Furthermore, the sight of the drool-slicked object it had regurgitated made Yuan Yi grimace in distaste. Nevertheless, he recognized the creature's extraordinary nature. Its innate ability to consume gold and jade infused it with a formidable aura, hinting at its latent power. As Yuan Yi approached and examined Zheng closely, he noted the smoothness of its fur, which felt quite satisfactory to the touch. Its appearance was indeed majestic, though its timidity seemed to be a redeeming quality. While he was inspecting its feather-like tails, he discovered that they were not mere embellishments. The essence of gold and jade was intricately woven within them. What appeared to be delicate tails were, in fact, its sharpest weapons, surpassing even a formidable set of teeth. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? A brilliant burst of light heralded the arrival of Tai Yi, who observed Yuan Yi and Amp, Oppos, as curious inspection of Zheng and Amp, Oppos, as peculiar tales. Tai Yi slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Brother, you intend to use its tails for crafting weapons? I see that their 5 tails radiate sharpness. They could indeed be fashioned into 5 exquisite celestial swords. Yuan Yi nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the merit of Tai Yi and Oppos as observation. You are quite right, dear junior brother. This truly is exceptional material for forging. Upon hearing this, Zheng trembled in fright, its fur bristling in alarm, and its tails recoiling in response. Yuan Yi released his grip, and Zheng promptly withdrew its tails, concealing them beneath its belly, too fearful to display them again. Junior brother, have you come for a specific purpose? Yuan Yi asked, redirecting his attention from the frightened beast to Tai Yi. Brother Guangqingzi has sent me to summon you. Our mentor has responded, Tai Yi informed him. Very well, let's proceed. Following Tai Yi, they made their way to the Grand Hall of the Qilin clan, where disciples of the and numerous members of the Qilin clan had gathered. Yuan Yi had already speculated on his second master and Oppos as response, and the unfolding events aligned with his expectations. His second master had agreed to the Qilin clan and Amp, Oppos, as request for protection. Guangqingzi accepted the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, while Yuan Yi, dutifully adhering to his master's directives, received the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Spirit Pearl. This was not a gift from the Qilin clan to him, but rather one intended for his mentor. although it paled in comparison to the central Wuji apricot yellow banner in terms of rarity. It was understandable that the Qilin clan could not present another supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Furthermore, it was reasonable for them to offer their most precious item to the second master of the. Of course, this also implied that the Qilin clan would require more attention from his second master in the future, while Yuan Yi's mentor would be bound by a sense of obligation. Subsequently, Yuan Yi and his companions did not immediately depart the Qilin clan to return to Kunlun. They remained at Qilin Cliff. The clan's leader had previously mentioned another matter, the opportunity to take some of their young disciples with them. Offering spiritual treasures to the saints established a connection with them. And in the eyes of the clan leader, having their young disciples accompany these esteemed disciples of the saints was also a fortuitous opportunity. Moreover, as these young ones had yet to mature, they were more likely to catch the attention of such powerful figures. While the Qilin clan was indeed extraordinary, when it came to their roots, they could not yet rival a true innate being. The esteemed disciples of the saints would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable powers in the vast cosmos of the future. However, Guang Qingzi and the others hesitated. Their current cultivation levels were not particularly high, merely at the Tai E stage, and they did not see the necessity of taking a young disciple to assist them. More importantly, this signified that they would become entangled with the Qilin clan, and should the clan face challenges in the future, they could not merely stand by idly. Yuan Yi faced a similar predicament. The Qilin clan sought to establish a clear relationship, being the only disciple of the present. He could not afford to gauge the situation as Guang Qingzi and the others did. He had no fellow disciples to consult, especially since this matter was something he had agreed to in compliance with his master and Appo's directives. It seemed he could not easily decline. Moreover, the clan leader of the Qilin was earnest, showing considerable interest in him. Yuan Yi recalled the legends that spoke of the having many disciples associated with the Qilin clan. Given that the Qilin had become renowned as a tribe of auspicious beasts, a reputation that had persisted through the ages. Having endured their greatest tribulations, the Qilin clan and Appo's fortune remained intact. Furthermore, the Qilin clan was distinct from the Dragon clan. The attitude of their young disciples towards the disciples of the saints was imbued with anticipation and respect. Unlike the arrogance exhibited by the Dragon clan, the Qilin clan appeared to have shed such pride, a transformation that could only result from a prolonged evolution. Deciding to observe further, Yuan Yi saw no harm in this. If any promising candidates emerged, he could take them along. He had never had the opportunity to enlighten any wild spirits to serve him. Accompanying an auspicious beast would also serve as a testament to his virtuous character, unlike Zheng, whose fierce demeanor might lead to misunderstandings among those who judge by appearances. Moreover, the Qilin clan possessed exceptional talents in harnessing the energies of the Earth's veins. Bringing back a young Qilin to cultivate the land would be advantageous, aiding in the growth of spiritual fruits. Previously, he had enlisted the help of the sisters Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, but their enthusiasm for labor had been lacking. Chapter 70. The initial formation of the sword Guang Qingzi and his companions had yet to depart from Qilin Cliff. The second master accepted the offerings from the Qilin clan, intending to relocate Qilin Cliff directly to Kunlun. This was undoubtedly the most auspicious news for the Qilin clan, as it meant they could reside in proximity to the sage's sanctum, ensuring the continuation of their lineage was no longer a concern. The delay was necessitated by the fact that at that moment, the primordial heavenly venerable was crafting a magical artifact, making it impractical for Yuan Yi to return to Kunlun. Thus he remained with Guang Qingzi and the others in the Qilin clan. Qilin Cliff was a place of extraordinary significance, marked by intricate traces of the Tao and a convergence of creation. Yuan Yi practiced here, delving into the profound principles embodied by Qilin Cliff. He cultivated the 5 elements, and the earth and Appo's power here supported creation, with intertwining ley lines that greatly aided his comprehension. The mischievous and persistent Zhun had not left, seeing its docile demeanor. Yuan Yi accepted its presence. Now he was engaged in a game reminiscent of whack-a-mole, except he was chasing Zhun across the ground. Zhun scurried about, occasionally peeking out from beneath the earth with a glimmer of white, jade-like brilliance then diving back underground, resembling a nimble gopher. Yuan lightly tapped the ground, solidifying it with his will, and then reached underground, as if plunging into still water, effortlessly lifting a small creature from below. Its scales gleamed like white jade, translucent and exuding a gentle, warm glow. Yuan grasped its delicate horns, and the creature flailed its little legs, its large, innocent eyes gazing up at him with an endearing curiosity. After struggling fruitlessly, it settled down, drooping its head in a defeated manner. This was a young Qilin, its ancestral blood still quite potent, with commendable potential. Yet, it was still quite young, often burrowing into the ground, utilizing its innate gifts and bloodline heritage to dig energetically, displaying agility that surpassed even that of fish in water. Yuan examined the little creature that had been darting around him, realizing that it had been selected by the clan leader of the Qilin. "What can you do?" Yuan inquired. The creature looked up at him, its large eyes turning as if deep in thought, before its 4 short legs shifted. "Earth manipulation technique," it uttered in a youthful voice, almost resembling a child's. Yet its gaze was earnest. "Earth manipulation technique. Are you suggesting that I follow you underground?" Zhun interjected warily, observing the small creature with a guarded expression. "What else?" The young Qilin glanced at Zhun, pondering for a moment but unable to provide an answer. Yuan gently set it down, and the little creature immediately burrowed into the earth, leaving only its head protruding, resembling not a Qilin, but more like a gopher. It was closely attuned to the earthened amp, Appo's essence, which Yuan recognized as a form of innate talent. After observing the innocent little being for a while, he noted its purity and sincerity, akin to its large, clear eyes, and sensed a hint of fortune surrounding it. Yuan reached out to stroke its little head, then stood up. "All right, I see you're quite adept at digging. Since you wish to accompany me, you may assist me with some chores at the sanctum." Yuan mused that keeping an auspicious beast would not be a misfortune. This little creature excelled at manipulating the earth's energy, making it well suited for excavation. Zhun insisted on accompanying him. Thus the young Qilin was taken back as an attendant. As Yuan, he was not particularly industrious himself. He reasoned that forging a connection with the Qilin clan would not be detrimental, so there was no need to refuse. Upon hearing Yuan and Appo's words, the young Qilin broke into a goofy grin, its Qilin visage appearing quite comical. Having decided that this little creature could indeed serve well as a pet, it exuded a festive aura. Yuan beckoned Zhun, who promptly trotted over, lowering itself before Yuan in a display of servility that made Yuan feel an inexplicable urge to scold it. With a swift motion, a crimson light streaked across the void, swiftly departing. Below, the glimmering white jade sheen intermittently peeked out, keeping pace behind him with remarkable agility. Yuan had chosen this little white jade Qilin and named it Yuji. The little creature's scales resembled jade, its hues gentle and lustrous, presenting an exquisite appearance. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi and the others had selected a member of the Qilin clan to accompany them back to the sanctum. Nearly a millennium later, an aura emanated from the direction of Kunlun, enveloping Qilin Cliff. Subsequently, this Qilin Cliff, a remnant of the primordial Qilin's transformation into the Tao, vanished from its original location as if it had never existed, disappearing seamlessly. Now, Qilin Cliff had been relocated to the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain, taking root there. Even a pre-saint could not easily disturb Qilin Cliff, the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. The primordial heavenly venerable had not even shown his face. He was already within Kunlun, effortlessly moving it from afar, showcasing the profound mastery of a sage's transformative powers, shifting mountains and filling seas. Altering the very fabric of the world was but a matter of a single gesture. Guang Qingzi was tasked with overseeing numerous affairs of the teachings, including the arrangements for the Qilin clan. Yuan followed the other disciples of the teachings away from Qilin Cliff as the second master prepared to relocate it, indicating that his artifact crafting was nearing completion. After all, this did not quite constitute the full crafting of a spiritual treasure. The fragment of the god-slaying spear contained inherent Tao traces, and the power of the Tao had not dissipated. The second master was merely refining and adjusting it based on this foundation. Particularly, this was only the initial stage of crafting, essentially forming the body of a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, even a sage's efforts would require considerable time. Upon arriving at the main peak of Kunlun Mountain, he found the South Pole immortal waiting. Following him into the Jade Void Palace, Yuan Yi soon encountered his second master, the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. He also beheld the nascent form of the spiritual treasure suspended beside him, accompanied by that familiar and fierce aura, exuding a chilling presence. A long sword, entirely black, was adorned with intricate crimson patterns that lent it an alluring quality. Its design was ancient and grand, displaying a dignified simplicity devoid of ostentation, yet emanating a natural beauty akin to being forged from dark jade, embellished with red markings. It carried an air of solemnity and majesty, yet simultaneously hinted at a touch of seductive eeriness. Various phenomena manifested, and within the haziness, a spectral image of a blue lotus flickered, permeated by an unparalleled destructive force. The Primordial Heavenly Venerable, skilled in swordsmanship, had transformed the limited materials of the god-slaying spear, which were insufficient to restore it to a spear, into a sword. To do otherwise would have been a waste of precious resources, and since the Tao traces were incomplete, it was challenging to fully restore it, resulting in an unsatisfactory outcome. Hence, I have harnessed the spear's sharpness, converting its edge into a blade, thus forging this sword embryo. Yuan Yi expressed his gratitude to his master. The god-slaying spear had been forged into a sword. Its murderous aura was almost on par with that of his master's extermination sword, possessing even greater ferocity, yet still without a sharpened edge. Be it a spear or a sword, both are magical artifacts. Yuan Yi felt more accustomed to wielding a sword in his cultivation. After all, the principle that longer is stronger does not apply to cultivation. Yuan Yi held no particular fixation on the form of this artifact. He found himself eagerly anticipating the day this sword would fully materialize, for even in its embryonic form, its power surpassed that of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. What heights might it reach upon completion? Chapter 71. The 8 Scenic Palaces of Shouyang Mountain after departing from Kunlun Mountain. Yuan Yi first returned to the Eastern Sea and Appo's Jiejiao, rather than proceeding directly to Master Uncle Taiching's venue, the 8 Scenic Palaces of Shouyang Mountain. Shouyang Mountain lies to the east of Buzhou Mountain, with a spatial distance between Jiejiao and Chanjiao that is nearly equivalent, if not closer, to Jiejiao. Given Yuan Yi's cultivation level, the journey was quite extensive, and unless he mustered the audacity to request his second master uncle to escort him, he would face a considerable trek alone. Yuan Yi felt hesitant to make such a request. After all, his second master uncle had forged treasures for him, claiming it was for him to undertake a task, but in reality, it was merely a matter of running an errand. As a disciple of Jiejiao, his visit would hasten the withdrawal of the probing individual. Ultimately, even without Yuan Yi, the matter would resolve itself. It would merely take a tad longer. Utilizing his identity jade talisman, he could connect to the periodic transmission of the Great Formation at Jiejiao, returning there and then journeying to the 8 Scenic Palaces of Shouyang Mountain, proving to be a more straightforward approach. Moreover, he needed to bring the Soil Spirit Pearl, a superior innate spiritual treasure, back with him to discuss the matters concerning the Qilin clan with his teacher, Tong Tian. Yuan Yi made a visit to Bio Palace, where Tong Tian displayed little concern for the affairs of the Qilin clan, nor did he show any inclination to confiscate the Soil Spirit Pearl, tossing it directly to Yuan Yi instead. Upon returning to his dojo with the Zheng Beast and the young Qilin, he was greeted by a figure emerging from the immortal island. "Senior brother, have you broken through?" Yuan Yi asked, observing Yin Xiao, whose aura unmistakably indicated that he had reached the mid-stage of the Tai realm. The residual medicinal power of the ginseng fruit, combined with the fortuitous encounters within the 9 Curves Yellow River Formation, was largely thanks to his senior brother and Appo's assistance. Yin Xiao smiled in response, exuding a serene and composed demeanor, graceful and poised. "What of Qiang Xiao and Bi Xiao?" Yuan Yi inquired, surprised not to see the 2 sisters, wondering how they could be more diligent than Yin Xiao. who had just emerged from seclusion. Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao are somewhat behind me in cultivation and require more time to break through. They remain in seclusion. Still comprehending within the Great Formation, Yin Xiao explained, his gaze shifting to the fierce-looking beast behind Yuan Yi and the little Qilin playfully swaying on the tail of the Zheng beast. Is this your mount, senior brother? Yuan Yi nodded, confirming that the Zheng beast was indeed intended as a steed. He then gestured towards the small creature clinging to the tail of the Zheng beast. This little Qilin, I plan to appoint as a young attendant to assist with trivial matters and oversee the cave dwelling. Moreover, this little one possesses an innate talent for manipulating the energies of the earth. Having her tend to the spiritual roots would also spare Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao from constantly complaining about me. What do you think, junior sister? Such an arrangement seems apartment. I was just considering whether we should recruit some mountain spirits to assist with menial tasks. Yin Xiao mused, stepping closer as the Zheng beast instinctively lay down, allowing the small creature to tumble off its tail, where it lay quietly, gazing up at Yin Xiao with wide eyes. Yin Xiao reached out to poke the creature's white, jade-like scales, appraising it thoroughly. This little Qilin has quite impressive qualifications. Its aura is pure and brimming with spirit, free from any traces of karmic hindrance, making it far more suitable than the average mountain spirits. Hearing the praise, the small Qilin beamed a Qilin-like smile, which brought a hint of amusement to Yin Xiao's face. Such beings often secluded themselves for thousands of years. Having a few young attendants to aid in management could indeed simplify matters. Furthermore, with the dojo established, if the sisters and senior brother were absent, there would be no one to oversee it, rendering it impolite should any fellow disciples visit without anyone to receive them. After all, it seemed that senior brother had seldom found leisure, spending little time in the dojo. As they strolled towards the island, Yuan Yi briefly recounted the details of his recent journey, including his impending visit to the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain to seek assistance from Master Uncle. Yin Xiao listened attentively, occasionally interjecting with thoughtful responses, always earnest in her demeanor. Being in Yin Xiao and Amp, Oppos, as company felt entirely different from interacting with Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao, who were often restless. Even the seemingly composed Qiong Xiao had her moments of mischief. In contrast, Yin Xiao emanated tranquility, instilling a sense of peace and relaxation, reminiscent of clouds drifting freely in the sky. By the way, junior sister, have you had any leisure time recently? Yuan Yi inquired, contemplating a matter. Does senior brother require my assistance? Yin Xiao asked. If there are no pressing matters, why not accompany me to Shouyang Mountain to pay respects to Master Uncle and Brother Xuandu? The mention of Qilin Cliff reminded Yuan Yi of this. He recalled the legends wherein Yin Xiao had been suppressed beneath Qilin Cliff by Master Uncle's hand. Although he believed he had altered their fates, it would be prudent to have Yin Xiao accompany him to forge some good relations with Master Uncle, ensuring a backup plan should events unfold unfavorably. If the worst-case scenario did not materialize, that would indeed be most favorable. From his previous encounters with Master Uncle, Yuan Yi understood that though he was a man of few words, he possessed the most amiable temperament among the 3 clear ones, being gentler than both his teacher and his second Master Uncle, likely owing to his cultivation of the path of tranquility and non-action, making him more approachable. Brother Xuandu, the elder brother of the Xianmen, was also rather easygoing, though he was rarely seen, often remaining within the dojo. Upon hearing Yuan Yi's invitation to Shouyang Mountain, a flicker of surprise crossed Yin Xiao's eyes as she glanced back towards the direction of the cave, where Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao were in seclusion. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and nodded in agreement, clearly willing to accompany her senior brother. Yin Xiao's eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness as she pointed backward. However, Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao may end up blaming you and me for leaving. No worries, they will surely pester you first, Yuan Yi replied with a chuckle. Yin Xiao merely smiled at this, acknowledging his words. It was indeed Qiong Xiao and Bi Xiao who longed to escape, while she often kept a watchful eye on them. Now that she would be leaving the dojo, they would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. With their plans set, the two engaged in a discourse on their cultivation paths. The presence of a companion in one's practice is always beneficial, allowing for exchanges of insights and corrections, providing excellent references for growth. As the time approached for the Great Formation to be activated again, Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao made their way to Jinao Island, their journey becoming second nature. Bringing along the Zheng beast, Yuan found it unnecessary to travel without a mount, as its purpose had been to serve him. Crossing the void through the Great Formation, Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao arrive at the eastern region of Buzhou Mountain. They had never visited the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain, marking this as their first formal visit. Chapter 72. Inquiring about Xuandu, the grand entrance of in the East Sea exudes a majestic aura, while the at Kunlun stands solemn and dignified. In contrast, the teaching grounds of the human sect at Shouyang Mountain present a different visage altogether. Chosen by the master as a sanctuary, Shouyang Mountain is undoubtedly a remarkable paradise. Yet, it seems the master has not overly adorned this sacred space, preserving its natural, pristine character. This tranquility, distinct from the serenity of Kunlun, radiates an atmosphere of effortless calm, devoid of the constraints felt in Kunlun. The entrance of the human sect is quite discreet and elusive, hidden amidst the depths of the clouds. Without guidance, it would take considerable effort for Yuan, Yi, and his companions to locate the 8 Scenery Palace within Shouyang Mountain. The 8 Scenery Palace, as the master's domain, shares its esteemed rank with the Baiyu Palace and Yusu Palace. While the Baiyu Palace is ethereal and enigmatic, and the Yusu Palace is majestic and elegant, the 8 Scenery Palace appears rustic and unremarkable. However, upon entering, one cannot help but sense the extraordinary essence of the Tao coursing through the heavens and the earth, subtle yet omnipresent, interwoven with all things, elusive yet manifest. Outside, the great azure bull grazes upon spiritual roots, while the eldest disciple, Xuandu, lounges in the courtyard, resting upon the primordial treasure, the Taiji diagram, drifting through the 8 extremes. Nearby, a large crimson gourd filled with celestial elixirs mirrors the one at Yuan, Yi, and Amp, Appo's, waist. Each of the 3 pure ones possesses a gourd, with the master, Tong Tian, having cultivated the 9 heavens' profound fire and the 9 nether water within his, transforming them into formidable treasures. The gourd of the second master, however, remains unripe, containing remarkable foundational Tao, but ultimately destined for refinement into spiritual treasures. The other gourds are similarly unremarkable, save for the one held by the master, which serves merely as a container for elixirs. Other spiritual treasures are carelessly scattered around, emanating an ethereal glow. Master Ta Ching, holding a floating dust brush, sits before a massive bagua furnace, seemingly in a drowsy state, though it is merely an appearance. Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao respectfully greet the master. Ta Ching and Amp, Appo's, gaze sweeps over the two, nodding in acknowledgement before uttering a single word, go. Go. What does that mean? Yuan quickly realizes the master is responding to his unvoiced query. It seems rather direct, diving straight into the matter at hand. Yuan presents the sword embryo, which Ta Ching examines, weaving intricate threads of Tao rhythm that evolve with deep mystery. Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao stand nearby, while the master prepares to probe into the sword embryo. The atmosphere falls silent, with scarcely a word exchanged. After a moment in Appo's hesitation, Yuan takes the initiative to inquire. Master, is there anything I can assist with? The second master had previously helped him craft a treasure, sending him on errands for the Qilin clan. Yet here, the master merely observes. Feeling uncomfortable, Yuan asks. Ta Ching's gaze lifts from the sword embryo, considering Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao. After a moment of silence, he states, go inquire about Xuandu. With that, he resumes his exploration of the sword embryo, drawing forth strands of Tao patterns that stir a torrent of malevolent energy, manifesting various phenomena. Then, with a gesture towards the courtyard, a sound akin to something being flung emerges, followed by the arrival of a Taiji diagram suffused with primordial energy, descending with the essence of yin and yang, nurturing creation. Yuan, Yi, and Yunxiao exchange glances, both sensing the peculiarity of the moment. Observing the master and Appo's demeanor, they take their leave. Outside, they find Xuandu rising from the ground, yawning. Upon noticing Yuan Yi and Yun Xiao approach, he straightens his Taoist robe and adjusts his hairpin. Ah, it is my junior brother Yuan Yi and junior sister Yun Xiao visiting. Are you here to see the master? Yuan Yi briefly recounts their purpose, and Xuandu's eyes sparkle with delight upon hearing the last part. The mention of going to inquire about Xuandu. He steps forward, eagerly patting Yuan Yi on the shoulder. You have arrived at the perfect time. Come with me, this is splendid. Yuan Yi observes Xuandu and Appo's demeanor, feeling a sense of familiarity, reminiscent of when he had enlisted the help of the sisters Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao for labor. However, it seems he and Yun Xiao have now become the ones enlisted for assistance. Is there something we can help with, senior brother? Yun Xiao inquires. With a sigh, Xuandu and Appo's expression turns somewhat troubled. You both know my origins. I am of human descent, one of the primordial human beings born from the creation of the Holy Mother. Is this matter related to the human race? Yuan Yi and Appo's curiosity is piqued, as he has always been intrigued by the human affairs, having only encountered Xuandu thus far without much knowledge. Indeed, this is a personal matter. Xuandu and Appo's gaze carries a hint of awkwardness. Do not worry. If it pertains to you, we would gladly lend our humble assistance, Yuan Yi assures. Well, since you insist, I shall not stand on ceremony. Recently, there have been troubling matters concerning the human race. Xuandu, with his casual demeanor, eschews formality. Previously, there was a situation that required my intervention. Being of human origin, my teacher did not hinder me from assisting. However, two individuals emerged, causing chaos near the human territories. I engaged in a battle with them, but their cultivation surpassed mine. Relying on my teacher's Taiji diagram and other treasures, I managed to drive them away. Yet, they were dissatisfied, claiming I used my treasures to bully them, and have persistently sought to challenge me, disrupting my peace. Xuandu and Appo's expression reflects his frustration, and Yuan Yi discerns an underlying message. The adversaries are undoubtedly formidable, and even if Xuandu's cultivation might limit his use of treasures, his strength certainly exceeds his current level. Yuan Yi suspects that below the Great Luo, Xuandu, with the aid of the Taiji diagram and the Linglong treasure pagoda, could contend against them. Who are these individuals? What makes them a concern for you, senior brother? Yuan Yi inquires, recognizing that Xuandu had not used lethal force from the outset, suggesting their backgrounds might be significant. They hail from the Feng clan, descendants of the Feng ancestor, Xuandu reveals. Descendants of the Feng ancestor? The progeny of Yuan Feng? Yuan Yi furrows his brow, recalling Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Xuandu is surprised. You know these two? Well, I have heard of them, but not in depth. Indeed, it is Jin Peng and Kong Xian. Shouldn't they be residing in the southern Feng clans